secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dean Wade guarding the inbounds pass. Exum looking. It's into Luka. Guarded by carousel. Here comes a second defender. Luka picks up the dribble. He finds Seth Curry. Bobbled ball. Shot is away and blocked, and the game is over.
Oh, Mark Followell with the call. Mavs lose. Mavs stink.
Was that a call from last night? That wasn't a 2022 call? That wasn't a call from last year?
That was last night.
Oh, okay. So it's just the Mavericks continue to have problems getting shots off at the end of games.
That was weird.
Why do they get, like, what is Jason Kidd, who is one of the greatest point guards of all time and has been responsible for setting guys up for, you know, getting good looks in the final seconds. How can he not draw up getting a shot off at the end of the game? This was such a problem last year.
No one's dying.
It was a problem again last night.
Well, yes, it was. I don't know the intricacies there. I mean, there's a lot of different things between being able to be on the floor and see it versus coach and see it. And sometimes great players just have problems coaching. And, you know, like they see things differently and they expect the players to see things. And it's odd that, you know, that Luka and him are on the same page because Luka has tremendous court vision as well. It's very, very odd. Those two can't get on the same page together.
Is it like the old, I've brought this up before, Tom Grieve used to talk about when Ted Williams was the manager of the Rangers.
It's exactly like that.
That Ted Williams would tell you to do certain things or like do this, and then he would be like, I can't do what you do. Like you get frustrated, like it's just like, well, it's easy, just do this. And it's like, well, no, we're not all Ted Williams, dude.
No, you're not all Ted Williams, but like, you know, first of all, you never should have been in that position to begin with. But you know, why is Luka picking his dribble up 40 feet from the basket?
Mm-hmm.
That's another one, right? Like, why is he? I mean, seriously, like in that situation,
they were up 20 in this game.
Yeah, they were.
They're up 20. They're up like
50
10
to 30, right? 50 to 30.
Yeah, they're up like 10 with 6 minutes left. You can't lose that game, especially to a Cavs team that's missing Mobley. They're missing Donovan Mitchell. They're missing Darius Garland. I know you're missing Kyrie, but that's a game you need to win when you're up 20. Luka puts up 20 points in the first quarter.
Yeah, he had 30 in the half.
You've got to win that game.
Uh-huh.
They scored 41 points in the second half. They scored 39 in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was like their offense went completely stagnant. And it's not as if Cleveland went out there and put up 40 in each of the next two quarters in the third and fourth.
No.
You know, they were fine. But, I mean, 28 and 31, I mean, that's relatively pedestrian. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's 120 points for the game. But it was like, that's not what I would sit there and say, oh, man, what a comeback. It was more of a, man, the Mavs offense just went flat. Luka could not hit the broadside of a barn in the second half. They were missing wide open shots. It was one of those nights, man. It was one of those nights.
Derek Lively, it's been a great rookie season. He got worked by Jarrett Allen in this game. Hook him. And that was a nice adjustment by the Cavs in the second half where they were kind of doubling Luka with Allen. And I don't think that they had a good response to it. But, man, this was just I understand, like, in the 82-game season, you kind of look at it and say, all right, like bad loss or whatever else and move on. And you don't want to meditate too much on anything because it's demanded of you to move on so quickly. But, man, that was just bad, especially in the second half. You have to win that basketball game.
I'll tell you this. I found one of my new favorite players last night. Craig Porter Jr.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. No, you don't mean Michael Porter Jr.?
No, the point guard with the...
Not Kevin Porter Jr.?
No, not Craig Porter Jr., the point guard.
He had 9 points.
Not
Otto
Porter.
9 points?
Not Otto Porter Jr.?
No.
Why are there so many Porter Jr.'s in the NBA?
I don't know, man. It's a good name, I guess.
Common last name.
It might be. They love him, apparently. He's a kid, rookie and undrafted. This guy is going to be your best bet on daily fantasy or DraftKings on those player props. He's going to give you great value on double-doubles. He hasn't even had one yet. But, I mean, 12 rebounds last night, 9 points, 7 assists. I mean, this guy he's a good player, too. He's smart as hell. They love him over there. But that is my every single night that they play, I'm going to find a prop. I'm going to find a player prop on him getting a double-double. You're probably going to get 14-1 on that.
Of course, you go to a Mavericks game and you come out of it with degenerate takes.
Yeah, of course. That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what I am. BetQL. That's right, baby.
Did you bet on the game last night?
Yeah. Thanks for joining the show yesterday.
Oh.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
How was the game?
Or
the experience?
Oh, it was good. It was good. It was a good game. We got there right on time. The great Sean Heath, Mavs PA guy, hooking us up with tickets. So we're waiting outside. We go to Will Call, wait for the tickets. We get in just before the opening tip, and get down to the seat. They were great seats, right there, right behind the basket. Maybe about 10, 12 rows up, something like that. Not too bad. Perfect.
And were you a beat the traffic guy? Were you at 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter? Like, all right, we're splitting.
No, I was we were there, and it's about 6 minutes to go. And I look up, and I'm like, okay, all right, the game's moving along pretty quick. We got a game coming down to the wire, maybe, because it was 10 points at that point, right?
Yep.
And then they start to chip away, and then with about 2.5 minutes to go, right at that coach's challenge that happened, my youngest tells me, he's like, Dad, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm like, well, the game's almost over, bud. You want to just go after? He goes, no, I gotta go now. I was like, oh. Okay. I was like, well, shoot, man. If we're going to get up here with 2 minutes to go to take you to the bathroom, and he's like, I don't want to go here. I want to go home and go. I see what you're talking about. It was one of those bathroom breaks. So we went home.
How long was the drive home?
30 minutes.
Did he comfortably make it?
He barely made it. He barely made it. It got to the point where he almost lost it.
You wouldn't have been able to stop at like a racetrack or a QT, one of those cleaner ones, a Buc-ee's.
No, he still is a go at home kind of kid.
Anti-public bathrooms.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I don't care. You ain't gonna kill me here. Like the fact that if we stayed the rest of the game, we were on like the 4th floor of the garage. It would have taken us 40 minutes to get out of there.
Wow. Not only did he have the ticket hookup, he's in the Lexus garage.
No,
look at this guy.
Not the
Fourth
Lexus
level.
garage.
I mean,
not the Lexus garage.
4th level.
This was the pay garage.
Yeah, I know, but it's also like I think that's the same one.
No, this is south.
So not the one on Houston Street.
No, we always park on the other side of the hotel, the W. We always park on the South Victory by the Sinopolis. Or is it Cinepolis?
I would
say Sinopolis.
Yeah, I would say Sinopolis.
I like Cinepolis because of the little accento.
Yeah.
So we park on the other side of that. So it was like we got to the car, right out. We were home. We were past where the new stadium is going to be in Irving. We were past Irving. We were halfway home by the time the game was over.
Damn. So nobody was leaving early.
There was a few people with kids that left early. We were like one of the few that were walking out. But we would have stayed. But he had a poop. He was poking sun, as the kids would say.
Had the little turtle head.
Yep. So I was like, all right, man, I'm not gonna have any accidents in the car. You don't want to go in the back in the whatever. Not gonna bother me. I've seen a million end of games.
Didn't you have an accident on the golf course one time in
I did.
younger days?
No, it wasn't an accident.
On a move from Nashville to Texas, I had one of those one time. We couldn't get pulled over in time.
You literally went?
Yeah, I was like 6.
Okay.
Couldn't
a little different.
Couldn't hold it. I tried to tell them. No, they did not listen to me.
Yeah. No, I didn't have an accident. I mean, I went in the woods. It wasn't an accident.
It was on purpose.
It was on purpose. But I went in the woods. Played great. Even par the next 9 holes.
Did it make you say, hey, maybe this is a new tradition I need to pick up? Like, were you a little, what's the ritualistic or whatever?
Superstitious.
Yeah, superstitious.
What, pooping on a golf course?
Yeah, were you like, this needs to become a new
Thought about it.
Needs to become a new tradition of mine.
Thought about it. No, but it didn't. Didn't become a new
I wonder how
superstition.
Brian shot after he left a dirty rag after he crapped in Warren Beatty's yard that one time.
Dude, though, I'll tell you the game changer. The game changer is the so the troughs where they used to just serve you like a bunch of beer and ice.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be cash only.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah went up there, gets herself some wine.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay with credit card. It's the game changer. That's it. I didn't even know you could do that at sporting events now, because I used to always go and I would avoid those. I thought those were for the smart people that brought cash. I would always avoid those.
We're becoming a cashless society,
Yes,
Chop.
sir.
Cashless society. That's what we're heading towards. How many drinks did you partake in
I had
last
one
night?
beer.
One beer. Okay, what beer did you go with? Bud Light?
I went to Modelo.
Oh, Modelo.
Oh.
Ew.
I don't drink beer. I drink cerveza.
Okay, fine, but then drink Tecate or drink Corona
Dos
or
Equis.
Dos Equis.
Modelo's the number one beer in America.
Modelo is skunky.
Your mom's skunky.
Well, she's dead. I mean, so it's possible because generally,
might
like, they start rotting. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Modelo is great beer.
I don't like it. I've never been a fan of it.
Oh.
I'm not a fan
I
of the
think it's
bottle.
fantastic.
Not a fan of the bottle either.
The bottle bothers me.
Yeah.
This was in a can.
A little stumpy.
This is in a can. I'll tell you, I never thought I'd go to a game and have one drink.
Well, that's good. I'm
Yeah.
glad. We are cutting back.
But
Let's-
I said I wasn't going to drink, and I'm only going to drink at special events like New Year's and Christmas and sporting events, and dadgummit, I did. All right, there's Mavs lose 113-110. Mavs stink. Stars also played, and the sale has been approved, Robert. What does that mean? Next with the Dallas Mavericks, next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
He scores! Nevers! And the Blues have drawn first blood. It's 1-0.
All right, that's Blues TV. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
turn
Blues
this
TV
off. Turn the music off.
Stars,
Turn the
Blues,
music off.
Stars,
Turn everything
Stars,
off.
TV.
What an awful
Turn everything
night.
off.
What an awful night for DFW.
Turn everything off. Turn Fall Out Boy off.
Sports.
You buried the lead, and you just dropped it as we were coming back.
I forgot.
Peyton, this man got on the Jumbotron last night at the Mavs.
Totally
game.
forgot about it.
Whoa.
Totally forgot about it.
How did you behave on the Jumbotron?
Well, the kids in front of us were the ones that were on it. So we were just like watching the.
But you definitely leaned forward and got in the shot, and you were the guy
No, I was sitting back, and me and Sarah were sitting back. I think the kids were kind of blocked off by the kids in front of us. So we were just kind of staring. We probably had derp face going on. Probably very derpy faces.
How would you react to Kiss Cam? Would you just do the pack, or would you go full on oh, okay, you're gonna put me on Kiss Cam, we're gonna go hard?
Oh, we would make out like the plane's going down.
Oh, wow.
That's what you got. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Just go deep. Would you start copping a feel too?
Well,
I've made up in my mind, if this happens, if I get put up there, I am going all in. I'm gonna start making out. I'm gonna put my hand.
I mean,
up there.
that's You gotta do something with your hands. You can't just leave the hand down there. So the hand's got to go somewhere.
Yeah,
I think I would do more side boob.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I don't want to be too graphic with it.
I've thought one of two things: go aggressive, or really look like you have no clue what you're doing. Make it like a awkward lippy,
Stick your tongue out kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Eat her face.
Yeah,
exactly. One of those things. Yeah. So no, I was I didn't, and I don't like to react too much. Oh my God, we're on the Jumbotron!
Yeah, I don't want to do that. If I ever end up on a Jumbotron, I don't want to.
So I think I just kind of smiled, said to her without pointing, "Hey, Jumbotron, let's get rid of that derp face that we've got."
Yep, that makes sense. Anyway, back to the Stars. He threw that out there, and he said it right before he came back from break. So
because Sandler texted me. He was like, "Oh, you're on the Jumbotron," and I was like, I wasn't sure if anybody could actually see that because I didn't even notice it at first because I was watching I was looking at it and
you're watching
kids.
the game. You're not watching the Jumbotron.
It was a break. It was during a break in the
This
action.
isn't AT&T Stadium. You don't just have your eyes fixated on the Jumbotron.
It was a little. By the way, the interior Jumbotron that they have on the bottom.
Interior crocodile.
So you got the video on the main one, and then the little ring, the little wannabe SoFi Stadium ring they got underneath. That's a game changer.
The little ribbon
you can
panel.
Look closer to the action without having to look up. You just gotta look, and it's right there. Game changer on that one.
Built for 44-year-olds like you with neck issues.
Or no necks.
That's true.
As it would be for me.
Yeah. Stars last night lose to the Bloozers. As us NHL fans call them.
Spits and suds.
The Bloozers. They lose 2-1. And I caught a little bit of this game, and man, Wedgwood's been so good this year for them in net, and he was really good again last night. He had a great kill on a 5-on-3 power play for 2 minutes, but man, even the 2 goals he let up, it felt like with all the stops you made last night, those are the ones you let get by you. But ultimately, what's interesting, we had talked to Boss Man Spittle about this in the hallway yesterday. I hadn't realized this. I don't think you'd realized it. He was telling us that with the CBA and the mandated 3 days off now, that the Stars weren't able to even travel to St. Louis till yesterday morning. So you have day of travel, and then you've got to play a game. That can't be easy because it's just a CBA. It's a collectively bargained thing. You're not allowed to leave the night before during that holiday break. You are mandated to give those guys 3 days off. So day of travel, and Stars dropped this one. But the Blues have been playing well lately.
Look, I like the fact that these leagues are doing things over Christmas break and stuff for the players and not having them be away from their families. But that's got to be tough to fly and then play in the same day.
Yes. Even a short flight like that. It's just...
Yeah, was it an hour?
Yeah, you don't want to be crammed in your little AA seats or whatever and then have to go out there. But it did look like, honestly, both teams, and I don't know if this was just the lag or whatever else, it did look like both teams just kind of were blah last night. It looked like heavy legs. There wasn't a whole lot of physicality in this one. It just looked like everybody was trying to find a rhythm and didn't hit it all night, and Stars ultimately dropped this one.
So it looked like the Mavs in the second half.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's offensive to the Stars to even put them in the same breath as what the Mavs did in the second half.
Good gosh, it was bad. All right. The Mavs, the NBA did approve the sale of the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, that's good.
So what does that mean? I don't know. I was on NBC5 last night.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. For the first time in my life, I heard this man's voicemail. I had no idea what his voicemail sounds like. Very professional.
Is it? What does it say? I don't even know what it says.
Ralph James.
Just call him real quick. Call him real quick on the phone, and then just reject the call. We'll listen to it. But it's something like,
I didn't even see it ring.
"Hey, this is RJ Choppy. I'm sorry I missed your call." Like it's one of those things.
Oh, okay.
And so get ready to hit it off when it calls in. But yeah, sale gets approved, and the Adelsons are not. Now, don't worry. I can see you little panicking. You don't have one of those automated. You've reached. No.
No, I hate that. I have an actual
213.
Yeah, I've actually set up a voicemail with my own voice.
Yes.
I did it about 20 years ago.
Oh, here we go. Listen to this. He always answers his phone, Choppy does. He didn't even see this call come through. All right. Reject that.
Reject that. Oh. Reject. Voicemail.
Oh my gosh, Chop. You don't know.
Hey, it's RJ. Sorry I missed your call. Leave a message. I'll get back to you.
Perfect. Simple.
Hey, Chop. How's it going?
Simple.
Thanks for doing this little test for us. But yeah, I've never reached his voicemail. Didn't get an answer last night. And when he texted back, he was like, "Sorry, I was on NBC5."
Yes.
Or didn't even say NBC5. You had to say NBC.
Yeah, I mean, I you go to the network.
Why localize
it? Why localize it? Yeah, I was on. As far as they know, I was on with Strahan.
You're on with Brokaw.
Whoever's on there. But they're like, "What does this mean for the Mavs?" I'm like, "Bro, nobody knows."
Did they come to you as the official newsbreaker of where the entertainment center was going to be built?
Is
that
did not,
why they called you?
Which they should. I do want to be known as the guy who broke the story about where the stadium's going to be. That it's going to be at the old Texas Stadium, where it should be, where something should have been for 20 years now. But that's where it's going to be. But the answer to the question is nobody knows, man. How are they going to spend money? Do we know? Are they going to be willing to take losses? You got to take a loss in the NBA if you want to win.
Well, and the New York Post, we had talked about this. Matan or Matan, how would you pronounce M-A-T-A-N? Matan, Maton,
Maton,
whatever it is.
Yeah.
M. We're going to call him M. M. Adelson, or Adelson, however you pronounce that, a Stanford graduate who once worked as an intern for the Mavericks and recently joined the ranks of basketball team owners with the purchase of a club in Israel, is apparently the next owner or general manager or whatever else in waiting. The New York Post has heard from sources that that's going to be part of this plan, this acquisition from the Adelsons, is that this 20-something Adelson son is going to be groomed as the next guy to run the franchise here in the next 10 years. So when Cuban eventually steps away, that is likely the guy that we're looking at. So a little bit similar to like when Stephen Jones came out and they kept Tex Schramm and they kept Tex for a little bit, and he kind of started teaching Stephen a little bit the ways of how to run the team, and Gil Brandt stuck around for that first year, taught him some of those things.
So Cuban will be out relatively quick.
That sounds like a sunset date to me, sometime in the next 10 years.
A sunset date. Look at that. I didn't know that's what that was called.
Good vocab.
I mean, that's I may sound like a complete idiot. I have no idea if
I like it. I'm in. But the stadium is going to be the big deal where that goes, and that is going to be a massive attraction because how many stadiums around the country are inside a casino?
What year do you think gambling is legalized?
25.
25. Okay.
It'll be before 27 because that's when the stadium's going to go in.
So you think just post general election, we'll have it situated here in Texas.
The general election is what, next year?
Yep. 24.
I'm trying to act like I don't know what's going on.
I've already voted.
When?
Yeah, you guys should have heard the rant he went on over Colorado ballots or something yesterday.
Oh yeah, man. I'll vote twice if I have to.
This isn't Arizona. Come on.
So it just depends on whenever they can get out. I mean, is there an election every year? I think there might be. So either be 24 or 26 that it gets changed.
Okay. Very good.
I think.
And then you will be there every day.
I will. Yes. They will have my credit card on file. Actually, I'll do it for the comfort of my own home. I'll sports bet like crazy. Like a madman. What's coming up inside the Star?
CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott tried their best to find answers for that mysterious 2-quarter disappearance from Lamb. That's next on The Fan.
The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
It was a Cowboys Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
See, it's interesting the way it's worked. We had Monday off, so yesterday was like Tuesday for us, but for the Cowboys, because they're playing Saturday, they shift their schedule, so it was like Thursday for them. So nobody really had Wednesday yesterday. But because it was a Thursday, even though it was a Wednesday, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb both spoke, and there was a lot of interest, I think, in what Dak and Lamb had to say about what went down with essentially the neglect of Lamb over 2.5 quarters. And their responses were really interesting to me, particularly CeeDee Lamb's, and I can't wait for your thoughts on this, Choppy. First clip here, Dak was asked, did you see a lot of missed opportunities when you went back and looked at the tape? Did you see missed opportunities to get CeeDee the ball?
I think a lot of factors played into that. They got the rush going a little bit, getting me off the spot. Obviously, we talked about them clouding the coverage to CeeDee, putting more people to his side. Wasn't giving us quite as favorable looks as they were early in the game. And, I mean, that's credit to Fangio. As I said, the guy's been around for a long time. He's a hell of a play caller. And so he wasn't going to sit there and, as I said, allow CeeDee to have a career day. But maybe a one or two I could say this or that. But overall, well done by them, and we just couldn't get out of our own way. And whether that was 2 drives starting backed up within the 5-yard line, that's never easy there. Yeah, and credit to them.
All right, so this is one of those things that happens in every fan base across the country. They ask, well, why couldn't you just do it? Why couldn't you get the ball though? Why couldn't you do it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, some of that has to do with the other team still.
Sure, and Fangio's got a history of changing things up and making it difficult on Dak. And that's what Dak just gave him credit there. What's interesting is you hear Dak say,
like, real quick, it was clear after the Cowboys' second drive that Miami changed things up. Clear.
They changed things up, but I think there were still opportunities for CeeDee. I don't know that I totally agree. Michael Gelkin had tweeted a clip where there were 2 smoke routes on one play at one point, and it's step back. You have the option to toss to CeeDee, toss to Gallup. He went to Gallup. It didn't work out, and CeeDee was really frustrated afterwards. You got to find opportunities like that to get him involved when you're going 2.5 quarters without him getting the ball. So Dak there says, Fangio adjusted coverage, and they were moving me off my spot. Pass rush was impacting things. Let's see if CeeDee Lamb agrees with that. This is CeeDee talking about the disappearance of his involvement for a couple quarters.
Really nothing, to be honest. I feel like everything that we had was still in front of us. I mean, we still had the opportunity to, win the game, and that's probably the best thing for us, and that's all we can really ask for, just the opportunity and a chance to win, and that we gave ourselves, so that's pretty much it.
So do you and Dak talk after those games about what he was seeing and maybe why the ball didn't come to your way in the second and third quarter?
Not really, no. Just kind of clear a couple things up as far as detailing on route running and, execution.
How much of that was contributed to the offensive line not being at full strength and just some of the timing on some of those routes?
Not a problem.
Interesting. So CD says, look, not a lot to clean up. I think opportunities were still there. I don't think that the pass rush was much of a problem at all. So different tone from Dak. And look, I love.
It's pretty obvious the pass rush was a problem.
Yeah, the pass rush was a problem. I think what CD's saying is it clearly was a problem because he followed up after that. Somebody said, well, you agree that you were compromised on the left side, causing problems. He goes, oh, absolutely. You take Tyron out, that's going to cause. I think CD's saying it was not enough of an excuse to say we can't move the ball. Like, there were still opportunities there. And I love CeeDee Lamb is probably my favorite quote in the locker room. Yeah. I mean, we got to talk to him in Oxnard. Was there a better interview in Oxnard than Lamb? Like, just in terms of his honesty and how direct he is and the way that he explains what he's looking at.
He was pretty good. I can't think of one, but I think he was pretty damn good.
I think CD is, and it's something that he's really grown into. And CD said that he realized a couple of years ago that he needed to just tell the truth. Just say it straight instead of trying to come up with an answer or craft a perfect answer. That he found things became easier when he just shot it straight. So I don't think, here's one thing that I do want to make clear. Two different answers there. Dak is going to be the politician. CeeDee Lamb is the I'm going to shoot it straight guy. They have a great relationship, Lamb and Dak do. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is indicative for anybody who heard that.
Sounds it.
If for anybody who heard it and said, oh, that doesn't sound too great. I do think that their relationship is strong. I don't think there's anything to worry about on that front. CeeDee kind of has a tendency to wear his emotions on his sleeve, as a lot of receivers do. And I think that that's just a symptom of that. And he wants to be involved.
Look, CeeDee's not the only receiver in the NFL who's a one who didn't get the ball for 2 quarters this year. Like, there's other guys. There every single week. I mean, look, Stephon Diggs will go plenty of time during the course of a game without getting the football.
Yeah, he'll tell you about it.
And he'll tell you about it. Anybody out
there? So will
A.J.
Brown.
Huh?
So will A.J. Brown. So will lots of guys.
It happens. It just happens. I mean, I have to go back and look. Does Kelsey go? And he's not a receiver, but like I put him in the receiver category.
Essentially, pass catcher.
Like, does he go time? Yeah, he probably goes time too. Now, maybe not this year because he literally is the only option. But when you're under siege, it's hard to get the ball to the guys on the outside. Do you want Dak doing what Nick Mullins did this weekend? I don't. Did you see that? Did you see the Minnesota game?
No, I know you talked about. I heard you mention yesterday that he was just forcing to Justin.
He was just heaving it up. Now Jefferson came down with dang near all of them in traffic. 2-3 guys on him, jump balls like David Tyree style. But like, is that what you want?
What I want is, if you're having trouble protecting, I want you to hit hot routes. I want you to hit quick slants and let CD make a play. That's typically how he's won in the past and how they've neutralized pass rush a little bit. But CeeDee Lamb was talking about this yesterday, his competitiveness, what matters to him most. CD says he's not a stats guy, that ultimately the only stat he cares about, Choppy, and I think this is true, is the W column.
Yeah, I just know what I can contribute to the team, obviously, and the type of player I am. Worked hard to be in this position, of course, and as everybody else on this team. So just putting myself in the best position, help the team, of course. And, yeah, man, I like to win overall. It's not really so much more of the stat. It's just whatever the stat ends up being after the game, yeah, that's cool. But, like, throughout the game, I'm not, I got 100 yards in the first quarter. Yeah, nah, that's not it. I just like winning. Like, I really have an obsession with winning.
And that's the kind of line that I think you want to hear. And I don't think that's fake from him. I don't think that's him saying like, oh, I don't really care about stats. Sometimes you hear guys say, I'm not worried about stats. I just care about the win at the end of the day. And then that ends up not being true.
No, because if you complain about not getting the ball for the win, then you obviously don't care just about winning.
It's funny. I did.
Nobody cares just about winning.
I did Cowboys crosstalk last night with Kevin Hageland and Dave Campo and Nate Newton.
Well,
yep. And
was Campo wearing underwear?
I don't know. What does that mean?
Did you not ask him?
Why would I ask him?
How would that not have been your first question?
Why would I have asked him that? I clearly don't know what reference you're making.
Hard Knocks. When they pantsed him in the Hard Knocks.
02 or whatever. I was not watching Hard Knocks back then.
Oh, Yeah, because they pantsed him in Hard Knocks. He goes, "Hey, you guys know I don't know where underwear is." Absolutely.
You've interviewed Campo before, right?
A million times.
One of the best storytellers.
Awesome guy.
He's such
an
a good
awesome
interview.
Guy.
So
that was a miss. That was a big miss on your part.
I apologize.
Next time you talk to Dave Campo, the first thing that needs to be on your mind is that man wearing underwear?
Well, he will be there on Saturday for Jimmy's Ring of Honor induction. He lives in Jacksonville now. 1010, who we've cross-talked with before. He does a lot of stuff for them now, but he's in town to be there for Jimmy's Ring of Honor induction.
Did you give him your thoughts on Jacksonville?
I did not. I should have. That didn't even cross my mind.
He probably doesn't live in Jacksonville. He probably lives in Ponte Vedra, which is a much nicer place.
Whatever it is. But we talked last night, and over the last couple weeks, Nate has really hit the point of where are your tone setters?
Yeah.
Where are your guys who have an edge, who play with a little bit of, I don't know if I can say it, so I'll just use a different term. Spit and vinegar. Like where are those guys who play with that a little bit? And Nate has said, all right, I feel like maybe I'm getting a little bit of that from Micah. And Campo said that like he's clearly frustrated with the holding stuff. He's chattering a lot. We'll talk later on this hour how he drew Rob Gronkowski and Deebo Samuel off sides on Kay Adams' show yesterday. But CD, when you hear him talk about winning games and you see CD get very emotional in these games, Dak is their leader in general. I feel like their emotional leader right now is CeeDee Lamb on offense, and Micah has been in the past, J-Ron Curse on defense. Those are kind of the emotional tone setters there. But I think that's good what you hear from CD there, because I think he means that, is that winning is what's most important to him.
Knowing CD the way we do, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I still hold the idea that if you were to pin a lot of these guys down a lie detector, there's a lot of Sidney Dean going on around here. Like not just here, like everywhere. Like you'd rather get yours and lose than get nothing and win.
Speaking of, Cowboys have routinely, it's a stat we've quoted, they don't typically lose back-to-back games under Mike McCarthy.
No.
This was the first time that it happened since 2021. Dak Prescott, what is your mindset after back-to-back losses?
Pissed for sure. But this resilient, I guess, to answer that, and understanding that one was close. Got away from us, obviously, on the road. Could have been a good one, particularly saying the road right against a playoff team, and just didn't get it done. But it's just been about for everybody to be accountable, look themselves in the mirror, say what more can I do individually, and then understanding if we do that, commit to that collectively, we'll continue to get better, and we'll get over this, no doubt about it.
Boy, I'm so sad Sean Sharif is not here today.
Why is that?
Because if we would have played that clip, Peyton, how deep into that clip would Sean have just cut it off and gone, he's not giving real answer, he's not talking, he's not saying anything, stop playing it.
Maybe like 7 seconds or so.
He would have I think as soon as he went pissed for sure, but we're moving forward.
Pissed for sure.
He gave us the backs against the wall mentality quote a couple times yesterday. So I think Sean would have cut that one off quickly. Rashaan Evans, there is now officially one linebacker on the roster. RJ Choppy. Rashaan Evans, the former Alabama linebacker, former first-round pick of the Tennessee Titans. I think he was a first-round pick, maybe second round. Rashaan Evans was waived by the Cowboys on Wednesday to make room for offensive tackle Matt Waletzko, who we talked about yesterday, as that was the guy they drafted with the Amari Cooper pick. He was activated off IR after dealing with a shoulder injury that he suffered in training camp. This comes a day after.
Fair trade, by the way. Amari for Matt Waletzko.
Fair trade.
Very fair trade.
Like Bruce Willis in Sin City. Rashaan Evans was arrested. This came out yesterday. He was arrested on Tuesday by Frisco police for possession of marijuana. Team sources, according to Todd Archer, have said Evans' release was not directly related to this arrest. It just kind of made it easier. Like, we need a spot. He was near the back end of the roster anyway. Here's some trouble. We're going to go ahead and move on.
How much of the sticky did he have on him to get arrested for marijuana?
I mean, this is Frisco. I feel like Frisco is gonna. You won't need as much for Frisco to.
You don't think so?
Nah, not Frisco.
It's buttoned up,
dude. I got told yesterday, and I know there's gonna be some people who probably complain on the fan text here. but routinely I've gone into Cowboys Club to do this
Well,
hit. Yesterday was the first time that when I walked in to do it, the person at the front desk said, "You need to take your hat off." It's like, damn it. All right, fine. So I had to take my hat off walking into Cowboys
Oh, they
Club.
saw the baldness?
They did.
Oh.
They did. I need some Dr. Mark Bashar, like old Choppy.
Did you
over
not,
there.
so you didn't wear it during the show?
No, I put it on as soon as the show started. Yep. So, but Rashaan Evans.
So, there's a way around that.
Just tell him I'm not going to listen.
Cowboy hat.
Yeah, but
they will never tell you to take a cowboy hat off.
As soon as I saw somebody at the bar wearing a hat, I was like, I'm putting this on now.
Yeah.
So, Rashaan Evans, though, he gets released. That means the Cowboys have one linebacker on their roster right now. That's Damone Clark. They have nobody else. They're playing hybrid safeties the rest of the way. They got a couple on the practice squad, obviously, but a thin group.
Can't imagine why they can't stop the run.
A thin group gets even thinner.
Now, theoretically, this makes a better coverage unit, though, right?
Sure, but I mean, this is in terms of the fact that they'll play more Wanye Thomas in the box, probably. Obviously, play Bell in there and things like that, but they need some depth at linebacker. They really miss, honestly, the two guys they really expected to be contributors. Leighton Vander Esch, done for the year. DeMarvion Overshown, done for the year. Those were the two guys that they were really looking forward to.
Absolutely. It was a bummer when those two guys got hurt, man, because that was a good unit. I mean, it really was. Like, theoretically going into the season, at least I thought that was going to be a pretty decent unit. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean's back next week. Got Peyton and Ryan in tow. Which NFL player was done more dirty by their team yesterday? We got three of them. Talk about that next on the Fan. Sean is out today. He is back on Tuesday of next week. We'll be off on Monday for the New Year's Day holiday, and I'll be watching ball games all day. Did you catch the Tax Act Bowl last night?
Oh boy, you know I didn't. I did not.
Man, you're not an Oklahoma State versus A&M fan, huh? 31-23, Oak State.
How'd Barry Sanders do in this game?
I don't know how Barry Sanders did in this game, but the A&M comeback falls short, and they lose 31-23. Nice of Lincoln Riley to get a victory, though, without Caleb, 42-28 over Louisville. Louisville. That'll put the Florida State needs to be in the Final Four folks in a pickle. But we have 3 NFL players who were done wrong yesterday. Bobby, let's start with Russell Wilson.
Boy, this Russell Wilson thing is...
Or maybe they weren't done wrong. I don't know, but let's see.
This is very interesting, and there's some split opinion on this, but Russell Wilson was benched yesterday. And the issue here, the report coming from Jordan Schultz really breaks it down. Jordan Schultz over at Bleacher Report. The Broncos had threatened to bench Russell Wilson weeks ago if he didn't remove his injury guarantees from his contract. Russell Wilson's benching by the Broncos is solely financially related and has been in the works for weeks per multiple sources. With
who reported that?
Jordan Schultz, Bleacher Report. The Broncos approached Wilson 2 days after their October 29 upset win over the Kansas City Chiefs and told him he would be made inactive for the rest of the season if he did not adjust his contract and defer the injury guarantee trigger date that he has for 2025. Wilson has $37 million in injury guarantees for 2025 that will become guaranteed no matter what on the 5th day of the 2024 league year in March. At the time, Wilson was coming off a 3-touchdown game in the win over the Chiefs and was starting to experience the type of success he envisioned following a challenging first year in Denver. The threat, however, quote, shocked him, and the two sides got into a major dispute on how to proceed. So the Broncos are saying this is purely a football decision. They think Jarrett Stidham gives them the best chance to win. And Sean Payton yesterday had weighed in on the tough decision to bench Russell Wilson.
I get that. And yet I can't replace the entire offensive line. I can't bring in 5 new receivers. And if it continues over a period of time, then there'll be another guy here talking to you as well. This is something that, these are difficult decisions. And obviously there's more attention when it's the quarterback who's under contract, but different than maybe, earlier decisions we've made with maybe last year's prior starters. I can just assure you one thing, and honestly, and I've said this to Greg and George a number of times, I'm just interested in winning. And it doesn't matter how, when you do this, for this long a period of time, that's all you're interested in, because there's nothing like it. And then the other side of it, there's nothing like that either. So that's kind of what it is.
Russell Wilson tweeting last night, God's got me, looking forward to what's next. So Sean Payton's excuse is, hey, surely there's a financial component that everybody has to consider, but this is a football decision. We needed to make a change, and I can't just overhaul an entire receiving core or an offensive line. The most impactful thing I can do is change up our quarterback. Right. Choppy, how do you feel about this situation overall?
Well, if you say you're just you want to win and you're just interested in winning, then why are you starting a quarterback who's never had a single win in his life?
Fair.
Russell Wilson is not the problem this year. I don't know if he's the solution, but he hasn't been the problem. Only 3 players have more touchdown passes than Russell Wilson does this year. I know it's not a great stat. I don't care for it either, but I'm using it for my argument here because it suits me. He's like 7th in passer rating. Again, not a great stat, but
50.6 QBR. That's 21st in the NFL.
Which, look, it's not atrocious. It's not great. But Jarrett Stidham's not going to be better than that. This is not a football decision. You can't say you want the best chance to win and say you're going to go to Jarrett Stidham. Russell Wilson has been, as we predicted, as everyone here on the show said, Russell Wilson was going to be better this year because that was the norm. Like that, the positive regression was going to happen. He was just going to be better based off of nothing more than circumstance, luck, all the things rolled into one. And he has been better this year than he was last year.
Ted Wynn, who is an NFL stat writer for The Athletic, and he does a really great job He had said so many people are making it out. This is him tweeting yesterday. He said so many people are making it out like the Broncos are punishing Russ, but it seemed like good organizational practice to me. They were realistic with where Russ is despite the stats and wins. They squeezed out as much as they could from him in a very confined environment. They knew that the style wasn't sustainable and they have to move on to move forward. If he gets hurt, they owe him $35 million more next season. They wanted to move on, but open up the possibility of bringing him back if he agreed to their terms. He made the right decision for himself not to accept. Broncos made the right decision for themselves. What do you think about that counterpoint?
I understand it, but don't tell us it's a football decision. If you're going to say that this is if you want to do this on the basis of money, okay, which it obviously, this is 100% a money decision, right? We all agree on that?
Yes.
All right. Then say that.
Peyton, you agree?
Have the guts to put yourself out there and risk the fine and the grievance from the NFLPA, which is going to happen. And it should happen. Have the guts. Don't tell me it's a football decision because then you're just covering your own butt. This is not a football decision. You cannot make a case this is a football decision. You can't make a case that Jarrett Stidham gives you a better chance to win football games.
Now there is a...
What's Russ once? 6 of 8?
Yeah. I mean, they've played better. Dan Orlovsky. You heard of him?
Maybe. Did he run out of the end zone?
Yeah. He doesn't know how deep end zones are. He tweeted yesterday, wait, Russ has known for 2 months that Denver was moving on from him, and they asked him to alter his contract while also asking him to lead/try and win games. That's wild from an organizational standpoint. Lots of people weighing in yesterday saying how admirable it is that Russ continued to play and continued to lead even after the request at the end of October. There's a little bit of a split on that too, that the counterpoint or the counter response to that has been, okay, but that's what's contractually required. You don't get credit for doing what is required of you as a competitor and as the quarterback of a team just because you don't like the way the team's handling something. We would all give you hell if you took your ball and went home and said, no, I'm not gonna play quarterback anymore. Similar to the way we talked about Derek Carr last year, where Derek Carr just left the team at the end of the year because he couldn't stand to not be the Raiders starter. It just hurt him too much to be around the team. So where do you fall down on that? Is it impressive that Russell Wilson has continued to take the mantle as the leader and try and win football games? Or do you look at it and say, well, yeah, that's your job. Regardless of the circumstances around you, that is your job. You have to do that. You don't get credit for that.
I mean, these guys are human.
I'm only human.
Right? Like that is like, yeah, like there's when your boss tells you he doesn't want you around and you still have to go to work, I mean, that's tough. Yeah, I give him some credit for that. There's no doubt.
817, it is not a win now move, but it is a football decision. Financial decisions are also football decisions.
Tell it to the NFLPA.
Another 817 says it is a football decision. If you're on the hook to pay an injured quarterback next year, then you're destroyed your chances at winning next year.
Look, the NFLPA will disagree with you. That is not a football decision. If money is involved, football decisions are without money. It is what is the best chance to win today. That's a football decision. Financial decisions have nothing. They are not. I know people don't want to admit it. They are not football decisions.
Did Sean Payton give Russ a fair shake?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. He obviously from day one didn't want him around. He refused to. I mean, what quarterback doesn't get to change plays in the NFL?
Yeah.
Right. What quarterback gets berated on the sideline by their head coach, who's accomplished less as a head coach than the quarterback has as a quarterback?
Woo!
Who gets berated like that? That doesn't happen. Not like that. Not publicly like that. Does a coach lay into his player like a quarterback? That doesn't happen like that.
Which upset you more, the Russell Wilson move or Jer Alexander, the Packers cornerback, getting suspended yesterday over a coin toss?
That bugged me.
And reset the story for us.
So in the game against Carolina, Jer Alexander went out for the coin toss. Now there's some confusion about
named himself a captain.
He named himself a captain and ran out there because he's from Charlotte, right? He's from the Charlotte area, and this is my hometown. I'm going to go out there and be a captain. And he runs up. And he says that the referee, when they win the coin toss, he goes, and he'll explain it in this clip, what exactly he wants. And there was confusion because the official had already talked to Matt LaFleur before the game, as I guess is customary, and they find out what their intentions are if they win the coin toss. There's no confusion.
Road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right. So this is the entire. By the way, I hate the coin toss. I
want to go back to the XFL scramble where you just run to the ball at midfield.
When I become president someday, I'm going to ban the coin toss at the NFL. That's my first action. Banning the coin toss. We're going to go to road team gets the ball first, home team gets the ball at halftime. That's it.
So baseball.
Makes sense.
Top half is road team, bottom half is...
At least the opening tip in basketball is a skill-based.
I'll tell you what, if you guaranteed that the home team was going to get the ball coming out of the second half every game, you would, I think, increase the importance of home field advantage. That would become the home field advantage storyline would become bigger if the NFL
I think you may be right. And then, you each get one possession in the overtime, and then you just keep going like that. I would change that up. But this is Jer Alexander explaining what happened.
Did you realize you almost made a big mistake on the call, though?
What'd I do?
Well, you said we want to go on defense.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, they could have said, then you're electing to kick off, which you would have lost the opportunity then to receive in the second half.
Yeah, no, I told them that. I said I want our defense to be out there, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, I mean, it's pretty simple what I said. Like, I want the defense to be out there. They like, you mean defer? I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Okay. Did he say that to you?
Yeah, he did.
The mic was on. And
we
heard you.
Oh, really? Nah, he was just like, defer? I was like, yeah. Everybody was like, yeah. Like, everybody was laughing. I'm like, what y'all laughing at? Like, it's pretty obvious what I'm asking for.
So did anyone say anything to you when you got back to the sideline?
Why would they?
Listen.
And so now he's been suspended by the Packers a game for conduct detrimental to the team.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It is obvious. Nobody in their... This is one of those things, you're adding language that doesn't need to be there. Defer. Dumb. Stupid. Everybody knows what you mean when you say you want to be on defense first.
This happened, it didn't end up mattering, but at the end of the 21 season, I think it was, remember this happened at the beginning of a Cowboys-Rams game where they said Dak had said the wrong thing.
Right. Everybody knows what you mean. When you say you want to be on defense first, nobody thinks you are giving up possession in each of the first two halves, each of the halves. Nobody thinks that. You know exactly what the hell he meant. You know he meant we want our defense out there first, that he meant you want to defer to the second half. You're making this thing overly complicated. Get rid of the coin toss. Home team gets the ball out of the half. Road team gets the ball first. Make it simple. Or just make it even more simple. You know what the hell they're going to do when they say they want the ball or they want to kick. They don't mean that they want to give the ball up at each of the halves. It's stupid.
We want the ball and we're going to score.
Yeah.
Matt Hasselbeck.
Matt Hasselbeck.
And then really quickly, just as we wrap up the segment, the Tommy Cutlets era is over in New York or East Rutherford.
The Giants are the gift that keeps on giving. They're going to go with Tyrod Taylor, which does two things. One, it probably gives them a better chance to win, which is good.
Cowboys need it. Cowboys need it the last week of the season.
Which is good for the rest of the league because the Giants are not going to get the quarterback they want. And B, it also doesn't let them get to see more of Tommy Cutlets, who actually is somebody the Giant fans like, probably because he's from there and he's Italian, but also the fact that there's upside. Like, the Giants are the gift that keeps on giving. I absolutely love it. Absolutely.
I'm glad we're not going to have to see his little Sean Stellato agent anymore. That's what I'm really thrilled with.
Peyton, what do we have coming up with the payload?
Guys, who has New Year's resolutions for the year 2024? Plus, don't worry, you are not alone when it comes to menu anxiety at restaurants. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we look at the Lions defense, 240 Krusty's Corner, and Barry Church, former Cowboys safety, joins us at 320. Hang in the
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Laura. It is the payload here, or otherwise known as the Sean load. As we noticed last week, Bobby called out Sean for carrying the segment. It was an awesome payload, though, last week. I loved it a lot. But no, it is the payload where myself, Peyton Russell, takes over this entire segment with whatever I want to talk about. The guys let me do what I want to do.
Except life hacks. Can't talk about that.
That's right. Maybe one day I'm just going to play the life hacks intro and we'll do that. That would be funny.
We should, when Sean gets back, we should just we
should say we did it last week. We brought it back.
Like, hey, we did life hacks. It was really good. We let Peyton lead it.
Do you have any?
For Neighborhood Watch, which is coming up at 7:40, when Sean goes to throw it to it next week, you should hit the life hacks intro.
Okay.
Also coming up during the Expressway, a Cowboys Lions.
Oh, yeah,
baby. Caller number 10. But
giveaway.
guys,
thank you to AT&T.
We
5G.
are just a few days away from the year 2024.
Man, we are. I heard about that. That was interesting. I don't know how true those sources were. I didn't fact check
trust me,
it,
bro.
but-
Trust me. I promise you that the calendar will change in 2024. But New Year's resolutions have began, or people have started to think about them. Do you guys have any? Have you done it before? Do you usually do it? Have you ever stuck with one? Because I tried. I get to maybe February 1st, and then I'm like, you know what? It's a long year. I'm not gonna do it anymore.
I mean, I think that's the norm.
Yeah.
Is that people set them and then a month in they're like,
get ready for
pack
packed gyms. RJ, your worst nightmare.
It's already happened. These kids everybody's off work now, right? Everybody's out of work this
Essentially,
week.
yeah.
So like the last couple of days, the gym has just been slammed, and there's nothing that bothers me working. Like I go into the gym and I've got like a plan, a game face, and I just completely get taken out of it mentally, and I leave. Like my workouts suck when the gym's crowded.
Well, if you're going to the gym for weight loss, you can go to sotaweightloss.com as well. You can do that. I don't ever refer to that. I don't like naming it, I guess. I don't like calling it a resolution. I don't even like calling it a goal. But there are things, obviously, it's an easy reset to just go, okay, it's the start of a new year. I'm going to reset on these things.
New year, new me.
I think you have those things in mind.
You do. I do. I don't have a set resolution. I want to be a little healthier, obviously. I think that's everyone's. But, my New Year's resolution, I plan on getting married for the last time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh.
It's my New Year's resolution.
It's a good one.
Hell yeah, brother.
We're going to get married in 2024. And this will be my last one.
Because I know a lot of people, it's like, the generic, we'll start working out, let me eat better. But it's like, other than that, I don't know what else would be like a resolution. Like, I mean, is it like, because you can't just say, oh, I'll just be nicer, or, oh, I'll just,
No, I know that I've already started thinking through the process of like, I want a
better father.
I don't want to, well, I mean, I'm the best. I don't want to procrastinate as much. I have a big procrastination problem.
Yeah, I think a lot of us do.
And so I want to be on top of that sort of stuff a little bit more. I'd like to, there's some relationships that I was noticing in the last couple months that I haven't been as engaged in, like just friendships or professional relationships that I was thinking recently. I was like, I need to, New Year starts, I need to reconnect with those people.
I need to be a better neighbor.
So those
I've
sorts
neglected
of things.
the PABs lately. I've neglected them.
And that stands for?
Punk A Bs.
Oh,
Punk Antonio Browns, baby.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, you know who's going to have a lot of New Year's resolutions, or at least say they do? It's the Gen Z, our just favorite people, the Gen Zers, baby.
What's Ryan's big resolution?
Ryan, you have a big resolution this year? He does not, but he wants to give back more to the community.
Oh, that's so
He's
sweet.
gonna take half his paycheck and give it back to all the people in need. But guys, Gen Z, they're at it again. And this might be more than just Gen Z. This might be going to RJ's generation of Gen X or Bobby's Gen Y. I don't know. Is that your
Bobby's a
generation?
millennial.
Yeah,
I'm a millennial, yeah.
That's what they call you. Menu anxiety at restaurants. And it's not just the waiter or waitress is, not giving me enough time to order my food. It's there's so many options. There's different options. And then the price as well. There's a survey out there, 2,000 people from the age of 18 to 24. 86% of them said they admitted they suffered from menu anxiety. Do you guys feel that when you go order, or is it with the kids? Do you feel like, okay, do you like is there a certain time you have to take the order, or do you know what you want, or is it the first thing that pops in your mind? I mean, what is your attack process when you go to the restaurant?
My kids have no menu anxiety whatsoever. They order the same thing every time they go out.
Food is fuel.
My youngest one will get chicken tenders or chicken nuggets and fries, and my oldest one will either get chicken fajitas or a hamburger, no meat. I'm sorry, nothing but bread and meat. That's it. That's all he wants.
Protein.
I don't have menu anxiety. I don't care. It's not big enough. It's not a big enough deal. If I order the wrong thing and it sucks, there'll be another meal. I'm fine. I don't care. I'm an adult. I can make decisions.
Yeah, Bobby, I feel like this could relate to you. I feel like because you're picky with your food, don't want it to touch. I feel like maybe you're looking at a couple things on the menu. You're like, okay, what sounds good right now? What can I see myself eating? And you kind of have to double think about it.
Yeah, but I'm decisive.
Yeah.
So I don't sit on a decision very long with that. Like I will be decisive and I'll quickly realize, what do I want? What will I be able to eat? What will I be able to handle?
Yeah. Like, there's times where I don't know what I want, but I don't get like anxiety
but
over it.
I figure it out.
I'll just figure it out.
I figure it out. That's not a problem. I will not take my family to Subway. I will not take my family to Pie 5. Anything that causes them to build an order. Because that's the only anxiety I feel is when my kids step up and they go, what do you want?
You're hold up the line. Oh yeah, you hold up the line.
I don't want you got to build your own whatever.
My whole world is gonna be done. I don't know what to do.
And my kids are like holding up everybody behind us because they're going,
do I get the sliced tomatoes with the dice?
Which crust?
What am I gonna do?
Lettuce.
How am I gonna handle this?
Anywhere that requires multiple answers.
I hate people.
And all of them.
Not everything is anxiety based, for crying out loud.
All of them with my kids begin with, do you want this or this? Do you want it toasted? Like
what
it
does
just,
that mean?
they got to think about it. I am the opposite. Like I'm ready to make a decision. I'm so direct and to the point. RJ Ochoa and I were on the phone one time and I went through Chick-fil-A and I told them 12-count grilled nugget meal, large, sweet and spicy sriracha sauce and Coke Zero for the drink. And he chastised me for throwing the drink order within the order. He's like, no, you order the meal and then wait for them to ask you which drink you want. Which I think I'm saving time. He thinks I'm being douchey and rushed, and I'm rushing things.
That's not rushing things. You're helping
I didn't think it was either.
You're helping out the other person by having them ask you less questions.
My goal is that when they say, welcome to wherever, can I take your order? That I am moving forward in the line, no more than 15 seconds later.
Preparation, man. It's an easy thing to do. Hey, I want the mushroom Swiss burger, fries, and a Coke, Sprite, whatever. And if you are the type of person like me who calls everything a Coke under the cola umbrella, then you say Coke, Dr. Pepper, or whatever. However that works.
I'll have a Coke. Yeah. Okay, what kind?
Dr. Pepper. Now, a little relatable here to the restaurant story. It's okay. Now, let's say you get a food, you get your meal, and it's not cooked the right way, or there's something wrong with it. Now, RJ, you said if you just eat it.
I just eat it.
If you want medium rare and it's well done,
don't care. I'm just gonna eat it. Just give me the food.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat it. I don't care. I don't send things back. If they send me the wrong item,
I won't send things back either.
I don't send it back.
I refuse.
Now, if it's medium rare chicken.
If it's uncooked, then
I might send medium rare chicken back.
Yeah.
But that's 50-50. I might just eat the edges. I might just eat the edges and deal with it.
You seem like a guy who eats the edges, just doesn't just dive in there.
Right. But I don't send food back. If you give me the wrong order, I get it. The kitchen's busy. You're having a day. I don't care, man. It's just a meal. It's just a meal.
Yeah, I understand. It's one of those, it's like, it's not the waiters, the waitress's fault, and the chef, hey, they're trying their best out there. I had this conversation with Mackenzie, with my girlfriend Mackenzie last night.
Hallmark card.
Yeah, she's like, no, I'm not sending it back. I'll just eat it, or I just won't eat it, and then we'll get some on the way home. I get it. All right, this last clip here, it's about a minute and a half. So, Bobby, you know very well Cowboys postgame show can get pretty intense, especially with Broadus. He starts talking over people. He's, that's what I'm saying. And then the callers come in.
What do you want him to do?
Yeah.
What do you want him to do?
And, well, it gets better when the callers start fighting with Broadus. And this is Yvonne on this was the last game.
That's a French-ass name.
Could be
Yvonne.
Yvonne. You know, Zach called her Yvonne, but she goes off.
Okay, it's a female. Okay, so yeah,
female.
Y-V-O-N-N. Yeah, so
right.
Yvonne.
Yeah. And so Zach introduces her, and she starts going off and says, guys, after a loss, I like the station, but you guys are just too freaking negative, and this is their back and forth.
Let's go to Yvonne in OKC. What's going on? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you guys.
Thank you.
First of all, I've listened to this show forever. I'm a Cowboys fan. I've been around for every Super Bowl. I'm really upset with this radio station.
Oh, no.
Every show is negative. Whether we win, lose, or draw, it's negative. I saw just what you guys saw. The offensive line on the left-hand side was horrible. Terrence Steele didn't play well. Mike McCarthy got out schemed, got out coached for the second and third quarter. But we saw exactly what you guys saw. But this station, to represent the Dallas Cowboys as the Dallas Cowboy radio station, you guys are too negative.
Ma'am,
out
what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? You want us to just homer this thing up the whole time?
Brian, I'm not asking you to homer anything. What I'm saying as a person listening, you're negative.
Well, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dak gets no love from this station, whether he wins or he doesn't.
I disagree. You don't listen all the time. Then you do not listen all the time.
I do listen all the time.
You do not because
I work from home 11 hours a day, so
ma'am,
it's on 105.3.
Ma'am, the thing about it is, I think the station has been fair when it comes to criticism of this football team. Well, then I don't agree with you either, ma'am. I really don't.
That's fine. I'm not here to argue with.
I'm just.
That's what I'm doing.
No. You came towards us and you say that we're negative all the time. I don't think there's listeners to this station that like if you sit there and homer it up all the time, it's like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Why are you doing in that? I think we've been fair with this.
They all want the Bobby Homer. They want to say, hey, we're going to win a Super Bowl, and Dak's going to win MVP, and it's going to be sunshines and rainbows.
By the way, I think that's hilarious because I get accused equal parts of being a homer and being a hater.
You can't please everyone. You know, you can't always have 100% of the audience. We get texts all the time. You guys are too negative, too homerish. It's like, well, we're trying to be in the middle.
This is the quickest way to brought us off sides.
Yeah, it is.
Man, ask how he was during the break. Oh, man, he was afraid his mic was on and he was going off.
You start accusing them of like you start accusing us of being too negative or biased in a direction or whatever else. Brian will push back against that. And it was all right, ma'am.
You ruined the morning show.
But he took it a step up. And Yvonne, look.
He was respectful, though.
Yeah, Yvonne, if you're listening, because it's on 24 hours a day, you said, when you're listening.
Yeah.
The reality is we're going to talk about things realistically. And if that's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. But you can't sugarcoat any of it.
No, you can't. I got in trouble. Not this time I was out, but the last time I was out. About what I said on the air that day. That I got an email about it, and they said, you were being unfair to the Cowboys today. I said, yeah, I wasn't on the air today.
Oh, yeah, when you...
I wasn't on the air today, man. I'm sorry to hear I'm sorry to hear you say that, but that wasn't me. It's just hating on me, whatever, man. It happens.
But yeah, that's the payload, guys.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Peyton. We have got, in the 7 o'clock hour, a Cowboys Lions ticket giveaway. It's all coming up in the 7 o'clock hour next on 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dean Wade guarding the inbounds pass. Exum looking. Get it. It's into Luka. Guarded by carousel. Here comes a second defender. Luka picks up the dribble. He finds Seth Curry. Bobbled ball. Shot is away and blocked, and the game is over.
Ooh. Mark follow up with the call of Mavs TV as the Dallas Mavericks blow it. And I do mean blow it. Last night at the American Airlines Center, the game I was at.
Well, you jinxed us, though, because you
Boy,
left early.
I left early to avoid a mess. My son had to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
And there's 2 minutes to go in the game, and there was no point in going up just to wait in the bathroom for him to be 15 minutes in there and then miss the end of the game anyway. So I said, okay, you want to go? We'll go. We'll go home right now. Beat the traffic. You ain't going to bother. That's not going to make me cry. But I got scared because on the way to the game, Luke is like, my son, he's like, Luke is out tonight. And I'm like, what?
Is he screwing with you?
Because he got a notification on his phone. Luka quad, this guy that. Kyrie out. He didn't see the semicolon.
Oh.
He didn't see the semicolon between all those guys.
Semicolons,
big time.
They can be tricky, man.
Absolutely they can. There's no doubt about it. He's only 13. It was his birthday. It's his birthday tomorrow, so that was a little birthday present.
Happy birthday, Luka.
Or tomorrow we'll say happy birthday to him.
We'll say today,
too. Look, it was. I thought it was gonna be bad luck. I thought I was the bad luck charm, and it turns out that I was. That was a terrible ending. They were awful in the second half. Luka could not miss in the first quarter.
20 in the first quarter, 30 at half, and then they just couldn't put anything together. They put up 39 in the first quarter. They scored 41 in the second half. Didn't have a great response to the adjustment of double teaming with Jared Allen. Jared Allen worked Derek Lively pretty heavily in this game. But look, when you're at home, you're up by 20 in this game. They don't have Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley. Like, you've got to win the game. You've got to win that basketball game. And so this is a bad loss. You've got to, with 10 seconds left, trailing by 3, get a shot off, too.
Get a shot off. I mean, look, you want to blame Jason Kidd for not drawing up a play? Fine, whatever. What the hell is Luka picking up his dribble for 40 feet away? That made no sense. Maybe more than 40 feet. 44 feet, probably. That made no sense to me whatsoever. And look, everyone in the second half is to blame. Luka couldn't make a shot. They were bricking. I mean, they were throwing up some bricks. And look, they were missing chippies, point blank chippies too, getting destroyed on the glass in the second half. Especially when the Mavs were on the offensive side. The Mavs got, would they get one offensive rebound in the second, maybe in the second half? It was a terrible ending. You have no business losing to that team when you're up by 20.
Nope.
And look, they're not a bad team when they're whole. Cleveland's not a bad team.
A lot. And I know you're missing a lot of guys. I know you're missing Kyrie, but again, you're up 20 at home. They are missing a ton of guys. Garland and Mobley will be out for a while. Mitchell's been sick, I think, is the issue with him.
Yeah.
But when they're missing that much and you're up by 20 and short of Kyrie, you're getting as healthy as you've been recently. This is just, you have to come out of that game with a victory.
Yeah, I always try to find a player on some other teams that that I could keep an eye on. I like that Craig Porter Jr. man. He is not, and I don't care about the basketball side, but he's going to win me some money in player props this year. He is going to have great value for double doubles, and that guy can get rebounds and he could dish them out. He's going to get some double doubles this year. Just you wait and see, folks.
Yep.
Just you wait and see.
Keep an eye on that Cleveland basketball team. Choppy's going to be all over that.
Yeah, he might get some really good odds. That's what I'm saying. So
our
Mavs,
Cavs insider, RJ Choppy.
Mavs lose.
Mavs
stink. They play tonight. They are back at it tonight in Minnesota at 7:00. Mavs lose. Mavs stink. Stars lose. Stars stink.
Flip back now for Perunovic. He walks the line. Neighbors shoots. He scores! Neighbors! And the Blues have drawn first blood. It's 1-0.
Blues TV with the call. They went Blues 2-1. St. Louis.
Yeah, and Wedgwood was in goal again last night, and he's been good this year. And he was good for a lot of last night. He made some really impressive saves. The 2 goals he gave up, I don't know what was going on there. I guess he was getting screened. He didn't get a good look, but the 2 goals that he gave up were just kind of like, well, I feel like you should have, those were stops that you should have made. But ultimately, Gavin Spittle pointed out to us, the Hockey Hawk, that they've got the new CBA agreement that the Stars had to travel day of for this game.
Yeah.
And even though it's a quick flight to St. Louis, traveling the day of a game and then having to play, you got to think that leads to some fatigue, some tired legs, and the Stars just looked out of sorts in this game.
Spits and suds.
Yeah, I obviously I wasn't able to watch. I was at the Stars game, but I'm sorry, I was at the Mavs game last night. But I mean, look, 1 goal, you're just not going to win many hockey games when you only put 1 in.
Nope.
That's pretty much.
You need
simple.
to put 2 in.
Yeah, at
minimum.
Least. At minimum, and it's pretty much as simple as it gets. Cowboys make a roster move yesterday.
Yep, Rashaan Evans, the linebacker that they had signed in the middle of the year, former first-round pick out of Alabama. He gets released following an arrest for marijuana possession in Frisco on Tuesday. The report, several people on the beat brought us, I know, talked about it yesterday as well, people that he was talking to with the organization, does not sound that this was related to the marijuana arrest at all. It made it easier, but Evans was near the back end of the roster. They needed a spot for Matt Willetsko, their offensive tackle, who's coming back off of IR. And so Evans ultimately gets chopped off, and that leaves you with 1 linebacker on your roster now, and that's Damone Clark.
That's it.
That's it.
So just running safeties out there.
Man, they have been so thin and just so depleted there at linebacker this year. And it shows up in the run game. I mean, that's a big part of what their run issues have been. They expected DeMarvion Overshown and Leighton Vander Esch to really hold down the linebacker group, and, they weren't able to do it. And so the fact that Rashaan Evans was just kind of a body, I think, that was taking up space, he hadn't been playing very well. This is just something that, for them, they feel like, hey, we've got to, make a move. We need a roster spot. We're already playing with these safety hybrids. Evans is a guy that's expendable. It was a Thursday out there at the Star, even though it was Wednesday. It's a Thursday for them.
Explain that one to me, Bobby.
Which means they're playing on Saturday. So their approach is as if Wednesday is more like their Thursday practice schedule. It's also their Thursday media schedule, which means we got to hear from CeeDee Lamb. And CeeDee Lamb, why do you get so frustrated at times during these games like Sunday?
Yeah, I just do. I just know what I can contribute to the team, obviously, and the type of player I am. Worked hard to be in this position, of course, and as everybody else on this team. So just putting myself in the best position, help the team, of course. And, yeah, man, I like to win overall. It's not really so much more of the stat. It's just whatever the stat ends up being after the game, yeah, that's cool. But, throughout the game, I'm not, I got 100 yards in the first – yeah, nah, that's not it. I just like winning. I really have an obsession with winning.
Which you love to hear. And I think he absolutely means that's where the frustration comes from. And I think the Cowboys will deal with that frustration. They will gladly take a player who's frustrated when they feel like, we lost a game and I could have done more if you would have just let me. I think they don't view that as ego. I think they view that as a competitor who, like CeeDee said, just recognizes what he's able to do.
I mean, look, I love hearing that from players in general, that they love to win. I mean, I know they all love to win. It's just, what are you willing to do for it? Do we really believe that CeeDee would be content if he had 0 targets and they won versus having 15 targets and they lose? Do we really believe that he'd be quiet, or any wide receiver would be quiet if he gets 0 targets and they win? Well, we won. I don't believe that's the case. There is a happy medium there somewhere.
There's a difference between 0 I think he's just saying, I don't have a quota. Get me involved.
Right, absolutely.
I don't have a quota.
I don't believe they have a quota. I don't think any of them have a quota. Running backs aren't sitting there man, if I don't get 15 carries, I'm gonna pitch a fit tomorrow.
And that was a discussion point at the Star yesterday. Like I said, Dak was talking as well, and the question was brought up about CeeDee Lamb's involvement and how they got away from things. So, Dak, when you got a chance to look back at the film, did you notice any missed opportunities to CeeDee Lamb against the Dolphins?
I think a lot of factors played into that. They got the rush going a little bit, getting me off the spot. Obviously, we talked about them clouding the coverage to CeeDee, putting more people to his side. Wasn't giving us quite as favorable looks as they were early in the game. And, I mean, that's credit to Fangio. As I said, the guy's been around for a long time. He's a hell of a play caller. And so he wasn't going to sit there and, as I said, allow CeeDee to have a career day. But maybe at 1 or 2 I could say this or that. But overall, well done by them, and we just couldn't get out of our own way. And whether that was 2 drives starting backed up within the 5-yard line, that's never easy there. Yeah, and credit to them.
Which, Chop, I know that you have had the opinion that it's silly to think they just didn't want to involve CD.
Right.
That's you. This was clear adjustments from the
Well,
Dolphins.
I mean, I think you have to give credit to the other team at some point.
They pay their guys too.
They do. Like I know fans will look at it and say, like, well, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Well, I mean, the other team plays a role in that too. And if you're doing something to, and I look, I mean, you could, differing opinions and stuff, and people watch tape and all that stuff, but I mean, it's just hard to believe that they purposely went away from him for 2 quarters. And without Miami doing something. It was clear after the second drive that Miami made some change on the defense. It was clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had made some adjustments, but to me, it's still, you've got to find a way.
Yeah, you do.
You can't just not put the ball in your best player's hands.
Totally agree. Who are the Hall of Fame finalists?
So, yes, we have 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. According to ESPN anyway, it's headlined by Julius Peppers and Antonio Gates. But no, that's not who it's headlined by. It is headlined for us.
By the way, is Peppers a lock?
I think he is, personally. Like, I mean, I don't think there's any question there. But I would say that the headline here, RJ Choppy, is one Darren Woodson is once again in the final 15. And boy, they better correct this one. Man, Dave Campo and Nate Newton yesterday when I was doing Cowboys Crosstalk, they got heated, especially Nate got heated when talking about the neglect of Woodson in the Hall of Fame. That Nate was like, look, you got to understand, people were not covering at the safety position like Darren was. Like the whole coverage safety became a thing in the NFL today because of Darren. Like, Darren changed the game. Here are the other finalists. You've got Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, Patrick Willis, Andre Johnson, Dwight Freeney, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Darren Woodson, and Devin Hester. Also Eric Allen, Rodney Harrison, Fred Taylor, Jari Evans. So those are the 15 candidates. Do you think this is the year we finally get Darren Woodson in there?
I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think he is getting near the credit that he deserves. These voters are, hell bent on getting guys like John Lynch in before him. I hope he does. He deserves it. But
they put Leroy Butler in. Broadus was with Leroy Butler in Green Bay. He's like, I love Leroy Butler. Leroy Butler helped get me my Super Bowl ring. And he's like, there's no shot that you put Leroy Butler in before Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson was a much better player.
Well, I mean, he he had to protect bad players at the end of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, those are bad Cowboys teams at the end of his career. And he was protecting half that defense, man. It's a crime that he is not in the Hall of Fame.
There will be 15 finalists that are then trimmed down to 10 and then to 5, and then it just becomes a yay or nay on the final 5. You must receive 80% of the votes from the panel to get into the Hall of Fame. So once you get to the final 5, it's just a yes or a no.
That's it?
Yep. So hopefully, Darren Woodson, we get him to that final 5. Rick Goslin, work your magic in there. Work your magic in that room and sell the Darren Woodson case.
All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is the Expressway, and we've got your ticket giveaway. Woo! Lions, Cowboys, plus a little neighborhood watch. That's all coming up on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. It is the Expressway. We have the Neighborhood Watch coming up in about 20 minutes from now at 7:40. Great song.
You know, one of the things we're going to talk about in the Neighborhood Watch? Something that has been hammered home on the fan text this morning, which I can't tell you the number of times we've already seen. Bobby, clear your throat. And so one of the things we're going to talk about in Neighborhood Watch is the bug and the stuff that's going around in the community right now that I'm suffering from myself. Yeah. So I lost my voice. My voice ran out last night after doing Cowboys crosstalk. So we're powering through, though. We're trying to make the best of it.
You got to power through. This is the week to power through, man. Just get to New Year's. Get to the Cowboys Lions game, which we have a ticket giveaway for.
Oh, hell yeah.
Coming up in the next 30 or 40 minutes here during the Expressway.
Odds Jimmy Johnson cries.
I thought you were going to say odds Jimmy Johnson's there. He'll cry.
I think he does too.
He'll cry. I don't know. I'll let you know before the game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're going to be there with your buddy and Jerry's buddy, Bennett Glazer.
The great Bennett Glazer. I will see Jerry. I will see the Gymster before the game because he will do a little speech for those of us lucky enough to be in the Cowboys Owners Club.
Are you going to record it?
No, absolutely not.
You're not going to get him saying how about them, because he will say how about them Cowboys to you.
I am not going to record that. That is a place you don't bust the phone out. Now you know who might record it?
No clue.
Sean Sharif.
Why would Sean record it? He's not going to be there.
He I got him in.
What?
Yeah. Well, Bennett texted me yesterday. He goes, "Hey, I have 2 restrictions. Want to invite Sean?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." I said, "What about Bobby?" He goes, "No."
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that.
Bobby's already gonna be there.
I can get into more parts of that building than Bennett can. So.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
he gets in the war room.
I mean, I can go anywhere in that stadium.
Oh, do you have the all access pass?
I do. I can get on the field. Rest of the beat can't get on the field. I can get on the field.
Oh, because the NFL Network, right?
It's the NFL Network Connect.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, so Sean will be there. And I in the Owners Club, I like to keep the phone away.
That's fair.
That's
I didn't know
that's a no phone spot
if it's taboo, I get it. But if
I don't know if
everybody else is going to be recording, you probably should. I will say that.
I probably should. I won't.
Don't be the first, but gladly be the sixth or seventh.
Yeah. I could absolutely do that. Okay. Deebo Samuel. He's a player in the NFL. San Francisco 49ers. Pretty good player. I want to check out his work. He is basically clapping back at everyone. Now, Cam Newton, and there's a little backstory here. Cam Newton basically went after Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff. Who else? I mean, there's a slew of other players.
Just about everybody in the league.
Just about every player in the league not named like Lamar and Patrick Mahomes for being system quarterbacks. And that they need a certain system. They need players around them, which, as Patrick Mahomes is showing you this year, everybody needs players around them. I mean, literally everybody does. You can't win with nobody. And he's doing a hell of a job of trying. I mean, they're going to wind up... they could still win 11 games with nobody. That shows how great he is. But, so there was that. And then Micah Parsons goes on the social medias and...
During the Baltimore-San Francisco game the other night, he went on there and he was like, down 21 and there are no shots or development throws. Should tell you all you need to know.
Right. So that was during the game. Obviously, the Cowboys had already finished their game. So that was during the and then is Micah, was he wrong? I mean, I don't know. It sounds like a weird thing. I don't think of Brock Purdy as just a check down guy.
No, not a check down guy, but he is so I can't remember what the exact stat was, but basically Brock Purdy's yards after catch per attempt is the highest in the NFL since Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019. So there is a sense from some people that, this is kind of a pitch and catch, run after the catch kind of offense. And I think that really hammered home in the Philly game where they had 220 yards after catch against the Eagles.
I look at yards after catch as a good thing for the quarterback. It means you're putting the ball on the money in stride where the player can catch and run. That to me is a quarterback skill. I reject the notion that it's all the wide receiver. So anyway, those two players, Micah posted that on social media. Cam Newton caused Deebo Samuel to clap back.
Cam Newton also tweeted a couple like, ha ha ha, I told you so kind of emojis, I think.
First of all, Cam Newton
What do you
stopped
make
texting
of
my phone, bro. He was a fan like 2 weeks ago. Like, that's mad crazy. Like, you wanted me on your podcast after talking about my quarterback, which is funny to me. But anyway, back to this Michael Parsons story. Like, bro, we beat you 42 to like whatever the score may be. Like, a long time ago. Like, I don't get why he's so bothered about what we got going on over here, or whatever the case may be. I don't understand. Like, you saying like you can be a quarterback in this offense. Like, I don't understand where you're going with that.
So, and this is a simmering little battle here. And I don't know how much of it, you know how sometimes you get some trash talk between guys and you find out they're like really good friends and that's why they talk the way they do. Either Deebo and Micah are really good friends or they hate each other. Because Micah went after the whole Kittle shirt, the F Dallas shirt, and started saying things won't be the same if we meet again, just you wait, back in October after they lost. And Deebo had told Kay Adams back in October, he said, it was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse. So this is not the first time that Deebo's gone after him.
Right.
And Deebo on social media yesterday had commented and said, you worried about us so much, I think you want a Niners jersey. Had sent that to Micah Parsons on social media. So Deebo goes after him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a friendly fire thing or he's genuinely, there's some tension there.
I would, if I was Micah, I'm just leaving this whole thing alone. I'm leaving that alone. There's no reason for you to be talking there. Like, going after Purdy does no good. No good. That team, the Cowboys, they lost that game not just because of the offense, which was inept. Y'all got put 42 up on you. You're going up. You're barking up the wrong tree. You can't. Micah can't talk about San Francisco.
No, nobody on the Cowboys can talk about San Francisco.
You got to pipe down there,
But
man.
look, this is also, I know some people have said on the truckwreck.com fan text before that you guys overblow it. You guys are so fixated on San Francisco. It's not them. It's the media that's focused on them. No, that team is bugged by the 49ers. I can tell you, being in that locker room, talking to those players, seeing the way that they have approached San Francisco the last 3 years, they are bugged by that football team. It dominates their thoughts.
Sir.
They absolutely are focused on that team. That is a big, big hurdle for them. But this was also, I guess, just take shots at Micah Parsons Day on Kay Adams' show, because Rob Gronkowski had commented on the Micah Parsons tweet about Brock Purdy, and he said, it's really weird that he's tweeting that out there. First, there's a saying out there, losers focus on winners and winners focus on winning. If you want to be a winner, you've got to be focused on winning. It's really weird because in this case, Micah Parsons is one of the best defense players in the league, but on top of it, if it's a team game, it doesn't matter how good you are as an individual. It matters about as a team. So Micah had tweeted about that and said, this is a classic case of, attacking the person rather than the point, yada, yada, yada. So Rob Gronkowski was on with Kay Adams yesterday and was asked to respond to Micah Parsons reacting to what Gronk had to say about, hey, focus on winning instead of other people.
Everyone has their own channel now with social media, but I still think it's weird that you're worried about another team, man. You just got to worry about what you can control, not what the other team is doing, and especially a team that you're not even playing, a team that absolutely dismantled you. That's all I got for that situation. I mean, Michael Parsons is a great defensive player. I can't take that away from him.
100%.
I think the players in the league.
I think Micah. Micah needs to come on the show. Micah and Rob next week.
Yeah, I mean, he's just worried about these other guys and other teams and media.
Hey, look, I got no problem with Mike having a podcast. I got no problem with him being active on social media. That doesn't bother me at all. I don't think it takes away from his ability to play. And I know there are going to be some people who are like, well, you should be watching film instead of doing his podcast. Nah, man, like these guys have lives. They have sports takes too. Whatever. It's fun. You're growing your platform. These guys are individual brands, but you don't need to be. You want to give opinions and takes on the game, fine. San Francisco is the one. That's the one tree you don't want to crawl up that tree, man.
Gronk seems to have an issue with this Cowboys team. And I don't know if it's specific
because they are completely opposite of what his Patriots team.
There's a big part of that, but I don't know if it's specific to this team, the 2023 Dallas Cowboys, or he just has a problem with the Cowboys in general. And I'm not talking about Cowboys bias. Nobody misunderstand what I'm saying.
Did they?
But he had said, I know he's been a big fan of Jason Witten. He's talked about how Jason Witten's one of his favorite tight ends to study and everything else. But Gronk had said a couple weeks ago, said this is a mentally weak football team. Now he's going after Micah and saying that losers focus on winners. Basically calling Micah Parsons a loser. But is there something to the point? You say you can have your podcast and anything else. But is there something to Gronk's overall point and Debo's point at the end of the day as well of worry about yourself? Like, stop worrying about other people.
I mean, yeah. Worry about yourself.
Does he have rabbit ears?
Micah?
Yeah.
I think a lot of guys do. I think a lot of players do.
And for some guys, that's really detrimental. Other guys, I don't think it I think it motivates them.
Is Rob upset? Did the Cowboys do Chris wrong when he was here?
Oh, good question. I don't know. Maybe that's something to do with it. It may just be that it's his direct read on the situation. It just feels like he's not a fan of the organization as a whole.
Again, they are completely opposite of what his Patriots teams were.
Yeah.
Right. They were all about like just singular focus. And this team is singularly focused too. But there is a more than just football mindset around here. There's no doubt about that. Go to a game. Now, I have not been to enough other NFL stadiums to know, but when you go to a Cowboy game, before every game, it is a zoo down on the field.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's like that elsewhere. You got celebrities down there. You got the owners shaking hands, kissing babies, taking photos. I'm taking one with them this weekend.
Well.
But like, I have no idea if when you go to a Patriots game, if Bob Kraft is down there with the sponsors glad handing before the game with every sponsor down in the field, taking photos with people in suites.
Yeah, I don't know specifically there or other spots. I know I've seen it other places. Like SoFi is like that.
Okay, LA, but LA is different, right?
That's a whole LA vibe.
You've got to do that in LA.
Yeah, and I mean, it may be a case where I'm sure the Raiders are that way. With
Vegas, yeah.
I'm sure. Basically,
I mean, you're bringing out Showgirls for crying out loud. I'm sure.
Yeah. The great movie, by the way, Showgirls, Gina Gershon.
Oh God, Gina!
My gosh!
You know, I always forget about Gina Gershon when it comes to like girls I had a mad crush on when I was a kid.
Showgirls was a terrible movie.
Bite your tongue.
It was a great. It was a great awakening. Though.
It's a Versace.
I don't know what that means.
When she was talking about the Versace dress she got. She didn't know what it was, so she goes, "It's a Versace."
You think I've listened to one bit of that dialogue?
I have.
I watched it on mute.
Bet you did.
Yeah,
that's so good.
I didn't want the dialogue ruining things. I didn't want it distracting me.
I'm just trying to watch that movie with Sarah. See what her take is.
I don't need to get it out of the zone. I don't need to get out of my zone. I've got a singular focus there.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I just needed it muted.
I think it's a great movie, man.
So the only line I remember that terrible movie was them talking about, like, well, does she have heat? And Kyle MacLachlan talking about Elizabeth Berkley, whatever her character's name was. We'll say it's Elizabeth Berkley. And Kyle MacLachlan's like, Elizabeth Berkley has heat. And Gina Gershon takes, like, super offense to that. And then I muted it. And I went to the pool scene with Gina Gershon and Elizabeth Berkley. That's what I did. It is not just... it is not...
Nate has no idea what we're talking about.
No. This movie came out before he was born. It was 95.
You've got to watch this. This was... So, you know Saved by the Bell?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This was Jesse Spano from Saved by the Bell going to be a stripper in a... I think it originally was like an NC-17 rating.
Yep.
And like it just completely just turned the entire world upside down because this was our high-waisted khaki pant-wearing Jesse Spano becoming a stripper in a movie.
Yeah.
That was very full frontal everything.
And making out with Gina Gershon in the on the stage and having fun with Kyle MacLachlan from Twin Peaks in a pool. And
I should watch
Imagine Blossom becoming a
he has
stripper in a
no
movie.
idea who Blossom is.
No
Zero
idea.
chance. But it is not just Rob Gronkowski and Deebo Samuel being critical of the Dallas Cowboys. You also, I know, had taken note of something Mike Sando wrote about in terms of how NFL executives view this Dallas Cowboys football team.
Yeah. Mike Sando is with The Athletic, and NFL executives are calling out the quote, imploding, air quote, Cowboys. Here's the excerpt from the article. Opponents have long considered the Cowboys to be frontrunners, which we've talked about, by the way, which could play into the issues away from home. They've covered the point spread 9 times. 9 times. 7 at home. There are 6 road games. 5 of those, they did not cover the spread in those 6 road games. So what is that, 1 and 5? Quote, I think their identity is what it is, a front-running bunch, and when they start off hot, they ride it. And when they have to go blow for blow, I think there is ... imploding there. I can't say he is wrong. Listen, at the end of the day, they played very well from ahead, offensively and defensively. When it gets time to punch the other team in the mouth after you've already been punched in the mouth, they far too often fail. Now, I'll give them credit. They were down all game, and they took a lead late. They left too much time on the clock. Whatever. That is what it is. You couldn't stop Miami. But Miami's also a paper tiger, in my opinion. Just like the Cowboys are.
They mirror each other in a lot of ways in terms of their team makeup.
And that's you think a team that's got a little bit of dog in them is going to blow the lead to the Cowboys the way Miami did? I don't know. I guess Buffalo was never going to blow that lead. That was never in question. Detroit has dog. I don't think they're that team though. I don't think Detroit's going to be able to handle the Cowboys this weekend.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know that I would touch the 7. Or 6.5, whatever it is.
We'll call it 7. Give them that extra half. I think that it's a completely fair criticism to say that that's what they are. Is that they're front runners who, what would you say? Is entitled a bad word for it?
You mean you think they think they're entitled to winning games?
Like that there's an expectation that because when you say front runners who implode and that there's a certain expectation is just like, oh, it's a given that you're front runners or whatever else. Is there? Do you think there's any sort of an entitlement there from the Cowboys?
I hope they are expecting to win every game.
Which is different from entitlement. Entitlement means this will be ours. It's just going to be gifted to us.
Right.
We just got to show up.
Absolutely.
Is there any bit of we just got to show up to the Cowboys, you think?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think maybe there's a little bit of that. I think that sometimes it's coaching. I think sometimes it's quarterback play. I think sometimes it's the team as a whole is constructed, very, very well in terms of they got good players. The Cowboys know what a good player looks like. Their scouting department knows what a good player looks like. Do they always go after the right players from a positional value standpoint? I mean, they drafted a D tackle in the first round, so obviously the answer is no.
469, they've imploded only once at the 49ers. All other teams they played close. Well, I mean, they did just get handled pretty significantly by the Buffalo Bills a couple weeks ago. They were never in control against the Cardinals. The Cardinals had done that.
They were never in control against Miami. They were never in control against Buffalo.
No.
So there were 4 games they were never in control. Even though they had a lead, not a single person out there thought the Cowboys were ever in control of that game this weekend.
No. Now, I don't know. I look at this Cowboys team, and the biggest thing to me, the X factor, the subplot, if you will, continues to be they're just one of the worst teams in the NFL on little things, little details, and that just is ultimately what I'm terrified is going to kill them in January. Because those little things matter more than at any point during the season in January. Close football games, they tend to lose on little silly details. They're not as disciplined as the other contenders. I think talent-wise, they can hang with anybody. Their discipline and their how much they drill down on details, I think, is where they significantly lack, personally.
I can see that. I do think that there is... And attention to detail has been a problem for this team since 2006.
Yeah, probably.
Basically since Parcells.
Yeah. Because
they're far more talented now than they were during Bill's tenure. They were far more talented in 2007 than they were at any point in Bill's tenure because he built that team and they were just kind of Romo finally came in. to his own. They were far more talented in 14 and 16 and 2008. 2008 still might be their most talented team.
Yeah, I don't think they have ever been you hear the phrase teach tape. That, it's real.
Actually, I haven't.
Well, no, I'm just saying that you will hear this phrase sometimes from NFL teams of like, oh, it's real teach tape stuff. That basically means like you're putting something on tape that's a good example to give to people as a lesson of like, hey, we're going to teach you how to do this, or here's technique we want to see, here are the details we want to see, and here's a good example of it right here, this play right here that we have on tape. I don't think the Cowboys put a lot of teach tape stuff on film is the biggest thing. No. And I think they're really talented, and I think they do a lot of things well, but I think the little things you want to drill down on Monday through Saturday, they just consistently have lacked.
All right. I do agree. We've got the neighborhood watch coming up next, but hey, let's hook the Tolos up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of awesome tickets in the 100 level and a parking pass to see the Dallas Cowboys take on the Detroit Lions on December 30th, courtesy of AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That's right. Thank you to AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure, for hooking up the Tolos with awesome tickets for this big game with the Ring of Honor induction, historic night with Jimmy Johnson. So we need to know, RJ Choppy, what needs to happen fast in this game?
Oh, they got to score first, get out to an early lead. This team is better when they play from ahead.
Who needs to be reliable for the Cowboys?
Better be the offensive line after what happened last week. You can't get CD the ball. Dak is under siege. Better be the O-line.
And what must the Cowboys do to secure this victory?
How about start by making Jared Goff uncomfortable? Blitz him mug him from the A-gap, as the kids would say. That's what they need to do.
Thank you to AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure. And thank you to RJ Choppy for that insight there. Let's do the neighborhood watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It is time for the Neighborhood Watch. This is a segment we've debuted in the last couple weeks where on Thursdays, after Peyton got Life Hacks canceled, we take a look at some of these stories going on around the DFW Metroplex. And the first thing I want to do is I want to toss things to the Tolos to text in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. Tolos, what are your New Year's Eve plans? Have you figured them out? Where are you going around the Metroplex? Where's the party? Where's it at? And as somebody who has not planned anything yet, where can I maybe get in on a last second thing? Now, WFAA, and we'll put this on the Sean and RJ Facebook page, has every year they collect New Year's Eve events around Dallas, Fort Worth. So they got plenty of different things you can do there. Reunion Tower is having an event. Sundance Square is doing some stuff. They've got New Year's Eve live in Arlington over at Texas Live. Lots of different places that you can go, but let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053 what you're planning to do. Choppy, your general approach to New Year's Eve, and how are you planning on spending it this year?
My approach has obviously changed over the years. I used to make sure I went out, had to have something grand. Had to be huge. I was a big New Year's Eve guy. Now I'm just like, whatever. I still want to go out and do something, but not necessarily out. Like, I want to have a party in the neighborhood. Last few years, we've gone over to this neighbor's house. They're not doing something this year. Or at least we don't think they are. They've not sent out any invitations.
Ooh, what if you got cut out?
I didn't.
How do you know?
Because nobody can keep a secret.
Oh, okay.
In the neighborhood.
Fair enough.
But I know they're not doing something because of some health issues. So I don't know. We're trying to find something to do. A lot of the neighbors were trying to find something to do. We're trying to figure out what to do that New Year's Eve. I have no idea what we're going to do.
I am always really bad about planning what I want to do until the last second. Now, in the past, the best deal I had found, the best New Year's Eve that Kristen and I have spent, and we've done this a couple times, Nilo Hotel. Have you ever stayed at one of those?
Yes, I have.
It's the New York loft style hotels that they have around here. And it's a cool, like I said, it's a loft style hotel. They've got a cool bar area and everything else. And so they used to have a deal. I do not know if they have it this year. I'm going to have to look actually right now to see if they have it. But they used to have a deal where for $200, you got a champagne toast, 2 drink tickets, buffet, live music.
And this is any of them or?
The ones around Dallas, yeah, a couple of years ago. And you got a room. So to me, it was great. You go downstairs, you have your drinks, you party with a bunch of people, lots of different things to do down there in that bar area. There's a pool outside. It's just a great atmosphere. And then when you're done, like, you don't have to worry about getting a ride or anything else. You just go upstairs to the room, call it a night whenever you're ready to call it a night. But I always really enjoyed that. I don't think they did it last year, and I haven't seen them doing it this year, but plenty of different things. Here's what the truckwreck.com fan text says that they're doing. 214, I'm 45. I might be asleep by 10:30. 214 says, fat chilling at my house on some edibles with my dog. Does that mean your dog is going to eat edibles too?
I've heard. Wait, are you supposed to isn't dog CBD like a thing?
Is it?
Yeah, you can definitely do it. It's got to be the dog version. I don't think you just give any CBD to dogs.
Yeah, I would think not.
Is there a specific CBD dog version?
I mean, it just comes in like a dog treat. It's like a normal dog treat, but then it's got some CBD in there. So it just like calms them down, basically.
Interesting. You know what I've seen recently that I didn't know was a thing? Did you know dog chiropractors are a thing?
Yeah.
It's weird.
I've seen videos on TikTok of it. It's quite funny too, because the reaction when they're back
because the dogs look for a half second like they're gonna kill the guy.
Yeah,
and then they're like, "Oh, okay, I feel okay."
Yeah.
But let's see here.
Have you guys tried a dog treat, by the way?
I did I did grab a handful of dog food when I was 4.
Dog food, the kibble, huh?
I was just like, does this taste like food? The dogs seemed to like it, and it was disgusting.
I had one of those Scooby snacks. They called it Scooby snacks.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, hold on
Scooby
now.
snacks,
This smells
man.
a little good. And then 9-year-old me was like, let me just take a little nibble. And then my friend said, dude, those are for dogs. And I was like,
They are for dogs,
oh,
but you
man.
can still eat them.
It's quite delicious, but I haven't had one since then.
I don't know if delicious is the word I would use, but
They had like some icing on it or something.
Yeah.
682 says they'll be in bed by 10:30 as well. Says I'm tired, boys. That's Tolo Chase. 469 says they are going to Red River, New Mexico. 214 planning on being at the couch. This seems like a big time couch audience that they're going to be at home. There's a good chance we end up at home because we've poorly planned. I mean, I'll look into some of these options that WFAA has. Like I said, the different stuff that they have in Grapevine, Frisco, Fort Worth. There's a bunch of different things that you can do. I know that there's around the corner from us in Flower Mound, they've got the Whiskey and Smoke, which is one of my favorite barbecue spots. I know they've got an event going on that night that I might look into. But I feel like New Year's Eve at home, and maybe this is me trying to hold on to my youth a little bit, but New Year's Eve at home, I did it all growing up, and I was like, I want to go out. I want to do different things.
Yeah, I do enjoy going out, but I don't want to drive anywhere necessarily. This is a no-go for me, and I don't want to take an Uber because it's not really me driving or the Uber driver. It's everybody else. It's amateur hour out there. This is amateur hour night.
Okay, so that's interesting. You said 972 says they will be watching Blake Shelton at WinStar, but 254 New Year's Eve is for amateur drinkers. The pros stay at home. So you say this is amateur night. 254 seems to agree with that.
This is flying on a Saturday.
I don't know what that means.
Business travelers fly during the week, right? It's smoother. You take that like that midday flight on a weekday. Everybody boards the plane faster. Business travelers get in. They don't have their luggage. They know exactly what to do. They put it right up in the overhead. They get in their seat. They go and they clear the plane. They're easy. Saturday flights, where you've got every amateur out there. Friday afternoon, you got people taking trips. Sunday, amateur hour, man. I mean, it takes forever. Nobody knows. Everybody puts their bag in the wrong spot. It's a nightmare out there. Give me a packed weekday airport over a medium crowded weekend any day of the week.
214 taking the wife country dancing with our 18-year-old daughter. Also 214 I'll be working Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco. Maybe I'll go to Sidecar Social. I'll hang out with our Tolo there, the 214.
Speaking of country dancing, we were looking because I used to go line dancing as a kid.
Wow.
No, yeah. And Sarah's like, do you know any of the dance? Like, I can't remember any of these things. I want to relearn how to do all these. Like every single one of them.
At one time, I could two-step, barely, but like I forgot, and it's
just, and the two-step is like it's different regionally. Like in Tennessee, it's way different than in Texas. It's different. It's a different two-step.
I know I need to learn because Kristen it's her favorite thing in the world.
Well, you just don't dance, Bobby, just like Lee Bryce said.
I know,
don't dance,
but like it is her favorite thing in the world, and she gets so upset that I just won't learn how to do 2 damn steps. But like, it just, I can't. It's funny. She might kill me. I don't know that she's listening right now, so we'll just we'll tell the story really quick before we talk about some of the illnesses going around DFW right now. When we got married that night, I had told her, hey, we'll go to Electric Cowboy, or maybe it was the next night. I don't remember. But we went to Electric Cowboy, and when we got there, or Midnight Rodeo, I don't remember, it was one of them, Midnight Rodeo or Electric Cowboy. But we went there, Chop, and it was a heavy gray hair audience.
Okay.
And so we go out on the dance floor, and I'm like, fine, we can dance a little bit or whatever else, even though I don't love doing this. And we get out there, and Kristen's starting to dance with me a little provocatively, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, I don't know that this fits with the audience that's on this dance floor right now. Everybody's over 50. We're the youngest people here, and we're dancing very differently from everybody else. And I had said something to her about it, and she's like, it doesn't matter. Nobody notices. And then the DJ at the top literally pops on the microphone and goes, whoa, it's getting hot in here. Look down here, everybody. And I was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this. And I have not danced with her since. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. She's like, what does it matter what other people think? I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. This is not the place. I'm not going to do stand-up comedy at a funeral. You are not going to have me.
That's the place to do it.
Do the freak dancing with 60-year-olds.
Everybody needs a laugh at a funeral.
Do they? So there should you're in favor of stand-up comedy at funerals.
Look, if I ever was asked to give a eulogy, get ready. Okay? Like I am roasting the deceased.
KRLD, you heard of them? 1080?
I have, yes.
They had a story up. More people are getting sick right now around DFW. And I saw this on Reddit. A lot of people were talking about like, hey, like I think the Plano subreddit, people were saying like, hey, is there something going around? Because I haven't been able to kick a bug in 4 weeks. And everybody replying, yep, everybody I know is getting sick. Everybody I know is getting sick. Sean, I know, was dealing with something a couple weeks back. You said during your vacation that you had a day or two where you weren't feeling
my
great.
son had flu and strep, and he gave it to me.
And we had flu in our house a couple weeks ago. I'm clearly dealing with something. For all of you who have said, clear your throat, Bobby, I promise I'm clear. I'm surprised you're not hearing it off of Choppy's mic every time I cut it off and cough. But I'm trying here. But I've got like a little scratch here and been dealing with that. But is the illness bug sweeping across your community right now as much as it seems to be in our world? Let us know on the truckrock.com fan text. Peyton, have you seen a lot of sickness rolling around DFW lately?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I dealt with it. I think for a couple days, my throat, was real sore. Then I had the draininess of the nose, and I was like, oh, no, here it goes. Because I had COVID back in May, and that really kicked my butt badly. But yeah, but then it went away. I took a few cough drops, and then I think a couple days ago I had like the sore throat, but then it went away. So I don't know what it is. It's like I don't get sick often, but like when I do, it's like it knocks me out for a few days.
And I wonder how much of it is allergies.
Okay, so that's the other thing. As the Texas A&M Department of Health and Environment, the Forest Service, had written about, guess what season we've entered, baby?
Flu season.
Flu season too.
Mountain cedar, baby.
Mountain cedar season. Or as my favorite line ever was from about mountain cedar came from Pete Delkus, which you get that yellow like dust
film
on your car.
Isn't that pollen?
Yeah, that comes from mountain cedar a lot of times. That yellow film is mountain cedar a lot of times. And as Pete Delkus called it, Satan's dandruff. And that's how I view the pollen from mountain cedar. That is my worst allergy by far. And the mountain cedar is starting to kick up. And so be aware of that this allergy season. 972, 5 members on my sales team. 2 of them got it, or somebody in their household has it. 469, everyone at my job has been sick over the last 3 weeks. 972, quit glorifying sickness. I don't think anybody's glorifying sickness. I think we're actually bitching about it. But okay, 469. 817, me and my girlfriend were so sick, we had to go to the emergency room C-section for our baby. Hate to hear that. Hope the baby's okay. Congratulations on the birth of your child. And that is the Neighborhood Watch.
All right. Thank you very much, Bobby.
And I'm going to go get a warm drink to lubricate my throat.
Go get yourself some tea. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL overreactions or not? That's coming up next year on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ, 105 to The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt alongside, Peyton and Ryan with you as well. Sean out. He is back on Tuesday.
Peyton and Rai. Pepe and Rai.
Rai. I don't know.
Hey, while
Sean calls him Rai.
While Sean's not here, Ryan, do you like being called Rai? No, he shook his head no.
He shook his head no. I know he didn't.
It's a little childish, but you know what? It's a nickname. We gotta have nicknames. You gotta have a nickname in life.
What was your nickname growing up? Was it just Chop?
RJ.
Let's see. Chop, Ralph. Ralph's not really a nickname. It's my actual given name.
We need
Choppy.
a nickname for Sean, though. We just call him Sean. Should we name Ryan says Shasha.
Shangelo Cataldi.
Should we just call him something just and see if when he picks up on
the sheriff? Yeah, what should we start just referring him to it? Like drop it in the first day he's back.
Double S.
Double S? That's what you're going with?
Well, SS, Sean.
No, it's a good question. Let's go to the people on this one.
I don't know in this day and age if we just want to refer to him as the SS, but
that's a good question. We need to go to the people on this one. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Let us know what Sean's Shasha.
817 is saying Shasha, just like Peyton did. So I don't know, but let's try Shasha when he gets back.
Shasha?
Yeah, we'll each just drop it in it. Look, Shasha.
Did you have a nickname?
Yeah, and I don't even know where it came from. Somebody just called me one day, and then everybody else started doing it. When I was a kid, people, and I still don't know where it came from. People would say Bebo.
Bebo.
I have no idea where that came from.
BB.
Bebo. It's the reverse of Bobby Belt. Belt, B, Bobby, Bo.
It's like Debo.
I like it. Bebo.
Bebo Samuel.
Bebo. All right, time now for a little bit of NFL overreactions or not as we go around the National Football League. Okay, Bobby, I'm going to ask you some of these, and you give me your answer. Peyton, feel free to chime in as well. All right,
also don't chime in, Peyton.
Frank Reich, not Bryce Young, was the problem in Carolina. Bryce Young's QB over the last two games, 59 and 78.
Ooh, I don't think that's an overreaction, right? You fired Frank Reich for a reason. Bryce Young was the first pick overall in the draft for a reason. So, no, I don't think that's an overreaction at all. There clearly wasn't, things weren't working well there. They had to switch to Thomas Brown as the play caller and then had to jump back to Frank Reich. So, no, not an overreaction at all.
All right.
What do you got? You think that's an overreaction?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think Bryce is a good player. I think he's going to be a good player. I think it's still not out of the realm of possibility that he's better than C.J. Stroud, although it's not likely. It's not likely. But I don't think it's crazy to think at this point that he could be at some point. If you thought he was better than him in college, then why would you not think the same thing in the NFL? Next one. Buffalo is the AFC team to beat.
Ooh, that's an overreaction. Because the Baltimore Ravens just established that they're the biggest, baddest mofos in the NFL right now. But I think there's a strong case to be made that Buffalo is potentially the third best team in the NFL right now. And if there's somebody outside that top two that we keep talking about, San Francisco and Baltimore, that could challenge those two, I think it's Buffalo on their best day.
Okay, so if I said the Bills are the best team, are the team to beat outside of San Fran and Baltimore in the AFC or in the NFL?
I think you can. There's a case to be made for it.
It's
so
weird
I would
because
say
they're
not an
a wild
overreaction.
Team. They'd be a wild card team.
I mean, they could still win the division. There's still a shot.
Yeah, no, they can.
Yeah, win out, Miami lose out, right?
So I'm going to say that if it's outside of Baltimore and San Francisco, not an overreaction because it's at least within the realm of conversation. It may not be the case. We may feel like Miami's better over the next couple weeks, but it's at least in the conversation. So not an overreaction in that sense. If we're including Baltimore and San Francisco, it's an overreaction.
And by the way, they don't have a shot to win the division. They have a great shot to win the division. I might put them as the favorites right now.
Well, because they got an easy game this weekend.
Against the Patriots. Miami plays Baltimore and Buffalo.
Yeah, so Buffalo's going to have, if they win and Miami loses to Baltimore, destiny is in Buffalo's hands.
Yeah, and the way Buffalo beat them the first time around, How do you not have Buffalo as the favorites in that game?
Is that one in Miami?
It's in Miami, obviously, but
I think, and I'm trying to remember. I think Josh Allen has struggled in Miami when he's played there.
Josh Allen and Tom Brady both struggling in Miami for their careers. All right, so I think Buffalo. I think, like I said, I thought Buffalo. I think they've lost their last game until the Super Bowl. Now Baltimore may throw a wrench into that, but
they are the scariest. In terms of like unknown, you could get a Super Bowl run or bounced in the first round. Like Buffalo is a scary football team.
Mason Rudolph just ended the Kenny Pickett experiment in Pittsburgh.
That's an overreaction. I think we've got more than enough evidence to know who and what Mason Rudolph is at this point. Kenny Pickett, I was never super high on coming out of school. And there's obviously been struggles there, but no, I that's an overreaction because I think you need to see when they get a new offensive coordinator in there, you get into year 3. That's where I think we make the Kenny Pickett determination, but nothing Mason Rudolph does impacts that for me. So overreaction.
Man, I don't think Mike Tomlin's our coach next year.
There's growing buzz about that.
I don't think he's their coach. I don't know that.
Which he's the type of coach that if he hits the open market and he's willing to go somewhere else, there's several teams that should consider firing their coach even if they weren't going to, just to go after and get him.
I think he's fantastic. I would hire him in a heartbeat. And I love Mike McCarthy. I love McCarthy.
Yep.
But
he loves you.
He does. And I'm not saying I would fire McCarthy to hire Tomlin. I would not. I would not fire him to hire Mike. But because I don't want to start that precedent, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to fire the coach, fire the coach. Don't fire the coach only if you can get this one other guy. But like if I was a team with an opening, oh man, I am all in on that one. All right, next one. The Jags are going to miss the playoffs.
Man, so they've lost 4 in a row.
They lost 4 in a row. Trevor's been hurt for half of those games, and now he's got the sprained AC joint. So who knows how that's going to impact him?
I think it's well within the realm of possibility that they miss. Now they've got Carolina and Tennessee the rest of the way. And
is Levis out for the year?
I don't know. Let me look here.
I know he's banged up. I mean, either way, they're going to have, the Jags might not even have Trevor Lawrence, but
he practiced yesterday. Will Levis did.
Okay.
So, CJ Stroud is looking like he's on track to come back from concussion protocol. And there's a 3-way tie currently in the division. Jaguars hold the tiebreaker, but it's 3-way tie at 8-7 with the Colts and the Texans.
God, I can't believe the Colts. Shane Steichen, man. I can't believe.
Coach of the year argument to be had there. But I'll say not an overreaction. I think that's well within the realm of possibility. They do have that advantage of the soft schedule here at the last couple weeks of the season, but not an overreaction. Definitely a possibility.
Peyton?
I would say not an overreaction. If CJ Stroud is playing, then I would pick the Texans right now to win that division. But yeah, the Jaguars, they play, they're at home against the Panthers this week and then at the Titans next week. So, I mean, even without, Trevor Lawrence in those games, I think they're still favorites to win those games.
All right. Let me throw one in here. This is a new one. I just added this one. Russell Wilson is the next Patriots quarterback.
Oh. Maybe, I guess, depending on who's coaching next year, what it is that they're looking for. I don't know. I mean, does Russ fit in with the New England way? Even if Belichick's gone, I imagine there's going to be a lot of New England way principles. So I'll say overreaction. No, I don't know that New England and Russ are a fit.
I'll say overreaction too. I'll say this: if you're New England and you're going to fire Bill, you better not hire a disciple.
No, you can't do that.
You need to, because then you're just like, it's like, wait a second, you're gonna take a lesser coach to run the same thing and have the same mindset and mentality. No, man, you got to go completely opposite of that. All right, I'll stick with the Patriots. Bailey Zappi has bought himself another year.
Bought himself another year in what respect? Like as getting a shot as the starter?
Yeah.
Not an overreaction. I mean, he absolutely has played well in these last few games. He's, I'm looking here, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Denver. You're talking about he's had 6 touchdowns, 2 picks, completing passes at a north of 70% clip. They've won 2 of those 3. They were within striking distance of the Chiefs. And so, yeah, I think that he's got more of a case to be made for getting a crack at that starting job next year than somebody like Tommy DeVito does in New York. But no, not an overreaction. I think he absolutely has done enough to earn a shot.
I gotta be honest, man. Like
You're biased. You're biased because you had a crush on Bailey Zappi. I mean, when he was coming out, you liked him.
Western Kentucky, man, he set like every record. I do wonder though, like if they win these final 2 games, is that possible they could save Bill's job the way Zappi has played with that kind of?
Does Bill want his job saved?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
They're 4-11.
Yes, they would be.
They got Buffalo and the Jets.
They could split. I mean, they could. I mean, I guess
split is your best hope. I don't think you're beating Buffalo.
I don't think you're beating Buffalo either. But I'm just saying, if they do, and they go to 6-11 from where they were, which was like the worst team in the league, and basically because they put Zappi in, and maybe that, who knows, maybe that saves him a job. Baker Mayfield should get a long-term deal from Tampa.
Ooh, man, we've done the Baker Mayfield experience several different times now. And I think if there's one thing we've learned, it's that you can't always trust what you're getting from him. So I would say he's earned the job for next year, but I think you need to see it again before you say, hey, let's lock you in long term. But no doubt about it, he has played really well this season. 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He's completing 64% of his passes. Passer rating's 96.2. QBR isn't great, but it's not awful. 56.9, second highest of his career. But yeah, I think he's earned another shot.
Yeah, I don't have a long-term deal is the way I would go with it.
Overreaction to long-term deal, not an overreaction to getting the starting job next year.
Can they franchise? They could franchise him, right?
Yeah, in theory,
yeah. There's no stipulation against that.
Yep.
So that might be the route they would take.
My question is, what would he be worth? Like, I mean, if they don't franchise him, let's say they just come to an agreement on some sort of a deal, though.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what he would get on the open market, even if Tampa wouldn't. I wonder if there's somebody who would say, well, we'll give you multiple years and decent money because we like what we've seen.
And the franchise tag is like the average of the top.
Yeah, so it's going to end up like, I don't know what the number is. I would imagine it's probably somewhere between like 38 and 40.
That's high. I'm not giving Baker Mayfield $40 million a year.
I mean, it's just a year though.
Yeah, it's just a year, but like that's, I mean, you're paying him in the elitish category. So who knows? All right, you want Rams or the Joe Flacco overreaction?
Oh, well, we kind of did Flacco yesterday, so give me the Rams.
All right, the Rams are the team nobody wants to play.
I don't think that's an overreaction. I think they've been really impressive in the last several weeks. Sean McVay is obviously a really good coach and one of the more difficult offensive minds to game plan for. And Stafford is playing at a high level. So I think that is probably the team in the NFC that is the dangerous one that nobody really wants to play right now. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't necessarily pick that. Like I remember a couple years ago, San Francisco, when they beat Dallas, I picked Dallas, felt like Dallas was the better team in 2021, but San Francisco was still the team that you felt like nobody wanted to get, even though they were the 6th seed. You didn't want to have to play against that physical football team. So I don't think that's an overreaction. I think that is the team that nobody really wants in the NFC right now.
Here's who they've won 5 of 6. Prior to that, they had lost 4 of 5. They've beat Seattle by 1. The Cardinals they destroyed. They beat the Browns handily. They beat the Browns by 17 points. They lose to the Ravens. They beat Washington. They beat the Saints. Yeah, my only thing is, they are playing good. They've also not played anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, that's even before they started figuring things out. Like they played San Francisco really tough earlier in the year.
Don't they always do that?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying, though, is that like I think that's a team that. Would you pick the Rams to beat Philly right now? I would.
I think Philly's a mess.
So I would pick the Rams to beat Philly. They always play San Francisco tough. Tampa obviously is not like any higher seed. I don't think necessarily wants to play them right now.
I don't think you want to play them.
I think they'd give them a hard time.
But like, would you pick them over the Cowboys? No. Would you pick them over San Fran? No. Would you pick them over Detroit? I don't think so.
I don't think so. But even if you wouldn't pick them, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the challenge. You'd prefer other people. So I think that's fair.
I get what you're saying. I think you're right on that one. Okay. All right, there's a little bit of NFL overreaction or not here on 105 through the fan. Oh, it's Christmas. Let's talk baseball. How the Rangers can repeat as World Series champs. And Bobby's got some audio. We got Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8:40 here on 105 through the fan. Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
The personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Coming up at 8:40, the great Babe Laufenberg will join the show. He is very close with Dan Campbell. He obviously is close with Jimmy Johnson, who's going to the Ring of Honor.
Very close with Peyton Russell. He
Very
feeds him
close with
trivia
Peyton.
answers.
Boy, man, we better be on our P's and Q's today.
Sean's not here to bail y'all out.
Well, actually, Babe texted us yesterday and said that I'm getting too good for you, and he's going to have to make these trivia questions a little harder because I keep beating him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's what he
Well,
said.
I don't know this week's one, so I have no idea if it's going to be hard or soft.
I'm not joking. He really said that in the text, didn't he?
He did. He really did.
Yeah, well, he just
coming.
texted
He's
me.
coming hard today.
Good.
Good.
You know what?
I just said good.
I know. I'm going to leave that at that. Leave it at that. All right. I saw this on ESPN yesterday. It's from David Schoenfield, a good friend of ours,
friend of the show,
who said he said the one stat for every Major League Baseball, for every AL team, I should say, that's going to make or break them. I can't believe it, but we're 2 months into the offseason, and there are still a ton of good free agents on the market, including Jordan Montgomery.
Yep.
And this is the thing. Once Yamamoto and Shohei went to the Dodgers, 29 other teams have a lot of money to spend that they budgeted for.
Did you see the Yamamoto quote
that he was
yesterday?
That Shohei being there didn't play a role?
Nothing for it, which is something we had heard. We had heard that he wanted to play somewhere with other Japanese players, and but he says, nope, I would have been going to the Dodgers regardless.
Maybe not the Dodgers regardless. They paid him the most money. Because according to John Heyman, he gave the Yankees a chance to match. Did you see this?
So that had nothing to do with Shohei.
Right. The Yankees offered $300 million, and the Dodgers offered $325.
Yeah.
And the Yankees, he said just match, and they said no, we don't, because we didn't want to pay anybody more than Garrett Cole. He makes $324 million. And they did not want to pay another pitcher on their team because they already paid Judge more.
Yeah, but Garrett Cole makes more annually, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Yamamoto.
So what's people? This is a stupid.
So dumb.
This is a stupid. You're splitting hairs here. Like what matters is how much. Do you care if I make? For instance, if I were to say I make over 10 years, I'm going to make $20 million. Versus you make $19 million over 2 years. You make more money than me.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And I don't know. I haven't seen, because I know the Yankees offered $300 million, but I think it was over 10 years. Whereas I took the Dodgers 12-year $325. So he took less money yearly to get more money overall, which makes no sense. And from the Yankees' perspective, if I'm sitting there, if I'm in New York and I'm like, wait a second, you wouldn't go and improve your team because you didn't want to pay him $1 million more than Garrett Cole? You think Garrett Cole, who just won the Cy Young and is making $324 million, cares if the guy's making $1 million more?
I wouldn't think so. So is that
is he that sensy,
or is that just a Yankees thing?
The Yankees did not want to pay somebody
right.
more.
So it may be the thing where Garrett Cole doesn't care.
He may not.
They view it as some weird.
But they were like, well, no, we don't want to disrespect Garrett like that. What?
Seems really odd.
All right. I mean, that's one way to go about it.
Seems odd for a franchise that made a Cleveland bat boy put his hair up in his helmet.
That's one way to go about it. But so there's still plenty of guys out there, and we'll see where they all wind up. But if you look at the Texas Rangers, the one stat, the number, there was numbers on everybody, right? The number on the Rays was 118. That was their weighted runs created.
Mm-hmm.
On the Yankees, it was 304. That was their team on base percentage, which is super low. Let's see, the Twins, it was 76. They led the majors in quality starts with 76 this year.
Mm-hmm.
For the Rangers, it is 0.48.
Oh, that was my BAC at the Super Bowl.
You may have been higher than that one. And here's the write-up. The Rangers allowed nearly half a run less per game in the postseason they did in the regular season. They went 13-4, won their first World Series. Now they've tried to become the first team since the 2000 Yankees to repeat as World Series champs. The offense will once again be loaded. Everyone except Mitch Garver's back, and they have Evan Carter up in the majors for a full season. Plus, Wyatt Langford. How about this slash line? 360 batting average, 480 on base, 677 slugging, with more walks than strikeouts in 44 games with 4 minor league teams after getting drafted. Could you imagine him and Evan Carter back to back? I mean, you're going to have, I think if those two guys hit back to back, and if they are up in the same inning, there is no chance that pitcher has a fewer pitch inning than 15.
Yeah. I mean,
so those two combined.
I can't remember the last time I was as excited for a prospect to debut as I am for Wyatt Langford. Like for a Rangers prospect to debut. I mean, we were obviously, Jerkson Profar was the top prospect in Major League Baseball, but I wasn't jacked about that one. He was considered kind of like a 5-tool player or whatever else, but Profar wasn't a guy that
Gallo was big.
I'm more excited for Langford. Honestly, the one that it's probably Feliz.
Josh. And he wasn't a prospect.
But he wasn't a prospect. So
but when they got him, that first game, I was like, okay, man, now I want to see him play.
But as a prospect, it's probably Feliz for me. Because they were just talking about the guy throws 102, he strikes out, and he came up, he had that first appearance in Oakland where he struck out the first 4 and he went on that crazy run at the end of the 09 season. So this is probably the prospect I've been most excited to see since Feliz debuted.
Now, next part of the write-up. But the pitching, how will it shape up? This is a team that barely made the playoffs with 90 wins. There's no guarantee 90 wins gets them in the playoffs next year. You're going to have Toronto be better. You're going to have Boston, New York maybe be better. Maybe Cleveland. Who knows,
Better.
Right? Better. Astros may be better. Who knows? The big news has been Max Scherzer.
There we go.
Back surgery. Keeps him out till midseason. They signed Tyler Mahle to a 2-year deal. He's coming off Tommy John surgery. He's also out to midseason.
Fits right in.
Jake DeGrom out until somewhere around midseason, maybe August, maybe not at all. They haven't re-signed Montgomery as once expected, perhaps because they are another one of those teams with uncertainty about their local TV deal. That isn't probably. They are uncertain about it. They still got Evaldi Gray, Haney, Dunning, Cody Bradford, plus Owen White and Jack Leiter to fill in as needed until everyone, hopefully, gets healthy. The offense gives them a high floor. There's certainly a scenario where the rotation collapses after more injuries in the first half. A thin bullpen isn't able to pick up the slack. And if they're too far out of it by the time Scherzer and company return, there's a scenario where the offense absolutely explodes, the pitching's good enough, and they enter the playoffs as the World Series favorites again.
Man.
But, boy, I'll tell you, to have a bullpen ERA, a full half run better in the playoffs than the regular season, that's why you won the title right there.
I mean, the bullpen was just so much better. It was also what you were getting from the pitching staff in general and Corey
Not exposed to the bullpen.
But, man, I have a really hard time. I heard Mike talking about this yesterday. Mike still thinks they're going to have a good team next year, and I do too. I think what's likely, though, is some regression.
Of course. I mean, that's just natural. They had such a great run differential last year.
But I don't think it has to be natural. If you were liquid enough to be able to play in these free agent waters, I think that they could easily put themselves in a position to be a better team this year. They don't. It's just not financially tenable right now.
Okay, let me ask you this: Did Heim, Young, Garver, Adolis, Seager, did they all have career years?
Heim, Adolis, Garver did not. Garver's had a better season before Minnesota. I think Garver. Yeah, Garver had a.
He had a good year. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he had a 995 OPS in 2019 with the Twins. Yeah, Seager had a career year. Young obviously had a career year, but that's also Young's availability. Adolis was better. Heim was at his best. So, yeah, you got career years out of those guys.
And then you also got, Duran stepped in admirably.
Yep.
Very good.
Cooled significantly in the second half.
He did, but like they don't make it out of the first half alive without him.
Probably. He was a big-time contributor when they had that long stretch without Seager.
Leote was fantastic.
In the first half, he struggled in the second again.
Did Evaldi in the first half have a career year?
Oh, yeah. Evaldi was the Cy Young.
Right.
He started the All-Star game. He was the Cy Young favorite till he started having issues.
Did Montgomery in the second half have a career year?
Look, here's the thing. I think that...
I think Jordan Montgomery has been, over the last 5 years, been the most underrated pitcher in baseball.
He is the a guy that we were initially supposed to have on the Cowboys crosstalk last night. To me, Jordan Montgomery is the Greg Ellis of Major League Baseball pitchers, where it's like there's just not a healthy enough respect for just how solid and consistent he's been over the last several years. I don't know why so many people ding him. Just because I guess he's not got the high strikeout numbers. He's a little bit more of a pitch to contact guy. But I think Montgomery, I don't know that I can say with certainty that was a career year because he's been really, really solid for the last 5 years.
Yeah, he has been, but he's been disrespected by their league.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian Cashman basically sent an apology letter out to him for trading him.
Yeah.
The Cardinals basically need to send an apology letter for trading him. Nobody wanted this guy because he doesn't strike enough guys out. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the you know who he kind of reminds me of, and I know I've made this comparison before. He kind of reminds me of Trevor Cahill. Remember Cahill when he pitched for the Athletics and the Diamondbacks, and he was a really solid pitcher, but he didn't get a lot of strikeout numbers. He was more a pitch to weak contact guy. That's kind of Montgomery, and Montgomery doesn't look like obviously a
right
like he looks a little more like your everyman out there on the mound.
I think that makes him likable too. You want to do A-Rod or Wander Franco?
Let's do Wander. The A-Rod stuff's a little bit long, so
all right,
let's do Wander.
Authorities raid 2 homes in search for Wander Franco after disturbing allegations. Wander is the Tampa Bay Rays star who has...
Did they check the local high school?
Great question. There's allegations out there that he had inappropriate relations with a minor, according to a local news report in the Dominican Republic. The Santo Domingo Prosecutor's Office for Children searched his home and his mother's home on Tuesday. Now, there are different cities. Neighbors reported that they left messages with Franco's wife. The investigators announced in late August they were looking into multiple claims against him. Baseball has placed him on administrative leave until further notice. In baseball terms, until further notice means they will never see him again.
Yeah, this isn't Draymond Green until further notice.
He will never play baseball again.
Nope.
I don't even know if he's is it exonerated? If he's exonerated, I don't even think if he's exonerated, he'll play again.
No.
Baseball doesn't care. They will just lock you away
and
Bauer. Throw away the key. Ask Trevor Bauer. They don't care. If they think you did it, they will throw you out. Unless you commit domestic violence, then they'll let you play in 30 days. Okay, there you go. It makes no sense, but there you go. He hadn't played since August 12th. He denies claims. He denied it on Instagram, but they say he's public with a little girl. I'm running around with a minor. That was what he said to the outlet. People don't know what to do with their time. They don't know what they're talking about. That's why I prefer to be on my side and not get involved with anybody because people gossip and talk smack. Man,
okay.
If they're searching multiple houses, I say this. He has taken whatever money the Rays gave him, and he has gone to an island of no what is it called?
Extradition?
Extradition. With no extradition. That's where he is. He is on an island somewhere. You will never see him again.
He's due for a meeting today. He's been summoned for a meeting today by the authorities, but yeah, we'll see if that actually comes to be.
Wow. This is bad. This is very, very bad. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys analyst, joining us next here on 105.3 The Fan on Sean and RJ. Let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Patrick Walker coming up at 9:20. But right now, we do our guy, our good boy, Babe Laufenberg. Good morning, Babe. How we doing today?
RJ doing well, and Bobby, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, let's get right to it. Give us a trivia.
Yeah, we got our trivia, but I was thinking, I told Bobby, and I heard you guys mention on the text, don't mention everything I put on the text now.
And not everything, but Peyton needs to be put in his place a little bit.
No, but I said I'm going to go difficult. I'm going to go tough this week because Bobby's really good at this. But then I thought, you know what? The holidays, everybody over 8, we're all moving a little slow. So I'm going to go a little easy.
Okay.
Okay, so there are 4 teams. 4 teams have never played in a Super Bowl. Not necessarily won it. They've just never been in it. Can you name those 4 teams?
Yes.
Of course, we got one coming up Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the Lions.
Browns.
This is the Browns.
Jags.
And then the last one would be...
It's Houston.
Yeah, the Texans.
There you go. Very good.
Did you have an alternate, a tough one?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, hit me. Give me the tough one.
All right. Detroit's coming in here, obviously, with Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got over 100 catches this year. He is tied for the most receptions by a player in his first 2 years. This is his 3rd year. So in his first 2 years, he's tied all time with 196 receptions. Who are the other 2 wide receivers that he's tied with?
Ooh. All right.
First 2 years, most catches in NFL history.
And it's how many?
There's 3 of them that are tied. One is Amon-Ra St. Brown. The other 2 are
Anquan Bolden.
Ooh, that was the name that I was going to go for.
All right.
No.
Justin Jefferson.
That's right.
And then we're going to go with, I'm trying to think of who's like a high volume guy early in his career. Larry Fitzgerald.
You know what? You just can't guard this guy.
You can't guard it. Oh, Michael Thomas.
There we go. Michael Thomas.
Can't guard Mike. That's his his Twitter. Can't guard Mike.
Yeah, well.
So there we go.
Very good.
Okay, good stuff.
You had to hold our hand through it, but we got there.
Okay. Hey, interestingly enough, and I'll be quick on this because I want to get to obviously Cowboys Lions, I know, but those 4 teams that have not made it to the Super Bowl, they've all looked fairly promising. You know, they've all got a quarterback. You know, Detroit, Cleveland, they're going to be in it this year. In the playoffs. Before these teams never got there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now you got C.J. Stroud in Houston, and whatever you think about Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, they've all got a quarterback, and that's a good start.
You know, I want to talk to you about that because Dan Campbell. I know you guys are you're relatively close, and he's done a great job, and I think he is like, given, I think the thought on Jared Goff going in was that he was a little soft, maybe California kid. I wonder if Dan's given him some kind of toughness because he seems like he's a different player now too.
You know, you're talking to a California kid, right? California quarterback.
Yeah, you guys are soft, right?
Yeah, Elway, soft.
Yeah,
the list
Brady.
goes on and on.
All right,
Brady. Yeah. Chop, do we really want to go down that road?
No, we don't. I'm just messing with you.
Aikman. You know, everybody thinks of him as that Oklahoma boy. He was a Southern California guy growing up till he was 12. But yeah, no, I think Goff is a really talented guy. Obviously, he had some turnovers for a while, fumbles, and the game last year against the Cowboys, he had 4 turnovers, 2 picks, 2 fumbles. But
small hands.
He seems to be playing great. Yeah, there you go. He's a big guy, but man, I mean, he can heat it up. He is really a talented thrower. There's a reason, I guess, why he's the number 1 pick of the draft, right? But yeah, I think he found a good home with Detroit. Clearly, the drafting great. You know, that's a team that has 5 first-round picks on the roster from the last 2 years, and they've got a quarterback. They didn't use a first-rounder to get the quarterback. Matter of fact, they traded the quarterback, as you well know, and picked up first-rounders. So, and they've done a great job of drafting. And it's funny, too, I know you're a draft guy, RJ, but you'd say, well, don't take a running back and don't take a linebacker that's not a pass rusher.
They did.
And they did both. And so far, it's paying off for them. And they got Laporta in the second round. That was huge. The tight end.
Talking with Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst. Babe, you know, Jimmy's going to the Ring of Honor on Saturday night. It's obviously a big event. It's something that everybody feels is long overdue. I know you played a couple years for him. What are some of your memories of Jimmy Johnson? And just obviously this is something that's overdue. How special do you think this will be, not only for Jimmy, but the Cowboys crowd?
I think it's a great question you bring up and a great point that you make, Bobby, because I really think he will receive the loudest ovation of any of these ceremonies where players have been inducted into the Ring of Honor. Because I think there's been so much drama, obviously, surrounding the thing. It's going to be a night game. Again, I think the place we're going to test the structural viability of AT&T Stadium, because I think people have been waiting for this moment probably since about the day he left here, and that was 30 years ago. But yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. There's a part of me, so he was in Carolina when they announced it. If you remember that, the Carolina game, they went in and they had a little presser before the game, and I just thought, is there any way we can put him into the Ring of Honor remotely from here? Because you give those two guys enough time, right? The Cowboys owner and Jimmy, you give them enough time, they'll start feuding again. And by the time we rolled around to the Detroit game, it might be off again.
Where will you be? When are you going to try to get down the field? I know it's halftime, right? So I don't know what kind of time you'll have.
Where we are, Chop. So it's a long way down. So I will be up in the booth. But hey, I wrote Jimmy a little note about a week ago, and I said usually these halftime things take place, and I'm doing work, right? You're looking at your notes, you're grabbing a quick bite to eat. I don't usually see any of the halftime stuff, but I make an exception for 2 halftimes. One was Dolly Parton, and the other will be Jimmy.
Okay. It's interesting. I asked Choppy this earlier. He says he thinks so, and knowing Jimmy like you do, I know you had mentioned to us you got a chance to interview him right after he retired from the Dolphins. But what do you think the chances are that we get Jimmy tears during this ceremony?
I think so. You know what? As people get older, and I'm one of them, I think they do get a little more emotional.
Yeah.
So I could, I would be surprised. I don't know if Vegas has a line in it. I'm sure you can get on your phone on FanDuel or whatever the hell it is and place a bet. But I will be surprised if Jimmy isn't overwhelmed. He's going to have his former players down there, and it's going to be a big ceremony. And yeah, I think Jimmy at 80 or 81, whatever he is now, I can't help but think that he wouldn't be emotional, and he should be.
Babe.
And what's interesting about the Jimmy thing too, very quickly, we all debate on Hall of Fame, right? Hey, should this guy be in? This guy's up. Would he be a Hall of Famer? Would this? There's never been a debate about does Jimmy belong in the Ring of Honor. Never, right?
Right.
Never.
No, it's always been.
And so when Bobby says long overdue, yes. it's long overdue by any definition of how you put people in there.
Is Hunter Lipke the new short yardage back?
He appears to be. That was very interesting in that Miami game. You know, they had 3rd and 1 twice on the opening drive, and both times it was Hunter Lipke carrying the football. Then they get down to the 1-yard line, and they had the fumble. And it's interesting. Everybody talks about the Hunter Lipke fumble. I will guarantee you, and I was looking for him yesterday at the Star when we have the open locker room, and he wasn't in there. But he did not think he was carrying the football on that play. You watch that. He had no reaction like he fumbled, like there was any fumble. He thought he was just a decoy, right? I don't know what happened. I don't know what the play call was supposed to be because it was really just a fullback belly. He was the only back there. But you watch him. He curls up over the ball and goes into the end zone. He's 2 yards deep, like with his arms over the ball, which he doesn't have. So he thought he was faking it. Now, again, I don't know what happened, but he clearly did not think he was supposed to get that football. But I do think they're struggling a little bit when they get into that low red zone. They get down to the 10, down to the 5. I'm not saying, hey, they should have kept Zeke. I'm not saying that at all. But Zeke was that guy for the last 6-7 years where you handed him the ball in there and pretty good chance he was going to push it into the end zone. And they haven't had that guy. And you can see, based on last week, that they're hoping that Hunter Lipke can be that guy.
Babe, is that, you obviously having played quarterback, is that quarterback running back exchange more difficult when you're talking about the fullback? Like, is it on you quicker, or is that just, no, the exchange is the same whether you're handing off to the fullback or the running back? Does the depth matter?
No, it does. And it's a good point. You turn around, that fullback's, up there at 5 yards as opposed to a tailback being back at 7. You turn and they're on you pretty quickly. But again, it was a basic fullback belly. I don't know what they call it. And I guarantee you, Hunter Lipke did not think he was supposed to carry the ball. So if anybody goes back and looks at it and watches it closely, he doesn't think he's supposed to carry the ball. But it's funny because it's not a read option where Dak is riding him. Dak just turns and hands it like a fullback belly. So we haven't got to the bottom of that, but we will.
Babe, last one for you, and I'm going to, it's not nearly as controversial waters as it once was now that Jimmy's going in. But obviously, there's the Witten discussion and Romo and their futures in the Ring of Honor. So outside of those guys or whatever, let's go pre-2000. Who is the new, hey, this guy is overdue to be in the Ring of Honor guy for you?
I haven't even thought of that.
Because for me, I've always wanted Harvey Martin to go in there. But I also know that pre-Jerry guys are going to have a little bit of an uphill battle. But
what a shame that is, by the way.
Nate should be in there. Nate Newton, I think, is the next one that should go up.
Well, let me just say, not disagreeing with any of the people that you are mentioning, I do like the fact that the Cowboys is exclusive. I really do. You look up at some of these stadiums, okay, and I've been around the NFL now. I was drafted in 1983. So what are we looking at? 40 years, right? So I've got a pretty good history with the NFL, and I'm probably watching it for 10 years previous. Okay, and you look up and you see these names in some of these stadiums, and you don't know who they are. Yeah. I'm sitting there going, and they put in, hey, Washington has a trainer, which is great. Bubba Tyer. I know Bubba. He was a trainer when I was there.
Bubba Tyer?
Bubba Tyer. He's up on the, whatever they call their Ring of Honor. He's up on the facing at FedEx Field. And, there's just, and he's a great guy. But I do think it should be, I do love the fact that the Cowboys are exclusive. Nobody goes into AT&T Stadium. I don't care if you're 10 years old and you look up and say, hey, Daddy, who was Roger Staubach?
Right.
Hey, Daddy, who was Emmitt Smith? But so I do love the fact that it's exclusive. But I haven't given a lot of thought to the next one in. And what's funny, guys? Very quickly, I know we're probably short on time, but I always like, as soon as you put in somebody to whatever it is, right, the Hall of Fame, the Ring of Honor, before they even get in, it's like, okay, who's next? And it's like, well, let's just enjoy Saturday night, and then we'll figure it out. It's like, hey, when are you getting married? When do you get married? Then you get married. Hey, when are you guys going to have a kid? Hey, then you have a kid. Hey, when are you going to have another kid? We're always on to the next thing. So I hate the expression because it's overused. I'm going to be where my feet are this Saturday night and just enjoy old Pumpkinhead getting in. That's what I used to call him, by the way.
Hey, Babe, we really appreciate it, man.
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores on 105.3 The Fan. Who's the next NFL coach to get fired? Is there one?
It's a good question. We'll dive into it next.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean? Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour on this Thursday edition. This is not a hump day.
Thursday.
105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ. Bobby is here. Sean is out. Peyton and Ryan in tow as well. I'm RJ Choppy. And we've got some coaching hot seats.
We do. While Sean is out, I am starting to get a little bit of that Sean raspiness, a little bit with the bug that's been going around.
No more life hacks.
So yeah, no more life hacks.
Sounds about white.
Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano over at ESPN. You familiar with these gentlemen?
I am. I support all Italians.
They were over. They do this back and forth Q&A every week for ESPN.
This is a fake Q&A, or they actually have?
I wonder how this is generally.
They just make up these questions.
Well, it reads like as if they're talking back and forth to each other, but I don't know if it's like one of them writes it out and then sends it to the other to like then write in a response. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's a little weird.
All right, let's do it.
But they always have like just different buzz, and on there they had head coaching jobs that could come open this offseason.
All right.
And there's an interesting note in here about one Mike McCarthy. So the question was, what is your over-under on head coaching jobs that will be open in the offseason? Dan Graziano said, I put it at 7. 3 are already open: Raiders, Panthers, Chargers. You, by the way, it sounds like you think the Raiders should seriously consider just giving the job to Antonio Pierce.
Absolutely.
He's done a really good job.
I mean, absolutely they should give the job or consider giving the job to Antonio Pierce. They screwed up by not giving it to Rich Bisaccia.
Yeah, and I think honestly that's a little bit of what, when we talked about the Chargers opening, why it took so long to move on from Staley. I wondered if that's what they were trying to avoid. Like they didn't want to necessarily hire one of the assistants, so they didn't want to put them into place, and then if there's a good response, feel like they had to make a hire.
So do you think what do you think they do in with the Chargers?
I don't know. I mean, we've heard buzz.
You think Kellen stays? Or comes back, I should say?
We've heard buzz that Quinn could be a name there. And if Quinn goes, Quinn has a good relationship with Kellen.
Yeah.
He very easily could go over there and be the head coach, and you've got Kellen and then also Doug Nussmeier there. And so that could definitely be something that they look at. But I have no idea. There's been some buzz that could, if Harbaugh makes a jump, that could be one of the NFL jobs. And there's a thought that they could be one of the teams that would be interested in trading for Belichick.
Well, I'll tell you, if Harbaugh makes the jump, it's he's supposed to sign a contract that would preclude him from making a jump this year.
If he signs it.
If he signs it, it's a $12.5 million offer. That's the report. Big number.
So they say we expect an opening in Washington. Dan Graziano says that. So you've already got Raiders, Panthers, Chargers. Washington, they expect to open. They think the Patriots are likely to move on from Bill Belichick. He says people have had their eye on Chicago for a while, though the Bears are playing like a team that's trying to save its coach's job. So Matt Eberflus could potentially survive this. That gets us to 6 right off the bat.
Wait, you said Washington, Chargers, Vegas, New England, Chicago.
So yeah, it's already Raiders, Panthers, Chargers already have openings, and Graziano saying he thinks the Patriots are likely to move on, Washington's likely to move on, and Chicago could be in play with Matt Eberflus. He goes
6.
That's 6 right off the bat. He says Jets owner Woody Johnson just said Robert Saleh will be back, so that eliminates one of the teams I was watching. I don't buy that Mike Tomlin is in trouble in Pittsburgh, so the remaining spots I'm looking at are all in the NFC South. Your thoughts there? And Jeremy Fowler says, I'm not buying the Tomlin smoke either. Most of the vitriol is from people in Pittsburgh who have long wanted to move on. Contract extension talks could be telling, but an outright firing would greatly surprise me. And good call on Eberflus. Chicago is 6-5 over its past 11 games and clearly playing hard for Eberflus. The questions there are more big picture, especially if the Bears opt to take a quarterback at number 1 overall. This is where things get interesting in terms of the way they look at the NFC and where they split a little bit on where McCarthy stands in this conversation. Because you, I know, have always thought it's odd that the betting markets are always putting McCarthy in there as one of the next coaches to be fired.
Only because he was never going to be fired during the season.
And that they never include him in the top 8 of coaching of the year candidates.
Right. Which, like, if you win 12 games every year, you should be, to me, thought of very, very highly. Mike McCarthy is... It's like, okay, so a couple years ago, when the Cowboys were running this Zeke run first thing, right? They were the Tennessee Titans with better marketing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Titans are the same thing. Nobody ever gave them any credit or any love, any publicity. Mike McCarthy is Sean Payton with worse marketing. That's it. Mike McCarthy is just as good of a head coach as Sean Payton is. But he has the worst PR in the world for some reason. People don't like him. Why do they like Sean Payton? Well, because Sean Payton did it in a place that nobody ever does it at, in New Orleans. And they just, the media, especially the national media, just genuflex at the altar of Bill Parcells.
I think it's also, there's a thought, and we will touch on this here just a sec. There was a very interesting quote from Jerry Jones in the Dallas Morning News yesterday that might be indicative of the future head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But I think it's interesting, too, is that Peyton generally, I think, gets credit for you helped make Drew Brees, and the thought
was the dumbest thing in the world.
Well, because Brees had struggled for the first several years of his career.
Really? Because his previous 2 years in San Diego, yes, he won 11
at the end
and 9 games. Okay, that's it.
But they drafted Phillip Rivers for a reason. They felt like Brees wasn't working out. So
he also had an arm injury.
Yeah, but like before that, it was also they didn't think Brees was working out. They drafted Rivers, and then Brees like blew up the next year. So
yeah, because Brees went 8-8, 2-9. He was hurt in that 2-9 year, and then he goes 11-4 in the 15 games he played in 04, and then 9-7 the next year.
Fair or not, I think the perception nationally is Peyton helped make Brees, Rodgers made McCarthy. I think that's the national belief,
and that's the thing with narratives is that you choose who you want to give the narrative to.
Sure,
like Aaron Rodgers was not. He set the bench for years. He was not great for at the beginning of his career. He was 6-10 his first year. Drew Brees made Sean Payton. Aaron Rodgers made Mike McCarthy. Both are true.
Jeremy Fowler goes on. He says, working through this, I'm with you on 7 as the over-under. At least one NFC South team and maybe one more surprise should get us there. It wouldn't shock me if Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and Atlanta all kept their coaches, but it also wouldn't surprise me if multiple spots from that group opened. The finish to the season will be crucial, but I'll say for argument's sake that one job opens there, leaving 7 in total with perhaps Dallas as a potential surprise. We can't determine the Cowboys' status yet because Mike McCarthy's fate could hinge on the playoffs, and he has built a lot of goodwill at the start, and that can't be discounted. So Fowler says that you can't totally rule out the possibility that things end so poorly for the Cowboys that they could make a decision to move on from McCarthy. But he also says he's built up a lot of credibility within the organization. Graziano comes back, and Graziano's got a pretty good relationship with people in Dallas. He comes back and says, Dallas is interesting. You do hear people outside the organization speculating that McCarthy could be in trouble if the Cowboys don't make a playoff run, but I don't get the sense from the Cowboys themselves. Ownership seems impressed with the way McCarthy took control of the offense, altered it early in the season when things weren't going well, and kept the team even-keeled all season. Could minds get changed if they go to Tampa Bay in round 1 and get bounced? Sure, anything's possible, but minds would likely have to be changed. I don't get the sense that Dallas is considering a change at this point, which is reasonable. I don't think anybody believes that right now you'd have any reason to. But does that change, Chop, if they get bounced in Tampa?
Well, look, if they lose in Tampa, I think all bets are off. A first-round exit. I personally have a pretty big problem firing a coach with 12 wins, 3 straight years in a row. I assume the Cowboys win out. I think they're going to beat Detroit. The Cowboys are just a juggernaut at home. And then Washington is moving on from Sam Howell at this point.
Dak has had some issues in Washington the last few years, to be fair, though.
But I just have a problem firing a coach that wins 12 games 3 years in a row.
Well, I guess this would be the question then.
Because, real quick, sorry about it. This team has fired 2 offensive coordinators. 2. Since Dak's been here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would have fired 2 head coaches. Like, you keep moving on. Like, keep scapegoating guys. Like, it's like, all right, if it wasn't Linehan's fault, if it wasn't Kellen's fault, or Jason's fault, or McCarthy's fault, like, sooner or later, it comes back to that, right? Like, are we just blaming the wrong people? Or are we placing blame where blame doesn't need to be? Maybe Jerry and the company just needs to look in the mirror and say, hey, maybe we're just not good enough to win the title.
How much do you think going 12-5 3 years in a row, and this is not me discounting it, I'm just genuinely asking because I'm trying to find out what your thought process is here. How much of going 12-5 3 years in a row do you think is McCarthy's doing? Like let's say Garrett. I know you think McCarthy's been a better coach than Garrett, but let's say Garrett's been the head coach the last 3 years. They go a combined over the last 3 years, 36-15 potentially. What do you think that record looks like with Jason? Has McCarthy been a 5-game difference over 3 years? What do you think it is?
It's a couple games, yeah. I mean, maybe a game or two. I mean, I honestly, I mean, I think Harvard did the study that no coach has ever accounted for more than a win a year. I don't know that I agree with that.
So then when you get into the discussion of this has been a pretty good team that you feel like maybe McCarthy's made a couple games difference over the course of each year, shouldn't the standard for him and the litmus test for him be the playoffs and the postseason? And are you pushing us over the edge against good football teams? And I know a lot of people, I'm sure on the Truckhawk.com fan text are going to say, well, no, that should be Dak's litmus test. It's like, okay, but the reality is they cannot move on from Dak as easily as they can move on from McCarthy, and they would need to make some sort of a change.
Right, so then are you not making a change just to make a change?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it's like the little bit, it's that.
Like, let's be fair. Go to the AFC from 2002 until 2019. Okay? 3 guys made the Super Bowl out of the AFC. Brady, Manning, Ben. You had 1 year in there where they didn't, and that was Flacco. It was a crazy year. Are you mean to tell me that none of the coaches in the AFC at that time, other than Belichick, Tomlin, Dungy, and Jim freaking Caldwell, were good or able to get their teams over the hump, or were their quarterbacks just not as good as those 3?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
The issue in the NFC is that
but
you basically had a different quarterback every year since 04.
We feel like they've lost to good teams, though, a lot of times because of attention to detail and little things. Wouldn't that be coaching, though?
Could be, yeah. Could be.
Just something to consider. I don't think Mike McCarthy's getting fired as of now. Like I don't think that's happening.
Think he is either.
And so now, is there a way things could go in the playoffs that changes things potentially? Really quickly here, Calvin Watkins talked to Jerry Jones about Dan Campbell with the Lions coming to town. Dan Campbell obviously spent some time here with the Cowboys, sort of came from the Bill Parcells coaching tree. He was coached by Parcells. He worked under Sean Payton. And so he had a lot of really nice things to say, Jerry Jones did to Calvin Watkins. He said, I could see it with Bill Parcells. He was a great coach of coaches. He was a great life coach for people that weren't in football, so it doesn't surprise me at all that people who have been exposed to Bill, I'll go so far as to say may own life has been helped by a few talking points for Bill. So he goes on and he says Dan Campbell reminds him a lot of Jason Witten, who of course is coaching in Frisco right now. And the last quote here from Jerry Jones says, I actually thought the type of thing that we see in Dan is so football appropriate for the game. Every time that I look at him, I see Jason Witten really. And so when you take a look at that, and I know Edward from ESPN had mentioned this yesterday on Twitter, is that a sign that Jerry might have, if he's talking about how great a job Dan Campbell's doing and how great a coach of coaches Bill Parcells is, and then he's comparing him to Jason Witten, are we greasing the tracks a little bit for a future where Jason Witten is potentially talked about as coach here?
Maybe. Now, does Jason get to hold kids back for grade so he can stack his team in high school and win titles? Can he do that when he plays with the coach of the Cowboys?
Look, we're going to have him on a Friday show every week in the future.
Yeah.
Don't burn that bridge before we get it.
You don't have to sell me on Jason Witten. I support all Tennessee Volunteers.
That's true.
All right, you don't have to sell me on that dude. That dude, he can coach for me any day of the week. But, I mean, look, it's possible. I think Jason Witten is absolutely on the short list of head coaches over the next decade here. Abso-freaking-lutely. Patrick Walker, Cowboys Insider, joins us next to the Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Want to get you set for this tomorrow. 24 hours from now, Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, getting you set for Texas and Washington over the holiday weekend. Cannot wait for that game. Cannot wait for that interview with the great Craig Way tomorrow. But it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan of RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. We're joined by Patrick Walker, Cowboys Insider. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Patrick. How we doing?
Doing well, sir. How are you guys?
Great. Are you all geared up and ready for the Ring of Honor celebration?
Oh, absolutely. This is something that's been a long time in the making, and I could not be more excited for Jimmy Johnson to get inducted into the Ring of Honor. It's something that I and you guys and a lot of people are on record as saying that it should have happened far before now, but definitely better late than never. And I love what Jimmy said. He's still alive to see it. So, that makes it matter that much more. So absolutely. Jimmy Johnson, the legendary head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, one of the best football coaches and football minds ever. In the same year he gets his gold jacket, he gets immortalized again, this time in the Cowboys Ring of Honor. So absolutely wonderful.
Pat, I threw this out to Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, so I'm curious for your thought. Now that Jimmy's in, obviously, people talk about Witten and potentially Romo and guys that could be next in the Ring of Honor, but let's go pre-2000, okay? So not those obvious ones. Who is who is the next guy that you think hey, this is the next glaring omission, or is there one that you feel like needs to go in?
Pre-2000?
Because the name I came up with is I really do feel like Nate Newton should be in there.
I could agree with that. Pre-2000, I could agree with that, because post-2000 there are obvious names like you said, Witten and Romo, and but yeah, it's kind of not entirely surprising that Big Nate's not in there just yet, and I say that because if you look at the names who he's kind of had to wait behind to get in. But I do believe he gets in, and I believe he deserves to get in when you look at his accomplishments with the team, what he contributed during those dynasty years. I mean, this is one of the best offensive linemen to ever play the game. So, yeah, I do agree that Big Nate deserves to be in there. But he's not the only one. So I think that's where it gets kind of foggy, because if you're Jerry and you have to, first of all, you had the Jimmy thing hovering over your head, right? And now you have to take into account the post-2000 and post-2006 era with Tony and Jason Witten and things like that. So it's like, when and who do you put in next? So I don't envy him in that regard. I think the Jimmy Johnson thing was easy and could have been done a long time ago, but thankfully it's getting done now. But now that Jimmy's going in, where do you go next? You probably, unfortunately for Big Nate, you probably go Jason Witten next, or you probably go with Tony Romo. I will say this. I do believe Ezekiel Elliott should be in the Ring of Honor, but not before a guy like Nate Newton. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, Witten has to be a lock. I would
100%.
assume he has to be a lock.
I would say Romo has to be a lock as well when you take into account you're talking about an undrafted free agent who came in and carried the franchise. He wildly, surpassed expectations, ultimately didn't get to the big game. But again, he was talked about and criticized like he was a first-round pick or something, when really he wasn't. He's an undrafted guy, and he was one of Jerry Jones's favorite players ever, and that's why Jerry, whenever he gets a chance, he will let you know that one of his biggest failures was not putting enough talent around Romo and the right coaching around Romo to get him to that Super Bowl. So I think because Romo has such a special place in Jerry's heart, I think he's as much a lock as Jason Witten is. But, yeah, I'm on the campaign with Bobby. Get Big Nate in the Ring of Honor. Let's do it.
What do you make of what CeeDee Lamb had to say yesterday, just about how things had come out of the Miami game, that long stretch where he wasn't getting targeted, and also just his competitiveness and talking about his obsession with winning? What did you take away from Lamb?
I love the fact that he's focused on winning more than stats. And like he said in the Q&A yesterday, he said, well, the stats are going to be the stats. While the game is going on, he's not thinking, wow, I have 100 yards in the first quarter. He's just playing the game. Now, obviously, if you harken back to the Week 5 loss in San Francisco, we're not going to sit here and pretend that CeeDee Lamb doesn't get rightfully frustrated when the ball is not coming his way for long stretches of time, especially in a game like Miami where it's competitive. Even though things aren't necessarily going right, your defense is holding them to only one touchdown, a handful of field goals. You have a chance to win the game. And then ultimately he reappears in the fourth quarter, guess what, on the potential game-winning drive that ends with the Cooks touchdown. Defense at that point was too fatigued, not enough complimentary football, so they kind of gave it up at the very end after what was a very good game by them. But when it comes to CeeDee Lamb, he wants to win more than anything. But I'll be honest and say he also wants to contribute to those wins. And I think that's the spirit that you want to have, want to see in your wide receiver and your top wide receiver. He wants the ball, but he's not, of the Keyshawn Johnson mode where it's just like, just give me the damn ball over anyone else. He wants the ball. He wants to be an impact player, but he understands that there are other impact players as well. And if you can get him involved, for example, if he has 110 yards against the Dolphins, but it's split. Let's do easy math. If he has 100 yards against the Dolphins, but it's split 25 four ways as far as four quarters, and they get the win, CeeDee Lamb is completely fine. If they lose that game as they did, and 95 of his yards are in the first quarter, that can be rightfully frustrating. But ultimately, it's about the win. He's got the right mental attitude, both as a competitor and as a team player. So, I mean, I can't love CeeDee Lamb enough.
So, who do you put that on? That the lack of getting the ball to him?
Vic Fangio. If you go back and you look at the film, well, two things. First of all, kudos to Fangio because he was getting surgically dissected by Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb on that opening offensive drive.
Both of them, first two drives, really, right?
Yeah, right. True enough, because on the second drive, that's when CeeDee Lamb had the long touchdown where he turned the burners on. But after that, Fangio really started, go back and look at the film, he started to fog up Dak Prescott's looks, and he started to feign, is this a blitz? Is this guy dropping back in coverage? Are we shading? Are we not shading? And it made Dak think twice. And when it came to targeting CeeDee Lamb, the problem with that, the additional problem with that, because that's problem one. Problem number two is you don't have the protection up front to think twice. Because with Tyron Smith out, Chuma Edoga, who's played well early in the season in the absence of Tyron Smith, he had a very bad day at the office. And not physically. He wasn't necessarily losing man-to-man with Bradley Chubb. He was just not taking the assignment at all on several occasions, and that gave Chubb free reign, and the blitz came, blitzes were coming up the middle. Prescott was under pressure 45% of his dropbacks. So when you have a defensive coordinator that's forcing you to second guess after that second drive, and your pressure rate is high as far as allowed pressure, your offense isn't going anywhere. And, guys, that's why you saw punt after those first two successful series. And, well, the first one could have been successful if Pollard gets in and or Hunter doesn't fumble the exchange. But, so two things to answer your question, RJ. Fangio did a wonderful job of adapting, and he knew that he could because Cowboys were having some issues protecting up front.
The Cowboys waived Rashaan Evans yesterday. They essentially have one linebacker left on the roster. It's Damone Clark. Mike Parsons is there, obviously, but he is used so much as a pass rusher that's kind of the reality of it. They got a couple guys on the practice squad, Malik Jefferson, Buddy Johnson. Do you expect at all any potential elevations with linebacker? Because that spot just seems to be getting really thin.
Yeah, well, the news of the season apparently dropped yesterday when I put out there that Rashaan Evans got waived, and I didn't know that he was Fred Warner, but Twitter says he's Fred Warner, so okay. But I will also say that he's not Bobby Carpenter, because there's another faction that says, oh, well, he was a bum. No, he was not. So he's right there in the middle. Was he what they wanted him to be? Not entirely. Was he one of the worst players on the team? Absolutely not. Kind of a head scratcher as far as depth is concerned. I do know why they needed the seat. Waletzko, we just talked about Chuma allowing pressure. You don't know if Tyron's coming back or not. Waletzko was up against his 21-day window, so you needed Waletzko on the roster. I just don't know that I would have sacrificed the linebacker for that. But to answer your question, Bobby, so you got Buddy Johnson, you got Malik Jefferson. Malik Jefferson is out of elevations. His clock doesn't reset until the playoffs. So if you want to bring him up, you can't elevate him. You have to activate him to the roster, and that means you have to ship somebody else out, which would then be weird because to bring up an O-lineman, you shipped out a linebacker, and now you bring up a linebacker and you got to ship out somebody else. And weird equation there. I wonder if Buddy Johnson
is ready.
Longhorn.
He's a Longhorn, Pat. So.
Well, yeah, that's fair, but it doesn't change the logistics. So Buddy Johnson, he has all three elevations available to him. I think that's what the Cowboys look to do is elevate him because, like you said, Michael Parsons notwithstanding, Damone Clark's your only true linebacker on the field. Marquise Bell, he's a hybrid. So you got to have, at least on the game day roster, another true linebacker for depth, if for no other reason. Plus, you're going to need somebody on special teams. Waletzko doesn't give you any special teams. Rashaan Evans gave you 73% of his snaps as special teams. So, Buddy Johnson could help in that regard as well. I'm just curious as to what Buddy Johnson brings you. I don't think he's going to step onto that field and be better than Rashaan Evans was giving you, which then leads me to wonder if they'll look to either free agency over the next week or two before the playoffs hit, or maybe possibly try to poach someone off of a practice squad.
Patrick Walker joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, what do you make of Detroit? I think they're a team, like for me, I've seen a lot of their games this year. They can beat anybody, and they can lose to anybody. It seems like they are just wildly inconsistent.
Who does that sound like?
Right? No kidding. But what do you make of Detroit? Are you scared about this? Does this game scare you at all?
I don't know. I'm not scared of any of the opponents because, the Cowboys have the firepower to beat every team in the league except for the 49ers until further notice. But outside of the 49ers, there's no boogeyman. And we've seen that they have the defense that can suffocate. They have the offense that can light up the scoreboard. They just got to put those two things together when they're on the road. But guess what? They're not on the road this week. They're back home. And when they're back home, they typically put those two things together and they walk teams. And not, the narrative was that they can't do it against a good team. And then you saw them do it against the Philadelphia Eagles and just completely throttled the Eagles, literally left them with a bloody nose. So when you see a game like that, that gives me a ton of confidence that the Cowboys can also do it against a Detroit Lions team that I think is dangerous 100%, one of the best teams in the NFC. But we've also seen over the course of the past several weeks, they'll drop a game or two where it's just like, what happened there, right? So it's going to be a fantastic matchup, but the Lions are dangerous or as dangerous as the Cowboys, especially on offense. Talk about guys like Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, and his insane ability when he gets out in space. Jared Goff, he's having a phenomenal season in large part because of his weapons. I'm going to say Rob Brown. They've got dogs and horses and all other types of of zoology going on both sides of the ball. So it's going to be a handful for the Cowboys, but the great news is that the Cowboys are back home. And I'm confident they can take this game. And on top of that, don't lose on Jimmy's Day. Don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do that. So go out there, handle your business, get your shake back, and don't back into the playoffs.
What will Tyron Smith's game status report read this afternoon when the practice report comes out?
I'm going to go with questionable. If I'm a betting man, I'll go with questionable. I know that he's been DNP with the back issue both of the practice days this week, but I would argue that considering he's on, quote-unquote, the plan, he wasn't going to practice anyway. He's going to be DNP anyway. The only thing that changes is the why. So it's not rest as much as it is a back. I think that the optimism is there when you talk about what Jerry was saying to 105.3 The Fan, you guys on Tuesday, when you talk about what Mike McCarthy has said in his couple of availabilities this week, there's some optimism there. I'm not going to put it at, 80-20 that he plays, maybe 60-40. But me putting it at 60-40 puts him at questionable versus like a doubtful. I think Jonathan Hankins is doubtful. There's a little bit of optimism there. But, again, from a betting man, I don't think Jonathan Hankins takes the field in this one. I think he's still kind of getting himself worked back. And they don't want to risk a setback for him. And he's farther behind the rehab process than Tyron is. And you need both of those guys for the playoffs. But Jonathan Hankins, I just don't know that he's there. If he plays, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Tyron Smith, I'd say questionable.
Thank you, Patrick. Have a happy New Year, man.
Yes, sir. Same to you guys. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, Cowboys Insider, join us here on 105 through the Fan. We crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece coming up next. Let's get you over to the greatness of
here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It is Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. And welcome in Mike Bassick and Reggie Atatula. Good morning, boys.
Yo, what's happening, fellas?
How we doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah?
Watched this morning. Obviously, you went to the Mavs game.
I
It was
did.
my wife's birthday last night, so I didn't watch the Mavs game last night. But I told Reggie
man.
I'll wake up and watch kind of the YouTube NBA version, a condensed version of the game. And
so, what do you search for on that? 'Cause this is
if you put in Mavs versus whoever they're playing, you will get the NBA on YouTube puts together about a 10 to 13 minute condensed game.
Okay.
And it gives you a lot of an idea of what happened. Obviously, you don't feel like I'm glad I didn't watch last night.
You don't
Reggie.
feel the run. You can't feel the run.
Right, because it's just they are showing Cavs highlights a lot in the fourth quarter, and you're realizing that your team doesn't have any highlights in the fourth quarter for the most part. And I didn't like when Mark Followell was like, and this is the Cavs' 6th attempt on this possession, and then they made a 3. I was like, well, because my son asked me the other day, hey, do you think the Mavs could win it all this year? And I said, no, they have no chance. And this was before the Cavs game. And he said, why do you say that, Dad? And I said, because they can't play defense and they can't rebound. And in the playoffs, if you can't play defense and you can't rebound, it's tough to win a 7-game series against a good team. And so I think they know this. Like Nico knows this. I don't know if there's going to be a trade available, but last night accentuated the 57 to 37 rebound margin. So I was frustrated watching the highlights, knowing the final score. I was frustrated watching, just going, all right, this is the Achilles heel of the Mavericks, that you know that they can't win in the playoffs. It doesn't mean they're a bad team. It just means you can't win in the playoffs if you're that bad at those two major categories.
Do you think the Mavericks over the last year and a half lead the NBA in number of final possessions where they don't even get a shot off?
I would say so, yes.
I mean, it feels like it. That's I don't know.
I feel like I don't see this problem anywhere else.
Well, also the problem is you're not going to see it anywhere
I'm in
else.
a bubble.
There's a lot of teams that you're not going to see when they have these types. I mean, hell, we're talking about a team that just lost 27 straight. Like I feel like there's certain teams around the league that they will have these issues and it just isn't as apparent to you. But no, that is very frustrating, especially once he gets that ball and then he gets trapped and no one comes to him. And you can see as like the camera's panning away after the play that he's yelling and not at himself about like the trap. And I imagine that's like, yo, I need somebody to show to the ball when I am being trapped, at least so I can pass out of it. And so, yeah, no, that's a real frustrating thing, and it harkens back for me to early. Yes. Yeah, sorry, it's the way I talk. I apologize. Earlier in the season, where Jason Kidd says like they don't have a lot of plays because they're trying to encourage that pace, and I'm like, I wonder how much those type of instances where you don't have a lot of things to draw upon in a big play situation. We're just like, all right, now this is where we go to. This is where we feel comfortable in a closing situation, as opposed to just get it to Luka and let him figure something out.
You can't pick your dribble up 44 feet away.
Well, when you get doubled that hard, you kind of have to, right? I mean, he got blitzed. Now, here's my issue. I'm going to ask Reggie this. Reggie, watching the highlight 3 different times, I love Derek Lively. Why was Derek Lively in the game on the final possession? Because he's standing under the basket with nobody guarding him for the final 8 seconds.
Yeah.
But Luka knows I can't pass it to him. We have to shoot a 3 to try to tie the game. So why would Derek Lively, who can't shoot, standing underneath the basket where they're literally not guarding him? So the guy who blocked Curry's shot was the guy who was supposed to be guarding Derek Lively under the basket. But he's like, I'm not guarding. If they want to pass it to Lively for a dunk with 4 seconds to go, we don't care.
Which really helped the trap.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this. I feel like because it wasn't like, oh, there's only 3 seconds. There was a decent amount. What was it? It was above 10 seconds.
10 to 13 when they
Why don't you just take the 2?
And so, I mean, you could, but at that point, you're
like
continuing to play the foul game.
3 seconds left.
You think that's it?
Yeah. When you see that you could pass to Lively, he would have caught it and dunked it with about 3 seconds to go.
Oh, that's too little. I was thinking it was going to be like, because you said 8 seconds.
Well, they didn't hard double when he got the ball. They let him look like, as soon as he looked like he was going to attack, that's when the guy from Curry came and doubled hard.
Yeah.
And then the guy who was guarding Lively then jumps to Curry to be like, we dare you to throw it to the guy wide open with approximately 5 seconds to go.
But to answer your original question, I think the answer is because there was enough time. I feel like they were like, we're going to get a shot up. However, we've missed some shots. So having an opportunity, maybe rebound, get a second opportunity at it. But yeah, I'm with you. I was looking at him like, at least in that moment, once you see Luka doubled, I think come to the nail, come to the free throw line, and if he can get the ball to you, and now you can get the ball back to him, or maybe pivot and pass it elsewhere, and then you can still get a shot. At least you can operate as a facilitator once that clock goes down to a certain point. But
you're
he just
hoping
stays
somebody's
under the
stupid
rim.
enough to close out on him, and your instinct is if a guy catches the ball wide open at the free throw line, I better help. And your brain has to really tell you, no, let him dribble and go dunk the basketball. Do not go cover him.
Yeah, I mean,
but
like
you see
that's
it so many times. People just forget and go help.
Right,
and then
right.
leave the guy open for.
Or at the very least, like once Luka gets the ball out, now he can move. And I don't know that blitz, those two players stay stuck on him. If you get him moving, maybe he can get a little bit of space, reset or get a shot off. And as long as Luka gets a shot off, you feel good about it, even if it's not a great shot because of his shot making.
Did you notice too? And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. It might have been Karis LeVert. I'm forgetting who was guarding him.
I believe it was Karis LeVert.
That he was playing his left side hard, like he was forcing. They knew, like they played a great defense. Because what does he do in these situations? He goes to his left and does a step back three. And they were like, nope, you're going to have to go right. And then I'm going to feed you to my double team to the right. So I did think when you watched the defensive possession by Cleveland, they did everything right to take away what Luka wants to do and then don't guard the guy underneath the basket.
They need I'll tell you what the Mavericks need. The Mavericks need a Chris Strong, who I'm watching during this crosstalk, put up like 60 points on the door frame bucket back there. Just the dunk. He's just throwing it down.
Now he's showing off. Yeah,
he's flexing on him. Love it. What's coming up on the show?
Good program. Obviously, we'll have, what was it? We'll talk about that game. We'll talk about some Cowboys when it comes to the Lions. Who are you most concerned about with the Lions? And something that's always fun is when we do the combo platter. We get your sports opinion, and also because it is a National Card Game Day.
It is?
What is your favorite game night games, right? You get together for game night. You break out the cards, break out the board games.
Not
What's your
just
favorite
card
of those?
games, though.
No, we got to open this up because, once we start talking about Uno, what other games are you putting down? Are you playing Monopoly, which is a game for terrible people? Are you playing
I'm so
Taboo
good at
or those
Monopoly.
things? Of course,
Why does
because
it
you're a
not
terrible
surprise
person.
me?
Yeah. You enjoy bankrupting your friends and family.
I mean, it's the American way.
That's right.
Cards Against Humanity has to be up there.
It's gotten real popular. It's
You never played?
Really?
I mean, I
amazing
know
at it.
of it, and I just I've always been like, I don't think I want to.
I feel like you would love that game.
Yeah.
Your penchant for trying to say something inappropriate, like that's the heart of that
I feel
game.
like I'd want to play it with like I feel like just what I know about the game, I'd need a very particular group of people that I'd want to play it with. I don't think I just want to blindly walk into that game with, a random poll of people.
So is hearts and spades on this list?
I mean, yeah, sure. If you want, I still don't think I know how to play hearts. I don't think I've ever played hearts in my life.
It's
I used to know how to play.
I played it. It's been a while since I played it. I'm trying to think what I think.
Is hearts just the trump? I'm sorry.
Huh?
No, hearts is this like.
I guess spades
I
is
thought you
just
went politics there.
No.
for a second.
Spades is obviously. I'm drawing a blank on
Okay,
the game of hearts.
So this is like, again, it's been a long time, so I'm going to mess this up. But I think it was you're trying not to get the hearts, like you're dropping cards in. It's 4 people. You drop cards in, and the highest card that gets dropped has to pull the cards in. And you're trying to get as few hearts as possible. And so unless you collect all the hearts or something.
Yeah, I think the queen has the highest number of points to it or something like that.
Oh, this is a point-based game.
There's a point-based.
Okay,
I forget.
excellent.
I haven't played it forever.
There's no way I'll play this game anytime soon.
I don't remember specifically how it works, but it was fun to play on Windows 95 back in the day.
my go-to was obviously solitaire. At that
All I
point.
know is that
Spider solitaire.
If you have the 2 of clubs, you start. That's what I know. If you have the 2 of clubs, you start.
I mean, that's a great place. Knowing how to start always matters. Good place to be. But yeah, no, those are kind of some of the things that we've got coming up on the program. And then also, because CBS Sports was being a jerk, we'll actually get to QB rankings today. I think they also had the shifted schedule because of Christmas. And so Typically on the KNC Masterpiece Wednesdays is where we rank the power rankings, but we will power rank the quarterbacks today in the 1 o'clock hour.
Is this a CBS.com, a CBS Sports quarterback power ranking?
That's right.
We're gonna get to.
Why is there an issue? Do you have a problem with that?
I'm gonna say if this is Cody Benjamin, the list is awful.
Oh wow. This is another one of your personal vendettas.
I'm just saying, if it's Cody Benjamin, the list will be awful.
How do you keep all these personal vendettas in your head? You have a lot of them.
I mean, I just remembered like specific names, like okay, this is dumb. Like he's written lots of dumb
like
things.
You don't like Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, I mean he's just a horrible human being.
Wow.
Like
I don't know about his ability to be
he has an
human.
ugly heart. Like that's the biggest thing there.
You think so?
Yeah, I really do.
He just isn't a big. He's just not a huge Dak Prescott fan.
And he eats very bland food.
It's not just the Dak thing.
I don't think he has a bad heart.
It's consistently the guy lies, consistently.
It's an act.
It's a lie. Okay, like
if you just accept that he's an actor,
isn't it his just opinion? Not a lie. Like if he says Dak isn't good at football, that's not a lie. That's an opinion.
No.
Yes, I do believe Dak is good at football, but if he says Dak isn't good, or if he says Dak had 36 interceptions last year, that's a lie.
How many things
he could be intellectually dishonest?
How many things did we sit on Radio Row and say objectively, "Hey, you said that," and he goes, "No, I didn't." Like how many things did he in that interview just in 10 minutes lie to us about?
I think
about a dozen.
But see, now you're scratching your right itch because he was saying that we had misinterpreted that. Not that he didn't say it, that his meaning was different, and I can get behind that. All right, I can get behind that.
Chop as a master of getting out of tight corners.
I try to. I try to get out of tight situations as often as I possibly can. Stop it.
He's intellectually dishonest. I don't
disagree.
I have zero respect for him as a man.
I don't disagree. I do think he has some intellectual dishonesty in him.
Is that no persona non grata number one for you, or is there another one that comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean of legitimate sources. There's always Marcus Mosher, but that guy's just.
I was just thinking about him too a little bit ago. I just for some reason he crossed my mind like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, and it's funny you bring him up. All right. KNC Masterpiece, Bassick and Reggie coming up next. We are back tomorrow morning. Mike McCarthy, 6:30, Craig Way.
My guy.
9:20 on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin and Corey out for the week, so I, Reginald Atatulum, in their stead. Mike Bassett here with you as always, and Chris Strong on the ones and twos. Thank you guys for tuning in to your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers, World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Mike, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to hop into the first topic here.
Okay, very good. Before we do that, I want to remind folks that we got a fun show for you. We got you till 2, and over the course of the show, we got a Cowboys giveaway in the noon hour for Cowboys Lions. We're going to have a lot of fun today, but yeah.
And a reminder, tomorrow we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson.
That's right.
With a lot of giveaways. That we have a lot of like Cowboys hats, Cowboys jerseys, Cowboys I think they're called Funko Pops or whatever. We usually have like a few of those CD Lamb
did not realize that
deals. We have mini helmets. And then we do give away a pair of Cowboy tickets tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, courtesy of Miller Lite on that one. Yeah, yes. So look, we're getting you ready for Cowboys Lions. Super excited for it, and we'll talk about that as well as we go along on the day. But we got to start with what happened at the AAC yesterday, and the Mavs with a pretty big collapse in this one.
Yeah.
And the final sounded like this.
Dean Wade guarding the inbounds pass. Exum looking.
Get it.
It's into Luka. Guarded by carousel. Here comes a second defender. Luka picks up the dribble. He finds Seth Curry. Bobbled ball. Straddles away and blocked, and the game is over.
Okay, so first, the Cavs are a good team.
Yeah.
But they're not that good last night. If you look at who's sitting out for them, one, Donovan Mitchell, arguably their best player, is not playing. Darius Garland, who's been an all-star in his career, not playing.
Injured, yeah.
Mobley, who's a very good big man, young guy in the NBA, who, like, if you don't really follow the NBA, he's too high a praise here. He's kind of a future Chris Bosh. He's not as good as Chris Bosh. I just want to make that clear, but like really good player. So arguably their three best players are not playing last night. Yes, you do not have Kyrie Irving, your second best player, but they had three guys who didn't play last night. So that is not a good Cleveland Cavaliers team. That is, if that team had to play an 82-game season and that was their roster, they would lose close to 60 games. So that was a bad loss last night from the Dallas Mavericks for the team that Cleveland put out. If Cleveland puts out their real team, their healthy team, and the Mavs are missing Kyrie Irving, you're going to lose 9 out of 10 games to that team. But the Cleveland Cavaliers that were out there last night, that's a bad NBA basketball team. So that's a tough home loss in that situation.
Yeah, ultimately the final score is 113-110. You heard it right there. The final shot was not able to be gotten up, and so that was really unfortunate. But yes, the Mavs held a 20-point lead at one point during the game, and for the most part, they controlled the way that this game went until late. And you talked about how this Cavs team is not as good of a team as they typically are. This current iteration, because obviously you miss certain players and your play style changes a little bit. A little bit more shooting inclined in this team, and that's one of the things that got the Cleveland Cavaliers back into this game was they started shooting very well down the stretch late in the game, and the Mavs stopped shooting well, and that was one of the things that also hit this team really tough. So the big things for me when it came to this Mavs game was that the shooting kind of fell off of a cliff in the second half, and then rebounding was a big problem in this game where Jared Allen is the center for the Cavs, and Derek Lively looked like a guy who was playing against a veteran player who was not all the way ready for the prime time of playoff basketball, which we know in some ways with the 19-year-old. He's done really well, but this was one of those, oh yeah, he's not all the way there yet games.
Yeah, I'm with you with that. And look, you're going to lose. The Mavericks are going to lose most likely 30 games or a few more. Like, if they win 52 games, I could see them winning 52 games. It's going to be tough.
And 50 games in the NBA is a good mark.
So I'm just, they're going to lose games, and it's going to happen throughout a season. Just last night, you know, talking about it, when you have a 20-point lead, I will say this. In today's NBA, with each team shooting approximately 30 to 40 three-pointers a game, that's just the way the game is now. I don't think it's going to go back to anything different. Is 20-point leads with 30 minutes to go is just not that big of a lead. It's a weird thing, but it's just not that big of a lead. Now, if you have a 20-point lead or close to a 20-point lead with 12 minutes to go, you're going into the fourth quarter and you're up by approximately 20 points. That is like, come on, guys, you can't blow that big of a lead with that time left. But a lot of times when teams get off to huge starts, I just feel like over the last, I don't know, Reggie, 5 to 6 years, you're up by 20 and there's 6 minutes to go till halftime. It's just that not that big of a lead because teams can get 3 stops, hit 3 threes in a row, and it's down to 11, and there's still 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. And in a way, the Mavs let one get away because of the lack of talent on the Cavs. If that would have been Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland hitting big shots, I'd have been like, dude, I get it, man. Their 2 all-stars just got hot and we're missing ours. But it was the rebounding by, let's just say, I'll say the whole Cleveland Cavaliers, but obviously Jared Allen getting 23 boards against you was just one of those ones where you saw the major weakness in the Dallas Mavericks last night.
Yeah, and you're right. There was a lot of crash in the glass as well, and that was the concerted effort. Jason Kidd, Dante Exum after the game both kind of talked about how this team kind of got content over the course of the game and did not continue to, play good defense, especially when the shots weren't falling, making sure that they stayed in front of those guys, making sure that they closed out hard, those types of things. But yeah, the rebounding was really tough, and I mentioned that Derek Lively had a little bit of a tough game.
Right.
Also,
it's gonna happen. At 19 years old, he's been unbelievable at 19
100%.
years old.
Absolutely.
He's not Jared Allen yet, but I could see him, what Jared Allen did last night, and I think there's a possibility that he's going to be better than Jared Allen because Jared Allen's, I think, only 6'9". He just plays it like 7 feet tall.
I think Jared Allen is probably like 6'10". Let me double check and make sure.
But, I mean, he just does a great job of playing that big man role in Jared Allen and what he does. But I can see in the future, the more games that Derek Lively gets kind of in year 3, year 4, year 5, I can see him having 20 games where not that he's scoring 20 points because you're just giving the ball to him in the post. It's that Luka and Kyrie are creating a 20-point game for him, and he has, a 20-plus rebound game. I think that's the great news about Derek Lively, but he's going to be at 19 years old, it's going to be some inconsistency in his game.
Right. In addition to that, Grant Williams did not start this game. It's kind of interesting. We were talking about him
yesterday. Game before.
Yeah, we were talking about him, and he doesn't start this game. But then he's also played as a small ball center throughout a majority of the game.
He's just not that.
And so I think that size difference showed up as well, as it seemed like the Mavs decided, well, if you're going to play Jared Allen out there, we're going to play basically 4 or 5 out because Grant Williams as a center can also space, and we're going to see if Jared Allen can defend in space. And Jared Allen answered that call for the most part.
And, I mean, Grant Williams, I got to start liking him more because I'm just getting to the point watching last night. Obviously, I'll be honest, I didn't get to watch the game. I watched the highlights, and I'll tell you what, Grant Williams had 0 highlights in that game. In fact, at one point, I'm like, did he not play in this game? And then I did see him out on the court, and he just is a non-factor. He's just a guy. He's just a guy in the NBA who runs up and down a basketball court, and that's not what we were hoping to get out of Grant Williams at 25 years old. Now, I hope that he's playing his worst basketball, hopefully, of the season, and that he turns it around. We see this at times where guys will have a rough start to the season. The opposite is happening with Tim Hardaway Jr. He had such a great start. Last night, he's 1 of 5 from 3. The Tim Hardaway Jr. that we get really tired of and don't want is happening in the month of December. So the month of October and November was, oh my God, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s figured it out. Well, now he is shooting 32% from 3 for the month of December, and he's only had a few games. I was trying to look at games where he shot over 33% from 3, and there is 1, 2, 3. 3 out of about 11 games that he shot over 33% from three. So at this point, we are now getting
the downside of the
downside
roller coaster
of Tim Hardaway
Yeah.
Jr. because there's very little else he can do on the basketball court. But when he's hot, it's amazing to have him on your basketball team. But now he's cold, and you need him to be hot because Kyrie Irving's out, so you're missing kind of about 25 points and 5 assists a game from a great NBA basketball player. And I think that's why Curry had such a valuable role last night for a majority of the game. And unfortunately, to your point, that's where you got cold is, Curry wasn't making shots. Luka wasn't. Nobody was making shots.
But in addition to not making shots, right? Like the thing that frustrated me as you watch this game as it's going down the stretch is not only are they not making shots, you're seeing, and Tim Hardaway Jr. ends up being the one that comes to mind to start, but he's not the only one. I want to make that clear. They're taking shots, but they're also taking contested shots and shots that you can get any time. And I was enjoying the 6 minutes that started the fourth quarter where Luka Doncic was able to rest because you had Dante Exum, you had Josh Green, and they were doing some of those things that you need your guys to do when Luka's not on the court. But it felt like there were times where they were settling for shots that were contested, and it's like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to drive into the middle of the floor and then take a contested shot. If you're going to drive and get an open shot or move the ball. Like there was possessions with Tim where you see him get the ball and no one else touches the ball in the possession and he takes a contested shot. And I'm like, those things, all of those things can happen at the same time. If you're the only person who touches the ball, I feel like you need to get an open shot. And if you're going to we can get a contested shot, at least let's move the ball around and make it so that that's the shot that we had to take as opposed to the shot that you just decided to take. And I feel like those things also pair to help you not make shots.
I know this is different. And look, LeBron was a lot more mature in his stage of his career when he handled who's the guy that went on to play college golf at like 40 years old?
J.R. Smith.
J.R. Smith,
yeah.
Right? J.R. Smith is a moron on the basketball court 80% of his career. But when he was with LeBron felt like, look, because Tim Hardaway Jr. and J.R. Smith are the same player. They will take some stupid-ass shots. And you're just like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Do you know you have LeBron James on your basketball team? Do you know Kyrie Irving's on your basketball team? And for Tim Hardaway Jr., do you know Luka Doncic is on your basketball team? And it's like Tim Hardaway Jr. believes he's the greatest basketball player in the history of basketball. When he does those things, and when they go in, it's awesome. And when they don't go in, you're like, what are you doing, dude? Like, do you not know there's 4 other guys on the team? Do you not know you can't just have tunnel vision all of the time on the basketball court at the rim? But he does. When they go in, you love it, and he helps you win. When they don't go in, you think to yourself, to J.R. Smith and to Tim Hardaway Jr., you're like, dude, do you know that who's on your basketball team? And they're like, they have no clue who's on their basketball team because they can't see anything else except the rim. It's like in those movies when they just like something becomes into super focus and everything else is out of focus. When Tim Hardaway Jr. has that basketball in his hands, everything goes out of focus except one thing, and that is the rim of the basketball goal. And I don't want to pick on him. He's not the reason you lost the game last night. The reason you lost the game last night is the fatal flaw of the Dallas Mavericks. They got out-rebounded 57-37.
Yeah.
And offensive rebounds, Cleveland had 18 offensive rebounds last night. And when you get a stop, so they got a stop 18 times last night. The Mavs stopped the Cleveland Cavaliers from scoring 18 different times. And 18 times Cleveland got the ball back and got another opportunity to score again.
Yep.
I don't know how to stop that. They don't have a team to stop that from happening, when it becomes April. And I do think this Mavs team is a good team and can finish somewhere probably 4th through 8th in the Western Conference. I think that's where they're going to fit. I hope it's 4th. I hope it's not 8th. But I just look at them and go, if they can't rebound, I don't know how you win a 7-game playoff series.
Yeah, and the tough part about it is I don't know that there's anything on this team that goes, okay, that gets better, right? Maxi Kleber comes back, and he's not really helping you.
He was a few years ago. He hit the stat of, all the inside stats, but I remember seeing this. He was the worst contested rebounder in all of the NBA. So when there's a 50-50 rebound between Maxi Kleber and the other guy gets the rebound almost every time. So I like Maxi Kleber for 15 minutes a night. Good defensive player, bad offensive player, and horrible rebounder for his size.
Yeah, so Look, the Mavs don't have an opportunity to rest or think long about this game. They've got the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight on the road in Minnesota. Like,
do you forfeit that game? Luka's dealing with a lot of minutes. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury. He had a great game last night. Obviously, you'd like for it to be better. Do you just go, look, we can't beat them. They have too many tall guys. We're too injured. Just play Josh Green 20 minutes. Play Omax Prosper 20 minutes. Let's just forfeit this game and see if we can get healthy for a possible winnable game. Because tonight, to me, is an unwinnable game.
I mean, it sure feels like that, but the tough part about it is that Luka Doncic, I think he himself is a tough guy who doesn't really want to sit in those instances, right? He seems to soldier on through a lot of these things, and I imagine he's going to want to play this game as long as he's feeling healthy enough. But yeah, it does not feel like a good situation for them coming. I mean, the loss itself is less of a thing. You had just this tough game, and now you're going from a home game on the road on a back-to-back. It just does not feel like a situation that's set up well for them, especially considering the Timberwolves. A lot of those things that they struggled with down the stretch that made them collapse in this game are going to come into play against the Timberwolves as well.
My last question to you, and I know we got to get out of here, is do you think this is Grant Williams, or he's just playing his worst basketball of the year?
I'm not I feel like, we talked about the shape. I think that if he's in better shape, it helps a little bit. But some of this is the limitations of Grant Williams. He was never like an incredible offensive player. We thought maybe there was more of a capacity for it. And we saw some of the offensive capabilities early. We saw him knocking down shots, and that's kind of cool. And you wonder, is that a consistent thing, or is that just something that can happen in spurts? I think also he has an opportunity to be good. I do. Because we saw it with the Celtics. I think some of it is also the circumstances around him dictate that, and you were hoping that he could be more foundational than just, if I'm playing next to guys that are good defensively, it helps me be even better defensively, which I guess that sounds nonsensical. If you're playing next to good defensive players, you're always going to be better defensively. But there are certain players that you could put in as this is a foundational piece, and regardless of what's around them, they're going to be a certain level of good. And I think you signed Grant Williams to be that. And right now, it's still up in the air if he's capable of delivering that. And I think that's a little frustrating. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie and Mike in with you today and tomorrow as well. Coming up next, the Cowboys play this weekend, but it's on a Saturday. Are you excited about that, or is that a little annoying? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
The Fan.
Wisconsin.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassett, Chris Strong on the ones and twos with us, and you riding with us on a Thursday in the Metroplex. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening. However you're listening, wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. You can get involved with the program, and we want you to get involved with the program of various different ways. You can text into the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053, or you can see us on YouTube, 105 Through the Fan, or twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. And we want you to do that because the Cowboys are playing a football game this weekend, as they often do, except when there's a bye week. But they've got the Detroit Lions this week. It's a big game, obviously, when it comes to figuring out how serious this team is when it comes to real contention, where we have always put the bar, right? The bar is not about them winning 10, 11, 12 games. It's about how serious can you be when the calendar rolls around to January and we start talking about playoff football. What can you show in that regard? So this game is going to matter in that way. And all those things that lie on this game. Can you stop the run? All those types of things. This is a very important game for the Cowboys. And it's happening on a Saturday night, right? Like that. This is something that I think earlier this week we had to think about. It's like this game is on Saturday, right? And I wonder how does that make people feel, right? Just the idea that this game is on a Saturday night, because I think in Cowboy season, people kind of get used to building their weekly schedule around. All right, Sunday is Cowboys, and we'll build everything around that. But we get to this time of the year and the sports calendar gets all sorts of wonky. We have all these bowl games and all these things. And once you get college football off, NFL is trying to take up all the space that they can. We see on Christmas Day, they had the Monday night games, and now they're playing these Saturday games. And I'm wondering, how does that affect your schedule? The idea that Cowboys are not playing on a Sunday, the day that we typically set aside for this, it's a Saturday night game.
So I'm going to say this affects me a whole bunch now.
Okay.
Because I just looked at this. It says the game's on ABC.
Yes.
I don't get that channel anymore. It's blacked out.
Right.
On DirecTV, it's blacked out. I'm hoping it says ABC and ESPN. Is it going to be broadcast on two different channels? Because if this thing's only on ABC, this affects me a whole bunch because I got to figure out how to watch this game if I don't get ABC anymore.
I think that this one will also be on ESPN.
Okay, good.
But I'll double check to make sure that I'm not lying to you.
For Cowboy fans, I want to make this pretty clear here on a Thursday, as we have about 48 hours left until this game's on. I just looked at the schedule and saw the game's on ABC, and I thought, oh no, that Baltimore San Francisco game was on ABC, and it was blacked out because we don't get ABC anymore, which is crazy. That I don't get ABC, paying about $100 a month. I don't get ABC on DirecTV now because of the whatever they're
dispute
going through
with them and Tegna.
But I'm okay with it being on Saturday night. Obviously, Sunday is kind of a big day, I think, for a lot of people. In this is that it's New Year's Eve.
Yep.
So I would not want the Cowboys playing a night game on New Year's Eve.
Sure.
That can. For people that don't care about football, my wife could care less about football. She doesn't want to watch it, doesn't care about it at all. So if on December 31st, the Cowboys were playing at 7:15, that would put a wrench in kind of trying to work around that.
Right.
So I'm glad that they're playing on Saturday night, December 30th, rather than Sunday night, December 31st.
So it's on ABC, but it's also on ESPN, and of course ESPN Plus, right? So if you have the ESPN app, you can always get around this in that way. But no, it'll be on ESPN as well. So there you go. You got cable. You'll be able to get to this. And a lot of people are reminding us that, the digital antenna still works, even if your DirecTV isn't working. So if you go a little bit, I guess old school. It feels weird to say old school.
I don't have an antenna on my TV.
How new is your TV though?
7 years old.
Okay. Well, maybe you don't have the antenna, but you won't have to worry about that. ESPN is the answer.
I've been thinking
to this one.
When do you get a new I know this is a different question, but when do you get a new My TV's fine. It looks great. Like today's technology is great, but I feel like even 7 years ago, the technology in television was great. I'm seeing things very clear and very great. I'm just like, why would I need a new TV now? What do they do? What does a TV do now that 5 to 7 years ago they couldn't do?
I feel like the immediate thing that comes to mind is like better resolution, maybe better.
It doesn't
like
feel like it can get any better than what I've seen.
It's like I see all the details. We're great. Although I wonder how much like if we did a big jump instead of like the incremental jumps, because like you were talking earlier about the idea that you're watching these videos from
95.
Yeah, from 95, and it's just like what am I watching?
It's horrible.
Yeah, but at that time we were like, I could see everything. This is great.
Right.
And so I wonder if it's like in 10 years we look back and we go, how are we watching this? What was happening here? But I don't know. That's a great question because I have multiple TVs in my house, as you know, and one of them's like really old.
Can you tell the difference between the really old TV and I don't know, what's your newest TV? When was the last time you bought a television?
2 years ago. And it's a nice one. It's a Samsung.
Okay,
LED,
can you tell
whatever.
a major difference between, and how old is your old TV?
I can. The old TV, I mean, it has to be on a stand. It's heavy. And so it's not a
So this is
we're talking about box TV.
No, it's
here?
not a fatback. It's not a fatback,
okay.
but it's one of the early like flat screen
So
TVs.
like 15 years old, you'd
Probably,
say? Like
yeah.
2010?
Yeah, something like that. Somebody saying apps and wireless, and I imagine the wireless connection probably better, and you have access to new apps and software because that's one of the things is some older TVs don't update their software, so you just can't use those innately. But you could just plug stuff in, like if you have your Fire Stick or your Roku or whatever. But yes, and people are giving more solutions. They talk about the antenna, Fubo TV, apparently 7-day trial. We got all sorts of the Tolo's got us covered when it comes to figuring out how to watch this game.
How does this affect single man Reggie on a Saturday night?
It just means that I am entirely in on a Saturday night and I have to watch this. Now,
do you watch by yourself mostly?
I try to. And one of the things I realized this weekend is because the last few weeks I have been watching in various places to try and be, social, go or spend time with family. And what I realized is I don't watch the game as intently when I'm around other people. And so I went and watched the All 22, what was that, Tuesday, after the show. And I was like, oh, there's a lot of things that I feel like I'm watching this game and I grasp it. And there's a lot of things that I miss because I'm watching it with other people. So if I can watch it intently and be focused and kind of lean forward in my chair, it's good. And I guess that's probably a good thing for it being Saturday as opposed to Sunday, maybe night. As you mentioned, with it being, New Year's Eve, I think I saw someone on the truckwreck.com text line, again, number 877-881-1053. They said that their wife's Christmas party, or sorry, not Christmas party, but like a holiday party is scheduled for Saturday. So their whole day is messed up because them people don't care about this game, but you do. How many times do you find yourself in the situation where you're in a place and you're like, nobody else cares about this game, but I need to watch it. Like, I really want to watch it. How do you go about
every
it?
Super Bowl party.
How do you go about that? Like, are you the person who's like, I'm watching it on my phone and just trying to ignore people, find a corner?
I usually, if we do go to a Super Bowl party, a lot of times I tell my wife, like, hey, and it's also usually a school day the next day. In fact, it always is a school day the next day. Like, hey, at halftime, we need to leave. And then I feel like I can watch the third and fourth quarter a lot better than what I'm watching the first half of the Super Bowl. I felt like at Christmas Eve, we are at my parents' and they love the Dallas Cowboys and watch all of the games and everything. But yet at the same time, I'm like you're having conversations, kids are running around. It's just, you're just not there by yourself. Just like I'm watching kind of every play. So you'll be like, all right, it's 2nd and 2, but you didn't see maybe as well as you wanted to see how they got to 2nd and 2. And that's fine on the holidays. I know that these games are very important to the Cowboys, and I know that they matter a lot, but I don't know how much they matter specifically to like knowing every play that's happening. But I don't think, as far as I know, Saturday, I think I'll be home in time. I know Saturday my son for Bishop Lynch freshman basketball has a game at 4:30 in Colleyville, and then we should get home by 7 o'clock, and then we'll probably just get home and roll right into a Cowboys game.
There you go. It's going to be a good one, I imagine.
Do you know that the Cowboys are favored by 5.5?
That's interesting.
That's
I
a
didn't think I realized
pretty
that.
big spread for a team that's coming into your building at 11-4 and 6-2 on the road. So at least Vegas sees this as the Cowboys kind of winning by a touchdown. Just to give you an idea, I know the Chiefs stink right now, right? But they're favored by 7 hosting the Bengals. The Bengals are 8-7. Chiefs are 4-4 at home. I feel like there's some kind of weird spreads. It's almost like they're daring you to bet on the Lions. And I always feel like when there's a game that looks like it's going to be a close game and they have the spread pretty high, they want you to bet on the Lions, which means the Cowboys are going to win this game by a touchdown or more.
Oh, so you're solidifying your resolve there.
I am not a great gambler, and never listen to me for gambling
Don't
experience.
take this advice.
But I feel like this. The Cowboys are too big of a favorite in this game, which would be like the smart money should go on Detroit. If Detroit loses this game by 5 points, you still win in Las Vegas. But they almost are baiting you to bet on Detroit because this line doesn't look right to me. So this means to me the Cowboys could have another, I don't want to say blowout where they win by 20, but the Cowboys could have a game here where they win by 10 points because they're just telling you bet on the Lions, bet on the Lions. Like they're begging you right now to bet on the Lions, because I would bet on the Lions if this was like a do or die type of bet, because I'd be like, I get it, man. The Cowboys are better, and I think the Cowboys are going to win, but I think the Cowboys are going to win by more like a 3 to 6 point margin. Obviously, the 6 I would lose by, but this is a big spread for two teams that have a similar record, and the Lions are playing, I would say, a little bit better football over the last couple of weeks than the Cowboys are.
But I also imagine when you talk about the last couple of weeks, it seems like people are really, giving a lot of credence to that home-away split for the Cowboys. And of course, this is at AT&T Stadium, where we've seen the Cowboys be very good offensively, defensively, all the way around. And I wonder if there's just that much deference given to the fact that the Cowboys are playing at AT&T Stadium. And so you'll see the good version of the Cowboys, which is, as we know this season, is incredible. And we're excited to see that Saturday, 7:15 on ESPN, but also here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick in with you today. And coming up next,
and remember, later in the show, are we giving away tickets to this game?
That is
still?
true. We are still giving away tickets to this game in the
Jimmy
noon
Johnson
hour.
Game.
You absolutely want to be there, and we will help you do that. So make sure that you're listening all the time, Tolo, but especially in the noon o'clock hour where that giveaway will happen. But coming up next, it's time to get a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Rangers are linked to Dylan Cease again. Let's do this, Texas Rangers. Next.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic.
my buddy's an idiot on a Thursday, trying to keep with the staples. But right now, the biggest staple that we need to get to is baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so let's talk about right-handed starting pitcher for the Chicago White Sox, Dylan Cease. Now, this isn't an updated rumor. Obviously, there's been a lot of holiday time. Teams, I don't want to say completely shut down around this time. Obviously, we have the great story of Chris Young on Christmas Eve getting a deal done with Nathan Eovaldi last year. But here we have the new year coming up. You have the Shohei has already signed with the Dodgers. Yamamoto signed with the Dodgers. So a lot of the rumors now is, look, the market should be wide open. Everybody who is maybe trying to get Shohei, trying to get Yamamoto, now they know they're not getting them. One team got both of them, the LA Dodgers. So this is a little bit of an older rumor, but it was happening last week. A lot of people are reporting, whether it's Ken Rosenthal, whether it's Mark Feinsand of MLB.com, whether it's John Heyman or Bob Nightingale of the USA Today, they are all saying that they believe Dylan Cease will be traded this offseason from the Chicago White Sox. Now, it doesn't mean it's 100% lock, but when enough people are reporting a guy is going to get traded, then it makes me feel like he's going to get traded.
Yeah.
And in these rumors, it says that, I'll name the teams because there's a lot: the Yankees, the Giants, the Rangers, the Reds, the Braves, and the Orioles. This is from Ken Rosenthal. He believes that they're all a strong possibility for Dylan Cease to be traded to that team. Now, Dylan Cease is 27 years old. He has been healthy the last 3 years. And over the last 3 years, each year he has struck out 200-plus guys. This is a major strikeout pitcher. He does have an issue with walks. He also is usually a league leader in walking people. So he struggles to throw deep into games because he's throwing you have to throw a lot of pitches to strike out guys, and you have to obviously throw a lot of pitches to walk guys. So he's not a early contact guy. At the same time, it's tough to find guys that have this good of swing and miss stuff. And Dylan Cease, to me, would be perfect for the Texas Rangers. Now, here is why. Dylan Cease's talent is tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Cease has grown up in the White Sox organization. I don't like saying this, but the White Sox are not a very good organization. And a lot of players who have said when they've left the White Sox recently have said, wow, and they've gone to, let's say, good organizations. And I do believe at this point with Bruce Bochy and Chris Young and what you have set up here with the Texas Rangers, you have a very good organization. They proved it in 2023 by becoming our world champions. I wonder if Dylan Cease were to get traded to the Texas Rangers, which is going to cost you some really good prospects, but we'll talk about that in a second. If Dylan Cease got to the Texas Rangers, and next year in this article, it says that they're projecting that he'll get $8.8 million, and then that would be arbitration. And then the next year, you would still have him under control. He would not become a free agent until after the 2025 season, so going into the 26 season. So you'd have him for 2 years. If Dylan Cease was around Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, Nate Eovaldi, Mike Maddox, Bruce Bochy, that would be, I think, unbelievable for this kid's career. He was great. I have his stats pulled up. I have a whole bunch of things pulled up on him. But he finished second in Cy Young voting in 2022. Yeah. He had a 2.2 ERA in 184 innings. He led the league in walks with 78, had 227 strikeouts, but that's his career high. But the year before he had 226 strikeouts. Last year he had 214 strikeouts. He makes his starts. He has great swing and miss stuff. Last year wasn't the best year, but he's in a bad organization. I think if you brought him over to a stable organization with a great manager, a great pitching coach, right now, 3 great veteran pitchers who all pitch a little bit different, but are all right-handed, I think that the sky would be the limit for Dylan Cease. In fact, if he got traded to the Rangers, I think when we went to Vegas for the Super Bowl, if he had already been traded to the Rangers, which he should be traded by that point if he's getting traded, because we're looking at early February. Spring training would be opening up the next week. So like when the Super Bowl ends, the next week is when spring training opens up. I think Dylan Cease, with the right people around him, the talent that he has, I think he would be a guy to bet on for Cy Young. I wouldn't say he's the favorite, but he would be such long odds that I think it would be good odds to pick him. He's been healthy the last 3 years. He puts up the huge strikeout numbers. You give him this offense. You give him this pitching coach. You give him this manager. You give him Scherzer, DeGrom, Eovaldi talking to him in his ear and giving him advice. I think he could be close to a 20-game winner, a guy who has an ERA in the high twos and a guy who could strike out 200 plus. That gives you a chance to win the Cy Young like in 2022. So for me, the Rangers' budget is a little bit limited. $8.8 million for a potential Cy Young winner in 2024 and 25 for you. I think you do what you have to do to get Dylan Cease.
From the 817 on the truckwreck.com text line, not a fit for the Rangers. You said he's been healthy. And that, I mean, but
they're making a sarcastic comment. Yeah, but I totally get it.
But I think that speaks to this a lot. You need pitchers that you can depend on that are, front of the rotation type pitchers that you can play to start the season.
And Scherzer's 40.
Yeah.
Or close to. I think he's right around 40. Jacob deGrom is closer to 40 than he is 30 at this point. And Jacob deGrom, I don't know if he's going to pitch next year. The hope is that he pitches in August and September, but that's a hope. That's not a for sure thing with 2 Tommy John surgeries at the age that he's at. Nate Eovaldi's probably not making 30 starts for you next year. I love Nate Eovaldi. Unbelievable. A major reason you won a World Series. But I don't think you can, if you're Chris Young, who I believe is a genius and a great general manager, you can't say, all right, man, next year we have 162 games. Nate Eovaldi's starting 30 of them. You can't write that in. You can write in, I think he's going to start 25 for me. Like, hey, optimistically, 25 starts for Nate Eovaldi. I think that can happen. John Gray, I'm hoping he gives me 30 starts. Dane Dunning, interesting case because he might bounce back and forth between rotation and bullpen, but right now he's definitely one of your starting pitchers to start the year, so you're hoping that he gives you 25 to 30 starts. Same thing with Andrew Heaney, who could bump in and out of the rotation, but right now you're hoping he gives you about 25 starts. Cody Bradford, you're hoping that he gives you 15 to 20 starts, probably bouncing more towards the bullpen than staying in the rotation if guys get healthy. But the thing is when guys get healthy, let's just say you don't trade for Dylan Cease, you don't sign any more starting pitchers. When guys get healthy, whether it's Malley, whether it's Scherzer, whether it is DeGrom, guess what? You're going to be dealing with other injuries too. You're going to need about 12 starters for a season. That's just the reality, especially of this Texas Rangers team coming up with the injuries that they have and the hope that they come back. And I think Dylan Cease would be your ace. I think he would be the guy who you can look at his career, his age, and go 30 starts, Dylan Cease, and pencil it in and almost write it in pen and say, I really believe, unless there's a major setback in his career, he is the one guy that if I traded for could give the Texas Rangers 30 to 32 starts in a season. And the reality is he's good enough to win the Cy Young next year for the Texas Rangers.
All right, Mike, you're painting a great picture. Cy Young candidate, sub-3 ERA, 200 plus strikeouts.
Yeah,
this sounds great. What's the cost?
One super premium prospect, which will not be Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter. You're not trading either one of those guys. But let me put together a package, and I think this could get it done.
Okay.
Jack Leiter, Owen White, and Justin Foskey.
Oh, we're already willing to part with Jack Leiter here.
Yes, well, in articles and stuff, the Rangers have floated out, like at this point, not that they're just going to give away Jack Leiter, but
sure.
Look, if the right trade becomes available, look, the Rangers don't have great pitching prospects. We're hoping that they bounce back. Owen White bounces back, that Jack Leiter bounces back. Obviously, Kumar Rocker's not going to pitch in 2024. The next time he pitches will be in 2025 because of how late his Tommy John injury came about. So you look at it, and maybe it would be more premium position players than your premium pitching prospects, because your premium pitching prospects maybe aren't that premium in the open market, and maybe that doesn't even get it done. But I'm willing to kind of start looking at my team and my organization, and maybe it's some prospects that are more an A-ball that Chicago would like. They feel like there's more upside with guys that are further away, and the White Sox aren't going to compete anytime soon for a division championship or a playoff spot. So maybe you're looking, I'm naming names that people maybe know better.
Sure.
But maybe you go to your premium A-ball prospect and say, we'll give you this premium A-ball prospect. We'll give you white or lighter, choose, and we'll also give you Justin Foscue, who I don't know where he fits in the Rangers organization, but he could fit with your organization and immediately be in your lineup. And then you throw in maybe a couple of okay prospects that you're not really that high on, but they look like they could make it, and it's the White Sox job to develop them into maximizing their potential. But I do think it would take a premium prospect and then maybe 3 other guys that are pretty good prospects to do. But I'm willing to do it. If I'm trading for a guy who I think can win the Cy Young, if I think he can win the Cy Young for the Texas Rangers in 2024 and 25, I have to give the White Sox a premium offer. The other thing, too, is I read Yankees, Giants, Reds, Orioles, Braves. Like,
there's a market,
If you read these names, I got to beat these teams out. I can't just give a soft offer and expect to beat. If I'm competing against 7 other competitive teams, I got to give something they really like. And maybe I'm not giving enough, and I don't know if I'm not excited to do this. I don't think the White Sox want a Leody Taveras. I think they're more in a rebuilding thing where they want control of a guy for 6 to 10 years.
Leody is young, though.
He is young, but if you look at his time, I believe he has 3, it might be 4 more years until he hits free agency. And that's plenty of time, but I don't know if they would want any type of like major league guy already, but
arbitration eligible in 24, I guess after 24.
Okay, so then he has 4 years left, Leody. But I would look at this and go, what do I have to do? Because I'm willing to do a lot to get Dylan Cease. The other thing too, budget-wise, this matches the Rangers' budget right now. Next year, you add Dylan Cease, he cost you approximately $8 to $9 million. Oh. And then you have him under control. He can't leave your organization. He's not a free agent. Then he's arbitration eligible again. And let's just say he has a great year. He wins the Cy Young, and he cost me $20 million in arbitration for a year. That's nothing. If Dylan Cease is as good as I think he can be, and it could be for the Texas Rangers, after his 2 years here, he's probably looking at a 6-year contract at about $35 million a year. I don't know if the Rangers are going to be willing to do something like that.
Yeah, but you would have gotten...
But you would have gotten an unbelievable deal out of a guy that probably should be costing you $35 million a year. You pay him $8 to $9 million, and then you pay him $15 to $20 million if he performs as well as I think he can in 2024.
And you get that in a particular window, a championship caliber window. And I think that also adds value.
Healthy and in his 20s. Right now, the Rangers have somewhat unhealthy pitchers in their mid to late 30s. So that would be a major change. The other thing, too, is I'll end it with this. Unfortunately, right now, Owen White, Cole Winn, I think, is off the map. But like a lot of the guys that you were hoping 2 years ago that would really be part of your rotation and helping you out in their mid-20s aren't developing fast enough to help you out. And Dylan Cease for the next 2 years could lead in a weird way, having Scherzer, DeGrom, Evaldi. This would be the leader of your rotation.
Well, I mean, Chris Young has already proven that he's willing to be a certain level of aggressive in acquiring talent. This is interesting. I hope that this is the way.
This is, I think, more of the way the Rangers are going to have to do it is somewhat deplete a little bit of their depth in their minor leagues to add to the 2024 Texas Rangers.
Thanks a lot, Bally. It's a KSC masterpiece here on one. Yeah, you didn't. You didn't.
Did not say.
We got to protect the money. KSC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, my buddy's an idiot. Has your friend or friends or I don't know. I guess friends is the only thing I can use. Humans had dumb opinions. Talk about it next on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through The Fan. Reginald Atatula with Mike Bassick here today. Chris Strong on the ones and twos, and you rocking with this on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. About time to do some My Buddy's an Idiot here. And as we were going to break, I tried to tease it, and you might have noticed, failed very horribly. So I do.
Good enough. We got where you're
going. We are here. We are here in the second hour of the show. In the 12 o'clock hour, mind you, you want to stick around because we will be giving away tickets to Cowboys Lions. Of course, that is on Saturday. And the added bonus of this giveaway is that, hey, Jimmy Johnson's going into the Cowboys Ring of Honor at halftime, so you can be in the building for that historic occasion by just listening to your favorite show, the KNC Masterpiece, right? Like, how much better does it get there? But yes, I'm going to see if I can set up this segment properly, or at least how Kevin does it, where let's do some My Buddy's an Idiot, where if you have a friend or family member that has weird sports or pop culture opinions, text in 877-881-1053. I think that's close. Hit the music. Okay. By the way, feel free to judge me on how I've been handling Kevin and Corey's job here, Reggie, over the course of this week.
I want to start this off by somehow on my YouTube, you know when you search for YouTube stuff?
Yep.
Somehow, like a pawn shop came up on my YouTube page.
It's probably like the collectors.
Like, yeah, probably so. And so there was a person who had, like, in a box, had the Chucky doll, but like the nice Chucky doll, like what the movies are made off of.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
I don't know, My Buddy's a little bit different, but My Buddy's similar looking to Chucky. Not perfectly, but similar. But it's scary looking. It was a 30-inch doll in the real packaging of that, like, Chucky, but not like evil Chucky that they made all the movies off of. The how they made the movie off of that doll, and like people were really interested in getting that Chucky doll at this, and it's 30 inches stand-up doll, and the guy's like, I have to sell it. It scares my grandkids.
Yeah, I would absolutely sell that, although, well, I guess some people love horror, right? Like, that is a genre that people love, and so
yeah,
if there's something that you love, you get memorabilia. You know a lot about that. I just couldn't be me. Is ultimately where I land. Could not be me, and I guess I don't really have a reason to have a doll, but no, I'm not a horror movie fan is what I'm getting
Well,
at.
Reggie, you weren't here when My Buddy was an idiot a few weeks ago. I have a friend of mine. He's not really a friend, but I know who he is, and he was playing
your face, dude, that's not his friend.
Basketball, and he had no chance to get a rebound. In fact, he was boxed out by a good 4 feet away from the ball and decided to jump up and then body slam his body into my buddy's ankle.
Yeah. He did it to Dwight Powell.
And then ruined his ankle for at least a month, if not longer.
That's right. And Chris, I think you inadvertently stumbled upon his buddy or non-buddy in this instance.
Yeah, it was Dwight Powell.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. No,
who multiple times in his career has hurt his own teammates.
And himself. I don't know a player that seems to get hit in the head more than Dwight Powell.
You've seen the video. It's all fake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he jumps up and acts like he jumped up and hit his head against a wall before a game. It's all like
it's all a conspiracy.
That's all his deal.
Say?
He puts his face in the area where it looks like it's going to get hit hard, but it doesn't.
What a weird conspiracy to have. I get my head hit all the time. Like that's.
Have you not seen the Dwight Powell video?
No, I have. Where he was in the tunnel and then he for some reason trying to jump through.
He's showing how he draws fake fouls on his face.
Well, there's a whole Twitter account dedicated to Dwight Powell getting hit in the face.
Is there really?
A whole Twitter account. You'll have to search that up.
Yeah, I'm going to now turn my attention there. But yes, look, Dwight Powell inadvertently, I'm going to use the word inadvertently, Mike. I understand where you stand. Injuring Kyrie Irving is really tough in this stretch, right? There's been, I mean, last night was one of those nights where I imagine you have Kyrie Irving.
By 10 points.
You probably win that game because Luka Doncic was off. We didn't talk about this in the first segment of the show, but Luka Doncic was off down the stretch, especially when you got to clutch time. And there was times where maybe he was driving and expecting a foul and didn't get in, and it kind of threw off his rhythm. the nice thing about having two of those guys is, yes, Luka is the primary closer, but if he's off, it's just like, all right, Kyrie, your turn.
Yeah. If you don't make, let's just say you get the 7 seed as the Dallas Mavericks and you miss out on the 6 seed by a game or two, I blame Dwight Powell for that 100%.
Wow.
And only Dwight Powell for his clumsiness. He's the most athletic, clumsy guy I've seen in my life. A guy that can run well, jump well, and then he's just so clumsy and klutzy that he has taken our second best player out of at least, well, it's 10 games in a row now, and it'll probably still, tonight, Kyrie's not playing, so that'll be 11 games in a row. Like, what will it get to? What did Dwight Powell do to this season? And I 100% blame Mark Cuban for bringing him back and putting him on the team. The dream would have been that Houston, he would have signed with Houston, because at this point, right, Sengun's having a great year. Dwight Powell at some point in practice or something would have hurt one of the Houston Rockets, and they wouldn't have as good of a record because Dwight Powell's on their team.
Oh, that's really, and the thing that's upsetting for me in particular is just Kyrie Irving missing time. Like, he misses time throughout seasons. Yeah. He's not the healthiest guy, but when he's there, obviously he's very good. This felt like one that probably should have been avoidable, and that's upsetting as well. Right. But as we continue with My Buddy's an Idiot, we got people texting.
All right, let's hear what
on the truckwreck.com text line, and someone on the 214 says, my buddy's an idiot. He doesn't think Lamar is an MVP candidate. He's a Niners fan. That's just hating at that point. Although, like, I think some people point to the touchdown interception ratio when it comes to Lamar Jackson, and it doesn't quite look the right way. Like, Lamar Jackson is interesting because the numbers are misleading on him in a negative way, right? I don't think they tell the whole story of, if you watch him play and see just how much that entire offense he is the engine of it, and he's the thing that makes this go, which I guess sounds kind of nonsensical when you talk about, yeah, he's the quarterback, but in just a different way, the spirit of what that team does and the way in which they look dominant, it starts with him, and then obviously is carried very far by the fact that defense is really good.
So I would wonder this from a person who says he's not a candidate, because I could see if somebody said, hey, I don't think Lamar Jackson should be the MVP of 2023. Okay, well, who's your argument of the candidates? I'm just looking at yards, which is not a very good stat, because look, there's been times where Jameis Winston has been up there in yards passing, like, leaders of yards passing for a season, and Jameis Winston was never an MVP candidate. Tua T is number 1, Brock Purdy is number 2, and Jared Goff is number 3. Now, I know that's just one stat, and if we're going to give it to a quarterback, are you saying those are the 3 candidates for MVP? Because I don't think they are. I mean, all those teams have good records. In fact, I believe 11-4, 11-4, and 11-4, if I have the records right? They're all 11-4. But I just, then you go to touchdown passes. All right. Touchdown passes. We know that our guy here, Dak Prescott is number 1, Brock Purdy's number 2, and Jared Goff is number 3. Like, if we're just going to go with yards passed and touchdowns, I guess it should be between Brock Purdy and Jared Goff.
Well, and yes.
And I don't think Jared Goff, it doesn't feel like watching Jared Goff, he's an MVP candidate, but maybe we're leaving out Jared Goff as an MVP candidate.
I think it just points to the idea that, like, the counting stats can be, it's helpful, but there needs to be more of a holistic approach. And I think it also just points to, this year has really done a good job of illustrating how flawed our MVP, like, debate and how our framework is. And so when we don't have the easy answer, it's kind of showing all the various ways in which we make this narrative. We do kind of weird things and get to an interesting place. But someone was talking about Lamar Jackson. It's not just interceptions, 13 turnovers to 24 touchdowns is what people point to. And the turnovers is an interesting thing because he definitely has lost some fumbles in the pocket.
Yeah.
But some of that is like the tackles not showing up in the way that they need to. But yes, I realize I'm being the Lamar Jackson apologist, but I think you're right. He's definitely a candidate, even if you don't feel like he is your definite.
It is interesting
MVP.
To look at Lamar Jackson because in the 2 QB ratings, he is 8th and 10th in them. And usually the MVP candidates are usually top 3 in those categories. Maybe they're 4th in one and 2nd in another. And it is interesting when you go to those. I believe he's 8th in one and 10th in the other in your QBR or your rating category. At the same time, he has the best record in the AFC, and that plays a big role. I know that that's a weird stat for MVP, but the record of your team as a quarterback plays a huge role
Yeah.
in if you are a candidate or not a candidate.
That's fair. That is fair.
And he's not going to get to 1,000 yards rushing because he hasn't
been that kind of
786 with 2 games to go. So even if he rushed for 200 yards total, that still puts you just under 1,000 yards rushing, where in his MVP year, he ran for 1,206 yards.
Yeah, it's definitely been different watching Lamar. When he uses his mobility, he uses it to throw as opposed to go and pick up yards.
This is his career high already in passing yards.
Mhm.
In his MVP year, that was his most, and he had 3,127. This year, he has 3,357, and he still has 2 more games to go. So if you just give him, I'm going to give him a low number. If you give him 400 more passing yards, that's going to get him to almost 3,800, which would be 700 more than his career high in passing yards. Now, obviously, early in his career, there was only 16 games to play. Now there's 17 games to play. So you do add an extra game to his stats.
On the truckwreck.com text line from the 817, Buddy cheated on his girl. She makes $200,000 a year. He lives with his parents. We're 36. Yeah, I feel like this one is very cut and dry. This feels very evident. The bad business decision, my guy.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a weird question here.
I feel like that's what this show is for.
At what age, if you've never been married, is like you're kind of too old to get married?
Oh, wow.
That's a weird question. Because I do know I work with Kevin Hagelin, and if I have his age right, he was approximately 40 when he got married for the first time. So it's just a question. It's a silly question because, look, if you've never been married and then you meet the love of your life at 55 years old, you'll get married at 55. I'm not telling you not to get married. But in a weird way, you've established a lifestyle. I feel like it's tougher to get married the older you get, because you've established a lifestyle of living it your way. And now you're going to share that life and live with a person. And I think it can be difficult to totally change. In a way, I don't know any better. I got married when I was 22 years old. I don't know how to live
By
without
yourself,
my wife.
solo. Yeah.
So I just wonder, when you get to be 40 years old, how big of a transition it is, the way that you've lived, the lifestyle you've lived, to now share that lifestyle and almost change your lifestyle after living on your own for 20 years.
Well, what if you don't? Because I guess this is my submission for My Buddy's an Idiot. Not necessarily my buddy, but there's been people who have really championed the idea of being married but living separately, and maybe something like having 2 different apartments in across the hall, or even houses near each other, but
I don't feel
we
like
do
that's
some things
marriage.
together and we go to our separate places when it's necessary. You don't feel like that counts?
I don't feel like you're married at that point. Why get married if that's the way you want to live?
That's like the Will Smith approach, like doing the least in your marriage.
Will Smith and that lady's nut job. Jada Pinkett, is that her name?
Jada Pinkett Smith?
Yeah, we can take the Smith off of it. She never was a Smith.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
I didn't realize that you had this type of fiery opinions on that relationship.
I've seen enough of their lies over the last 8 years or so. They weren't even married. Like, they were fake married for most of their marriage.
Let's see. Isn't
that weird that Will Smith slapped the crap out of Chris Rock and they weren't even living together or married? And it had been years?
That
it
whole
wasn't like they
relationship.
had just got divorced or just separated. Like, they'd been separated for like 5 years, and he turns into a crazy person at that. I don't know what the awards were. I forget. Oscars or whatever it was.
Yeah. That whole relationship, just all of it is like, I don't know. I have gotten to a point where I'm like, that's not my business.
And the weird thing is she was like writing books or giving advice all the time on how to have a successful marriage when they weren't married. Thanks a lot, Jada.
That's right. Let's see.
Liar. We do know this. We can categorize her as a complete liar.
Okay. From the 214, they said, am I the idiot for thinking the Rams are a bigger threat than the Browns and the Ravens? Just saying. Or are they talking about?
I'm not crazy about that. I will say this. I guess I'm getting nervous about Tampa Bay. not that I think they're a threat to go to the Super Bowl, but I'm getting nervous about that first round matchup for the Cowboys, that they are playing good football here at the end of the season, and they seem like more of a threat than last year's Tom Brady's Tampa Bay Bucks. Now, I do think the Cowboys will still go to Tampa Bay and win. If that's the first round matchup in the wild card for the Dallas Cowboys, I think the Cowboys will go there and win. I just don't think it will be as easy as last year's win.
Going back to the marriage conversation, because apparently that's where the text line is gone. For the 817, thanks, Mike, for telling me I'm going to be alone forever.
Not saying that. I'm saying that it's just, I think that it's tougher. My opinion. It's only my opinion. It's not factual. My opinion is I wonder, or I think that it is tougher to live a single lifestyle for 20 years and then get married because it's such a shock to your system.
Well, apparently on the text line, we have someone from the 682 that says a guy that I served in the military with was 82 when he first got married.
That's awesome. Good for him. It's weird.
And thank him for his service, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, that's My Buddy's an Idiot right here on the Candidacy Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, as we continue to get ready for Cowboys Lions on Saturday. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula and Mike Bassick here with you. Chris Strong on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. And thank you guys for rocking with us, however you're listening. In about 20 minutes, we'll go around, we'll dip into some gridiron gravy. I forget that it's called a very particular thing on this very fantastic KNC Masterpiece midday show. Right now, though, it's time to talk to our Dallas Cowboys insider, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. His name is Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, sounds like you've been a little busy today?
I have been busy. I just rushed back from the Cotton Bowl breakfast they did a coach's interview. You know, before when the game, I guess they had more time, they would do a luncheon and they'd have both teams there at the same time. And this got moved to a coach's breakfast. Brad Sham kind of hosting the event, and had both head coaches there, and he kind of interviewed them on stage, and it was a pretty nice event and a nice fundraiser too for the Cotton Bowl.
Mickey, we are in the midst of bowl season, as you mentioned, the Cotton Bowl. Are you, and this is probably a dumb question, knowing the amount of time that you have to put into this Cowboys thing, but are you somebody that gets any level of enjoyment from these bowl games?
Especially when my team's playing, yes.
Oh, yes. I forget. I don't know. How could I forget? Missouri had a fantastic season playing in that Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just getting to the Cotton Bowl is almost a victory no matter how the game turns out. Just, you know, getting a chance to play in this. So this is the third time they've played it since I've been here. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
And they should win, right? Their players are going to play versus the other team who's not going to play.
Brad slipped a question in today and said, Harrison going to play, right? He goes, no comment. So we'll see what happens with that. But, yeah, this is a big deal. I think it's a bigger deal for Missouri than it is probably for Ohio State, seeing that they're one win away from being in the national championship semifinals.
All right, so Mick, I'm going to ask you a question that I have no clue about the tiebreakers, and maybe you do. This is a very simple question if you researched it, and I didn't research it, so I'm hoping you did. If the Eagles beat Carolina and the Cowboys beat Detroit.
No, wait, the Eagles are playing Arizona.
Arizona, I'm sorry.
It was one of them teams.
Yeah, one of those crappy teams that has very few wins.
Okay.
The Cowboys still have a chance to win the division, right, going into the last week of the season?
The Cowboys have to win out, and if the Eagles lose to the Giants, then the Cowboys, they obviously split the head-to-head, right?
Yeah.
And the next tiebreaker is division record, and the Eagles would have 2 division losses. The Cowboys would have just 1.
And beating the Lions, you'd be the number 2 seed, right?
Assume because they would end up in a tie, right?
Right. Because Detroit has 4 losses, Cowboys have 5. But if they win Saturday night, then that gives Detroit 5 losses.
5, and they would beat them head to head. You're right.
Okay,
exactly.
so most likely there's a good chance that not only we know that this week matters a whole bunch, but the next week, as long as the Cowboys win, will matter a whole bunch too.
Right. And you know, as I've always said, you know, the NFL takes care of those who take care of themselves. And, you know, and now they're at the mercy, and they've been at the mercy the last couple of weeks, right? Well, if we win and, you know, and so beats the Eagles, well, it happened. And then so we win, so beats the Eagles, and it happened. And then they didn't take care of themselves by winning at Miami or Buffalo. And so this is the last chance because, because if the Eagles win out, then they're in, and they'll be the first team to repeat in the NFC East since 2004, if you can believe that.
In the quest to handle their own for the Cowboys, they've got to take on these Lions, and big parts of it, and I'm going to be true to my word and asking this damn near every day until we get to this game.
Tony Romo wasn't even the quarterback of the Cowboys. He was on the team. Like, if you think about that, Mick, what you just said, Donovan McNabb was the quarterback of the Eagles early in his career, and Tony Romo was the third stringer barely in the NFL when the last time there was a repeat division champ.
And if not for the Cowboys parting ways with Quincy Carter, he may not have been on the team in 2004.
It's always crazy how that one works. But Mickey, do we have an update, anything that you can tell me as I'm looking for it on Tyron Smith or on Jonathan Hankins, two guys that are going to be really vital?
Yeah, I don't think Hankins going to make it.
Okay.
I just have not seen any indication. And I know Tyron hasn't practiced. I think tomorrow will be a big, decision day for him. If he's able to do what they do on Friday, then I think he has a chance to play. More so, Hankins, I mean, it's a high ankle sprain. He's 325 pounds. I've seen him do a little rehab on the cords, but not much else. And, I think, as I told you yesterday, the best I can tell you is Tyron didn't have any problems walking through the locker room. So
Sure.
I don't know if that's an indication. But it's a back thing.
Right.
And I think I said it yesterday, he was having back spasms. And he's had those before. They give him an injection and it calms it down, and and he's usually good to go. So we'll see if that's the case this week, if they can get him back out there. And then to make it even more problematic, Udoka ends up limited on the injury report yesterday with a toe. So
yeah.
That's one of the reasons why. Well, there was a couple reasons, but one of the reasons why they decided that with Weletsko's 21-day return from IR was up, and they had to make a decision: either put him on the 53 or he's out the rest of the year on IR. They moved him to the 53. Knowing that they might need depth at the tackle position, even though he hasn't played all year.
Yeah, so obviously that was where I was going, and you spoke pretty well to the Weletsko move there. There's two parts of this. One, how much do you feel Weletsko could possibly play for these Cowboys in this game? And two, the Rashaan Evans side of this is fascinating. Why? And obviously, I guess there is that that arrest for a small amount of marijuana, but with the depth concerns at linebacker, why Rashaan?
Well, he hasn't been playing. He's had 14 snaps in the last 4 games and only one game with 11. So, I mean, he hasn't been out there, and I don't know that, he fit in well. I'm not sure, but he's been here for 9 games, and he's only played in 1. I mean, not played in 1, started 1. He's appeared, but mostly it's been on special teams. So, yeah, I mean, maybe there was a reason why he wasn't on any team, to start the season until the Cowboys brought him in and had him on the practice squad, remember? And then they elevated him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that move was going to be made regardless of the arrest that he ended up having. Plus, I didn't know people got arrested anymore for possession of marijuana.
Yeah, you learn something every day, don't you?
Right? I thought that was old school. So yeah.
It's probably I don't know the law that well. It's probably just like a Class C type of
I thought that's
offense.
What I saw, a misdemeanor. It was, I don't know what the ounces. I think I saw in the paper it's like between 1 and 2 ounces.
I thought it was 2 to 4 was what I
2
saw.
to 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that might be a lot, huh?
I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm out of my league on that one.
So with that being the case, as we follow down, because linebacker is still a place where you do need help. I mean, we're seeing Jaron Kearse play linebacker, snaps as well.
But that's by choice.
Okay. Is there anything in the way of trying to find more depth, or is this just going to be trying to make this happen?
You are in week. What is this? Week 17?
Yeah, this is it.
I mean, there can't be much else out there. If they needed to sign, and here's the deal. Yeah, and that one's still coming back to haunt them, right? Because they had big plans for him. The linebacker that they've used that's on the practice squad now is Jefferson, but he's out of practice squad elevations. So if indeed you were going to need a linebacker on the 53, I mean, you could sign you could sign Malik to the 53-man roster, but again, now you got to cut somebody. And they've done a pretty good job about using everybody. And at this late in the season, if you think you're cutting somebody and then you're going to sign them back to the practice squad, there's so many teams out there that are already planning for next year. And they're thinking, well, if he was on the Cowboys practice squad or on the 53 and they cut him, maybe he's better than the 53rd guy on our roster. And so teams are picking guys up like that once they hit the waiver wire. So it's a difficult decision, as you saw with Evans, on if you're going to put somebody on the 53, you got to cut somebody. It's not that easy.
Mickey, before we let you go, we saw the Hall of Fame finalists named.
Yes.
Darren Woodson's name shows up. What more do we have to do to make sure this man ends up in the Hall of Fame?
I'm almost worn out on this one. I just don't get it. This guy should have been in the Hall of Fame 5 years ago, at least. As many times as he's made it to this far and then farther to the finals, I bet it wears him out. I mean, I don't know why everybody doesn't understand that this guy, for the decade or more than a decade he played here, he was the heart and soul of that defense. Okay, Charles Haley's in, and this guy's in, and that guy's in. Well, Darren Woodson should have been in first ballot, as far as I'm concerned. And when I look at the safeties that are in recently, they can't hold they can't hold a candlestick to Darren Woodson. And there's too many people voting that just want to look at stats. Well, okay, how about this stat? He's the all-time career leader in tackles for the Dallas Cowboys. And how many defensive players on this during this franchise history are in the Hall of Fame? And he's outdone every one of them. How do you ignore that? It's almost exhausting when I saw, well, he's up again, and I'm going, oh, what more can you say about it, right? Just the frustration and disgust that a guy that good can't get in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's just amazing to me.
Well,
hope somebody that has something to do with it's listening to your radio show, right?
Yeah, that's right. And hopefully this is the last year that we have to do this because we can celebrate him going in as we're celebrating Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor on Saturday.
Right, yeah, exactly. Kind of a neat look back into history, I guess, for most people that are, what would you say, Mike, no more than 40 years old, that they would remember that Jimmy was the head coach here?
Yeah, I mean,
it's 30 years since
when he won his
the
championship.
Super Bowl,
I was
right?
a sophomore in high school. I'm 46 years old now, and the '93 team was my sophomore year.
So 30 years ago, this year, right, the back-to-back. So what do you think? Your sports consciousness hits at about, 10 years old, maybe?
Yeah,
right
10 to 12 for most
so
people
you
that
got to
like
be
sports.
So if you're 40 or more, you understand what it means, what Jimmy Johnson did. But if you're younger than that, it's just like, well, maybe I read that, but you really don't know much about it. That's how long ago it's been. Time flies, guys.
That's right. And it's flying throughout this week. One more day where we get to talk to you. And, of course, you know what time it is. We'll get your prediction tomorrow when we chat. Thanks,
I thought
Mickey.
you were going to say time flies already through this segment.
That's also true. We made it all the way through. And we appreciate you doing this every day, every week. It's always appreciated, Mickey.
All right. Good to be with you guys. See ya.
Yes, sir. That's Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. And it's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go entirely around the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy here on The Fan.
Hey, good folks. Want to talk to you about our
special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Mike Bassett. Chris Strong is on the ones and twos, and you hanging out with us on a Thursday. Thank you for doing that. You can always get involved with the program by texting into the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. There's YouTube, there's Twitch, lots of ways to be involved. And another way to be involved is come out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson tomorrow, where myself and Mike will be broadcasting from 12832 South Freeway. When you see a whole bunch of numbers in an address, it's like, I don't know how. I'm like, I don't want to say 12-830. It's like, it's weird.
I'll be up to date in my Google Maps
yes.
instead of MapQuest,
Excellent.
which I said yesterday.
Into the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just type in Buffalo Wild Wings and then the city we're supposed to be going to, and usually the address will pull up.
There you go. So, yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings Burleson is what you do if you want the Mike Bassick approach. 12832 South Freeway is the address, and Cowboys Lions tickets will be given away courtesy of Miller Lite. So you want to hang out with the KNC Masterpiece as currently constituted tomorrow in Burleson. But right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Have I gotten that right a single time this week? Also, why was your dip sounded like a question, like you weren't sure?
There's a little, yeah. I didn't know if I wanted to dip there.
Okay. Yeah, we need to be aggressive and certain that we want to dip, right? Like we want to know, yes, I would like to dip into some gridiron gravy.
like my food saucy.
We know that Kevin doesn't.
He does like barbecue sauce, but I think that's the only sauce he really likes. But I like my stuff saucy.
Okay. Just the food, or like other things saucy as well?
I think everything.
That's fair. That is fair. Something that we get a little saucy about here in the Metroplex is Darren Woodson and his place, or his should-be place, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We found out late yesterday, the finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024. Amongst a lot of various people, Darren Woodson, safety for your Cowboys in the 90s and into the early 2000s. Again, a finalist, so he continues to move closer. But Mike, where's your confidence level that this will get done eventually? And what's your confidence level
Veterans
that it happens
Committee,
this year?
0. They're not voting him in. He doesn't get close. So I think Darren Woodson's a Hall of Famer. Darren Woodson's one of my favorite players of all time. I always mention this. In 2006, when I was playing on the United States Olympic qualifying team in baseball in Cuba, my number was 28. My number was 28 in 2006 for Darren Woodson. That's what he meant to me. That's how much he meant to me. I think he was a great football player. He is a great person. He should be in the Hall of Fame. These voters give him 0 chance of making it. But I do think he gets in when he's like 65 years old. He'll get in through the Drew Pearson getting in. Like that's, I believe, isn't Cliff Harris now in the Hall of Fame too? Didn't he recently go in, if I'm correct about that? Like he'll go in, but he'll go in through the Veterans Committee. He won't go in through voting.
Yeah, you're right. Cliff Harris is in. Some of the other finalists include Antonio Gates, Dwight Freeney, Torrey Holt, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers shows up here as well. Fred Taylor, Reggie. Like there's some names here.
Yeah.
That I imagine.
I think Julius Peppers will get voted in. Torrey Holt's interesting. He has to have been on here for a while now, because he retired a while ago.
Yeah, retired in 2008. So yeah, but that's tough. But Antonio Gates pops up here.
I think Antonio Gates will get in, but I don't know. Is this the first time he's on the ballot?
I believe so. Yes.
So he won't get in.
You don't think so?
If DeMarcus Ware can't get in first ballot, what did Antonio Gates do as a tight end to get in first ballot? Do I believe he's a Hall of Famer? I do, but
sure.
I mean, we seem to leave out pretty, unless you're Jerry Rice or Tom Brady, it feels like you have a really tough time getting in on that first ballot. And Antonio Gates, I think he's a Hall of Famer. Will he get in first time? Gosh, I thought DeMarcus Ware would first time too, and he didn't. So I guess Antonio Gates will have to be left out at least once, if not twice, before he gets in.
Well, look, this will kind of get this was trimmed to 25 semifinalists in November. Now we're down to the finalists, and the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 24 will be introduced during the NFL Honors, which takes place February 8th. So couple months, and I don't know that. I know you're not waiting with bated breath, but we hope that someone comes to their senses.
I hope I'm wrong.
Right.
I think he's definitely deserving and will get in. It's just going to be 10 years from now, or however long it takes to get on the veterans ballot.
As we continue around the NFL, this story got even more weird as the day went along. We mentioned it that the Broncos, the Denver Broncos, they made it known that they are going to bench Russell Wilson. And that was one of those things where we were like, okay, there's some monetary reasons for this. And the more information we got, the more weird it got. So sources at Bleacher Report said that the Broncos apparently threatened to bench Russell Wilson weeks ago if he didn't remove his injury guarantees. Because obviously he has a few years guaranteed to injury, and he has a big contract, of course, which was the extension that the Broncos gave him as soon as they signed or traded for him. And now that has looked a little bit, rough because he has not played all that well. With that being the case, Russell Wilson obviously was benched yesterday, and it's solely financially. However, the Broncos approached Wilson 2 days after their October 29th upset of the Kansas City Chiefs and told him he would be made inactive for the rest of the season if he did not adjust his contract to defer the injury guarantee for the 2025 season. Wilson has $37 million in injury guarantees for 2025. That would guarantee on, I believe, the 5th day of the 2024 league year in March. So it's kind of crazy. They came to him after the team got a big win against the reigning world champions and against a big rival and told him, we need you to drop your injury guarantee or you're done playing.
Yes, so they're moving on. He's done in Denver. What'll be interesting is he's played so bad in Denver for the most part. Now, he hasn't been horrible this year. He's been better this year than the year before.
15 games, 66.4% completion percentage.
That's solid.
3,070 yards, 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
That's solid, right? I mean, that's a solid quarterback that I think Sean Payton is saying, I'm going to draft a dude in the 2nd or 3rd round. They do have their 1st round pick this year. I don't know if they're going to trade up to try to get Daniels, right? The LSU quarterback.
Jane Daniels.
Or if they're trying to trade up to get Drake May. I do think that it'd be almost impossible with their lack of assets to get all the way up to Caleb Williams. He could do that, but I think Sean Payton has enough arrogance in him that he'll say, don't worry, in the 3rd round, I'll take the next Russell Wilson. And I'll turn the way that Russell Wilson was in Seattle, I'll make him great. So I think you can start looking at Bo Nix will probably be a 1st round quarterback, not a top 10 pick. I'm just thinking he'll be somewhere between like 15 and 32.
I mean, buyer beware in my mind, because I feel like you get the older quarterback out of college. I don't know what the development curve you're expecting is. And Bo Nix is that guy where he was good and Bo Nix for a while until you got to this season where he was just good Bo Nix, but I don't know how that projects as an NFL prospect.
Don't you think Sean Payton's the arrogant guy who can just say, let me pick a dude in the 3rd round who I see, who's the guy that you always made fun of that he liked in New Orleans forever? The running back tight end, Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Right. And he was like, this guy's going to be a stud quarterback. And
kept trying to play him at quarterback.
I'm not saying he's going to take the next Taysom Hill out of college, but I think in the 3rd, 4th round, he's going to take a dude and he's going to start him next year. And the thing is where will Russell Wilson be next year? He's not going to be in Denver. I just wonder where he's going to be. What team looks at their team and says, we can fix Russell Wilson?
That's interesting. I'm trying to think.
He's in a weird way, he seems like a good guy, but a horrible teammate. Is that accurate about Russell Wilson?
No, however, there's things that would lead you to believe that maybe that's true. Like remember when it started getting bad for him in Seattle, all those former players that you would think, or former teammates that you would think would kind of come to his defense, came out, or at least be quiet, came out and started really dancing on the grave of his Seattle time. And that felt really weird, which makes you then ask, is that something where he's maybe a bad teammate or whatever? CBS Sports talks about potential landing spots for him. Falcons, Giants, Commanders, Patriots, Steelers, Raiders, Bucks. Any of those sound interesting?
I think one of those teams, that's where he'll be. but
maybe in contention with another quarterback.
At this point, you know how excited Denver was when they got Russell Wilson, like the city and the Denver, like it was like, we did it. We're going to be back in the playoffs. And
Broncos country.
Right. We're going to beat Kansas City, all these things. Now, if you're one of those teams, which will most likely get Russell Wilson, one of those teams will end up with Russell Wilson. Will they be like, oh, God? Or will they be like, well, maybe he can be good again?
Russell Wilson, the way that they've made it look pretty good this year has been basically taking things off of his plate. It's been keep it simple. It's been keep it, close to the line. And they've had instances where they've kind of teased it down the field, but the air yards have been down for him, and they're getting the ball out quickly and moving the pocket. So it feels like they're they're treating him with kid gloves, where they're like, let's see if we can pare this back and keep it within his realm. And that does not strike me as a quarterback that you want to go out and say, this is our new guy that we're trying to depend on. And that's the tough part, is no matter what all those teams are in a place where, you probably want a better quarterback, but I don't know that you want one that is seemingly as limited as Russell Wilson is right now, or at least the best case scenario for what it seems like Russell Wilson is right now. Maybe that feels different when you're not paying him $30-something million on a season, but yeah, it feels tough for Russell Wilson. I don't think the way that it started for Russell Wilson in his career, did you see it ending like this? I mean, obviously this isn't the complete end, but you know what I mean.
It was really weird, right? The whole let Russ cook.
Yeah.
Like he's way better than Seattle's letting him be by protecting him with running the ball too much, especially after Marshawn Lynch kind of retired. I know he ended up going to Oakland, but it was like, no, Russell Wilson, if you let him pass the ball 40 times, he'll throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns on a consistent basis. He's one of the best throwers in the NFL, this and that. They're just holding him back. And as soon as they unleashed Russell Wilson, you saw all of the flaws in his game. And it's almost like he has to be in this. I'm not taking a shot here at Tony Romo, but when Tony Romo got the best out of DeMarco Murray, it also got the best out of Tony Romo. And it was almost like Russell Wilson has to have a Nick Chubb, or Nick Chubb, because I always Bradley and Nick, right? The Chubb that's in Cleveland that's hurt.
Yes.
I know he's not playing this year, but he has to have like an unbelievable running back to protect his flaws. And then how much do you want to pay a quarterback that you feel like, hey, if we pass the ball over 30 times, he's going to lose the game for us? Because letting him cook was the worst thing that ever happened to his career.
From the 903, they say he's a horrible teammate. Watch the Marshawn Lynch interview with Shannon Sharp. Okay.
I mean, most everybody says he's a good guy, but a horrible teammate. Like almost like he has a social. I don't think social anxiety is probably the right way to diagnose Russell Wilson, but he's not socially able to connect with his teammates.
Oof. That's tough for Russ. We'll see ultimately how it goes. But yeah, man, if you're as a quarterback, if you're not personable, you better be damn good. And unfortunately for him, it does not look like he still exists in that place if he ever did. It's the KC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and again, you can always text in 877-881-1053. Who are you most concerned about on the Detroit Lions as they come to AT&T on Saturday? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
DFW's number one. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through The Fan. Reggie, Mike, and Chris Strong on the ones and twos for you on this Thursday. Thanks for hanging out with us. We have reached as Kevin would call it, the noon o'clock hour, which means we are in giveaway territory. The giveaway today is tickets to Cowboys Lions on Saturday night at AT&T. So you want to make sure to keep it locked here, because at any given time I could yell, and that yell could be about you maybe winning tickets. Sometimes I just yell, that happens from time to time.
Well, Kevin practices it a lot, being a former Aggie at times.
That's true.
He didn't graduate.
That is true.
A&M, but they practice yelling.
I think that's a class. It's yell practice. Isn't it? No? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is, 101. And then they have a dog in there.
That's right. But if the dog barks, then it's such a cult. That's incredible. Anyways, he's not here. I'll text it to him so he knows that I'm making fun of his school.
Yell, where they really practice yelling. And then I think they force you to kiss somebody at the end or something.
The rules aren't clear, but there's a lot of them. So that feels really...
That's okay. Really, they had a heck of a bowl game last night.
Yeah, they played in the Texas Bowl in Houston, and
they're still over 500. They're 7-6.
There you go. Hopefully, Mike Elko can come in and help them not continue to play in like the Texas Bowl or the Valero Alamo Bowl. Hopefully,
it would be great if A&M and Texas became good at football at the same time. Now that they're in the same conference again.
Yeah, let's restore the feeling. I want that feeling of A&M, Texas, A&M, and that just going. That going up. I want it.
My son asked, and I looked, and I mean, it's super early, but if you want to get tickets next year to the A&M, Texas,
buddy,
it's more than going to the Super Bowl this year in Vegas. It literally is. I'm not making and I think the next 2 years, because obviously I think the first one's at A&M next year, then the next one will obviously be at UT the year after. Those are like sitting in the upper deck is going to cost you 4 figures.
And you know what? I think that's better money than Super Bowl, because Super Bowl is like a very corporate environment where, there's a lot of people who are here because they have all this money. A&M in Texas, you're here because you feel this.
Yeah.
You feel this in some way. So I'm interested in that one once that comes around. But the game that's more important, and that's really we're near it. Saturday. Cowboys welcome in the Detroit Lions, and this one is huge. The implications are far-reaching and wide-reaching. And just to start to dip our toe into the waters of this game, what players or what units are you most concerned about from these visiting Detroit Lions, Mike?
So I really like when Marcus Spears is on ESPN. I like his opinion. I've never met Marcus Spears before, but I feel like I'm engaged with his discussions on football on ESPN. I'm just like, man, he seems like he really knows what he's talking about. He gives specifics. He gives details behind his opinions. And so I really respect Marcus Spears and what he's saying on national broadcast. Mm-hmm. He said, so I'm going to go with this one because he made me fear this. He feels like Aiden Hutchinson is going to have a really good day against Steele. Which then I asked the question, I remember earlier in the week asking the question to Broadus, I asked it to Mickey. I said, hey, do they move around Hutchinson a lot? And he said, I don't think so. I haven't followed up with Mick. I know he's watching film on it now, but it sounds like Steele is going to have the responsibility of their number 1 overall pick, right? Or was he number 2 overall?
He was number 2, I believe, correct?
Okay,
if I remember correctly.
I think you're right, number 2 overall. And it sounds like if Marcus is very concerned that Aiden Hutchinson can ruin the pocket for Dak on one-on-one matchups, then that's very concerning to me, because I do feel like, you can correct me if you feel differently, I do feel like Detroit's going to put up at least 20-plus points. Like, I feel like they're going to be able to put up at least 24 points in this game. So the Cowboys are going to have to score at least 25 points, and that might not be enough in this game. You might need to get to 30 or low 30s to win this game. And if Aiden Hutchinson is messing up your timing and your pocket, that could be an issue, because I don't believe in the Cowboys running game. I just don't believe it's good. I don't believe that it can sustain a drive. Mm-hmm. I know that there's times where they run the ball well, but I believe in the Cowboys have to pass the ball to score points. And that being said, if Aiden Hutchinson's messing that up, that could really be a long day for your offense.
Yeah, especially because Dak Prescott, given the time to operate in the pocket, can be very good when he's not hesitant. Because I know that Broadus has talked a decent amount about the fact that he looked hesitant in this game this past week against Miami. I have a feeling that, especially coming off of that game, that maybe he'll try and be a little bit more aggressive in the way that he throws the football. And also, when you consider that this is not a great defense that you're facing off against in the Detroit Lions, maybe he'll be more aggressive. We'll see more of that attacking over the middle. But you got to give him the time to do that. And so, yeah, Terrence Steele has a lot of responsibility here in making sure that that guy who can be a game wrecker does not, in fact, wreck the game. Because you're right, this is going to need to be a pass game. And we've talked enough about how the game script needs to be such that it keeps the Cowboys in a place where they can play from ahead. And that would give you some freedom and allow you to not be in those places where Aiden Hutchinson can pin his ears back and come and make it really difficult for you on offense.
Yeah, so I guess that's my fear from the Cowboys offensively, is that there's one guy who can mess up all the timing and rhythm of the Cowboys. They have to be the number one offense in the NFL at home, right? Like, nobody's better than the Cowboys offense. If you just take everybody's home stats, I feel like the Cowboys have to blow everybody out of the water offensively at home. It's on the road where all of it, they can't carry that offense to Buffalo. They can't carry it to Miami. They can't carry it to Arizona. They can't carry it to San Francisco. For some reason, that offense, even when they went to Carolina, I remember that game being a little bit of a weird game midway through the third quarter, going, why aren't we better than this? And then it did at the end get good. But at home, the Cowboys seem to, from the opening kickoff till the end of the game, roll offensively.
Another thing when we talk about who you are concerned about in this game on the YouTube here, I believe this is Texas Bear Club on YouTube. They say they're most concerned about the Detroit O-line completely smashing this D-line and undersized backers, right? Truly the worst feeling is seeing Jahmyr Gibbs run 5 yards untouched, then seeing whatever explosive run happens after that. And that's a very fair point. This is, by Pro Football Focus's rankings this week, the second best offensive line in football. And for good reason, right? They've invested capital in making sure this offensive line is good, and their identity is based behind that. And they've done a good job adding running backs that do a good job. But hey, man, this game in its most simple is about blocking and tackling, and they do that blocking portion of this very well. And so we're getting a little bit closer to what the Bills were capable of doing against the Cowboys. And now there's a lot of responsibility on all parties involved, including Mozzie Smith, as he's still getting more time, and trying to get those run fits right. Damone Clark, who's had a little bit of a rough go of it of late, and as in the linebacker spot, like this offensive line is going to be tough, and so shedding blocks and getting to the right places and maintaining your responsibilities in the run is going to be vital, because you let them just keep running, it's going to be a problem.
100% agree with this. This is the other side of the ball. Is will Dan Campbell, who just seems to be like from Glen Rose, great guy, played with the Dallas Cowboys. I wonder how much he wants to make this a bully game to start. I thought one of the best things Buffalo did, since I didn't get to talk about that game after it was over because I was on vacation.
Go for it.
I thought taking a personal foul on Dak Prescott and running the ball as strong as they did when they had the ball. So they run the ball as strong as they do, they score. And then one of the first plays, they intentionally take a personal foul on Dak Prescott. They wanted to let Dallas know, we're here to dirty this game up. We're here to make it a muddy game. I know it's on turf, but we're here to make this a dirty, ugly game. And immediately Dallas said, we quit. Dallas will quit. I don't care who. Micah Parsons, a future Hall of Famer. There's great players on this team. This is a very good football team. They are willing to quit at the drop of a hat if you show them, we are going to make this as physical of a game as possible, and we're not going to stop. We might take penalties just to show you how physical we're going to be, to this person's point. The offensive line might pile drive one of the Dallas Cowboys defensive linemen into the ground 3 seconds after the play is over, and maybe they get a 15-yard penalty. But that 15-yard penalty is an intimidation penalty, and the Cowboys are easily intimidated. Very good team. Easily intimidated. And I'm wondering if Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions have seen what San Francisco did, seen what Buffalo did, and said, intimidate them. If you intimidate them with strength, they will quit. Halfway through the third quarter, they will ask out of the fight of football because they don't want to play that style of football. They will play a track meet with you, and they will beat you 50-45. That is the most beautiful game for this Dallas Cowboys team, is to play an up-tempo, fast-paced, flying around the football field type of game. If you dirty it up and you start taking late blocks and late hits and holding on to, your blocker after the whistle's blown, it intimidates the living crap out of the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm wondering if Dan Campbell, to that person's point, will make sure offensive line, intimidate them after the whistle. You hear the whistle blow, play's not over till you want it to be over. Because if you do that early in the game, those guys will quit later in the game. And so I do think that is a possibility. I think Dan Campbell's smart enough to know if you can intimidate this Dallas Cowboys team, they will want to quit.
Well, look, it's going to be a real challenge for that defense. Again, we mentioned the ways that they're undersized. This is a team that can play big. And yes, I appreciate you. And by the way, someone on the text line 972 says, I want you to remind you that Dan Campbell played at A&M too, Mike.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
But then 940 says, don't forget David Montgomery. Dude is a physical runner, grinds you out 5-6 yard runs, and the run game can't demoralize you. And that's exactly what you're speaking about, is the way that they could be just demoralizing, yard here, successful run. And that's kind of what we were talking about with the Miami game. How much more if they have this kind of power, it's going to be, offense is going to need to show up, right? Offense is going to need to keep this game and make them have to keep throwing the football. Because if they are throwing the football, now can Jared Goff win you the game? And now maybe you allow your defensive line, your pass rush to get back into the contest and affect the game. Because if those guys are just having to run protect, it's a real problem.
It's going to be interesting the first time Detroit gets the ball. Do they almost set up into a running play and let the Cowboys know we're running first down, and we're letting you know we're running first down. Load up the box. We're loading it up too, and we want to see how physical you want to be early in this game. I'm just going to be interested in seeing that first drive from Detroit, especially the first 2 plays of the game. How physical does Detroit want to be? Because if they run the ball up the middle for, let's say, 5 or 6 yards on the first play, and they do it again for 5 or 6 yards, and they get a first down on 2 running plays up the middle by just being as physical as possible and mauling, I will be worried that the Cowboys will lose. If the first 3 plays are 3 and out and they only run it one time and it seemed to be a little bit of a soft run and not a power run and they were trying to pass the ball, I'm going to think, this is great. They don't want to play to the Cowboys' weakness. They're trying to finesse it. And if you try to finesse the Dallas Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. I really believe this. If you play finesse football, the Cowboys are the best finesse football team in all of the NFL, better than any team. But if you start bullying and playing dirty and playing past the whistle and holding blocks long, the Cowboys will quit. It's proven. I've watched 15 games. They will quit if you over kind of physicality the game. If you play past the whistle, you try to take late hits on Dak, they do not like it. They do not like the game being that type of game.
Before we go here, as we're talking about the different players or units that kind of give you some concern before Cowboys Lions, from the 817, they said they're worried about Amon-Ra St. Brown. If his hands touch the ball, it's a catch. He isn't going to drop a sideline bomb like Tyreek Hill did for you last week. And what's interesting is Amon-Ra St. Brown is a good receiver, very good receiver.
Yeah.
He does not strike me as like the type of receiver that you typically come into a game plan where like, we got to stop him.
100%. I'm with you. He's not like when we talk about the other day when we talked about CeeDee Lamb. He's not going to come up into a conversation. You're going to have to get at least 15 receivers into the NFL, and probably more than that, but at least 15 receivers into the NFL before you start bringing up Detroit wide receivers and being scared of them. It doesn't mean they're not good. I'm not saying they're not good, but they don't have a guy where right now Dan Quinn is going over some sort of game plan going, if we don't stop this wide receiver from touching the ball and then getting the ball in space, we will die. Right now, Dan Campbell's trying to figure out, how do we not die in this game with them running the ball up the middle?
I mean, I don't want to try and, lessen what he is. He's a very, very good wide receiver.
100%. I agree.
Almost as a slot guy. He kind of strikes me almost like Cooper Kupp as well, where in the slot he can do a lot of things, but also
I agree.
I think coming into a week, a coordinator doesn't go, he can break this entire thing, which is a weird distinction to make. But I think when, like you said, when you have the strength and the run capability that the Lions do, that definitely becomes secondary, at least in my mind.
Yeah, like if they get a first down on their first 2 plays by throwing the ball, I'm not concerned. In a weird way, I'll be like, yeah, they're moving the ball. I don't want Detroit to move the ball. But if they move the ball by running, I don't think the Cowboys can make any adjustment to stop it. I think they can make an adjustment to stop them from passing the ball all over the field.
From the 469, what? Amon-Ra is 100% that guy. He's just as good as CD. Another 214. St. Brown is definitely a guy you have to game plan for.
He's good. Come on, guys.
I understand the way that people feel. I also lean in. I mean, the reason why I feel strongly about this particular idea is Dominique Foxworth used to play in the NFL cornerback.
Yeah, he tells jokes, right? Foxworth?
Nope, that's Jeff Foxworthy, I think.
Okay.
Close
Thanks.
name. But Dominique Foxworth has that similar opinion where it's like, look, it's the guys that could come in and break your defense that you really worry about in a big way. Now, of course, he's going to matter. You are going to have to make sure
that he's good. I'm not saying he's not good. He's good. Would you say he's a top 10 receiver? He's 5th in yards. He has 8 touchdowns. He's having a good
100%,
year.
100%. I don't know that I'd say he's top 10, but again, he's one that can make good plays. I think that your Cowboys team is situated in such a way to be able to handle that.
Yeah, he's good. I want to make clear the people that are texting in, we think he's really good. And maybe we
might be underrating him.
Yeah.
We'll see on Saturday, I think, but it's hard to try and find that middle ground that I think we're trying to find, where we're like, we want to give him his flowers while also understanding that I think there's a level above what he has.
Let me ask you this. I know we're going way late here. Last one is Cowboys talk is, all right, so the Cowboys have recently played Stephon Diggs and Tyreek Hill, and now they're about to play St. Brown. If you had to rank those 3 receivers in order, how would you rank those 3 receivers?
Hill, Diggs, Amon-Ra.
I think I'm with you on that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Diggs has dropped off, or maybe St. Brown's way better than I think.
And again, I've already given you my framework on who is the guys that break the game. Tyreek Hill is the ultimate game breaker. Stephon Diggs, very much a game breaker. And then Amon-Ra can make it difficult on you, but I don't view him in that same way. And so you understand my framework. If you disagree with my framework, that's fine. You are entitled to that 100%, dear listener, but that's kind of the way that I view it. Either way, the answers are on the field in football. It's one of the nice things about sports is that we can talk about it and think that we know what's happening.
We have to talk about it a lot because they only play once a week.
That's right. Antonio Pierce, he was asked about, he's the interim head coach with the Raiders, rather. He was asked about, if he feels like he deserves a job. He ultimately said, my resume is on the grass. And so I believe in that when it comes to football. And we'll find out on Saturday. When
Same
you're
with Rashad Evans.
Yeah, a different type of grass, but appreciate that.
Okay.
I see where you're going, Mike. I thought it was good.
Thanks.
But yes, it's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we enter into the lunch rush in the expressway with the combo platter. And we'll also get you some Mike Likes It, but with the combo platter, game night game. So give us your sports opinion and your favorite game night game. You got to give us both, and we'll do all of that next on The Fan.
Are you?
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula in for the vacationing Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors. Mike Bassick already got the vacations out the way so he could be with you.
That's it. I have no more vacation. As far as I know, I don't keep good track of it, but I'm here for the rest of the year.
All that time.
I'll be back next year.
Just for you. Will you? You sure?
It just upsets Kevin so much.
Does.
I talked to Kevin today on the phone, and I said, I'll see you next year.
He actually answered your call,
he said,
huh?
I'll see you Tuesday.
It makes him so irrationally mad. But yes, those guys will be, in fact, both be back next week. I'll be back on my normal show, which is the Get Right, 7 to 11 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan. We appreciate you turning it on, leaving it on, listening from 5:30 a.m. with Sean and RJ to the KNC Masterpiece to G-Bag Nation, all the way to the night show, The Get Right with myself, on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We're in the Expressway, and it's the last segment of this hour, which means during this segment we will give away those Cowboys tickets. So, keep alert, stay vigilant, but also get involved. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. If you're a listener, you know what the combo platter is. If you need a little bit of a refresher, I'll let you know. Don't worry about that. The combo platter, we get together, we talk a little bit about sports and the whatever national day it is. And today, in honor of National Card Playing Day, give us your sports opinion and your favorite game night game, right? You get together, you play a little cards, you play a board game. What is that game that is your favorite? But you got to give us a sports opinion. If you do not give us a sports opinion, I can't get into the other part of this. It's a necessary toll payment to get into the fun of it. Fair? All right, let's do it. As we get into the combo platter, Mike, did you have something that you had ready to go?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the Mavs last night.
Okay.
And obviously their tough loss to, let's be honest, a very bad Cleveland Cavaliers team that took the court last night. That's a good team. They're 18-13, same record, I believe, as the Mavs. But they had a bad team out there on the court because of the people that didn't play. I think that's a little bit more of a wake-up call to the Dallas Mavericks that it's not fixable. The rebounding and the defense is not fixable, and I think this puts Nico a little bit more on edge as we head into the new year.
And into trade deadline.
And into January
situation.
15th is where you start seeing kind of more and more trade rumors come out. And I do think the Mavs, I'm looking at contracts, I'm looking at players available possibly at the trade deadline. And I do think it's going to be tough on Josh Green because he has an extension, but I do think Josh Green and or Grant Williams won't be on the team after the trade deadline. I think they're going to use one of those guys to try to get the team better. Now, they're not on expiring contracts, but they are both younger players. In a weird way, Grant Williams is only 25. But it's weird, in the last 5 years, free agency just hasn't worked out for the Mavericks.
No.
At times, trades have worked out and haven't worked out. At times, ever since Nico came here, I'll give Nico all the credit in the world because before Nico, this was a pathetic drafting franchise. Since Nico's gotten here, you took Jaden Hardy in the second round, who I know is not playing much, but still a good second round pick and a very young guy. And Derek Lively looks like a future, stud center in the league for a good decade or more. And Omax Prosper at times looks like he can play in this league, to be determined, but he's done a great job drafting. He's done a horrible job with free agency for the most part. Derek Jones Jr. and Exum, who are kind of bottom of the barrel guys, ended up being great, but kind of spending your money on Grant Williams, spending your money on JaVale McGee, spending your money. This isn't Nico. This is like Josh Richardson. It just feels like, in a way, that was a trade. I forget that was a trade and not a free agent signing, but it just has not worked out with Grant Williams, and I'm starting to worry that it's not. And I'm wondering, can you use Grant Williams, who isn't making a lot of money in NBA standards, $12.4 million this year.
Right.
I'm just wondering if you need to start adding things up to get to $30 million to add a better player to this team. Grant Williams makes a lot of sense. Josh Green is tough because with that extension, it gets weird in trading him.
Yeah.
And everything, but I think these two guys we talked about yesterday, I think that the Mavericks are going to try to use players to try to get another 6'9" to 6'11". I'm not saying a center. It could be, but
Just a
somebody
forward,
who
someone
has
like
length that can rebound and play defense, because this team's going nowhere. I love this team as in I think they have a lot of good pieces, but these pieces don't make a championship contender at all, and I think Nico knows that.
Yeah, I don't know that this year is the championship contending year. I think this year is you're supposed to figure out what parts are going to be on a championship team, but you do want to move towards being viable in the playoffs. So I hear what you're saying there. I'm not sure exactly how you get there.
So the other day, we had a get together with some friends. I'm not much of a game night person.
Oh, really?
All.
Okay.
I get too mad.
Huh.
So
I wouldn't have thought.
So
you're mostly a delight on this show.
There was this game we played. I don't even know what it is, but there's a whole bunch of different names or things that you pull out, and at one point you have to describe it. Another point you have to act it out.
Was this Pictionary?
It sounds like a game that's
drawing.
inspired
Is Pictionary
by
where you draw something. It's not.
It sounds like a charades inspired game, but it's
Yes.
not quite charades.
Yes,
I get what you mean.
That was fun the other day.
Okay, charades is a good game to go with. All right, I appreciate that. Let's see. From the 972, Mavs are a play-in team. Yahtzee, baby. I don't remember the last time I played Yahtzee. It's been a very, very long time. From the 945, sports opinion. Cowboys fans are 1,000% emotional. Logic takes a backseat every season.
All football fans pretty emotional? I mean, there's some that aren't.
much.
But the majority of football fans are very emotional. That's why we love the sport so much. There's very few games, and it's a super emotional sport to watch.
Right. And then that allows you to ride the roller coaster. Now, they said they play as a family. Uno, no mercy, which is meant to break up families, they say. Yeah, that sounds like it. That sounds like, because Uno already is a game that will break up friendships.
Man, you get that +4 back to back, and that'll wreck your night.
Especially if you have the house rules, because everybody has their house rules that differ, where you stack them, and then it's like, no, you got to add another 4, and you got to add another 4, and somebody's drawing like 26 cards, and you're like, I will kill all of you.
Diabolical.
I will hurt all of you for doing this to me over a card game. That's right. Let's see. Elsewhere on the text line, from the 940, the Cowboys roll Saturday night against the Lions, and Clue had a decade-long winning streak until their wife beat them. I don't think I've ever played Clue, actually. Like, I know about it. It's popular in pop culture.
I'm not much into board games, so
you're familiar with Clue, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was like,
it's a board game.
Yes, that is true. It is a board game. My sports opinion that I've been ruminating on, especially watching these games, is I feel like we've gone too far on penalizing defenses in football. Like, the thing that immediately comes to mind is like the quarterback sliding late, and then we're getting the defenders called for, roughing or illegal contact or what have you. And it's like, we also saw this with Micah Parsons with the roughing we're seeing a lot of this roughing the passer, and it's protecting the quarterback.
I mean, and that was a tough call. Dak Prescott was really smart. He took the guy's helmet and threw him on top of himself. He knew in the end zone, we're in deep trouble here, but let me get a fake call. So the Cowboys got a fake call too. The guy was holding up. He bumped Dak, and then Dak grabbed the back of the guy's helmet and threw him on top of himself to get a personal foul. So I'm with you. I think that this is football. It's violent. People are going to get hurt.
Yeah.
There's a small possibility people are going to get paralyzed, and that's football. That's the game. That's what it is. And I know that it's been a long time since Shazier would probably be the last guy that kind of somewhat became partially paralyzed because of playing football in the NFL. But it's a violent, brutal sport. It's always going to be violent and brutal unless you turn it into flag football. You can turn it into flag football and make it a very non-violent sport, but if it's football, let them hit people. The goal is to kill the guy with the ball, not literally kill him, but kill the guy with whoever has the ball. You hit him as hard as you can. Yeah. You try to knock him out. You try to make him fumble. That's football. And to your point, they're trying their best to not make it a violent sport.
Well, and it's funny because I think player safety is part of that, and I don't want to try and make it seem like the NFL is evil in that way per se. But I think also the bigger driving portion is trying to make sure that there's offenses up and trying to keep that interest. And I don't think that it's paying the level of dividends that they think it is on the offensive side. I think that the game could still be more fun by having the defense have more of a chance in these instances.
To your point, too, there's a whole bunch of penalties called when a receiver goes up or down to catch a ball, and the guy's just trying to break up the play, but he accidentally hits the guy in the head. It's not intentional anymore. They kind of know the rules. You're not seeing Ronnie Lott or Darren Woodson type of hits over the middle, which were not illegal plays. It's like, hey, if you're stupid enough to run into the traffic and throw the ball into the traffic, damaging things can happen to this wide receiver. And now they're like, if you damage the wide receiver at all, or even look like you could possibly damage the wide receiver, it's a 15-yard penalty. So to your point, or to that person's point, I'm with you, but it's just the way it is. They want to try to make this as non-violent of a sport as possible, which is weird because this whole sport is based off of violence.
Yeah. My game in game nights, taboo. Like my family always been like big.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Always big on like game shows, and that one feels very much like that type of place where you're just like, I have to be witty, I have to be smart, I have to be quick, and I have to know who I'm playing with. And then it gets the people going. Right? The whole idea of the game night is to get the people going. So I appreciate that. Going back to the text line from the 210, Cowboys will get to the NFC Championship game. Game is the zombie board game or spades? Mike, you a spades guy?
I used to play spades when I played baseball. There are a lot of card games playing baseball, wasting time. But it's a good game. Spades is a good game. I believe I'm so old now. I forget all the card games that we'd play, but one of them was you would call the Trump suit.
I don't know what game that is.
So when you would,
I'm bad about card games. I know a few of them, but I like there's so many different card games out there that I'm like I don't know which one. It's even like some of the classic ones. I do know spades. Spades is a dangerous card. I think it might be the most dangerous card game because people get really aggressive.
Yeah.
With spades.
Well, whatever game I'm talking about where you can pick the suit and everything, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the name. Somebody will text it in and be like, hey, dummy, it's this. I remember when I was 21 years old.
Finish?
22 years old, no. Sitting down with hard-hitting Mark Witten, who was in AAA at the time in Buffalo, and I sat down at the table because they needed a fourth, and I played one round. And he said, get off the table, rookie, and go to the kids' table and learn how to play. Because, sometimes you'd lead with a queen or something to see where the king is or whatever. And I did not know all the strategies at the time. I was just trying to win. If I had a good card, I'd play the good card. And he was like, you're too stupid to play this game. When you learn how to play it, then you can come back to the adult table.
People get so mad and so mean behind these card games. Like, just teach me. Like, don't be mean. That doesn't help me get any better, and we're still in the same place. How about you be nice? How about that? Speaking of places where people are not nice, from the 469, Dak will own every passing record on the Cowboys.
Sure.
That feels obvious. Like, the way that he's going to continue being here and passing is going up.
Sure.
Until
the next quarterback who plays a dozen years here comes, and then he'll beat all the records.
That's right. They say, I've seen Monopoly cause a divorce. I'm not surprised. Monopoly is a game for terrible people. I've often said this.
It's so boring.
That's true. That's another. Have you seen a Monopoly game last fewer than 3 hours?
I mean, I feel like in about 1982 or 83, we figured out other entertaining things that Monopoly should have gone away.
Look at y'all playing 1920 games.
Like nobody plays
Depression era board games.
Like where you drop a ball and pick up as many jacks as you can. Like I get it, man. When I was 5, like people like, hey, look, we got you some jacks to play. And there was Monopoly at our house. And then they came out with Atari. And then they came out with Nintendo. And there's just like, oh, you know what? These games should go away. They're not that fun.
We have more guesses on what that card game was that you were describing. Is it Euchre?
No.
BizWiz?
No.
Canasta? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
None of these are real, by the way.
Yeah, no, we're just Bridge?
No.
Okay. All right. Pitch? Is it called Pitch?
No.
Okay. Very good. Keep
I think my grandparents played Pinochle a lot.
That's right. Pinochle is a game that sounds hilarious. I just have no idea what it is.
It's like there's only aces through nines.
Oh,
I think
so. It is a card game. I have no. If you told me Pinochle had very specified sporting equipment, I'd have been like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I have no idea what Pinochle is.
Yeah.
I could be
the
convinced.
game that it might be called like Trump or something, because you get to pick the Trump. Like you say, diamonds are the Trump, and then you have to trade cards.
Someone said it is Pinochle. Is it Pinochle?
No,
okay.
It's not Pinochle.
Is Mike just going to say no to all the things that I said?
Well, as long as they keep naming the wrong things, if you name it right, I'll say that was the name of it. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh man, there's so many to get to. I apologize. From the 817, Rangers will make a big trade. Cards Against Humanity is awesome.
I might have played that game.
It's the one where there's one black card that has like a situation with a blank, and then everybody plays their card that they think fills the blank, and then whoever is
and then
the judge
somebody gets to say that was the best one.
Yep.
Yeah, I've played that game before. It's fine.
Yeah, people say that after one game, it's just like, okay, this is done. I think games that you could keep playing and feel happy about, I think, are the best.
I'm hoping Dylan sees. I do think. Look, I understand the Rangers are limited budget-wise this offseason for sure. But I still think the Rangers, you're going to be happy when they go to spring training. And I'm hoping, I remember last time, Reggie, when I went to spring training after the Rangers went to the World Series a couple times, that place it wasn't packed. It wasn't sold out for spring training games. But, man, it was close to almost every game. Recently, you go to a Rangers spring training game, and there's more than this, but it feels like there's like 2,000 people at the game, and there's 5,000 empty seats. I don't know how many you can sit at Surprise, but I just have a feeling the world champs are going to have a lot of people at spring training, and it's going to be really fun.
Hopefully. And real quick before we go, because I think this is interesting, I think you'd be interested in it. From the 469, Sports Opinion, Jason Kidd is out if the Mavs don't make at least the second round, and Phase 10 is goated. Phase 10 is it feels like basically like Uno. If I'm wrong about that, tell me. But do you think Jason Kidd is on any level of a hot seat this year?
Right now, absolutely not. I think he's doing a great job. But if they end up going 36-44, like at the end of the year, I guess that'd be 36-46. I got to add those two games. If they play under 500, then yes, I think that he could be let go. But right now, their trend, they're 18-13. Let's just say they go 46-36. Let's just do the opposite. He's fine. No problem. They could lose in the first round, no problem. But I think if they go under 500 again, back-to-back years, then yes, I think that he could be in jeopardy.
Right.
I don't see that happening. The Mavericks are a solid team. They have fatal flaws that they can't win in the playoffs with. And I think that Jason Kidd knows it. Nico knows it. It's just a matter of, does a trade show up that they can fix, not completely, but help the fatal flaw of defense and rebounding?
Is it rummy?
No.
Cribbage?
Cribbage that's a game where you move the pegs, which I do like cribbage. I just haven't played it in a while.
As you can tell, don't know the names to all the card games. Somebody said it's definitely euchre. Which apparently you said it's not.
They might be able to call it different. That
Game
might
is called
be it,
Pluck.
but that's not. Pluck! Thank you.
Hey, we did it! Yeah! And just for that.
Who said that? Who got Pluck?
It is the 410. Shout out to the 410.
What are the other numbers in there?
I can't give all those.
Give every number.
No, I can't.
Sounds like you want to do something for the fan base.
Yeah, for the fan base, because we found out what Mike's card game is. Also because I'm obligated to do this. Let's give something away! 877-881-1053. The fan, or 1053 rather. That is the number to call. Caller number 10 right now will win a pair of awesome tickets and a parking pass. You know how that parking is. To see the Cowboys take on the Lions December 30th, this Saturday. It's hundreds level, guys. Big time tickets, courtesy of AT&T 5G. You want to call in right now. Caller number 10 wins a pair of tickets and a parking pass to see the Cowboys take on the Lions and see Jimmy Johnson go into the Cowboys Ring of Honor. All again, courtesy of AT&T. Appreciate you guys. Rock with us. Appreciate you toloing. And right now, it is time to talk to the pluck master himself.
Yes,
Mike Bassett.
I'm not
Mike
the
likes
pluck
it.
master, but I played plenty of pluck in clubhouses. Okay, so when it comes to the Texas Rangers, I just want to give this that I wasn't able to get into in Baseball Nuggets. It says that now that obviously Ohtani and Yamamoto are signed, that also the reliever market should start going pretty quickly too, because if maybe a couple of teams were trying to save money for Yamamoto, save money for Shohei Ohtani, and they didn't get it, that all of a sudden the reliever market should get pretty aggressive here.
Okay.
I know we're getting to the end of this week, but maybe next week we'll start seeing some relievers come off the board. it did list the Rangers along with, I want to say, the Yankees, the Astros, and a couple other teams as being strong on the free agent reliever market. I don't know if that's going to be the case for the Rangers. I think with their limited budget, I don't think they can go out and spend money, even on like Stevenson, who really came on strong last year for Tampa Bay, a guy that I think could really help out the Rangers in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. I think he could be your closer if you needed a closer the nights that Leclerc can't close, or if Leclerc had to go on the injured list. I think Stevenson has the stuff to do it, but I don't think the Rangers are going to play in the market of giving a relief pitcher $10 or more $10+ million per year. I just don't think they are going to play in that market. I think Josh Hader, once again, this article had a little bit of a link of Josh Hader and the Rangers. I don't know this. I don't even think that they are in conversations with Josh Hader's agent. Because they know the market's way too big. They know what he wants. He wants $20 million a year or a little bit more. He wants a $100 million contract. The Rangers aren't going to do it. I don't think I'll be surprised. Like, I'll be shocked if next week they say the Rangers signed Josh Hader to a 5-year, $100 million deal. I will be shocked. I'll be excited. I'll be happy about it. But I would be shocked if the Rangers are in a marketplace to pay $10 million or up to $20 million for a relief pitcher. So this article,
you'd have to hear about some deferrals, huh?
Yeah. So I think the Rangers are not in that market. Now, I'm going to go to basketball, and I found this an interesting article from Hoops Hype. Hopefully, you guys are starting to get a little bit into basketball as we are near the new year. And heck, we're getting close to the halfway point of the NBA season.
We are already all-star voting in the NBA.
Yeah. So NBA players who are the most underperforming their preseason rankings. Number one. Would you like to take a guess on number one, and then I'll move on from?
It's not a Mav, is it?
No.
Okay, good.
He was in the news about 2 weeks ago tremendously for how horrible he was playing and his suspension. That should be a major hint. What I just gave the last thing.
Draymond Green.
Draymond Green preseason was ranked number 44, the 44th best player in the NBA. His global ranking now is 227.
Oof.
He has gone from the 44th best player in the NBA preseason ranking to the 227th player in the NBA.
How much of that is because of his lack of availability and the ways in which we're kind of turning our view on his ability to control himself?
It says here, the second paragraph says, after talking about him getting suspended and all the crap he's been doing with Rudy Gobert and Nurkic, is besides all that, it's not like Green was lighting it up when he was on the floor. This season, Green is averaging 9.7 points, 5.5 rebounds, 5.8 assists, and then not doing much in steals or blocks. Although he was shooting 42% from three, Golden State also was 9.9 points per 100 possessions worse when he was on the floor.
That's interesting.
So they were pretty much a 10-point worse team if Draymond Green was on the court.
Yeah, that feels because, the shooting has come around a little bit on him this year in very limited sample, but it felt like, okay, this is actually a little bit of a Draymond has found something, and I wonder are we putting that on Draymond because they did have a little bit of a bounce and play a little bit better once he was suspended, but I think a lot of this is more just they decided that they needed to trust the young guys more, and I felt like there were issues around that kind of central three of the Warriors more than it was that Draymond was bad, but I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not watching them super intently.
Number 2 on the list is Andrew Wiggins. He was rated number 52 coming into the year. He's now rated number 179, getting close to the halfway point.
Man, something feels like it's wrong.
Klay Thompson is also on this list. He's not number 3 on this list. I ask you, knowing that 3 of the most underrated performers in the NBA this year, Draymond Green 1, Andrew Wiggins 2, Klay Thompson on this list.
Yeah.
Do you think Golden State even makes the top 10?
Oh,
like a playoff. Like, do you think they even play in the play-in situation this year?
It's tough, especially once you see some of the teams that are like John Moran has come in and the Grizzlies have played so well that they might sneak in, and there's just so many good teams in the West. I still lean towards yes, just because Steph Curry is that much of a floor raiser. But it's getting tough because they need to find some answers And they still need to. They're going to miss Draymond Green for so much time. Then they're going to have to reintegrate him, and that questions raised again. It's going to be tough for him.
Here's a big issue in the Eastern Conference.
Okay,
Chris Middleton's having a horrible year.
Yeah.
He's gone from number 45 in the NBA to number 115 in the NBA in player rankings. And they're saying in this article, they're just struggling to see with Damian Lillard on the team now, and obviously Giannis, and the way that he's playing and his age, that he's going to get better on that team.
Yeah, he's had injury issues, but more importantly, the Bucks had a lot of talent, and they consolidated to get Damian Lillard. And so when you consolidate, the fewer players need to play better. And Chris Middleton was one of those guys that they were depending on. That's real tough for him.
Here's a guy that we all wanted. I won't say all wanted, but a lot of Maverick fans wanted for the right price. DeAndre Ayton went to Portland. Preseason ranked number 65, so not very high, but now in Portland, number 121. So if you're wondering how DeAndre Ayton is doing in Portland, if getting out of the Monty Williams, Phoenix situation and having a more vital role on a team, he has become worse in Portland and not better.
Yeah. Some of that I think we knew is that it wasn't all just attitude. He needed to be more consistent, and that's just going to be a thing that he needs to work on. But that's a tough look for that man.
Here's an interesting one that
got paid though.
I think Mavs fans would love to trade for, but he's having a bad year. OG Anunoby, ranked number 58 coming into this season in the NBA, is now globally ranked at number 120. He is having a bad year. And in this, it's kind of like, what is this doing to his trade value? Still, a lot of teams see him as a great defensive role player on championship teams, but he is having a bad year in Toronto.
I think a lot of that, I wouldn't personally put a lot of value in that, and I say that as somebody who's from far away, right? If someone's closer to it, they might be able to tell me differently. But the skills that he has are going to still translate when he's in a different role. The role that he has right now with a different coach, they're doing a lot of different things, and it's not a particularly well-built roster right now. I think that makes this rough on him, but the defense is still going to be there. And I think, especially to localize it with the Mavs, you bring him here, and the same thing that we talk about with Exum or Derrick Jones Jr. probably more, is that you start to see things elevated because of what you do when you put him in a system, particularly with Luka Doncic. And I think that would work with various other star players. You put him in a system where he's alongside something, and it'll allow him to highlight the things that he does well, and those things still exist.
I'll leave you with this. Here's the good news. No Dallas Maverick made this list.
Let's go!
So as much as like maybe I'm disappointed with Grant Williams, I'm disappointed with Josh Green, they are not on the list of the most underperforming players based off of their rankings coming into the season.
How much of that is because their rankings come in?
That could be that they came in low. Like, I'll give the last one. There's other people on this list, but Cade Cunningham came into the year ranked number 50, and probably with his arrow going up, he is now rated number 80 in the NBA.
I think some of it is, I think we talked about this on Tuesday, maybe off air. I think that as a league, we're looking around, we're like, okay, he may not be a number one player, which is probably where we were thinking that he was trending towards before. And I'm sure that changes some of this as well. But yeah, you're on a team that is terribly built, that is losing woefully. That's probably not going to help. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 Through the Fan. Thank you, Mike, for that. Mike likes it. And I guess I should also give congratulations to Alex in Amarillo. He is going to see the Cowboys take on the Detroit Lions, thanks to AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure, and keys to the victory. Start out fast. Cowboys pass rush loves to lead to rushing the Cowboy, or quarterback. Why did I say Cowboy there? Reliable, that the offensive line with the injuries needs to protect Dak, but also create some lanes to get the running game going, because that'd be really helpful. And secure, the Cowboys have done a good job not turning the ball over at home. They haven't turned teams over, unfortunately, but they also haven't turned the ball over at home, which is really helpful with that. So thanks, AT&T. Alex in Amarillo.
Man, he's going to have to leave by the morning to get to the game on time.
Well, it's possible. Well, get going, and we'll keep you.
Amarillo by morning?
Okay. I'm not familiar.
Amarillo by morning. Come on.
George Strait, man.
Yeah, I'm not as well versed.
The king
in
of Texas.
This is the thing. You put on some George Strait, I'll rock with you. I just don't know things by name. I apologize. But you know what? If you do have to get on the road, we'll keep you company here on the KNC Masterpiece. We got one more.
You can stay at Reggie's house.
Well, I don't know how that's going to work. You got one more hour of the KNC Masterpiece coming up next. We'll start to get ready for the latter half and the spicier part of bowl season with Ari Temkin, SiriusXM. We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula, laughing at the great Mike Bassick in with you this week. Chris Strong on the ones and twos, thank you, sir. Thank you guys for rocking with us, getting involved, all the various things. I don't know. I'm stuck right now. It's the last hour of the show for today. Obviously, we'll lead you into the G-Bag Nation at 2 p.m. But college football is on. We have not been watching, but in keeping up with it, SMU, 24th ranked SMU, mind you, down to Boston College, 23-14. That is the Wasabi Fenway Bowl. They're playing in at Fenway Park in Boston. I think it's the third game in a stadium this bowl season thus far, and baseball stadium. Got a lot of those happening right now.
Can't believe this.
You're really distraught that SMU's not doing the damn thing right now.
Don Meredith is so upset right now.
Any other alums that you want to bring up?
John Koncak.
There you go.
Text the 1980s basketball team.
Yeah. Text in your alums to show your disappointment in the current score of SMU Boston College.
Well, not my former friend, I guess current friend, but he was a linebacker at SMU in the late 90s. Jason Symington. He's probably really upset.
Yeah. And I imagine SMU is pretty upset. This is their entry point into the ACC, first ACC matchup, kind of unofficial and not going great right now.
Or won't they pay for like a decade to be in that conference?
That's right. But they got the money.
They got in. They needed to get into a major conference, and they're like, listen, you don't even have to give us any money. We just want in.
And it kind of technically starts like, well, I guess if you lose, it doesn't start like this, right? Because this doesn't count. But if you win, it starts like this. To help us talk more college football and get us ready for the college football playoff semis, Ari Temkin, Sirius XM, Big 12 in the mornings, I believe. Is that the correct name? Have I butchered the name of your show?
No, you killed it. You're the best, dude. It's great to be out with you guys, and I wanted to see if you were knee-deep in this long-time ACC rivalry between SMU and Boston College at Fenway Park.
That's right.
And then, of course, not to be outdone, but Yankee Stadium gets featured in the Pinstripe Bowl immediately following this.
You love to see it.
We get the Red Sox and Yankees even in December.
That is fair. I'd be remiss if I did not do the college football thing in poking at your rivals. Congrats to the Kansas Jayhawks on their win in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, 49-36 over the UNLV Rebels. Sub with your man's Lance Leipold letting 18 penalties and 216 penalty yards in that game.
Yeah, it was. I don't want to say the fix was in, but I mean, holy cow! So the line in that game moved from 12.5 all the way to 7.5 points right before kickoff. It started at 13.5, then was 12.5 the morning of game day, moved all the way to 7.5, which alerts you to something at the quarterback position. Well, Jason Bean, who's from Mansfield and transferred to Kansas a few years ago from North Texas, he played all year, played at a very high level, and was set to play. So, yeah, I think the penalty yardage, and many of them phantom, had a lot to do with the fact that for some reason that line dropped pretty substantially on game day. It was very odd. And then, of course, it featured Nevada-Las Vegas, so even more odd. But, it was a great matchup. 9 wins for a Kansas team. That
maybe Greg Ostertag put a lot of money on it before the game started.
Let's just go through I love the John Koncak reference. It definitely made me think about Greg Ostertag. That's a great reference right there.
Thank you.
All right, it was a great win for Kansas. They got 9 wins. They went 0-9 in 2020. It's pretty incredible what Lance Leipold has done. And they were an FCS program playing in the Big 12 for a decade. Now they're at 9 wins.
Yes, someone come pay Lance Leipold some money so I don't have to keep hearing Ari talk about Kansas. All right, we're deep in bowl season, and one of the things about bowl season is the shenanigans a lot of these bowl games have kind of taken to. What is your favorite tradition? Because we saw Lincoln Riley get eggnog. We saw Neil Brown of West Virginia get Duke's mayoed. What's your favorite of these kind of odd things that the bowl games are bringing up?
Yeah, not only was Neil Brown, who started the year on the hot seat and was picked by the Big 12 media, not myself, but many others, to be last of the Big 12. They end up with a 9-win season, and he's on the hot seat. Instead, he ends up getting doused on a seat with mayonnaise. But like that game was really weird last night because it seemed like a 3-hour infomercial for mayonnaise.
Mm-hmm.
They kept going to the booth and they were putting different things on mayo, and I was like, can we just watch it? I didn't realize you get such ridiculous involvement. Like I thought I was going to watch the Wasabi Fenway Bowl today, and they were going to be like snorting wasabi, although that's not even what the company's for. It's a totally different company, and I didn't realize that. But
it's not the green stuff?
That's what it was. But apparently it's a company. I've seen their commercials 4 times. I can't tell you what they do.
Okay.
But it's not for the green stuff. No, that you put on sushi.
Yeah, it's solid. I like making it spicy.
Oh, it's the best. And I was thinking like Wasabi Bowl, maybe that's what we'll be doing considering what we watched the Mayo Bowl last night. But yeah, I mean, it's so we're going to get the Pop-Tarts Bowl later.
That's right.
Your alma mater.
Yes.
Reg, with K-State, which actually should be a good
Blackman.
game. Mitch Richmond. And so that has a real life frosted strawberry Pop-Tart mascot that is edible, that is apparently going to be eaten after the game. So there's like apparently some semblance of cannibalism. I'm not really sure what this mascot's going to look like or if it's going to be a person inside, but that's going to happen. Plus they have like an actual trophy for the Pop-Tarts Bowl that I believe can actually toast your Pop-Tarts as well. So hard to beat the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
All right. So real question here, Ari.
Glad we can't pay the players though.
So the Michigan-Alabama game and the Texas-Washington game, obviously the only games that I care about in college football.
Right.
One of them has an over-under of 44.5, and the other one has an over-under of 63.5. That is a big difference in what they think the game will be played like.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think because the strength of both Washington and Texas is offense. The weaknesses of both Texas and Washington would be defense, though I would say that Texas's deficiencies on defense are more to do with their secondary than their defensive line, which is actually really good. They have a great defensive line. Washington does not. So, I think that number is right where it should be based on the fact that these are two of the most prolific offenses in college football. And Washington's an odd team. They're one of the most penalized teams in college football. I think they're 128th. We talked about this today. 128th in penalties per game at 8. They've had 4 games. They've had at least 10 penalties. And so, they still have this ridiculous offense, and yet they're constantly shooting themselves in the foot. It's like it hasn't mattered yet this year. So, I do think Texas wins. I think from a talent and how they're playing right now standpoint, I think they're the best team in college football. Alabama's playing considerably better, obviously, than when Texas and Alabama played, but so too is Texas. And Michigan's tough to read because they really haven't played a great schedule, and the best teams they played have all been of late. And that because of that, there's been these people that have made these suggestions that they're not as good. J.J. McCarthy hasn't been as good because they're not stealing signals. Well, that or they're not playing Rutgers anymore. They're playing Ohio State and Penn State, and so maybe that's played a role in it. So I think from an offensive perspective, that line makes sense for Washington, Texas, and it also makes sense for where Alabama and Michigan are. Those are two elite offenses, lots of playmakers all over the field for both sides, and I definitely trust the way Alabama's offense is playing a little bit more than I trust Michigan's. But I think a lot of people are high on Alabama to win this game, and Alabama doesn't have to beat any Alabama teams of previous seasons. I admit that. That's true, right? But they're not as good as they've been. So I think people just assume that Alabama's here. They've got to be that same dominant team. They're just not as good as they've been. Now, again, they don't have to beat any previous Alabama teams in this playoff. They just have to beat Michigan. But I think Michigan is on another talent level.
So you're saying Michigan versus who on Monday, January 8th?
Texas.
Is Texas they're favored by 4. Do they easily cover that spread?
I'm going to say Michigan wins, and Jim Harbaugh is the next coach of the Bears.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, let's dig into that. Like, how obviously you've put the Bears in here, but like if I had to put you on a percentage, right? Percentage that Jim Harbaugh is in the NFL next season as opposed to the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines.
He is literally sitting there right now mulling over a contract that is 10 years, $125 million, but for all intents and purposes, it's a 1-year deal at $12.5 million, and basically it stipulates that he cannot talk to NFL teams. So I think he's waiting to see what NFL offers are on the table. I think there's teams, Bears and Colts potentially, that he could be interested in. I'm not sure that he's interested in maybe some of the other jobs, maybe the Chargers, maybe not interested. I'm not speaking from any level of knowledge, but I mean, he literally could sign a deal tomorrow that would guarantee him $12.5 million for next season, and all he has to do is not talk to NFL teams. But I don't think that's what he's going to do. I think he's going to wait it out and then potentially see what's out there and then potentially take that offer. But it's every year. They're just doing that every year. He's getting offers, so every year they have to put a new deal in front of him that pays him more money and basically stipulates that he won't look at NFL offers. It's an insane deal that he gets. And look, I think the Bears offer will attract him. Kevin Warren is the president of the Bears now. They work together in the Big Ten in some capacity, so there's a familiarity there. And the question is, would he become the GM as well? And would he want a job in the NFL if he wasn't the GM as well? Would he want to have personnel power? I would imagine he would, given that he's had that in the past and has had success with it. So, but he played for the Bears in the '90s. Ann Arbor, Chicago, that area is close, and I think the Colts would intrigue him too. Obviously he played there. That's in the area as well. So I would think it would intrigue him too. But it'll be interesting to see. He's got such an amazing job where he could basically have his cake and eat it too. When it comes to, I'll take $12.5 million to not talk to NFL teams, but he's going to still talk to NFL teams and see what's out there.
Now, I want to go back to Texas here because Steve Sarkisian, and I guess I should start with the University of Texas, had built this reputation of, not having the appropriate toughness and kind of like smelling their own, when it came to this program, absolutely. Right? And it seems like Sarkisian has done some things to address that, but this is a different level when we're talking about the college football playoff. How do you assess this program's readiness for playing at this level?
Yeah, I mean, look, I saw it firsthand. I spent time in Austin working for the radio station out there, in 2010, 2011, and so that was the beginning of the end, right after they lost the national championship game, and where the words entitlement and feelings of accomplishment that had predated them, that those were things that were thrown out there, and then that survives past the Mac Brown era into the Charlie Strong era, and now you've got a different administrator as well. So you've got a different athletic director. You go from DeLoss Dodds to Steve Patterson to Chris Del Conte. You have Tom Herman that comes in, right? So, I mean, there's multiple changeovers, not just in terms of the coaching staffs, but also in terms of the administration at the top, whether it be, again, DeLoss Dodds, Steve Patterson, or then Chris Del Conte. So Sark, he had the same questions that any of his predecessors had in terms of his ability to be successful. The difference is he had kind of been in the same spot as Texas. He had kind of hit rock bottom too. And, it had lost at home to a Kansas team that had never beaten Texas and went 5-7, right? So I think that he was able to be humbled through his experiences at USC and Washington and then his first season at Texas in a way that, he kind of got, I think, into it with the players in a way that's like, all right, let's all dig ourselves out of this together. Let's figure this out, because there were a lot of guys that wanted to do that. And so I think they talked a lot this offseason about cultural shifts, and it was still like, all right, I'll believe it when I see it. And, not seeing is believing. And, look, they won a lot of close games this year. They were able to finish games this year. That was something previously Sark and his Texas teams had not done. They were blowing leads and losing games. That was the calling card of this team. It's the reason I didn't pick them to win the Big 12 this year. And they did that this year. They put away teams. They went into Bryant-Denny Stadium when Jalen Milroe and Alabama made a push late in that game to draw within a score, and they made a play. A.D. Mitchell on the outside, a touchdown right away to give them that separation. They had the finishing touches all year this year against good teams in tough environments. I think they're the most battle-tested team in this playoff, and I do think that the winner, I said I'll take Michigan and then Jim Harbaugh to ride off in the sunset. I do think, genuinely, these are the two best teams right now in the field that are playing the best right now.
His name is Ari Temkin. You can catch him on Sirius XM. Big 12 This Morning is the program. Ari, we appreciate you greatly.
Bassick, Reggie, great talking to you guys. Be well. Happy New
you're
Year.
The best.
Take care, guys.
All right, my man. That's like I said.
Where does he live now?
He's still here. He's
okay.
You didn't see him. He was at Jared's Swinging for a Cause charity event.
I missed him.
Oh no. Well, you had a lot of stuff that you were handling.
Yeah, I'm big time. People want to talk to me.
We often talk about how famous you are, and so you can get a little bit of time with famous Mike Bassick tomorrow in Burleson. We're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings doing this very program.
Cowboys tickets to the Lions game, last home game of the year.
That one's courtesy of Miller Lite. So yeah, come out, say what's up to us, get some wings, have a brew. It'll be a fun time. But it's Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, because CBS Sports was on a delayed week, we'll get your quarterback rankings, and maybe Mike will ask a few more football questions. We do that next on the Fan.
All right, guys, I want to talk about men's.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula. Kevin and Corey still with the week off. Mike Bassick here with me, though.
I think of this as the Josh Young song now. Because this is what he comes up to hit to. So if you go to the game, and I wonder this when we get to interview Josh Young in spring training, we'll be in Surprise, Arizona at the end of February. So the beginning of February, we'll be in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. The end of February,
trying to bankrupt the buffets, I hear.
Yeah. We'll be... I'm going to see how many lobster tails I can eat at a buffet in Vegas.
Send in your guesses. How many lobster tails?
I saw this dude eat 40 at one sitting in Vegas, lobster tails.
Yeah, let's set the over-under on lobster tails Mike could eat at a single buffet sitting.
5. You think 5 is too low?
I don't know. They're healthy sized, right? Like Vegas is not going to skimp on you, are they?
Just matters which buffet you go to. You go to the Golden Nugget. they might call their shrimp lobster.
We'll figure that out. We'll do the odds. But like I said, Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow for myself and Mike. Cowboys Lions tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. Other Cowboys giveaways. And that's in 12832 South Freeway tomorrow in Burleson. But right now, because CBS Sports held out on us, how dare they not work on Christmas? The power rankings happens on Wednesday, but quarterback power rankings are really the interesting part. So let's do that now.
All right, so number 1, it has changed. This is by Cody Benjamin. Is that the part?
That is one of the many people that Bobby Belt has a vendetta against.
Well, let's see if you're happy with this. I'm going to give number 1, and I just want you to comment on if you think that
clearly is Geno Smith.
Number 1. He is not number 1. It's Josh Allen.
Huh.
Josh Allen, as the season's coming to an end, there's 2 games left. They have Josh Allen as the best quarterback in the NFL this year.
That is interesting.
He leads all quarterbacks with 40 total touchdowns.
Yeah. I mean, he has
He's all gas, no break, for better or worse.
That's right. You get the good with the bad, and when you're getting the good, it's really, really good. You know what? I wonder how much of this is the idea. And he's been playing really well. Like, statistically, he has been playing well. No, okay, I'm with it. I'm with it, right? Like, you think about the best quarterbacks in the league, and I mean, just not even just on this season, but who do we think about? We bring up Patrick Mahomes. He's had a down year. Yeah. And then very soon thereafter, Joe Burrow, he's injured. Josh Allen comes in right about those places, so it would kind of make sense. It would, stand to reason that he'd be up there, and he's looked that good when you talk about EPA, talk about completion percentage, particularly over expected. No, he's looked good. I guess it just feels weird hearing that said.
I wonder if today, if you bet on him to win the MVP and he wins out, let's just say Miami loses to Baltimore, but then that would put Lamar Jackson as the favorite, staying the favorite. Lamar Jackson is number 2. Okay. So I'm just wondering, as you can comment on Lamar Jackson, I'm just wondering, Josh Allen, if you go by these quarterback power rankings and we're at the end of the year and Josh Allen's number 1, if he wins his last 2 games, like how strong of a case does he make for MVP at the end of the year? And Lamar Jackson right now, the favorite, is considered the number 2 quarterback according to CBS's quarterback power rankings.
Yeah, I think the narrative portion of this really leans towards Lamar. We got the big game of the year late that also pushed him above, and I don't know, are the Bills going to have that game? Although I do think that the Bills have a very good opportunity to win the AFC East.
Yeah.
And maybe that brings them back to the forefront of conversation. But I think that Lamar is in this place where there's a level of visibility that's going to keep him up there. But yeah, I mean, I've already gushed enough about Lamar Jackson on the show about how much I like his game.
Number 1 last week, dropping to number 3, and this is interesting, is Brock Purdy.
So we still haven't gotten to Tua Tagovailoa here, which I understand he's not the air yards aren't huge and he's getting the ball out quickly, but I'm surprised that Tua doesn't show up. Brock Purdy, huh?
How about this? He has 11 interceptions this year. How many of his 11 interceptions have come in the last 3 games?
Who, Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he had 4 in this past game. What are we saying? 7, 8?
8. He has 11 interceptions. 8 of them have come in the last 3 games.
And in being consistent, right? so a lot of those were not like directly, hey, this is your fault interceptions. These are tips. This is, some of it is a factor of the Baltimore Ravens defense just being everywhere all at once, it seems. But no, that is really tough. And as the season goes along, and particularly when you talk about the ways in which, when Trent Williams isn't there, and with any quarterback, if you do not have that blindside blocker, it gets a little hairy. But yeah, I think we might be going a little far, and I mean the larger we, maybe not me and you particularly. And me, I will put myself in it, where we try a little bit because we have that preconceived notion when we talk about the 7th round quarterback. So whenever we see a fault, we're like, oh, there it is. It might just be that, this is normalizing out a little bit. But yeah, he's been good. He's done what he needed to do. I just interested that Tua Tagovailoa hadn't popped up.
Here's what's funny. Tua T, because you're good at saying his last name. I'm not.
I try.
He did not get pushed ahead of Dak Prescott. They played each other. Tua ended up winning the game. He's the winning quarterback. Dak is the losing quarterback. They both had game-winning drives, as in Dak drove his team down the field with 3 minutes and change left to say, hey, I've put us ahead. I did my job. The defense has to stop Tua T. They could not stop Tua T and the Miami offense, yet they have Dak Prescott number 4 and they have Tua T number 5 not moving in the list. So I thought for sure when I looked at yesterday's list, and I couldn't find this list because they didn't come out with it yesterday, and I saw that Dak was 4 and Tua was 5, I thought, well, they're going to at least flip those guys because they just played each other, but they didn't. They kept Dak at number 4 and Tua T at number 5.
That's really interesting. There's a level of respect for Dak that I think is starting, I don't know, but is definitely there from the media at large. As much as people say that, we're trying to tear him down, I think that some of it is like now this is, getting to the point where it's going to be nitpicky, particularly with the struggles that the team has had at large. But no, this is an understandable place for him to be considering the way that he's played. He leads this league in touchdowns right now. He has managed the interceptions in a way that we anticipated because that's the way he's always played. He's playing very much like the Dak that we expect. It really ends up being, and this is the same thing I talked about with Kellen Moore, it's just like situational. We need you in the right moments to be, exactly who we expect you to be. And it's not all on him because, again, team affects the ways of wins and losses. But, you have the step out of bounds, and there's a few plays and a small amount of plays that if you change them, he looks even better than he's had.
Every year's different because I think you can draw a line at number 1 and 2, or you can draw a line at number 6 and say, all right, now there's a drop off. I think 1 through 5 are Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, and Tua T. I think we have to draw a line right there because I do think there's a drop off from those 5 guys. Number 6 is Matthew Stafford. And
I disagree.
So you think he's a tier 1 quarterback this year? Okay.
This year he has been incredible.
All right, so I'm going to wonder where you draw the line at. Then.
Okay. I think also Matt Stafford has not gotten that level of appreciation because they had the injuries and then that puts them in this place where they're not as visible. But he's actually been very good.
Okay.
I think Wink Martindale was talking earlier today about how he felt like the MVP award should be between Lamar Jackson and Matt Stafford.
Okay. It actually in this it says an MVP sleeper, Matthew Stafford, at number 6. Okay, number 7, C.J. Stroud.
This is where the line is, and I think the C.J. Stroud has been fantastic.
So it's Matthew Stafford is in the category of Tua T, Dak, Purdy, Jackson, Allen, and then.
Am I being a little revisionist or prisoner of the moment because he has not played? Because when he was playing, he looked like one of the best quarterbacks in the league, C.J. Stroud.
Okay. Number 8 is Jalen Hurts.
Okay, this is definitely where the line is if it wasn't before. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is it's not the same. And there's a lot of other things that factor in, like the inconsistency of the offensive coordinator and the play calling and all those things. But no, we've definitely seen him not be as good as he was last year, and definitely not on the same level as the rest of these guys.
Number 9, you're taking him on Saturday night. Jared Goff, number 9 ranked quarterback in the NFL, according to CBS Sports this year.
Yeah, more often than not, he's been protected for, and when he's protected for, he's a good quarterback.
Okay, number 10, Jordan Love.
I still don't know what to make of Jordan Love.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Sure. Number 11 is Patrick Mahomes. They have ranked for the 2023
I didn't even notice
season.
that Patrick Mahomes
is out of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. Now, to me, and I think to most people, we all know he's the best quarterback, but he isn't having a good year. He has a horrible receiving core. I understand ranking him number 11 because if you look at his stats, if you look what they're doing, if you look how they've played lately, 9-6, I'm not sure you can put him in the top 10. Now, I would say he's better than Jordan Love still, so I would probably have him 10th on this list. But they have him 11th on this list.
His receivers are bad. He's had some problems as well, but I think teams are challenging him, and it's difficult because again the receivers and those things, but the protection hasn't held up either.
Okay,
I'm talking myself back into pushing Patrick Mahomes up, but yeah, they invested a lot in protection, and down over the last few weeks, the protection hasn't looked good.
The
either.
5 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL. The worst, Trevor Siemian, New York Jets quarterback.
Oh, we're counting that. Sure, yeah,
he's playing tonight.
That's true.
Aiden O'Connell, the Vegas Raiders.
I thought he's been fine, but I guess maybe my standards are just really low.
They threw for 91 yards and still beat the Chiefs. I think that was their total of yards in the air.
Oh, I realized I just did not watch that. I wonder how much of this is I just opt out of some of these games, like the Raiders games. I'm like, why would I do that to myself?
You see total yards passing and you see 91 and you're like, and they won the game in an NFL game.
Defense doing things.
3 worst quarterback in the NFL starting right now, Mason Rudolph.
I mean, let him tell it. He thinks that he proved something to Ben Roethlisberger.
The 4th worst quarterback in the NFL this year who's still starting is Bryce Young, the number 1 overall pick.
Man, you were talking about this before the show.
We'll maybe dive into it tomorrow. You can tease it for maybe a topic tomorrow.
Yeah, you were talking about this. And
when do you give up on a quarterback and go, we made a mistake, we might need to start over?
For sure. We'll have that conversation tomorrow.
Yeah, and I have an opinion on Bryce Young. The 5th worst quarterback in the NFL starting is Minnesota Vikings, Chris Mullins.
You love bringing up 90s or 80s basketball players. It's one of my favorite things.
So those are your 5 worst quarterbacks. We went over the 11 best quarterbacks in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes is now out of the top 10 at number 11. And Dak is at number 4, stayed at number 4. Tua T stayed at number 5. That was interesting to me that they played each other. They were the 4th and 5th best quarterbacks, and they kept them the 4th and 5th best quarterbacks and didn't flip them.
No, absolutely no Derek Carr. That's the team. They thought that all they needed was the quarterback, and Derek Carr was the one that was sufficient, and they are looking at a place where they might just be like, we still need another one. Shout out to the Saints. It's the Kansas City Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation.
All right, let's talk about Southwest Chrysler.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you, filling in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick, as always, on the KNC Masterpiece. And Chris Strong, thank you, sir, for being on the ones and twos for us. Thank you all for rocking with us from 10 a.m. all the way to this point, where we're getting ready to hand it off to these fine gentlemen. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. We do our crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Zach, Broadus, how y'all doing today?
Wonderful, Reg. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Man, we're doing very well.
I was a little bit surprised with our last segment because I waited till the segment to open up CBS Sports quarterback power rankings. They have Josh Allen number 1. Lamar Jackson number 2, Brock Purdy number 3, Dak Prescott number 4, and Tua T number 5. And there's a couple things like a little bit surprising. One, I thought, well, 4 and 5 last week was Dak Prescott 4, Tua T 5, and I thought that they would flip them because it was a close game, but Tua T won the game. Not that Dak played defense the last 3 minutes and 27 seconds, but I just thought, well, he won the game. The other guy lost the game. They're going to flip him. And then I thought that Lamar Jackson would be number 1 and maybe Josh Allen would be number 2. So what are your thoughts on kind of ranking these quarterbacks in that area?
Man, it's so week to week, right? But I do think you would have assumed Lamar would have been a 1. Now, maybe Josh Allen's playing the best. I mean, he's got a passing touchdown and rushing touchdown in how many consecutive games now? I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
He has the most touchdowns in the NFL at 40 right now.
I think Tua's being disrespected a little bit. Now, granted, I mean, I think when Tua's under pressure, it's clearly an issue. And anytime the Cowboys pressured him, you could tell Tua wanted no part of this, and the ball's sailing on him. But otherwise, I mean, I'm a little surprised he hasn't been more involved in the MVP conversation.
People don't respect him.
They really don't.
And I guess I was going to say I don't know why. Like, you saw I guess it was the injuries more than it was the play, I guess, early on. But I guess one of the things that's tough about human nature is once we kind of decide that we've put you or categorized you, it's hard for us to break that. It was one of the things I was talking about with Brock Purdy, where I feel myself and I'm trying to fight against it. Every time anything goes bad, I go, see, there's the 7th rounder. And I'm like, I need to break that and respect the things that he's been able to do. And I think people have put Tua in that boat where they're like, he's all right, but we don't think he's great or, anything to that nature. And so when he is playing well, being super efficient, getting the ball out quickly, getting the ball to his guys, and obviously there's a lot of the yak aspect as well, but it feels like people are not willing to break back and consider the notions that they already hold.
Well, they don't give him enough credit because of the play caller and the weapons.
Fair enough.
And that's exactly right. And the week before, that's why I thought, man, that was a pretty substantial performance.
He was an accurate quarterback at Alabama.
Really accurate.
You watched him throw the ball for a left-handed quarterback, and the way he's not going to.
You taking a shot at us left-handers right there, Brian?
No, I'm just saying, man.
It does look a little funky.
Those dudes throw a pretty ball. We're going to see one on.
Were you accurate, Mike?
Throwing a football?
Yeah.
Not the best.
Okay.
I always would get my hand behind the ball too much, which obviously does not make a perfect spiral.
No, it doesn't. But the thing, these left-handed quarterbacks, we'll see one play at the University of Texas.
Yeah, Michael Penix.
Michael Penix will play. I mean, they're pretty quarterbacks throwing the ball.
I'm pretty stunned. I went and watched J.J. McCarthy last night, Michigan's guy.
I'm guessing you were impressed, right?
I don't get the first-round hype with J.J. McCarthy,
either.
man. I really don't. And Michael Penix isn't getting that love, and I would probably take Penix over McCarthy. I still need to do a further study of him, but I watched quite a bit of Washington this year because they're a fun team, and I watched his receiver, so I got to see some of Penix.
Which one, Odunze?
Yeah.
Okay.
That dude's special.
So we're doing a little bit of draft talk now. I like this.
Yeah.
Well, because can I say something real quick about the quarterback situation? Where does Matthew Stafford file on all this?
He's number 6 on the list.
Stafford needs to be getting way more love.
I tell you what, you look at and they've hit on some guys.
I like this confirmation of my thoughts.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
They've clearly hit on some guys offensively there. There's a guy that does it. He deserves some consideration. You talk about quarterbacks that are playing really, really well.
Yes, sir.
In a kind of a muddled group, man, Stafford's the one that's kind of wading through all that, and he seems to be pretty consistent too. Let me tell you what, you go back and watch the Rams game, Rams had them beat, and you're thinking the Ravens are one of the best teams in football. And now I'm starting to think, maybe the Rams are the second best team in football. I know their start of their season was awful, I just don't think you want to play them right now. You know,
they're the hottest team in the NFC.
They've got this kind of offensive, kind of.
So you think Detroit or Philadelphia will lose to LA if that's their matchup?
My hope.
Yes.
Yeah, my hope is that if you're the Dallas Cowboy fan, is that the Rams are the 6th or 7th seed, and they go on a little bit of one of those crazy good runs where they knock out the 2nd seed, and then they go knock out the 1st seed. And now you're looking at, did you find a way? And then probably they would knock you out when they came to AT&T Stadium or something like that.
Obviously, I was listening to you guys yesterday about the Sean Payton, Russell Wilson situation, and I know you guys haven't studied like the top 10 quarterbacks in this draft.
I got 3 of them done.
We got 4 now.
I'm just wondering who's Sean Payton's guy. I feel like Sean Payton is arrogant enough to be like, in the 3rd round, I'm taking this guy, and he's going to be just fine for me.
You know Sean. What do you think?
Man, he's sitting right now at 14, right? 13, 14.
Right.
Sean loves to trade next year's 1 to try and go up.
Is it gone already though?
No, I don't think.
No, they still. So
I know they have.
I
this
thought
year's
they
pick.
didn't have it, but yes, for next year.
Yeah,
maybe
do they
next
have
year.
an
That's a
extra?
good question.
I think they've got it all taken care of. I think I'm right, but Sean will do well. Okay, how about this? Would Sean dangle Patrick Surtain to go up in the draft and get a quarterback?
Well, right now, looking at mocks, it might go 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks by the time we get to drafting.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I know
like
you guys.
Daniel seems to be the 3rd guy.
I asked my guys at the Giants yesterday because I heard you guys yesterday talking about the division and what quarterbacks.
Right.
Definitely Washington. I asked my guy at the Giants. I said that's a debate that we're going to have.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah, they're not really sold. But they all realize, though, that if they don't do something, they're all going to get fired. So that's why they're. This decision is huge for them.
I think J.J. McCarthy would be great with the Giants or the Commanders.
I bet you do.
That's my pick for them.
Is he like to you? Would he be like it with like Mac Jones being picked? That kind of thing?
Yes. And he's more mobile than Mac Jones.
But no, I'm just saying that Mac Jones went from being like.
I just don't get it. Like as a 2nd rounder, I'd take him.
Yeah.
I don't see the 1st round player there. Yeah. That's going to change your franchise.
Winner.
They run the ball all the damn time. I mean, they're winning games because they're dominating you at the line of scrimmage.
Were you getting tired of like going fast forward through the play because they were running the ball?
Like here's Blake Corum. Here's Blake Corum again.
So you figure out Blake Corum.
Edwards.
You figure out Blake Corum's pretty good at running the ball.
Pretty damn good. So is Edwards.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about Sean Payton? He just seems. I don't like.
I don't know who
like
Sean. I don't know who Sean would take.
I just feel like he's arrogant enough to be like, I don't want a 1st round quarterback. I want to do something in the 3rd round where I prove I can take this. Not unknown person, but kind of he's not supposed to be a good quarterback, and watch me turn him into a good quarterback.
Well, that would be J.J. McCarthy then, according to Wolchuk.
Maybe, yeah. And maybe J.J. McCarthy would be a perfect fit for Sean Payton.
Excellent. Now, the Cowboys.
Bo Nix? I don't know.
But Bo Nix mobile.
Yeah.
Maybe Bo Nix, maybe Penix.
Do y'all agree with me in this? Because I am no quarterback evaluator, and I think you guys are significantly more of that than I am. When it comes to
quarterbacks, better at it. I was not very good at one point.
I guess we could always revisit that if we wanted to. When it comes to Bo Nix, he is a little bit older, a little bit of an elder statesman of the college football way.
But I think NFL people are kind of okay with this now after what happened with Brock Purdy and like how many because we've gone through some. Mitch Trubisky, 10, 12 starts for his career there at North Carolina. And also, I think that NFL personnel guys are like, give me a guy that's a little bit more seasoned. And you're going to get this anyway because of the pandemic. The pandemic gave guys an extra year on top of the extra year they already had. So some of these
Bo Nix used all of them.
Well, Michael Penix has played a ton of games too.
Yeah,
I mean, these quarterbacks that have been starters, what they do is they bounce from team to team, and they start. They get experience.
But do you still feel good about like the development curve on a quarterback that has had all of those years? That like there's still opportunity to get better.
Yeah, I do.
Besides Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers was the only, and I can't say the way I want to say it because you can't say certain things anymore. Penix drops his elbow so low to push the ball. He doesn't throw it, he pushes it.
Well,
Phillip Rivers.
Kerry Collins was really bad at this too.
What a name.
Kerry Collins was he would drag his elbow.
Yeah.
And you're like, talk about Sean Payton's story. Sean Payton, I'm talking to him about Kerry Collins. And he's like going, and the same Drew Henson. Drew Henson was the same way. And I remember Sean Payton going, man, his elbow drags. There's no way. And everybody's like, no, we could correct that. Kerry Collins played like 15 years in the league with his elbow dragging.
Okay.
You know, and I'm just saying, some guys can get away with it and others can't.
Byron
Because the ball sailed.
Vince Young was an elbow dropper.
Yeah,
he was a pusher.
Yeah.
Leftwich had the weirdest release maybe I've
He had
ever
a baseball.
seen.
He threw it like a baseball. He dropped the ball
to his hip almost.
Yeah.
And then they
that's
had
the
a
way you're
weird
supposed to
wind-up.
pitch. Like you're not supposed to keep the ball above your
Penix
shoulder.
has
Drop the ball.
And then another guy that'll just flick it is
Penix,
Jaden Daniels.
If you ever watch Penix from the end zone, the ball kind of, it's funny because it starts out the middle and then it kind of just veers. Like he has an ability to kind of put
he has like a
spin
hook on it.
the ball. Well, like he can push it like from the middle to the outside. By the way, it's not like a direct. It's kind of like he moves it in the air with the way
he might have the lowest elbow though I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Penix, like the way that he drops his elbow below his shoulder, it's just it doesn't look right.
It looks
and
weird.
I have no clue how he throws
like
it
a
50
shovel.
yards that way.
Well, that's the thing about too. Like Sean was talking about with Drew Henson, he goes, "There's no way you could have him play with his elbow throwing that low. The ball's going to sail on him."
I'd like him to get your guy, Jaden Daniels. I think that'd be a great spot for him. Go
I'll
with
tell you
Sean
what,
Payton
man.
in Denver.
People are going to. Jaden Daniels is 6'3". The problem is he's like the same weight as the guy in Carolina.
And he apparently likes getting hit because he did that quite
He
a bit.
does. He loves getting hit. That's his favorite
He
thing
could
to
be
do.
the best quarterback out of this class.
All right,
man.
clearly I'm just going to want to keep talking football with you guys, but we got to let you guys do a program.
We'll
By
get
the
you
way,
on the draft show there, Reggie.
What do y'all have on the program?
We got a
coming
lot.
up?
We'll get to NFL draft talk at 4:00. We'll do more of that. Barry Church, former Cowboys safety, at 3:20, and Dave Campo going to join us at 5:00.
Hey, ball coach, we got a
Dave Campo's a big baseball fan, by the
He
way.
is. He loves the Yankees.
Yeah. Ask him about our Rangers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get it.
Champs.
But yeah, Dave's going to talk about Jimmy Johnson, Darren Woodson, and how to maybe play some run defense.
Gonna have to keep it locked right here on the G-Bag Nation. That's coming up next. Until tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, right? I almost said something entirely different. That's not the word. Buffalo Wild Wings, Burleson. You'll catch me and Mike tomorrow at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. But until then, you've been Masterpiece. Be easy. Peace.
App. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Hail Mary Day. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, who's ready for some Oklahoma bowl game football later tonight, wearing his hoodie. Lucius Alexander repping the SMU Mustangs right now after they just played in the Fenway Bowl. That was interesting. Rainy, muddy, SMU not able to get the dub against Boston College, but pretty cool seeing football being played at Fenway Park there in Boston. 877-881-1053 to join the conversation on the truckwreck.com text line. We got Barry Church, former Cowboys safety, coming up at 3:20. Former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo to talk about Jimmy Johnson, and congratulations to Darren Woodson. Yeah. This is the year, right?
Absolutely,
Reg, where you at? It's not a Geno Smith thing, but this is the year. We finally get Darren Woodson with a gold jacket, as he did make the finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They voted on that yesterday. He was announced along with some of his fellow former players, Eric Allen, Jari Evans, Rodney Harrison, Fred Taylor, buddy of Lucius and Nice. Yep. We had Antonio Gates and Julius Peppers, who are finalists for the first time, along with Jared Allen, Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson, Reggie Wayne. But hopefully, Darren Woodson, your Cowboys' all-time leading tackler, can finally get enshrined in Canton, Ohio.
Last night, very late, I got a text message from a national voter. Not a Shireen Williams or Rick Goslin or Clark Judge, any of those guys, but a national voter in the Hall of Fame committee. I won't say who it is. He asked me my 5 votes, my 5 people.
Okay.
Can I give them to you real quick?
Please do, man.
Here's my ballot. I told him Darren Woodson was with him and Leroy Butler in 2 stops. Woodson was so much more of a complete player than Butler thought about ever being. Devin Hester. He was the Barry Sanders of kick and punt returners. What a weapon. Fred Taylor was with him in Jacksonville. Could score anywhere on the field. Super tough with the ball in his hands. Julius Peppers. Effortless in the way he played. Did appear to be playing fast, but he was super smooth. Could break down blockers with precision. And my last one was Patrick Willis. Injuries robbed him of an even better career. Never came off the field in college or pros. Relentless. Had to account for him every snap. Compared to Jeremiah Trotter coming out, I drafted Trotter in Philly. Outstanding player, but I would take in Willis all day. That's the 5 I gave to this voter.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with those 5. I think you nailed it there.
I had some decisions.
The receivers are tough. Those 3 receivers.
The receivers are very tough, and I if I had to kind of rank them in myself, I would think I would have taken the guy at Houston,
Andre Johnson. I think I would take him. Yeah,
over Torrey Holt, and Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce were damn good.
And Bruce is in.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though, when you start to talk about.
But, I mean, those 2 were right. I mean, if you're going to put Bruce in, obviously Torrey Holt at some point is going to need to get in as well. Yeah. We did get a question. You have talked about this before, so I know your answer, but who was better between Leroy Butler and Darren Woodson?
Oh, I've been with both. I've been with both, and I'm very blessed to have a Super Bowl ring with Leroy Butler. Darren Woodson was the best football player that I've ever been with in my whole career, and that includes the Reggie Whites, the Brett Favres. Sorry about that.
No, you're all right. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
And if you're a first-time listener, that is Brett Favre's Keith Jackson impression from NFL Films way back in the day. So anytime number 4 for the Green Bay Packers is mentioned, rules are rules, and that is a rule now in the G-Bag Nation, carried over from the nosebleed seats.
Yeah.
I have to do the Brett Favre Keith Jackson.
Well, you did. You do a great job with that. But, yeah, I absolutely – I've been with Jimmy Smith, wide receiver in Jacksonville, Tony Boselli, Fred Taylor, been with some great players in my career here, and Darren Woodson by far is the most complete player that here's another one. Never came off the field, could cover any position, tackle, smart, ball hawk. Yeah, just everything about him. I mean, the way he lifted the game of others around him. Roy Williams was a different player without him on the field. Roy Williams' career. And Roy was a fine player, but without Darren Woodson, he was just a kind of a guy, because Woody was able to direct him to say, hey, here's what we need to see. This is what we got to go. Be ready for this. There's so many things that Darren Woodson did. And hey, there's some Hall of Fame guys. I respect Leroy Butler. Leroy Butler's not as good a player as Darren Woodson is.
Well,
sorry.
Heck, we know the history of the Dallas Cowboys. He's the all-time leading tackler in Dallas Cowboys history.
There's that says a lot to me. Look at all the defensive players in the of the guys all the great defensive players in the Hall of Fame, and Darren Woodson is the top tackler of that franchise. Amazing. How is he not in the Hall of Fame? I think that will get rectified this year.
We do have Pure Gold as always coming up here 5 hours of the G-Bag Nation. We have a Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 5 o'clock hour, so make sure you're sticking around for that. It was on this day in 1975. Roger Staubach closed his eyes, said Hail Mary, and threw a 50-yard game-winning touchdown pass to Drew Pearson, fellow Hall of Famer, to defeat the Minnesota Vikings. An amazing day in Dallas Cowboys football history. We also did get news. Now, it is funny because Jordan Schultz reported
I did watch that game.
Did you not?
No, I saw it. I saw the game.
I'm surprised you weren't there. You didn't travel to Minnesota?
No, I tell you what, that would have been
Juicy Lucy Burgers.
I tell you what, Juicy Lucy Burgers would have been good. By the way, we're doing Jamaican food tomorrow for lunch. I'm excited about this.
Heck yeah.
But we got going to the old the Met. That would have been cool. That would have been very cool.
Yeah.
Like to hit old playoff game. There's some divey stadiums back in the day. Gosh, I wish I'd have gone to
the diviest of the dives.
Of the diviest stadiums, that was a divey one. That was really that in County Stadium in Milwaukee. There's some divey stadiums around the league. I hit a lot of them. Unfortunately,
You're a divey kind of guy.
Unfortunately, I hit the old cookie cutter stadiums in the 70s. All the Three Rivers and Riverfront and the Vet. Those were all like those stadiums that were made in the 70s.
The dives and the soup kitchens. That's our guy Brian brought us.
The multi-purpose stadiums. I seem to hit them all. Yeah,
I love you for it. I really do. These are these feats of strengths. But talking about Dak Prescott, Jordan Schultz been making the round. He is a part of Bleacher Report and Fox Sports 1. He was with Acho, former Texas Longhorn, and friend of the station here as well. I know Jared Sandler went to St. Mark's with him. But Jordan Schultz updating us on Dak Prescott and his contract status.
Dak Prescott, Schultz, he is a front runner for MVP, but I'm hearing the streets are talking he might be the highest paid quarterback this offseason. True, false? Talk to me about it.
We're saying big facts, baby. You know why? Because he's going to get between 55 and 60 million. Now, we already seen Joe Burrow get that 55 number. Dak Prescott has an opportunity to reset it. I think the floor is around 55. Remember, both sides highly motivated. And don't forget, he has a no trade and no tag clause. He has all the leverage. I was just at owners' meetings in Dallas. There is no question that both Dak and Dallas, Jerry, want to get that thing done.
Okay, break this down for me. How are the streets speaking in this matter? Because remember, the first time it was time to pay Dak, the Cowboys, they tarried, they delayed, paid Zeke first. Now you're telling me they're going to cut a check to make him the highest paid in the NFL?
Right in that class, absolutely. And over the last 8 games, 25 total touchdowns, 2 picks. He's playing like an MVP. He has an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and he's a Dallas Cowboy quarterback in the sense of Staubach and Aikman. That's the type of season he's having, and he has earned it. And remember, we don't see great quarterbacks go to free agency. If he doesn't get paid, he becomes a free agent after next season at around 31 years old. Yeah. That does not happen, and it's not going to happen.
And I did love Ed Werder dunking on this when it was posted on
That's
Twitter.
not news?
Said this is news that's not news because this is something we've known about, right? We're all expecting Dak's contract's up. Cowboys aren't going to let him go anywhere. They're going to pay him. And currently, Dak is tied for the 10th highest paid quarterback in all of football with Daniel Jones and Matthew Stafford. So, everyone will freak out. For those of the people that love Dak are like, hell yeah, pay that man his money. I want Dak to get paid regardless. I'm always going to side with the player. And if the Cowboys want to use that as an excuse for team building and, there's not enough, pieces of the pie to go around, that's a bunch of bull bleep. Don't feed into that, okay? That's an organizational problem. You can always find a way to make that work if you want to. But, I would expect that this offseason, at some point, Dak's going to get paid.
Yeah, and there's the folks out there that will argue the other side of this of like, well, okay, we just 2-4 in the playoffs. And, right there, they were comparing Dak to the Troy Aikmans and the Roger Staubachs, right? Those are Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, and I think there's a part of the fan base, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I know my timeline and my mentions, and I know I'm working this radio station for the last, 4 years having this show, there is a divide out there of, wait a minute now, and I understand quarterbacks get paid, but there's a group of the fan base out here that is absolutely adamant that like, well, how about some playoff success? How about a Super Bowl win? Now, is that completely Dak's fault? No. Should the front office help him more? Absolutely. Have they tried? Well, drafting CeeDee Lamb when they probably could have taken they were looking at, edge rushers at the time and others, I think they've tried, adding Tyler Smith. I think they've tried, bringing Tyron Smith back. I think they've tried. So yeah, there is a great deal of the fan base that is totally on board with Dak getting his extension. And then there's a part of the fan base that is completely saying right now, well, how about some playoff success?
Sure, absolutely.
Before this even happens.
There's going to be a lot that are already dug out.
Yeah.
They don't believe Dak's the guy.
Nope.
He never will be the guy. But as he's
I can hear both sides right now.
Yep, he's got the pen and he's got the opportunity to finish writing that story. And he certainly has an opportunity in a wide open NFC right now where we're looking at maybe the Rams, the most dangerous team that they've beaten. Now, they're very, very different to the team that came into AT&T Stadium earlier in the season today. That'd be a much different conversation. But, I would just regardless on where you stand on that, just expect Dak Prescott to get paid this offseason, be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I would say so.
Hopefully they can continue to build around him and this team ends up being complete and you can go win a championship because that's what we all want to see here as fans of the Dallas Cowboys.
Dak and Todd France have played this perfectly, by the way. They play. I mean, didn't it seem like just 2 years ago we were talking about a Dak contract extension? And now he's already.
That's why they want to do the short-term deals. And so Dak's going to get paid. Everyone's going to freak out. Oh my gosh, he's making $55-60 million. Yeah. But then what will happen is we look up 2 years from now, and he'll be back towards the bottom of this top 10.
Well, it's just
every next quarterback's going to end up upping that. That's just what happens now.
Give Dak and in France a lot of credit because they've gotten back to the table already. So it's good for them.
What the hell happened to the Stars and the Mavs last night?
Oh my God,
this was horrific. Now the Stars were down 2-0. Right at the end of the second period, they get a goal. We're thinking, all right, here we go. It's 2-1. But my gosh, the Blues netminder just stood on his head in the net. And the Stars, 37 total saves. Stars were peppering with chances there. They pulled Wedgwood towards the end, had an opportunity. They had one look. I thought they scored. And then, unfortunately, the last 30 seconds or so, they end up giving up possession of the puck. And they're not able to dig it out of their own zone.
Couldn't get out of their own zone.
But, man, the Stars fall 2-1 in St. Louis, which was a bummer. And then I'm thinking, okay, it's the Seth Curry game. He's helping out. He's draining threes left and right. Mavs are going to be just fine. And then Caris LeVert decides, I'm now going to show up to the party. I think he had 13 points here in the fourth quarter. And the Cavs rally from once being down by 20 points to knock off the Mavs in Dallas, the AAC, 113-110. And now Luka is not going to be playing tonight as they travel to Minnesota to take on one of the better teams in the Western Conference in the Timberwolves.
Yeah, the back-to-backs seem to be tough now. Luka, I'll tell you what, though, the Mavs had that game in control, and then all of a sudden they could not make a basket. It just it was they started off really well in the game shooting threes, and then it got just progressively worse as the game wore on. At the end, they couldn't even buy a layup. Some mid-range shots.
Stop. I think it was a 17-2 run.
It was crazy that they couldn't. I saw it described as a smash and grab victory for the Cavaliers, and but it's funny at the end of that one too. The Cavs tried to give it back to you with and you're thinking, okay, out of a timeout with 8 seconds left, you're going to probably get a good shot off. But man, like Luka gets trapped. They try to get the ball. It just was chaos at the end, and never even got really a good shot off. Got the thing blocked by Curry, and so here we go. Unfortunately for the Mavs, they blow a big opportunity, a big lead, and give the Cavaliers credit for staying after the game. They were down at 21 points. I also want to say this about the Stars, and I learned this from the Hockey Hawk today. When you play after a break, they make you fly the day of the game. So you have to come in. It's a collective bargained part of the hockey. When you're coming off the winter break that they have, the Christmas break, that you have to travel the day of game. So
interesting.
So the Stars had to get on a plane yesterday morning and then get to St. Louis to play it. Now you're saying, Brian, well, hell, it's only a 2-hour flight. It ain't like they're going to have to play the Kraken or something like that. But it's something that you just never know. Does that affect your team? Does it affect your routine? Not making excuses. St. Louis played well last night. They really, really did. But man, bad sports night all around. It kind of cut into my tape watching. I got mad and said, I'm going to bed.
It was I actually did the opposite. I'm like, you know what? I'm not focusing on this. I'm going to just dive right into, watching the tape. And so I watched the Iowa cornerback, Dejean. I got a little draft crush on him. This kid's good,
really?
Man. 6'1". Yeah. He doesn't look like a corner. He's got a weird build to him.
Is he like with the high cut?
Super stocky.
Oh, super stocky.
No, he's just real thick, dense type of player.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I think he could play safety. He could play corner. He can be your punt returner.
Yeah.
He had 3 pick sixes last year for Iowa. He was the one that won their game against Minnesota with the punt return for a touchdown.
Wow.
But he's just got a nose for the football. He hasn't officially. Now, he's one of these guys like Dane's got him mocked in the first round.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing right now. Just going down
the list.
But he hasn't officially declared. And I'm hoping he does. He's not one of those guys that decides to go back. And I just wasted, an hour watching him.
Well, you did that with the
couple of guys last year. Jared Verse.
Yeah, you did that with the guard.
the guard from Kansas State.
Oh,
man, I love that kid too. But we'll get into draft conversation at 4:00. We'll talk about some of these quarterbacks and some of the upcoming bowl games. Who are someone, if you're into the draft, you need to watch these bowl games because they're going to be some of the big players that we'll discuss. The Longhorns, by the way, have landed in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl matchup against Washington. Boy, that one is going to be fun. We're looking forward to that. Let's rank the NFL owners from worst to first. I saw this from The Athletic. Where's Jerry? Maybe Brian can add us a little fun details on what he knows about some of these owners as well. And then we'll get the G-Bag of the day next on The Fan. Just a few moments away from G-Bag of the Day, segment brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art weight loss, and Frankel and Frankel. And appreciate everybody rocking with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I saw this probably about a week ago. The Athletic went ahead and ranked the owners in the National Football League from worst to first. And you would think, like, as an owner, I think Jerry Jones is a very good owner.
He was, I think he really does care about, I think he cares about his team a lot.
Yeah.
Did we always make the absolute best decisions? No. Did we listen to too many outside voices? Yes. Has that changed? Yes. You know, I think they're doing a better job of focusing and trusting their own eyes and own opinions. It's not about Barry Switzer or Dana Bible or other guys talking about these players. Yes, they do their research, they ask questions and stuff, but they've really done I think he's done a much better job of surrounding himself with people that actually are really very good evaluators. And I think that makes a huge difference. We didn't do a very good, I didn't feel like personally coming from the programs I was at, didn't feel like I did a good enough job for him, and help, and there's some things that I believed in and some things they believed in, and it just, it didn't always work that way. But I think he's got a better crew around him. It's made him a better owner. It's translated into wins and losses, because they're winning more games.
Absolutely.
And they're being more consistent that way. They've got to figure out a way to build their team in order to handle going further. They're very good at winning this division. They've got the division figured out when it comes to competing against the Commanders, the Giants, and the Eagles. But they need to figure out the next step. How do you deal with a team like the 49ers, that are built in like a different way, a little bit more of a physical way than what you are right now.
Is a bit weird because growing up in the NFC East, you're thinking that's bully ball football, right? That's where it's going to be physical.
The Eagles play. The Eagles play a physical football game with tush push.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at overall the RPO and their running, they've got an offensive line that is built to. They throw the ball well with the line. It's a lot of pin and pull stuff. It's more athletes, but. You think about just, banging on somebody like that.
You're right, because the Giants' offensive line not good. And they've tried, but they just haven't hit on their picks.
Commanders are – I thought the Commanders were really a quarterback away, and I really did believe that this current kid that they had was going to be a better player. They've got to do something different there.
So the 2-1-4 said, I bet Jim Irsay or David Tepper are the worst owners. So the criteria they used for this is wins and losses for owners after the NFL approved their purchase.
Okay,
so a guy like Josh Harris of the Commanders,
he's going to be okay.
He's behind on this.
The Bidwells in Arizona probably are the. I know that the texter talked about the two mentioned, but the Bidwells in Arizona have been god awful.
They have been bad.
Yeah.
The Bidwells actually, because they're at 25, 31 and 44. Well, now I think they're 31 and 45 because they've played an extra game now since this list came out. But they're at 25 for the Cardinals. You do have, of course, Josh Harris because the team hasn't been any good, and this is only his first year owning the Commanders. He comes in at last. Shad Khan of the Jags is at 31.
He's been very frustrated in Jacksonville for the inability to get a stadium built there. So I got some guys in mind if you want to sell your team, sir.
There you go. And then David Tepper of the Panthers, to that texter's credit, did come in at 30, as he's really, really been struggling since he bought the team.
Yeah, they're struggling because he looks very unsure. He seems like a guy that's very, very involved, and he doesn't trust the people that he's hired, and that's a big problem.
John Mara of the Giants comes in at 20 of the owner rankings.
John Mara is and you also got to include the Tisch family in that too, Mara Tisch family. So I think the Mara family historically have been pretty good for football, though. Myself,
yeah. Well, and they've got a couple of Super Bowls here in recent memory.
Yeah, they sure do.
Well,
they stay out of the way. They really, really do stay out of the way.
It's apparent their GM is very important.
Well, it's very important, but they're an organization that doesn't believe in firing their GM. If you look, Ernie Accorsi forever ran that team, and before that, George Young ran that team. They just have never really liked to change the coaches nor the general manager.
Jerry Jones coming in at number 11 on the list. 16-14 playoff record, 3-0 in Super Bowls. 7 of the 8 coaches hired by Jones had or have winning records, including McCarthy, whose winning percentage for the Cowboys right now is well over 600.
Yeah, we're going to interview one that doesn't have a winning percentage.
Well, that'd be the one that doesn't. Yeah. Dave Campo coming up at 5 o'clock, but we love you, Coach.
We love Coach.
Jones's failure to replicate the postseason success he enjoyed with the roster Jimmy Johnson built in the early 1990s did not stop him from earning Hall of Fame enshrinement.
Yeah.
The economic vision that Jones brought to the league remains a huge part of his legacy. Winning another championship, though, would bookend his career.
Yeah. Jerry Jones is a pillar of the national. Matter of fact, Jerry Jones has made the other NFL owners billionaires. Him coming in the league, when owners wanted to share revenue with NFL properties and all that, Jerry Jones just showed every NFL owner that you could take your merchandise sale and make it into a huge money-making arm, part of your team. And what he's done with the legends and the hospitality and all that stuff is made these other owners billionaires. And, anytime that they want to bitch and moan and complain about Jerry Jones doing something, well, they need to look at their bank accounts because he's made them all billionaires.
Facts. Jeffrey Lurie of the Eagles comes in at 10.
Loved working for Jeff Lurie. Really did love working for him. I mean, a little bit of like that character John LaRoquette in Stripes, with he goes, "Are these my men? No, sir." And he's that little like commander guy. He's got a little of that to him, but I'll tell you what, man, he's a guy who'll let you do your job. I really appreciate him trusting me and Mike Lombardi to do that draft.
Number 1, because this is based on a winning percentage, it is Robert Kraft of the New England Patriots. And a lot of that's due to Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and he's about to have not either of them.
Yeah, Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, big time thing. Their scouting department needs to have a change, though. They need to do it a little bit different, I think.
And by the way, Black and Gold B wants to know, hey, where are the Bensons? They're number 2. Gail Benson of the Saints at number 2 because they were tremendous under Sean Payton, having a bunch of winning seasons. All right, let's throw things into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander for today's G-Bag of the Day.
Had to clear my throat.
Pony up in there.
Had to clear my throat. Yeah, I watched it from the very beginning, too, man.
SMU was looking good, though. Like, those unis were fire.
They were looking nice. Yeah, the Dallas, a little touch on it, a little sauce on it, but
got our young quarterback, man.
Rain out there. Yeah. Young guy.
Young quarterback. He'll get it together next year.
Yeah, I get it. We'll be all right, man. He representing Dallas, though, out there. That's pretty cool for him. All right, so our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far is the Kelsey Bros. What is this, day number
3?
3. Isn't this the longest week ever to have a day off during this week?
Because we didn't do one Monday, right?
Right.
It's the longest week ever, bro. This feels like a Friday. Here it is a Thursday. Where are you, Friday?
Yeah. So they're going for 3 time.
Is it? Did they win last Friday?
No. Lucius gave us this on Tuesday.
Tuesdays.
Yeah. Okay.
Lucius brought it up on Tuesday.
Just making sure.
Yeah. I know. It's good for you, bro.
I usually keep score.
All right. New Heights podcast. The Kelsey Bros are talking about the water guys that are out there on the field. You seen them.
Why don't players squirt their own water? Hey, that is such a good question. Honestly, somebody comes up to me with it already like right here.
Yeah.
And all they got to do is just go around from person to person and just like, do you want one? I can shoot you real quick.
Yeah.
It's way easier than handing the bottle and handing it. I don't know. It's maybe not that much easier, but it is convenient.
You kind of just know when somebody reaches up to squirt you to open up your mouth.
Squirt, yeah.
And then you just get squirted. But you don't always, like, they don't have to do the squirting. You can do the squirting sometimes. But, when you develop a relationship, you just know when you're about to get squirted on.
You develop the relationship.
Yeah.
You got to have a good relationship with the person squirting.
Yeah. You don't want to just be letting randos squirt on you. Yeah. I'll let a teammate squirt me sometimes.
Yeah. There's context clues and everything's out there.
Sometimes.
That's football, man. That's football.
Sure is.
That's why you get squirted.
All right, let's see what I got for you boys. Oh, Atolo sent me this. Said it sounds like R.J. Chompy. This man right here in not Philadelphia, San Diego.
Oh.
Seen him, he thought he'd seen himself a UFO.
Okay.
And so he wanted somebody else to come out there and look at it. But I'm just only playing it because it sounds like R.J. Chompy. This is not a nominee, by the way.
Oh.
Sarah, get out here. What is that?
That's Choppy, bro.
That's Choppy.
That sounds just like him.
Sarah, get out here.
Come on, man. That's Chop. Which one of these guys is Chuck?
Which one of these guys?
Which one
Chuck?
is?
Yeah,
I'm so confused.
Let's see.
Sarah, get out here.
Yeah.
That's him.
What is that?
Come on, man.
That is him. That Tolo did you. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Tolo did right there.
Yeah, shout out to you. Yesterday's the church day. I hope you got your blessing and everything. Shout out to Reverend Ike. He's with God now, but he'll get you right. Pastor Freddie Haynes over there in Oak Cliff, he'll get you right. This is the wildest church testimony that I've ever heard. I got a testimony. I got a testimony.
Hi, my name is Sonia Massey, and I'm a backslider. Y'all pray for me. Bible said the fool makes the minds out of God. He's nothing to be played with.
What?
And food and heart says there's no God, but God is real. I used to come home drunk from school, laying up with men, out there prostituting, having all sex with my mouth, licking balls.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Remember you in prayer. Anyone else have a word from the Lord, a testimony?
No.
Wow.
No, we don't.
Kind of stole the show, didn't we?
Sure did. Sure did.
Wow.
I'm not going to follow that one up.
Yeah.
That's
Hey, you know what? Mad Dog Russo.
Yes.
You know what his daughter got him for Christmas?
No.
You
pill
guys
bottle.
Take a pill bottle. Wow.
Edibles.
Wow. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one.
Oh, and you know what my daughter got me for Christmas, don't you? What? What? Gummy!
There we go.
No, you do not stop.
Gummies!
Gummies!
He'll take half of it.
I don't believe him. I don't think he's taking half a gummy.
Hell no,
That's
he's
a whole lot
not.
of cap. He's saying that for television.
No.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of cap.
He realizes there's people out there that don't do gummies, but 75% that do watch him probably do.
Yeah. At least he's being honest and open about it, not hiding.
No. I got another church clip right here for you. Hope you get your blessing. God.
Get rid of these old toys and mess you done picked up in the porno houses. Got you nasty yourself. Come on, you gonna cause cancer down there.
What?
Oh, come on, get somebody. The devil is a liar. Look at your neighbor and say, if you're doing it, you're nasty.
I don't think there's any scientific proof to that.
Oh, man.
And it's crazy they have to like bleep out church clips.
Yes.
This happened in church and they have to bleep it out, bro.
Hey,
What's
Lucius,
going on?
our buddy Derek Eagleton at DallasCowboys.com said when you played that church service, he almost drove into the ditch.
Yeah.
You're doing that. You're making people drive into the ditch.
Yeah. Let's see.
Laughing at this.
What else we got out here for? Oh, do you guys see that Florida couple at the airport had a whole meltdown?
Oh.
You see
Only in
that?
Florida.
Yeah.
Oh,
what?
is this the one with the dog right there?
Was a dog there?
There was a dog right there. I think it was a service dog. And at the end, he's like apologizing to the dog. This might be a separate clip.
It might be a separate clip, but I might want to see
Apologizing to the service dog. I like that.
Yeah, apologizing to the dog. That is such humans. Because we're not going to apologize to the humans.
No,
It's the
not
dog.
to the
Yeah.
human, a dog.
No.
Sorry, champ. Sorry you had to see that.
Yeah, this had a whole meltdown right here at the airport. The flight was being delayed.
Oh,
One of the guys from the couple was like, "Hey man, calm down. You know, we're trying to make this flight. Think about the girls. Remember the girls. Remember the girls."
See your girls. I'm good. Remember your girls. You don't care about the girls? You don't care about the girls. You don't care about the girls. Just hush. You don't care about the girls. Hello everybody. Justin. American Airlines. It's over. Sorry. Here we go. Justin. Here. I'm not kidding. Don't talk to me anymore. You don't care about the girls? So I want to tell you about Shelby and Dolly. Shelby and Dolly. Shelby and Dolly. Remember them. I'm gonna do it for you. Shelby and Dolly. That's it. Shelby and Dolly. Remember them. Shelby and Dolly. Remember them.
Yeah, keep it cool, man.
I'm just trying to get home to the girls. I have my paper dogs. Stop bitch.
Oh.
Remember the girls.
Remember the girls.
Shelby and Dolly.
Yeah.
Who do you think the girls are, Shelby and Dolly? I was looking at the comments. People said it was probably two Pomeranians.
I'd say.
Oh, it's
I
like
would
two
say.
cats.
Yep.
Two Cocker Spaniels.
Yep.
Two poodles.
Two poodles.
Two poodles, Shelby and Dolly.
Yeah.
It's my favorite part of this clip, though. Hold on. Get back when he finally just said, I'm going to let it rip in front of everybody.
Hello, everybody. Just American Airlines. It's over.
Yeah. Leak this over.
No question.
Oh, that's good.
Hello, everybody. Just American Airlines. It's over.
I've had it. Remember the girls. Just remember the girls. There's a lot. I think there's a lot there.
That's hilarious.
That could be okay. This is a tough.
This could be.
It's so good visually too.
Yeah. All right.
I'm Harvey Milk and I'm here for you.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to voting. Is it the Kelsey Bros looking for 3-time status? Is it the RJ Choppy vocal doppelganger? Is it our first church clip talking about balls? Mad Dog Christmas.
What?
We got porno houses. That's a church clip. Or is it the couple losing it at the airport? Lucius, you want to kick us off with the voting here?
Yes, the wildest church testimony of all time.
Is that the
Talk
first
a little
one, right?
substance issue
Yeah.
going on with her.
Yeah.
She said she showed up drunk.
Yeah.
You're going to go for that too?
Absolutely.
I'll vote. All right, so that'll be our champ. So I'll vote for the couple losing at the airport just to give them some love. So they've done it, the church clip. Talking about all kinds of weird stuff with that testimony. We'll hear that back at 540 LA Live every day here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are we going?
Yeah, let's talk about this Detroit Lion defense. I think there's a couple of places you could attack it. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday.
Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll have NFL News of the Day coming up at 3. We do have a Cowboys ticket giveaway for Saturday night, a historic night, with Jimmy Johnson being inducted into the Ring of Honor. That will be in the 5 o'clock hour. We will be talking with former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo at 5. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Bros.
Thank you very much there, sir. I went to dinner last night with Bennett. This is the conversations you have with your son when he's going away. The first thing he does, we sit down, and he has a chicken fried steak that a show dog couldn't jump over. The thing was huge.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so that and the side of mac and cheese. So I was so proud of him for eating a big old full meal. But he goes, Dad, what do you think about, I was thinking about that thing with Kelsey and how they threw the ball across the field. And he goes, who do you think's going to come up with that first? Who's going to make that as part of their attack? Who is going to figure out how to lateral? He goes, yeah, it's really risky. And I was sitting there just thinking, and then we were kind of going back and forth. I thought, man, that was pretty cool. Just like another, who would come up with a way to throw routes. And then this morning I woke up and he's sent me a clip already. There's a high school team that throws the ball out and they do an option.
Holy crap, I just saw that.
Did you see that?
It's a speed. They run the speed option on a wide receiver bubble screen.
Yeah, they throw a bubble screen, and then the inside receiver catches the ball, and then you have a trailer.
It's so awesome.
And as soon as the defense commits to the ball, they pitch it back, and nobody's there to.
It was so. I think it looked like
and
it
this,
was.
We were talking about this last night of who would come up with, but it's like, damn, Dad, they're already doing it, But it's. You wonder about the way some of these coaches are so creative with the way that their play calling is, and how do you that ball that Kelsey threw. I mean, that's perfect. It's a dangerous play, and this minute you fumble it, it's going to be everybody's going to be screaming at you. But man, if you just kind of perfect it, maybe get you.
I wonder if there's a way the Cowboys could do this. You throw it out the bubble screen to CeeDee Lamb or Brandon Cooks. You have the other one trailing behind.
And then you option it out. Yeah.
Be awesome to see.
Pretty good. All right. We're going to talk about these Detroit Lions on defense. And I mentioned, I think there's a couple of places that you could probably attack, but I'll give you the particulars real quick about them. They're a very aggressive front seven. They like to attack the line of scrimmage. They like to bring pressure from the secondary. I've seen both safety blitzes from these guys at different time during the games. They'll bring linebackers as well. You have to be aware of this due to what happened in the Dolphins game. Cowboys didn't do a very good job of picking up those the linebacker blitzes. Didn't see any safety blitzes in that game or corner blitzes, but the linebacker blitzes were a problem. And the Lions will do that. And Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, he's all about trying to create pressure up front. And so he'll play a lot of zone coverage. And what's interesting is the metrics will tell you that they've played zone coverage about 67% of the time. In zone coverage this year, these guys have only allowed 5 touchdowns the whole season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's the third fewest in the NFL. So we will see. I've got a study going on, right, by the way, Zach. I've got all of Dak Prescott's games broken down, where against two deep, against single high, man coverage, zone coverage, how he fares. I need to pull that all together this weekend and do that for one of our segments here coming up.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah, just to let you know about how he attacks man and how he attacks zone.
So here, as you look at their defensive line, and I know you'll go through probably, but how are they in the middle?
Yeah, that's the edge is going to be the problem for you. But the middle is actually pretty strong when you look at in how they play. They've got a couple of guys that are that 330-pound range. Bento Jones and Isaiah Buggs are both their defensive tackles. Jones is not the tallest player. I think he's right around 6'1", but he's super wide. And he does a lot of the dirty work inside for the Lions. He anchors down well against the double teams and hustle, to kind of the kind of sneaky speed when moving along the line of scrimmage. Buggs is like Jones, and he's massive. They're both like, say, 330. And he does a good job of keeping his feet moving and head up to locate the ball. And they got power inside. So what they try and do is they try and push in the middle, and then they use this Aiden Hutchinson on the outside. And Aiden Hutchinson will likely play on over your right tackle the majority. Now he'll move, but he majority of the time will play as the left defensive end.
Okay.
And so this is a guy, we all kind of have an idea of him. If you've seen him before coming out of Michigan, he's a second-year player. He's kind of a long, tall, kind of a guy that towers over you when you watch him on tape. He's all over the field. He's always working to the action. He's a true nose for the ball. He's got really good hand techniques when it comes to like using his hands to get off blocks. He's got some upper body power to him. He's a little twitchy. You know, for a guy so tall, you would figure that would be a little bit of a problem with him moving, but he gets off blocks. He's got a variety of pass rush moves, and he uses strategy. You can tell he's not just a one-trick pony rushing the passer. He's got strategies of how he's going to break you down. So the lower body flexibility, he can put himself in really some good positions. And so just going to have to account for him in this game. I think the most important thing of dealing with him is you absolutely have to play to the echo of the whistle with him. Because what will happen is if you just kind of back off a little bit as the play is continuing, he will find a way to make the play. He makes more pressures and sacks of just outworking people. Okay. Like they'll hold up in the secondary, quarterback holding the ball, and then now he'll find a way to get a pressure or get a sack because he just keeps outworking everybody. Like I mentioned, their linebackers, solid group. Jack Campbell. We talked with Zach Martin about him yesterday.
Iowa kid.
Yeah, and Alex Anzalone. Anzalone is if you talk about pressure, and the Cowboys struggled with the linebacker blitz last week, Anzalone has 26 pressures this year. That's the second most pressures by an off-ball linebacker in the NFL.
Wow.
So they're going to try and get him involved. I would not be surprised if they test the Cowboys early and often. If in fact that their blitz pickup stuff is on par, because he will definitely rush the passer. I mentioned Campbell. Mm-hmm. He's a big guy. He's like a quick downhill reactor. Really good instincts, plays with great awareness. At times, I think he's a little too aggressive, and you could fool him. But he's powerful in that upper and lower body, which gives him able to separate from blockers. And coverage, he uses his length to impact throwing lanes. So when he drops into zones and stuff, you can kind of see he's using his length to try and keep the quarterback from throwing the ball over the top of him or underneath him. He's got really good range, and he can see and react to multiple threats when it comes to the passing game. But not as twitchy as like you probably like a linebacker, but really a powerful guy. All right, where I think you can make some hay. And by the way, in the secondary, this crew, they got the two of the best safeties you're going to play against all year. Melifonwu and then Kirby Joseph are the two that are outstanding. And then you throw Brian Branch in there as the nickel.
Oh, Alabama. They got in the second round.
Yeah, and he has been outstanding. So these guys can create a lot of problems because what happens is they'll blitz Melifonwu, they'll blitz Joseph, and they'll blitz Branch. So now you've got safeties blitzing and a nickel blitz.
Wow.
So they're going to test you. They got the linebacker and then all these other guys. So when these guys are around the line of scrimmage, get ready for some type of pressure coming. And another thing with these guys is I don't think you could float the ball on these guys in coverage. If you're late, yeah, they're going to intercept. Melifonwu, Joseph.
Melifonwu had the game-winning pick last week.
Yeah,
getting the division title.
They are Branch. They're all really good with ball skills. So Dak has to be really sure where he's going with the football. Can't float it out there and hope for the best. Got to make sure these guys are ball hawks on the back end. Okay, the problem they have is I think you can attack this Cameron Sutton, one of their cornerbacks.
Well, that was their big free agent acquisition from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he really trusts his footwork and technique, but there were snaps where you see him lose his man, especially when he has to carry that receiver for any length of time.
Okay.
So as much as you can match anyone up on Cameron Smith, he wears number 1. I would take a shot at going that route. Because I feel like, though, that, again, he will find ways to not fully stay engaged in coverage and connected in coverage. They're hopeful that they're going to get back Jerry Jacobs back this week. They've kind of worked a couple of different guys at corner, but they're good at safety and they're good at the nickel. The corners, that's something that the Cowboys probably will need to take advantage of in this game.
Okay, thank you so much. That's always great. Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40 here with Brian Broaddus, your Super Bowl winning NFL scout. It's a pleasure to be able to have him here, and he's certainly a great resource for us. To some NFL news of the day on the other side, and we've got the latest on Mr. Unlimited, Travis Kelce's sideline frustration, and Harbaugh talking the NFL. That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I did some NFL news of the day. We got Barry Church, Cowboys safety, coming up at 3:20, as well as we roll in hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, running your video on YouTube and on Twitch. And, of course, you are turn it on, leave it on, listeners, hashtag TOLA. Appreciate you. 877-881-1053. Always to join the conversation on the truckwreck.com text line. We do have a Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 5 o'clock hour. You have the opportunity to go and witness history. Jimmy Johnson being inducted into the Ring of Honor at halftime of what is a big game against the Detroit Lions at AT&T Stadium. Cowboys trying to make it 16 in a row at home. Now, What
is the chances that Peyton will screw up the clock at halftime while we're doing it to Jimmy Johnson?
You know, he's been pretty good for the majority.
Or what's the chances we screw up the clock?
We're not going to screw it up. It'd be a Peyton thing. We haven't. That was a one-time thing last year. I had a
poor Christy Scales with the whole Dolly Parton thing, right?
That got a little bit, because Dolly they couldn't get
her. They couldn't get her through the middle of the star, right?
And
they had to walk her up the stairs.
It broke, so they had to find another way to go about it. I did see this from our buddy Nick Harris. If you're not able to go to the game, ESPN will be airing the halftime ceremony for Jimmy Johnson being inducted in the Hall of Fame. Of course, you can also listen to it right here on 105.3.
What if Troy had something to do with that? What if Troy?
I bet he did.
What if Troy said, "Hey, how about putting this thing on the air"?
Because he's going to run down from the booth, put his Ring of Honor jacket on, which we found out from Drew Pearson you don't get to keep.
No, you don't get to keep the jacket.
It's interesting.
It's a blue jacket. It's kind of nice.
It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it is.
So he'll run down there, put the jacket on, and then Jimmy will go in, and then he'll run back up, call the rest of the game there from the booth with Joe Buck, of course. Now, some of the big news that's going on right now as everything's moving fast and furious as we get ready for another week in the National Football League. It does appear Jalen Waddle likely out for Miami against
ankle
the Ravens
sprain
that he suffered against the Cowboys. It's also looking like C.J. Stroud is practicing, and he's trending towards hopefully playing for the Texans.
So he's missed the last 2 weeks. Boy, they need concussion. They need him back there bad.
They do. They need him
before
really
this
bad.
thing completely falls off the rails.
And the Vikings are benching Nick Mullins and going with the rookie from BYU, Jaren Hall. Now, the last time they started him, Jaren Hall led a drive into the red zone and then suffered a concussion and didn't get his job back, as here came Josh Dobbs. And Josh Dobbs became Josh Dobbs again, and then they went with Mullins. Now they're going back to the rookie Jaren Hall. But
is Dobbs still hurt?
No.
Or
Dobbs is ready right now, but they just want to say, you know what, let's give the youngster a chance.
Wow.
And Justin Jefferson has been saying, hey, Kirk Cousins, please come back and re-sign with us next year. Because we're struggling right now. But Jaren Hall was my sleeper guy of the draft. I did like him. Smaller dude. And you saw that, getting concussed in his first drive. So fingers crossed for my dude Jaren Hall that he goes out and plays well. Maybe he can start the last couple of weeks, and we'll see moving forward who ends up being the guy there in Minnesota if Kirk Cousins does indeed re-sign or not. Big news yesterday was Russell Wilson, right? That was the bomb dropped on us where he's now being benched, and moving forward, it appears he's going to be cut in March, and they're going to move on. Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited, taking to Twitter, saying, God's got me. Looking forward to what's next.
Got 36 million guaranteed.
Got a lot of money that he's going to be making.
Yeah,
34.5 or 35.4 next year, and the following season 49.6 million.
But they have to pay him, right?
Yeah, and they can spread. Now they'll designate him a post June 1st cut, and then that's how they can divide that 85 million between 2 seasons instead of having to eat that all in 1 year.
Yeah,
but yeah, 39 million in guarantees for 2024.
Man, I wonder who in the organization made that call. I don't think it was George Patton, the general manager, because he's the one that made the deal, and you had new ownership coming in. So I'm going to guess that maybe Sean and the owners determined this one.
Probably
George's probably not involved in what's going on there.
Yeah, I think
that would be
right.
my guess.
Because Jordan Schultz was reporting that back, in October, they were talking to Russ about, we'd like you to, sit, we're going to move on, we're going to bench you, and they were talking like, hey, can you restructure your contract to try and help them with some of those financial issues? When it came to the guaranteed money, Russ is like, hell no, go bleep yourself, as he should, and all players should.
I do not blame him one bit.
So then they won 3 in a row. They started playing good football. But now what happened with New England, they've gone back and said, you know what?
That was a terrible loss.
We're done with this.
That might be the worst loss in the National Football League this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It is
because that, to me, that's, if you're, and I know that I felt terrible. I mean, I like Sean. Sean and I are friends, but you're in a situation right there, man. They had a chance, the way with Kansas City's playing right now, a chance to potentially win the division there.
Yep.
Just keep finding a way, and hopefully Kansas City continues to fall apart.
Yeah, they win that game. They're a game back.
Yeah.
So they're sitting right there and they still have a 9% chance to make the postseason. We'll see if Jared Stidham can be a spark, but I think it's over. I agree with you.
They've given up, yeah.
Okay, so here is your guy, Sean Payton. He was asked by the media about the decision with Russ and Sean making that tough decision. Here's what he said.
I get that, and yet I can't replace the entire offensive line. I can't bring in 5 new receivers, and if it continues over a period of time, then there'll be another guy here talking to you as well. Yeah. This is something that, these are difficult decisions, and obviously there's more attention when it's the quarterback who's under contract, but different than maybe, earlier decisions we've made with maybe last year's prior starters. I can just assure you one thing, and honestly, and I've said this to Greg and George a number of times, I'm just interested in winning. And it doesn't matter how, when you do this, for this long a period of time, it's all you're interested in, because there's nothing like it. And then the other side of it, there's nothing like that either. So that's kind of what it is.
Geno Smith, who ended up taking over for us in Seattle, took to Twitter and put out free 3 in regards to Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
I did think that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Geno.
Yeah, the ownership group there in Denver has, they've bought in, and Sean took that job in Denver because to do exactly what he's doing right now. Sean could have worked with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and Will McClay. He could have been just fine. But Sean wants to make sure that the rally towels are the right colors. Sean wants to make sure that the food on the plane is the right food. And Sean wants to make sure that the players are all the players that he wants to coach, And there's people that watch a lot of Bronco tape and say, Sean Payton has this huge play sheet. And they feel like they'd only run about 9 plays off that play sheet because of Russ. And that's, if the ownership feels it's they're trying to make things work with Sean Payton. They're not interested right now in making things work with Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Russ has had a really good year, if you look at to come back the way he has, the stats and stuff are good. He's not but still, Sean Payton took the Denver Broncos job because he knew he would have full control, and right or wrong, depending. I'm sure. And black and gold's out there going, he's a Saints fan from back, he's probably thinking, man, I've seen this, and you have some wins, and then all of a sudden Sean gets control, and then he runs the team in the ground, and he leaves, and so I'm kind of thinking that Sean, this Denver job, he's going to try and turn this thing around. But like I said, if it gets to the point where it gets a little in the next 2-3 years, he's absolutely right. Someone else will be coaching that team.
Now, it'll be interesting because they'll clearly be in the market for a quarterback in the upcoming draft. They've currently got the 14th overall pick in the first round. Their second-round pick is still going to Seattle. So They don't have a second, so they'll probably have to move up somehow. Maybe it's Caleb Williams they make a push for. But Caleb Williams ended up liking.
Yeah.
And I think the Commanders, yes, the reports are the Commanders are very smitten with Caleb Williams, which I get why. Somebody who covered the Bears put out only one option for the Bears in the 2024 NFL draft. It's not Caleb. We want Justin Fields. The answer is Marvin Harrison Jr.
There you go.
And Caleb Williams was seen liking that tweet, as we've talked about how he might not want to go to Chicago, and the rumors were, is he for sure even going to enter and declare for the NFL draft? Well, there's another push towards, I don't want to be a Chicago Bear for Caleb Williams and making it known.
Sure. You know what I'm going to be interested in is the discussion, and you're going to hear some whispers, and then we're going to hear about tests, and we're going to hear about meetings and visits and all that stuff with Caleb Williams. I wonder if people are going to talk about him in a positive light and their impressions of dealing with him. Dealing with him in a way of the interviews.
Yeah.
Or and it's we'll all get to the combine, and next thing you know, there'll be somebody steps up and says, "Well, this interview didn't go great," and all that, and the other. I mean, just the way things are.
It's my biggest question.
I wonder if his personality is going to turn off a lot of teams.
The way that he handled adversity at USC was not good.
Was that crying on the sideline?
He's crying.
Well, remember, he wanted some interest in the team that was going to pick him up, but then he see that interest going out the window. I would cry on the sideline too to my mama's bosom.
Then he's not going ahead and meeting with reporters after losses as well. Yeah. It's the first time in his entire college career that he was losing, and the way that he handled it, I don't know is reflective of what teams really want in their franchise quarterback. So I think that that's going to be critical in the draft evaluation process, because when you watch him on tape, there's no question. He is the most talented quarterback in this draft class.
Incredible.
But there's the intangibles matter at the quarterback position.
It does.
I mean, that's why you're seeing, and Kyler had a really good year where he was fighting for MVP. But then you hear about, he doesn't get along with his teammates. He's sulking and by himself on the bench. Now there's question marks about his future in Arizona. Is Caleb Williams the next Kyler Murray type in that regard? Because the talent's there. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
But in terms of the leadership traits, you need to talk to his coaches. You need to talk to the teammates. You need to get in a room with him and figure out, is this dude built for the NFL when it comes to the mental makeup and the leadership capabilities of a quarterback? Because that certainly matters when you're taking somebody number one overall.
What more do you want from me?
Just throw a bunch of touchdown passes. That's all we want.
I think if I were the Bears, and I was a Bears fan, I'd be terrified about what's ahead for me. And, if they start to talk about, because they've tried with quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Mitch Trubisky. But
they've just drafted the wrong ones.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a Bears fan.
Now Fields. Maybe Fields has played pretty well the last couple of games.
I think Fields would be fine. I think if you get Fields some weapons and get him some protection, I think Fields would be fine. But, I'm not going to sit here and act like I watch every single Chicago Bear game. But I do know that there's been times where you watch the best tape against the Detroit Lions has been the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bears almost beat them twice.
Yeah. It's crazy. If you want to watch some tape of how to handle the Detroit Lions, watch the Chicago Bears tape.
This was pretty wild. So yesterday, part of the back and forth with Micah and Gronk was Debo also getting involved on the Kay Adams show on Up and Adams, because Debo is on there once a week. And so Debo is taking shots at Micah, and then he also sideswiped Cam and said, by the way, Cam, you were talking negatively about my quarterback, yet you're calling and texting me all the time to come on your podcast. And so Cam then made a video, put it on social media, said, dude, I don't even have your number. And he used some other language there. I'm just going ahead and paraphrasing. So Debo put the receipts out on social media. Later to find out that wasn't Cam Newton. There were a bunch of high school kids that got Debo's number and were catfishing him as Cam Newton.
Yeah.
And so Debo went and removed all of those receipts. And my gosh, I don't know how they got Debo's number, but that's a hell of a prank right there from those high school kids.
There's some smart kids out there, man. There's some smart kids.
There are some smart kids. Last thing here, Jim Harbaugh.
Can't play a damn bit of side yard football, but they can figure out how to hack somebody.
Damn kids are going to hack and get everybody's numbers.
They cannot make a basket if they had to, or maybe dribble a basketball. But man, they could sure mess you over. They hacking you and stuff like that.
Harbaugh was asked about the NFL rumors, and he answers in a very Jim Harbaugh way by not answering the question whatsoever.
Jim, you've got a history in San Diego, and you finished your career with the Chargers, who have an opening right now. Just what's it like playing for them and for the Spanos family?
Yeah, just a very one-track mind about this game. Right now, just have fun with the family and the team and the players. It's like we're at the happiest place on earth, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves, and then get back to business. See if we can't dominate the day. Got some good meetings tonight, and we wake up tomorrow and practice. See if we can't dominate that day. I mean, this is like straight out of the Jackie Harbaugh playbook. One day at a time, one play at a time, and that's how we're approaching each day.
He's open.
He's open.
He's open.
He's open for business.
He is open for
I'm
business.
going to sidestep this question. I am focused on Alabama, but yeah, I'd be open to the Chargers job.
Yeah.
So we'll have to monitor that. I think Harbaugh's going to the NFL, and I think a lot of it has to do with what's going on with Michigan, and they're about to get slapped down with a bunch of sanctions, and he's going to leave that program and let him deal with the mess that he created.
Yeah. He's going to go to a place where he can be like Sean Payton, have some control over the roster and be able to do it the way he wants to do it.
All right, let's catch up with former Cowboys safety Barry Church as we get you set for Cowboys Lions right here on 105.3 The Fan this Saturday night. That's next.
Take your turn.
About to catch up with Barry Mother Effin Church here via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Former Cowboys safety, also spent some time with the Jacksonville Jaguars as well, doing great work with DallasCowboys.com. Segment brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. We will have a fun conversation coming up on the other side. Very quickly, Cowboys injury report is out before we bring Barry on. It appears Rico Dowdle is out for the game against the Lions. So is Jonathan Hankins. Tyron Smith listed as questionable, which is better than last week this time when he was doubtful.
Yes.
So we'll have to monitor that as we get closer to game day on Saturday. But without further ado, it's time for Barry Church.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
Yes, it is time. Barry, we have missed you. How the hell you doing, my friend?
Man, I'm doing amazing. I've missed that intro, man. It's been a long time since I heard that intro, man. It's good to be back. How about y'all, man? How y'all doing?
We're doing fantastic. I hope you had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year here around the corner. Obviously, Sunday did not go the way we wanted for our Dallas Cowboys. Back-to-back losses. You know, you were part of a team in 2014 that I think won all of your road games. Is there any advice you can give to this Cowboys team to get a win on the road?
Man, I tell you what, in that 14 team, I think that was led by Romo, Witten, and those guys. But I'm telling you, that was one of the tightest groups of teams I've ever been around. I'm talking about, defensive guys hanging out with offensive guys. I mean, we were extremely tight. So we had that mentality, going into each and every road game, like, hey, it's us against the world, especially on the defensive side of the football. Because the year before that, in 2013, I felt like we were historically bad on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah. So we had this, going into 2014, we had this thing like, they can all doubt us type deal. It doesn't matter what they say outside of the locker room. We had that kind of vibe all together as a defense, and as a team, we were just extremely tight. So when we went to those road games, I mean, we just all played for each other, and it kind of worked out that way. But this team has capabilities. They do have the capabilities of doing what they do at home on the road as well. They just got to get a little bit more consistent with it, and I think they can. I think these last two games should be in favor for the Dallas Cowboys.
Barry, I have a football question, but I want to ask you another question. Would you ever walked out there and been a captain on your own for a coin toss? Would you ever just told any coach you're ever with, whether you're at Toledo or Cowboys, Jags, would you just walked out and said, I'm going to be captain. I don't care what you guys are saying?
No, because, I liked my money too much, and I didn't want to give my money back to the organization or the National Football League. So I never would have, went out there on my own. But I will say this, when we were playing against Pittsburgh, and those teams, we went up to Pittsburgh where I'm from originally. Sure. Even when I was with Jacksonville, they let me be the captain that week, even though I wasn't officially a captain. So I see both sides, but man, I like my money too much. I would never give it back like that.
My question is okay, you got a little bit better run defense last week, but you had a team that's kind of a perimeter running team in the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. What did you see when you sat down and studied your all-22 that was kind of different that maybe the Cowboys can carry into this week with a really decent to a good Detroit Lion rushing attack?
Well, I will say on the front line, especially on the interior part, they did a better job. I'm talking about Mozzie Smith and those defensive tackles of doing a better job of holding the point of attack. They were kind of stout in their position, at least at the beginning of the down, and they were able to hold it through. I mean, if you see, where Miami had a lot of their success was on the edge. I mean, they were capturing the edge. But even with that, I felt like this defense overall, performed better against the run, obviously, than they did against the Buffalo Bills. What still kind of concerns me, though, defensively, when you talk about that run game, to me, it's the second level, with the two linebackers, Bell and Clark. There are a lot of promise in both of those guys, but when you look at it, they're just staying kind of attached to these blocks too much. I mean, there's too many times where we see, these offensive lines driving, Clark back, or Bell trying to avoid to try to get into a fit and using his quickness, but sometimes that quickness and avoidance kind of opens up another hole for the running back to go through. So to me, they've got to find a way to get downhill quicker and get off of these blocks on the second level. But overall, I mean, they're going to have to buckle the chin straps for this game against Detroit, because you just talked about it. I mean, they got two dynamic running backs with two completely different styles. So it's going to be a heck of a matchup in the trenches for this week for the Dallas Cowboys this week.
Catch up with Barry Church here in the G-Bag Nation. You're a former safety. the Cowboys asked their safeties to do so much. I mean, you mentioned Marquise Bell. He's a converted safety. He's playing linebacker. But guys like Donovan Wilson, Jaron Kearse, Malik Hooker, who finally got back last week and played well. What do you think, and what's your assessment right now of the safeties, specifically a guy like Jaron Kearse, who was so good a couple of years ago, but a lot of fans now kind of looking at who might be the weak link of that secondary?
Yeah, I mean, they're asking, like you just said, they're asking their group of safeties to do a lot. I mean, that's a lot to put on the plate, especially of a Marquise Bell going from safety to linebacker and being in those trenches with those guys at 205 pounds, whatever he is. That's tough for him. And when you look at the trio of safeties as far as, Hooker, Donovan Wilson, and Kearse, I believe they did play, a little bit better last year, and you wanted to see coming into this season, them take that next leap as a whole. To basically, be that trio of safeties that we saw in years past, but it just really hasn't come to fruition. And whatever the case may be, I felt like Kearse was a lot better in coverage last year than he is this year. Donovan Wilson, he's still knocking heads off and coming downhill, but we saw, a couple years ago, he was able to get more turnovers than he is this year. So I just believe, it's a little bit of a down year for those guys, but they're still playing at a level that you can get the job done defensively. It's just got to be a little bit more consistency.
Barry, tell our listeners how terrifying it is to play safety when you got guys like Hill and Waddle and those guys that can run on the outside.
It makes the game so much different because when you're at safety, especially if you're in a deep part of the field, you're already sitting back 15 yards. You're thinking, okay, I can flat read this for a little bit and then the play will come to me if necessary, but I can always get on top if I see a receiver going. But with Tyreek Hill, man, and the speed he possesses, and I've played against him when he was in Kansas City, I mean, there's no depth on the field to where he still doesn't have the ability to run past you. I mean, it's the fastest man I've ever seen on grass. And that dynamic alone basically takes 2 of your 11 defenders out of the game because you're going to want to double team him, somebody on top and somebody underneath for all the short stuff. So basically he's going to take 2 defenders away from your defense. And even those 2 defenders may not be able to stop him completely. You can only hope to contain him. And I think the Cowboys overall last week, did a good job in containing him, holding him to under 100 yards. He's still going to get his catches, but we didn't see those huge explosive plays. It was more of a bend but don't break system with the defense last week. So I feel like overall they did a decent job on him, but that's all you can hope for is basically contain him. You can never stop him.
And I was going to ask you too, Barry, we've seen on a couple of times on the goal line now, that tight red zone for the Cowboys defensively where teams have kind of the motion. I mean, I'm talking about the Mostert pass, the 4-yard pass. And, it's like they move one guy, 2 guys move on your defense, and then all of a sudden it's like guys running into each other. Where is it communication? Is it recognition? Or does it just happen so damn fast that you can't adjust quickly enough to stop it?
To me, it comes down to 100% communication on this one as far as motions are concerned. Because when you look at it, you look at a Dan Quinn system, he runs some of the, man-to-man more than almost any team in the National Football League. And if I understand that, I know other offenses do as well. So when they get into that red zone, they motion back to see, if everybody's in man-to-man coverage, and they put you in the bind. When they put, Mostert back in the backfield, they let him leak out through the backfield and break to the left. So there's so many crisscrosses going on that if you're not communicating with another guy that you may be double teaming that running back with, you're going to run into other cats out there. So that's why you got to communicate, ahead of time. You got to be kind of have that foresight to know if he comes to my side, I'm going to make sure I pick him up. But if he comes through this traffic and goes away from my leverage, I need you to be there as well. And what we saw right there was a miscommunication because nobody picked him up coming out of the backfield. And I guarantee you, with man-to-man coverage, somebody was supposed to have that man coming out. So to me, it comes down to communication, and they've got to be better at it in the red zone because things happen so fast down there.
Cowboys offense was humming along for several weeks, and they kind of hit a stall, obviously, against Buffalo. Was a little bit better last week. Have you noticed substantial changes from this Cowboys offense compared to years past?
Yeah, I mean, years past, even when I was playing, it was always a kind of a run first to set up the play action and all that good stuff, and we'll see from there. But this year, especially, since Dak has been on this run as far as MVP is concerned, it's really kind of been a pass first and we'll run when needed deal. I mean, and so far this season, Dak he's pretty much excelled at that role because he's not turning the football over. He's taking what defense is giving him. And at the very end of the game, even last week, he gave his team an opportunity to win. Did they put up 35 points or, was it perfect? No. By any stretch of the imagination. Could they have been better on third down? Of course. But when you look at it, they gave this team the lead, with 2 minutes and 27 seconds left in the football game. And as a defense, that's really all you can ask for. So when you talk about this offense, have they been hitting on all cylinders these past 2 games? No, they have not. But I do believe that they can go on another run similar to what they did earlier this season.
Barry, as you do get ready for this Saturday night game, what of the Lions concerns you most? Offensively, defensively, coaching? What's on your plate of, man, they have got to take care of this to win this football game?
For the Dallas Cowboys, when I look at the Detroit Lions offense, what concerns me is the trenches. That offensive line for the Detroit Lions, it's a doozy, and it may be the best that the Cowboys have played so far this season. And then you combine that with 2 stud running backs. You got, Montgomery who can plow you over, but he does have the speed to take it to distance at any given moment. And then you look at Gibbs as well coming out of the backfield as a receiving threat, as a running back, and he's a slasher, has all the speed. To me, that's really concerning because we saw these past 2 weeks, they did a better job against Miami, but against Buffalo, that same kind of style of running back of James Cook is what Gibbs possesses, and that gave him all type of problems 2 weeks ago. So that concerns me for the Dallas Cowboys defense. For the Cowboys offense, what concerns me is that defense for Detroit, they're physical, man. They're a physical bunch. They're led by Dan Campbell. And they understand, what the mentality is to be physical. They will fight you for 60 minutes. You got to understand that. And their defensive line, they may not have a lot of household names outside of Hutchinson, and the sack numbers may not be great, but they're putting pressure on the quarterback. They're hitting quarterbacks out there, and that's going to be hard for Dak Prescott to go back there and kind of be, I don't want him running for his life the entire game. So what concerns me the most about that Detroit defense has got to be just their motor and everybody running and hustling to the ball carriers, and it's going to be a fight for 60 minutes come Saturday.
You've played with a lot of good pass rushers. Have you ever seen anything with what Micah's going through and the lack of holding calls right now?
I've never seen anything like it, especially from a primetime pass rusher like that. Usually if anybody's going to get the calls, it's those type of guys. And we've seen these past couple weeks that he's been getting harassed out there when it comes to holding. Now, am I one to blame the refs? Not at all. And I believe Micah's not blaming them either. He's just saying, like, man, come on, I got to get a little something here. We got guys, one around my neck, one around my waist, and I got another guy holding my ankles. Like, could we get something going on here? So I understand his frustrations, and to me, it's kind of weird that a star pass rusher like that is not getting the benefit of the doubt or the calls out there.
Barry, thank you so much for giving us some time, man. You're the best. We love you, and enjoy the game on Saturday. Let's come out with a dub.
No, I hope so, man. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to y'all later.
Sounds good. There he is, Barry Mother Effin' Church, your former Cowboy safety. Always love getting him here in the G-Bag Nation on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Have you ever had a random person walk into your house unexpectedly? All right. How about a professional athlete doing this? I got 2 stories for you.
What?
And both of them are former NFL players. That's next on The Fan.
DFW's number 1.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We'll do some NFL draft conversation. We got questions for these upcoming bowl games of some draft-eligible players we'll do at the top of the hour. And then, of course, the top 10 at 4:20, Dave Campo. At 5 o'clock, talking Darren Woodson, Jimmy Johnson, and how the hell to fix this run defense. Maybe get some road wins as well. What would he tell this team to do? So much pure gold here on the G-Bag Nation. And we got a ticket giveaway. You got a chance to go see the Cowboys Lions game on Saturday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. I did hint at the injury report. It appears Rico Dowdle out for the Cowboys. Jonathan Hankins out. Tyron Smith and Junior Fehoko are both questionable. It'll be an interesting decision to make at running back. I know our buddy Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, put out there that it'll be Hunter Lipke handling a lot of the responsibilities alongside Tony Pollard and Deuce Vaughn, expected to be elevated because Malik Davis is out of practice squad elevations. But they clearly do seem like they trust Malik Davis more than Deuce Vaughn to handle the special teams role.
Yes.
So I wonder what they could do is just add Malik Davis to the 53-man roster, but they would have to waive somebody.
Yes, they would. And
it's a tough decision.
Is Rico Dowdle's ankle bad enough to put him on injured reserve?
Yeah, I guess it would be, hey, if it's just a one-game thing, maybe you just take your chances with Lipke and Deuce Vaughn and say, hey, let's see how this one goes.
Right.
If it is something that could be long-term.
Because his carries got less and less. He was trying to play through that injury, and it just didn't work out. But you wonder, is this one of those things where they can put him down and you only got a couple more weeks, but I got to figure out how that works for the playoffs too. I think you get your designations and stuff. But anyway, that's something you would
because you'd hate to waive a guy. Now maybe they look at the roster and say, we think we can get this guy back.
Right.
So maybe there's a player on the roster that they deem, all right, we'll go ahead and waive him with the thought process. Hopefully nobody else claims him, and now we can just add him back following the Detroit game. But interesting to see, do they rock with Deuce Vaughn and Hunter Lipke, or do they go with Malik Davis, which has kind of been the trend here in recent weeks?
Yeah, and they recently made the move with Evans.
Yes.
For let's go. And, you're thinking, maybe they could have done something with Evans and then, bring Malik Davis up, let him, be that guy. But I don't know. I think they're in a little bit of a situation right now. I just know that one of the reasons why that Deuce Vaughn is not active is he doesn't play special teams. And that's something that's really, really big for, for those backs that are active. They have to be able to play some special teams, and they can't get the special team snaps out of Deuce like they do the others.
We will have to see. And we'll talk with Nick tomorrow, of course. Nick Harris will join us, DallasCowboys.com. He usually hops on with us every Friday leading into the game. This was pretty crazy. Back-to-back days, I found these audio clips. Have you ever had somebody just randomly walk into your house? You're just chilling. You're hanging out unexpectedly.
Nah, my nerves ain't made like that.
No, me either. Like a stranger.
Plus, I got something sitting under the couch. I call it Whitney. You don't want to hear her sing. I get nervous. Nobody move!
Hold it. All right, just stay still.
Please.
I've never had this happen.
Let's just put that red dot on you.
Yeah. I'm shooting everybody. The dogs, fish, nobody move. Please.
I'd probably crap my pants if this happened to me, but back-to-back days I saw these stories, one of which is from a random person telling a story about he's hanging out in his apartment and none other than Tom Brady walked in.
I was sitting at my computer right here at this island right here. Next thing you know, I just kind of look and I see at the front door behind me, I see this large shadow, and then I saw the doorknob turning, and I remember sitting there going, oh my God, somebody's coming into my house. And I just kind of froze. I see this tall guy walk in with a baseball hat on. He had a bag or two on his shoulders, and he just dropped the bags down like he was going to stay for a while. Like he kind of owned the place, which was funny. And then he just kind of looked up at me, and he's like, hey man, what's going on? And I was like, sarcastically, I don't know, man, you tell me. What are you doing in my freaking house? And then he got this very puzzled look on his face. And he goes, "Am I in the wrong house?" And I said, "You know, I think you are.
I think you are.
But you look familiar. Where are you supposed to be?" And he said, "I'm supposed to be at Byron's house." And right at that moment, when he said that, I was like, oh my God, Tom Brady is in my freaking house right now. Tom Brady, are you kidding me? Before I knew it, he was grabbing his bags. And he said, "I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry." And he just bolted. I started thinking about all the things that could have gone like so wrong. If I had a gun, what if I shot Tom Brady? I mean, can you imagine?
Right? And that's exactly what you were just talking about, Lucius. I mean, if I'm sitting there and somebody random just walks in my house, I don't think I'm going to be too kind. Just stare at them, say like, "What the hell are you doing in my house?"
Am I the weird dude that always locks the doors when I come home?
Are you? No, I lock them.
No, you're supposed to lock the doors. That's what they're there for.
I literally, like when I walk into the condo, I open the door, I walk in, I turn around, I hang my keys up, and I lock the door.
Now, I'm not always locking the deadbolt.
Always.
Yeah, I'm locking all of it.
Always.
See, I don't always lock the deadbolt.
And I live in a neighborhood with 70-year-old people.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I'm like, nobody I don't think would harm me, but I automatically lock the door every time I go in and out of it. I don't even think about it. You know, there's no way that Tom Brady could be walking in to my house while I was breaking down film.
Same, but I got a lot of friends that they leave it unlocked. They just don't feel like it's unlocked.
Why?
Are they Canadian?
Yeah.
No.
Do they have their pants down around their ankles when they pee?
No.
We've seen
But
that.
it's just how, I mean, their parents growing up in Plano, they would leave it unlocked too.
Yeah,
you just know, go into their house,
There's
it's always
no way.
unlocked.
There's no way nowadays. Too many people kind of wander around on the street.
I'm with you, man. I don't trust it.
Nah.
I'm not leaving that up to chance. Well, Zac Efron, as he's been making the rounds for the Iron Claw, and this might be even older than that, but he was telling a story about your buddy, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Ended up somehow walking
Yeah,
into
his might have been
apartment.
alcohol related.
Here's Zac Efron.
It was a coded front door to get into my apartment, so only I knew the code, and only the cleaner knew the code. So, the guy who was living with me, who's also my producing partner, knew the code. So I heard the code get put in. I heard the door get open. I'm laying on the couch with, I don't really care. Like, we're homies. I'm just in my boxers.
Mhm.
I'm just kicking back. But I hear them step in, my friend, and I hear like click, clack, click, clack. I'm like, "Are you wearing tap dance shoes?" And I'm like, "No, those are heels." And they're walking towards me, and the couch is blocking someone walking from this side, and they're about to see me basically buck naked. So I grabbed a blanket and threw it over me, and I suddenly go like, "Excuse me," and she screams. So she goes, "Ah!" And I was like, "What are you doing in my house?" And she goes, "I was told we could look at this house." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, I don't know what the you're talking about, lady. I'm naked. And she's like, "I'm sorry. We were told that we could view the house between 2 and or 11 and 4 anytime." And I'm like, I don't know. And she goes, "Well, maybe you know my husband. This is Sean Payton." And I look to the front door. I'm wrapped in nothing but a blanket, and his wife is 2 feet from me, like right next to where the bedrooms are in the house.
Right.
And he's just walking in front of her, and he goes, "Hey, son."
Yeah.
he's just like,
Yeah.
"Hey, son, how are you? Nice to meet you. Yeah, big fan." Like immediately, we became good friends. But I
Wait, that's
literally
the first time that you met him?
Yeah, first time I met him. I was in my underwear trying to hold a blanket together with his wife 2 feet away from me and shaking his hand.
Yeah, half-naked dude is not going to shake a head coach of a football team.
No.
I talk to half-naked dudes about their jobs all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, son.
Yeah. Yeah, son.
Sorry, did we disturb you?
Yeah.
We're just here to look at the
Grab
apartment.
a towel and come into my office real quick.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Dry that thing off first.
Honey, stop staring.
Yeah.
What the hell? Unbelievable. Tom Brady walking into the wrong place, and then and I guess their reasoning made sense. They think they're going to go look at this apartment to possibly buy it.
Yeah.
Poor Zac
Yeah.
Efron sitting there like, what the hell's going on?
How do they get the code?
That's a good question.
Who gave up the code?
One of his friend that he was talking about must have passed along the code. Or did they
It's
just
confusing as heck.
It's very bizarre.
Yeah.
But back-to-back days, I saw 2 stories, prominent NFL figures just walking into people's houses unexpectedly.
I believe, like I said, if Sean had a few cocktails, I would see him doing that. But yeah, like
he's fallen wifey.
Yeah, his wifey. Yeah.
That's dangerous, man. That's really dangerous. Here in Dallas,
It
maybe
is
like
dangerous.
was it 2005, 6 or
is.
7, one of those years. There was a Dallas musician, a rocker that got popped.
Yeah.
Knocking on the wrong doors, beating on it, and somebody got nervous and shot through the door.
Shot through the door.
Careful, man.
Yeah, man, you got to be careful. R.I.P. to that cat.
Wasn't there a police officer? A guy got shot, a boyfriend kind of a situation. Police officer.
I do remember something like that. Yeah.
Was claiming self-defense or not self-defense, but went to the wrong apartment.
It's just
and also the guy down in the famous Blade Runner guy. Oscar
Pistorius.
He's evidently shot his wife or girlfriend.
Yeah, he's still locked up for that.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, said he was like, oh, I didn't know. And,
gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. But luckily, nothing happened to Sean Payton and his wife or Tom Brady. But man, crazy that you're just sitting there hanging out, minding your own business. Next thing you know,
If you hear the door open, aren't you yelling like me? Like, hey, who is it? Who is it?
Yeah. Turn around and run away, please.
Like,
don't be coming in my house.
This doesn't sound like the right
ridiculous.
where we're supposed to be.
Step off. Let's get into some NFL draft questions for these upcoming bowl games and just how good are these future NFL quarterbacks. Let's talk some draft. That's next on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
NFL draft questions for these college football bowl games as we go into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander, LA Live, coming up at 5:40. Carter Freeman getting set for Oklahoma bowl game action later tonight against Arizona. He's running your video on Twitter and on YouTube and on Twitch, I should say. It was another T word there. Another T word. Yeah. We got the General Gavin Dawson, Eric Chiafalo on assignment with the Familia. I think Eric's supposed to be back tomorrow, supposedly. So we'll see. We'll see if he ends up showing up tomorrow. If not, we'll catch up with those fellas next Tuesday. I do want to say this real quick as we're getting you set with an hour from
Actually,
now.
Mike Peasley and I will be on Mondays.
On New Year's Day?
Yeah. But we'll be on in the morning.
Okay.
I probably should have worked our show.
Oh, good. You like working in the morning.
I do.
And we're going to give other people an opportunity.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
And hope they do a good job.
Groom, yeah. So make sure you're still tuning into the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
I know it'll be Alec Medford, and I think person to be named later.
Yes.
So we'll find out who it is. We'll find out. Yeah. You grade their show. You follow back and let us know how it ends up being.
Yeah, me and Peasley 7 to 11.
I'm looking forward to that.
New Year's Day.
That's going to be fun. You can get us set for the big college football playoff games.
Tournament of Roses parade. Me and Mike. 2 old floats.
Watching it. 2 old floats. We're watching you guys float around.
Yeah.
We do have some fun conversation regarding the draft. Brian and I have started our scouting on 27 players.
I like these wide receivers I've seen so far.
Wide receivers are very good. I'm 4 quarterbacks in. You're
offensive
3 quarterbacks
tackles
in. You know, speaking of scouting, though, as the Cowboys get ready to play the Lions on Saturday, we have a ticket giveaway in the 5 o'clock hour. We got Dave Campo at 5. I did want to bring this up, and we were talking during the pre-show meeting. You're like, man, can we fit this in somewhere? I'm like, let's just fit this in now. Chime Edoga did not have a great game against the Dolphins. But you know who might have been the weak link along the Cowboys' offensive line, and it's a player that I really, really loved watching last year because I thought he got better every week. I thought he was the most improved Cowboy.
You're going to say the center.
It's Tyler Biadasz.
Yeah.
Tyler Biadasz had a rough game, man.
Yeah, a really rough game.
And to me, no quarterback. This isn't just a Dak thing. There's no quarterback that enjoys pressure right up the middle.
None.
Right?
None.
But I think that crippled the Cowboys' passing attack. And when you look at kind of the lull in the middle of the game,
sure,
I think that was a big factor of why Dak might have been a little gun shy. Because Tyler Biadasz just, man, it was a tough day at the office. And if he turns around, and that's why during Krusty's Corner, I was asking you about those Lions defensive tackles, and they might not have anybody of the pedigree of a Christian Wilkins, but you really have to have a bounce-back game from Tyler. And it seemed like he had a couple really good ones in a row, then struggled against Buffalo, struggled against Miami. It could be a key to success for this offense. If Tyler Biadasz does not have a good game, they are not going to beat Detroit.
No, and they've got – Detroit has big inside players, but not to the level of what he's seen like the last couple of weeks. And and they've played pretty well against some pretty good defensive tackles, but he wasn't as good as he needed to be. And I'll tell you this, the metrics with the tackle there, I was kind of like thinking like everybody was talking. I mean, I think his problems were all mental, and I mean mental in a way of assignments. The metrics will tell you 39 drop back passes, 3 pressures. And and everybody's right now screaming, Broaddus, it's BS. You always tell us to trust our eyes and all that. But that next gen, they had him in, and I went through and started charting the plays. I had 6 minuses that I had, of the plays, and that was run pass. So I was just kind of thinking like, Edoga wasn't the biggest problem here.
I think it was your center.
Your center was a problem in that game.
Yep.
It absolutely was.
Yeah, going back and rewatching that, it was just glaring. It's like I'm expecting Edoga to just be
every snap you're expecting him to be.
Like he's the problem. And, I'm not trying to pretend that Edoga was strong. He wasn't. But to your point, I saw way more consistent bad snaps down in and down out. From Biadasz.
Yeah, snap and then not be able to sustain.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just getting overpowered. Yeah. So we need a backup game. We need a backup game from the center here coming up against Detroit. But let's talk a little bit of draft, and maybe, Tyler Biadasz is going to be a free agent. Do the Cowboys look to upgrade in the interior there? It could be a talking point. But tonight, you've got Arizona and Oklahoma. So ESPN actually put out a breakdown. Some of their guys are talking about, all right, who's the prospect that you're most excited to watch? You've got Tyler Guyton, who's the tackle for OU that I have watched.
Mm-hmm.
A very intriguing player. But he opted out, so he's not playing tonight. So Wildcats receiver Jacob Cowing is the top-ranked player in action, according to Matt Miller of ESPN. Electric speed, 83 catches, 11 touchdowns. It's tied to school record. Neither of us have watched him yet, but pay attention to him. But that Taylor Guyton, for you OU fans out there, it's an impressive offensive tackle class, and he's a guy that's got both left and right tackle ability, transferred from TCU.
Yeah.
So, locally in Fort Worth, you probably know him. Huge athletic freak, 6'7". I think he can fill out his frame. He's going to hustle his ass off. I mean, I saw him making blocks 30 yards down the field. That's an impressive player to think about for Oklahoma coming out in the draft.
Can I give you a tackle that's going to play? Did you look at J.C. Latham?
Yes, from Alabama.
Yeah, and he's going to play in your game. He's going to be part of this.
He'll be against Michigan, the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Did he look like he was 360 pounds?
No, he carries that weight well.
Yeah, and it's crazy because usually when you think of these massive offensive tackles, you think of, like the guys like Evan Neal. Those guys that, I don't know, man. This guy, he's a starter at the right tackle spot. And there were some questions at Alabama about moving him to left tackle after a sophomore year, which is the path that Evan Neal went. Same way. And the coaching staff decided against it because they wanted to try and develop a left tackle and not weaken the right side. So sometimes you get these guys and you wonder, well, why is he playing right tackle? Why isn't he playing left tackle in this thing? So, but man, this guy, it's an impressive class because, like I say, I think you got some athletic guys at tackle, but you've also got some guys that are pretty powerful guys.
Latham was he's the meanest of the guys that I watch. Like I've got him 3 behind Alt and the Penn State kid.
Yeah, Alt is from
Notre Dame.
From Notre Dame. Yeah,
but
you always got to remind everybody where these guys are from.
This dude's nasty.
Yeah.
Latham at Alabama, he is looking to put people on their ass.
Yeah.
This dude is mean. I mean, he's kind of what you want in an offensive lineman. He's a fun watch. So for the Alabama-Michigan game, that's certainly one to watch.
Yeah.
So is J.J. McCarthy, right at quarterback. You'll be able to watch some of their running backs as well. Those will be interesting players. For Penn State, I mentioned Fashanu is his name. That's another player, didn't allow a single sack his entire collegiate career. So, and there's going to be arguments. Is he the number one tackle? Is he not?
I think Alt from Notre Dame is.
I think he's more athletic and has more upside. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because I think Fashanu could be a finished product, which isn't bad. I'll take that finished product. He's good.
Oh,
but
no,
Alt's got the ability to be like a rare Hall of Fame type of player.
No, he won what they call the Remington Pace award for the Big Ten blocker of the year. So that guy's got some power to him, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You've got some guys that are really some good athletes, but some big, powerful guys.
Yeah. Georgia taking on Florida State. I believe Brock Bowers is still going to play in that game.
Is he really?
Yeah, I have not seen him opt out yet. They've also got Mims, who I think is not going to play. He's got an ankle injury, and he's a tackle there. So Mims is going to be another one of those. I believe he was a right tackle at Georgia. I got to check.
What do you think about? Have you seen Bowers? Did you watch
Bowers? I think you could argue is the best overall player in the entire draft.
It reminds me so much of. Remember we had Kyle Pitts in the draft.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden we all kind of became enamored with Kyle Pitts. And Kyle Pitts, I think, has had a good career. I wouldn't call it like.
I think he's probably been disappointing.
Yeah, I mean,
he hasn't lived up to the hype. He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't lived up to the hype.
But I mean, this guy Bowers doesn't play like as a true inline wide tight end. Getting Bowers from Georgia, he's kind of a big receiver, right? And what did you think about when you were watching?
He's a big receiver.
But he's got like just his physical traits are off the charts.
He's unbelievable. I mean, his ability to high point the football. He's got natural hands. I mean, basically, they'll even line him up jet sweeps, reverses, like put him in the backfield. I mean, he's a freaky athlete. He can do anything you want. He's a Swiss Army knife. I mean, he's just an offensive weapon.
Right.
I don't know that I would even just say he's a tight end. He's just an offensive weapon.
No, you're right about that.
And the blocking is improving. I mean, he showed willingness to block.
Mhm.
I wouldn't say it's his strength, but it's definitely an area in which he can improve upon. You've got a defensive tackle, Braden Fiske, at Florida State that I do think is still going to play, hopefully.
Boy, he is an interesting cat. He's a hard guy to block. I mean, I've watched him on TV copy of games and stuff like that. He is a
Physical and
yeah, absolutely.
Now I know Texas taking on Washington. All right, we've both
Bennett
watched.
filled me in on all the Texas guys last night at dinner.
Yeah, so T. Sweat is one to watch.
He loves him. Absolutely
He
loves
does.
him.
He
Great
does.
guy,
He
says.
He did. He told me that when we were
Yeah.
at the Big 12 championship game. But Adunzi, the Washington wide receiver.
Okay, now give me the wide receivers you've seen, and I've seen these are the four I've done. I've done Coleman from Florida State, Harrison from Ohio State, Neighbors from LSU, and Adunze from Washington. How would you rank those guys?
I would go Harrison Jr. at 1. Oh, man. I'm probably going to go Neighbors 2, Coleman 3, and Adunze 4.
And Adunze,
I think Adunze was the best receiver in last year's draft. Like, I had JSN at 1. He would have been higher than JSN for me.
I think Adunze in this draft man, all four of those guys. I think.
I might put Adunze over Coleman when it's all said and done.
Man, Coleman from Florida State.
But I think he's really good, But Adunze is smooth as hell. Like, he's going to be so much fun to watch in that game, along with Texas has pass catchers.
Yeah, they do.
With Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah.
Jatavian Sanders might end up being the second tight end drafted behind Brock Bowers, and then, of course, Xavier Worthy. So you're going to have a lot of fun wide receivers to watch in that college football playoff.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I was my ranking. I think it's Harrison. I really liked Coleman a lot.
You put him ahead of your Neighbors guy?
But Neighbors, I think Neighbors is actually the perfect height for an NFL wide receiver.
I agree.
He's 6 foot, he's 200 pounds, and he is one of the most productive players or receivers in in LSU history. I mean, he's got the type of game that matches those that have come before him.
And he won at every level.
Like
you'll watch him short, intermediate,
every
deep.
level.
He will beat you.
Yeah. He is going to be a great pro.
Yep.
He is going to be a great pro.
He fits the modern game. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, Keon Coleman, physical as hell. And attacks the football. And I think, when
you watch him return punts?
Did.
6'4", 215 pounds. He's hard to bring down.
He's really hard to bring down. There were a couple. I don't think he has as natural hands, though, as the other two. And that's why I put him at third. And that's why, honestly, I've debated Adunze being ahead of him. But I did write in my notes, I think Coleman reminds me of a bigger version of Zay Flowers.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
He's an explosive, and he's tough to tackle.
Yeah.
And Zay Flowers was a pain in the ass to bring down, and he's proven to be it with the Ravens.
I think that Coleman really is a nasty guy, too.
Yeah.
I think he plays with a real chip and an edge.
I agree.
Yeah.
Another dude, and I haven't watched him yet, but Braylon Trice.
Yeah,
he's kind of a borderline first-round edge rusher from Washington.
Yeah.
You'll watch him, and then there's Troy Fontenot, the left tackle for Washington. You can watch him against Texas. I think he's going to kick inside, probably be the second best guard in the draft because I got BB at 1.
Well, Dallas Turner from Alabama will be in the game. You can watch Dallas Turner play.
Absolutely. And then the quarterbacks, right? You'll get Michael Penix.
Yeah.
You'll get J.J. McCarthy from Michigan. Quinn Ewers is going to go back, so he's not going to return.
Yeah.
And did you see Jalen Milroe was today interviewed? They were doing media stuff. But holy crap, Bill O'Brien apparently told him he needs to change positions. He's not a quarterback. And he's like, well, look at me now, Bill Buttchin.
Did he say Buttchin?
He didn't say that. That was me filibustering.
Oh, gosh.
I was filling in that.
I thought, wow.
But he did say, hey, well, look at me now. Good thing I didn't change positions.
Oh, no. There's guys that were telling that to Lamar Jackson. I think Bill Polian was one of those guys. I can't really scout him. I can't rate him as a quarterback, Lamar Jackson. I'm like, oh, maybe you need to watch more film there, Bill. Real quick, though, before we get out of here on UCLA, on the edges, I know UCLA is.
They played.
I know.
Still, you love this kid, and I'm with you.
Latu?
Latu?
Is that you say it? I think he's better than Turner on edge.
I agree.
Right now.
I'm not a big Dallas Turner guy.
Everybody wants to like Dallas Turner a lot.
I don't.
I'm kind of with you on this.
I think Dallas Turner is probably.
Man, we're throwing some hot takes here. Look, the end of December.
I put it in my notes. You can see teams falling in love with Dallas Turner's athleticism. He looks the part. Good initial burst.
Yeah.
But to me, I don't see any hand fighting. I think he's got one move to beat you. He doesn't have a lot of tools on the belt right now.
I agree.
If he slid down to the bottom of the first round, I'd consider that. I'm not loving top 12 where you got Dallas Turner.
I'll tell you what's interesting
about
Latu from UCLA, 6'5", he's 265. And you would never guess he's 265. But he transferred from Washington. So he could be playing in this game if he would have just
that kid's fun, man.
Yeah,
if you want a fun tape study, go watch him. And then of course the Alabama corners.
Now you're speaking my language.
Because you got Terry and Arnold, who I think you agree, best corner in the draft.
I think Terry and Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama, is better than Nate Wiggins, the cornerback who I've seen from Clemson.
Agreed.
And they're both, man, don't be agreeing with me. That's bad for you.
Sky's the limit for Terry and Arnold, dude. I think he's awesome. Yeah. Now, the other side, and everybody knows Kool-Aid McKinstry because he was born with an NIL deal with Kool-Aid, right?
Right.
But this is one of those dudes that like Eric would hate. Because Kool-Aid McKinstry doesn't want any business tackling unless he has to tackle.
Yeah.
But he can run. He can
really
run for days.
But the opposite, Arnold will tackle.
Yes.
He's like, to me, I think that is when he's asked to cover the best guy. So he is asked to cover the best opponent's best guy. And he shows out usually pretty well like that. His technique is sound. He's got no difficulty. His game will translate to life in the NFL very easily.
Amen.
Plug and play right there.
And I think he's a guy, if you wanted to in a pinch, he could probably play some safety for you because he's physical enough. A lot of good texts coming in, like people loving the draft talk.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We don't
want to beat you over the head with it. We
got 5 hours. We're trying to do radio today, right?
We don't want to crush you with too much draft talk, but there's a lot of good players that are going to be taken high in this draft that you're going to
I'm excited about watching the tape again. I love watching college players working on the draft. I
Absolutely.
really do. My favorite thing to do. Yeah.
All right, I got a couple of cuts for you as we continue to preview Cowboys Lions that we can get into. We've got Aaron Glenn, former Dallas Cowboy corner, talking about Dak Prescott. And then let's get into the top 10. It's National Chocolate Candy Day.
Whoa.
We've also got the Wonka movie out there. Have you seen the Wonka movie? What'd you think? I know I gave you my review. Did I get it wrong? But I got the top 10 chocolate bars in honor of National Chocolate Day. What's your favorite chocolate bar? That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from
About to get into the Wooly Bully Top 10. On the other side, let's do a little around the bases, shall we? We do have a way too early Rangers lineup projection, but that's always kind of fun to talk about here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo coming up at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. Excited to catch up with Coach. He was awesome on the Cowboys hour last night.
Yeah, he did really.
Nate Newton.
That's why I was interested in bringing him on. I was thinking like I was going to grab him anyway because of the Woody stuff and all that, and I thought, man, he's going to be in town for Jimmy's thing. So, man, I wish I was going to be on with those guys last night. That would have been. Hagee did a nice job. And
Hagee did a good job.
So did Bobby and Nate.
Hagee was looking for someone because he was off. So he actually texted me and said, like, hey, man, is there any way you could fill in? I'm like, dude, it's just Brian and me. I don't think there's any way I could leave the show to go and do
Oh, wow. I would have probably said yes and left you by yourself.
It was fine. Lucius and I could have handled it.
Yeah.
We could have done this thing.
Absolutely.
Well, you know. We're about to get into the top 10. It is National Candy Bar Day. I got the top 10 chocolate candy bars of all time. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. I did tease this audio of Aaron Glenn, though. As Cowboys getting ready to play the Lions, former Cowboys corner Aaron Glenn came over with Bill Parcells while you were there. He was with Parcells in New York with the Jets, but he gives us his scouting report and assessment of Dak Prescott.
You saw Dak last year, just how you seen him grow from that point, just the season.
Man, he seems so comfortable in this offense. Listen, obviously you had Kellen Moore that last year, and the head coach now wants to call it, and you just see him growing as a quarterback in that system. Listen, I think he's smart. I think he's tough. I think he brings a different aspect as far as him being able to throw at pinpoint accuracy and know where to go with the ball, but also have the ability to run with the ball and be able to make plays with his legs. Listen, he's not like Fields and these other guys, but he can make some plays with his legs.
Man, and the legs, that's making a big difference. I mean, we've seen that.
And Aaron Glenn goes, guys, I was watching the Miami tape, and as much as I blitz my linebackers, they're going to have real problems picking my linebacker
They won't be. Hey, that 77 doesn't play.
Yeah.
And take advantage of that center while we're at it.
Yeah. I tell you what, there are things that Aaron Glenn, no, he's right about Dak, but there are things that Aaron Glenn is going to watch from that Dolphins game, and even, and he's going to figure some things out. He loves to play some zone coverage. We mentioned they don't give up touchdowns when they play zone coverage. There's things you can learn the last 2 weeks of watching the Cowboys offense, and there's some terrifying things that he's going to learn about, if you watch the home tape. Looks like a different team offensively playing at home than they do on the road.
And Cam Sutton, who you mentioned, the corner that you think maybe you could pick on a little bit, he's actually listed as questionable.
There you go.
Going into the game. So we'll have to see moving forward. And, I'm actually getting one of our teammates, Cody Cole, our, marketing consultant.
Yes.
He's calling me right now. Dude, I'm on the air. I can't answer your phone.
Is he trying to get you hooked up?
And you're usually toloing. I hope so. That'd be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But he usually turns it on, leaves it on. And then also the last thing I want to do before we slide into the top 10, take a sigh of relief, at least right now, Tiger fans like you, Brian. Brian Kelly was asked about the Michigan rumors because Harbaugh might leave. I think he is. I'm putting in the call. Harbaugh's done. He's going to leave after this year. Yeah. He's going to the NFL.
Sure.
But then, okay, well, what about Brian Kelly? Does he leave LSU to go to Michigan? He said, no, this is my last stop.
Yeah. They're paying him pretty well. I'll tell you what, though, pressure at LSU is, I'm not saying that Michigan's the all-time winningest program in college football history. A lot of pressure up there. A lot of pressure in Baton Rouge, too. Coach, my advice to you is, going to bowl games is good, but playing in the playoff games and things like that for national championships, that's kind of the goal around here.
Yeah.
So 8 wins, 9 wins, okay. Make sure you make that thing, 11, 12, 13 wins. That's the most important thing.
All right, let's do it. Let's slide into the Wooly Bully top 10, shall we?
Or you'll be coaching at Michigan.
Woo! All right, guys, I got a text a little bit ago from the fiance.
Yeah.
She said, I have a question. And then I didn't respond because we were in the middle of a segment. Then she said, never mind.
Oh, she's mad.
So she texted you to say, I have a question instead of just texting you the question?
Yeah.
Man, that's wild, bro.
Ben said, never mind.
You got to nip that in the bud, dog.
Should I be worried?
No. Totally ignore it.
You think I'm okay?
Yeah, totally ignore it.
All right.
She said, never mind.
Should you have answered back? Should you have said, what's the question?
Well,
or yes.
If she wants to know what I'm doing, she'll pop in and watch.
Yeah. If she really wanted something, she'll let you know. She figured it out.
She'll join the Tolos on Twitch and ask me on there.
Yeah, she figured it out.
And then I'll respond.
What do you think
she
it
probably
was?
did figure it out. I think that's what it was.
What do you think it was?
I wonder if it was something TV related.
You think?
Yeah, I do. Because she now likes.
What HDMI are we on? 2, 3?
Yeah,
Which one is it? I need to click on.
That's a good point.
Because she gave me my man cave room, and I got the 3 TV setup in there.
Yeah.
Honestly,
My man said she gave me. Come on, man.
I
Reach down, bro.
You're right. I claimed that damn room. I said, "This is mine."
There you go.
All right. If you don't
No,
want me
you didn't.
If you don't want me to put 3 TVs in the living room, then give me my own damn area. And guess what? This is it. I got my G-bag flag, and I got the 3 TVs. Let's freaking go.
Where's the Emmett poster?
It's also in there.
Is it?
It's in my man cave. Plus the Dak Prescott signed jersey. I got a lot of Cowboys memorabilia.
Is the mouth cut out on the Emmitt Smith poster?
No, that one's in the
You
bedroom.
love Emmitt Smith.
That one's in the bedroom, Lucius, okay? It's on the ceiling. I kiss it to bed every night. But yeah, now she's decided she also likes that room. So she doesn't know how to set up, I think, some of the 3 TVs. That's probably what it was. That would be.
It's that new cable package you have, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was bummed. She thought we had, like, all movies.
Yeah.
Like, in theater
No. What you have is all sports, which
No,
is
I've got
one of the
all sports,
which is the
baby.
greatest cable package
I've
ever.
now got the NBA League Pass.
Yeah.
And everything else that I need
You're
to
gonna
get
be
my
watching.
sports watching.
You're gonna be watching like hockey, like the minor league hockey's on that thing too.
Oh man,
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, you're probably bleeped right now. And I appreciate it. I don't know that I'm a Sim 469. I just know when to pick and choose my battles. And right now she's very pregnant. And so the emotions are, I mean, I'm walking on eggshells at times.
Oh, come on, fam. What?
Yeah.
This disappoints me, man, to hear something like that. Stand up and be a man.
There's nothing I'm not doing.
You got to start now. You can't start 5 years down the road. You have to start right now.
Zach's going to be a broken man. Just give
Lucius,
him 2
where
to 3
were you
years.
like 20 years ago in my life?
Damn it, Lucius, you're right.
I learned the hard way.
Yeah.
This is me fighting back now.
I don't give a damn whatever your question was, honey. Figure it out.
There's no way in heck you would ever say that.
All right. Yeah, you can come hang out in 469 in the man cave.
I'll tell you what, man. Seriously, that cable package is
Dude, it's amazing.
It's crazy.
It's really, really awesome.
Wow.
Whenever that dining room table from Nebraska Furniture shows up, we've been waiting about 6 weeks for it now. I'll be able to actually have people over, and I'll have somewhere we can sit and have a meal, and then take you into the man cave. All right, let's get into the top 10.
Do you have chairs?
Well, the chairs are supposed to come with the table, so no.
Oh.
That's why I'm not inviting anyone over yet.
Do you have chairs? I mean, like for like.
Yeah, I got couches and.
So right now, everybody's eating on their laps kind of vibe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
What? Okay, if you.
It's a real man's house.
Throw out some wedding gift ideas for us. If you could give us a couple things you could actually use.
No.
Seriously, give us just a couple of ideas. Like I could really use this, like freedom or something. I mean,
yeah, freedom would be nice. That sure would be a night out with the boys. I might get that tomorrow.
But think about it. Let us know.
I'm going to make a list.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the top 10 best chocolate bars on National Chocolate Candy Day. If you got a hankering for a good old-fashioned chocolate bar, Lucius, what are you grabbing?
Hershey's almond. I got to put that joint in the freezer for a while so it's nice and hard and crunchy and all that other stuff. That's me, man.
What a call. He's not wrong about that. Seriously.
This old school.
The Hershey's almond?
Yes. That
actually is
chilled.
delicious. And I don't ever think about it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm like the Crunch Bar guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the Crunch Bar.
I mean,
it's underrated.
I'm talking about the one, not the Mr. Good Bar, which
the Nestle Crunch.
The Nestle Crunch Bar, the red, white, and blue packaging.
That has a little like rice crisps in there, right?
Yeah.
Those things are good, man.
Yeah.
The honorable mentions that didn't quite make the top 10. You've got the Aero, the Reese's Fast Break.
Who?
Aero. Oh, you never had one? It might be a British candy.
Oh, okay.
It's like my family's brought it back when they've gone to South Africa and stuff. They're actually, it's really good. It's like, it kind of seems like it's got little air pockets in the chocolate bar, but it's like a rich milk chocolate.
Whipped in a way.
That's probably what it is.
Yep, they put air in it.
It's really good. Gerald Deli is an honorable mention.
Ooh, those are those little squares. That's high-end chocolate.
That's
right
high-end.
there.
I can't afford that.
Yeah.
$100,000, which you get texted
That's not bad. Not bad.
The Mars bars.
Just straight Mars?
Straight Mars. The Butterfingers.
Yeah, I used to eat those a lot. Bart Simpson put me on in them joints.
Grind them joints up, as Lucius would say. Grind them things up. Make them dust for something else.
Dust and powder. And then Hershey's Cookies and Cream.
Yes.
That's like a top 3.
That's good.
It's a Mount Rushmore right there. I'm just a big cookies and cream guy. Number 10 is don't look at me like that.
Why'd you look at me like that?
I don't know, because I looked up and you were staring, and now I feel very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Number 10 is
Yep. You're worried about your fiance.
I'm not
wife,
worried, but a lot of people are texting in that
she got him shook right now.
She really does.
No.
This is like you're usually really good at this segment.
Am I losing myself? Right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be the.
Yeah, I think you are.
I don't want to be the P word.
I think you are.
You know, where's the bachelor party baby dolls, Willy Bully?
Yeah.
I never left, damn it. I'm still here.
Hey, they love talking draft. They do love talk. We show up for the draft. They talk about it all the time.
I'm still here, guys.
Yeah.
I haven't gone anywhere. All right. Shut up.
Lucius is right.
Number 9 is
Gotta start now, bro.
Number 9 is the Nestle Crunch.
All right.
Number 8 is, and this also sounds like a very highfalutin, expensive candy, the Lindt, Lindt, a Lindt chocolate bar.
I bet you it's made with some special kind of milk or
It's
something
gotta
like
be.
that. It's,
Number 7 is Milky Way.
I tell you what, man, a Milky Way is not very good anymore.
I can't tell you the last time I had one.
That's a give back as a candy on Halloween.
Really?
If you put the Milky Way, I'll thank you, and I'll throw it back I'll just drop it on the end of your curb.
Number 6 is the Rolos.
Man.
Okay, those also, you stick them in the fridge, in the freezer. The Rolos are underrated. You're going to crap on them.
I am going to crap on them.
Man!
You put those.
All right, Hagee.
You put those in the fridge though, and you're going to chip teeth. With that caramel, gets a little hard.
Yeah,
Pause.
it also melts pretty easily. Number 5. Number 5 is the Cadbury Dairy Milk.
Where's that coming from?
Cadbury.
Okay,
it's purple.
I've never heard of this one.
Maybe that's also English.
I've been
candy,
around a
because
long
I definitely
time.
had a lot growing up. They were good.
The Cadbury eggs, right? You come around. I'm thinking the wrong thing.
Yeah, same.
Cadbury eggs,
same factory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the same.
Are those
thing,
like? Is
though.
that for Easter
Not
eggs?
the same thing. No.
Okay.
Separate. This is an actual just chocolate bar. And I know they sell them here. If you go to Tom Thumb, Kroger, Walmart.
It sounds like an awful candy for being
You know
number
what?
4.
I'm going to bring one here. It's 5. I'm going to bring one to
Okay.
you, and you can taste it tomorrow and let me know what you think.
Well, don't let it spoil our Jamaican party tomorrow. We're having fun tomorrow.
Well, we are going to have fun. You're
Yeah,
going to
I'm-
mix in a little Cadbury Dairy Milk bar.
I'm bringing the fun beer tomorrow for us.
Number 4 is the Toblerones.
What are we doing?
You're not a fan?
What are the Toblerones? I didn't say it right.
They're Toblerones.
What are they?
You
You don't even know.
I do know. I've had these ones before. One of my friends is a diehard
Why are
fan
you
of
lying
these.
now?
I'm not lying. They're a tough one to describe.
Why?
They're awkwardly shaped. It's
Like
kind of
what?
like a triangle
Oh, okay.
package.
He lied.
He is
Google it.
lying,
You know what,
Lucius. He
David?
didn't know what he didn't
You
know.
Google. I'm sick of, you guys quit projecting on me, all right? You guys take your problems somewhere else.
You're already shook.
Number
Been a bad
3
segment
is
because you're shook.
Number 3 is Snickers. This has been a fantastic segment.
Snickers comes through.
Snickers is delicious.
Snickers comes through. It's been a while since I had a Snickers, but it used to come through for
Snickers is the total opposite of the Milky Way.
you. Yeah.
Got a lot of love for the Cadbury here. Cadbury big in the States from the 817. Number 2 is Twix.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can dabble.
Yeah.
Number 1 though, best chocolate bar.
The cookies and cream Twix. That's fire, bro.
I have not had one. Dude, I definitely need to have a cookies and cream Twix.
Yeah, the people in Soda are on the phone right now.
Yeah, they're not gonna like
Oh,
that.
somebody said Kit Kat. Yes.
Okay, number 1 is Kit Kat.
Yeah.
Number 1 is give me a break. Give me a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Do you always break the Kit Kat in half? Do you choose the two separate ones? Do you always break it in the middle? Or do
Yes.
you just-
I'm always breaking the joint.
What are you laughing at?
Oh man, some of these texts are really good. Like
You break it, Lucius, right?
Yeah. 100%.
yes.
I mean, you got to be a hell of a savage just to grab it and start eating it without snapping it a few times.
Watch. I'll open that thing up and
just
take
get after it?
Straight bite.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go
Straight
ham on
bite.
it. I'll see if I can find a Toblerone and a Cadbury on the way home.
There's
tonight.
no
I'll bring
way. You
one
got to
for
fly to
tomorrow.
London to get one.
Not the Toblerones or the Cadburys.
Okay.
It's the Aero.
I've never, honestly, I've been on this for 60 years now. I've never heard of either one of those candies.
Well, maybe you should branch out a little bit. You know,
Oh.
read a freaking book for once, Brian.
That ain't happening anytime soon.
All right, let's talk a little bit of baseball, shall we? Let's go around the bases. We got a former Ranger staying in the AL East, Wander Franco. We got an update there.
Whoops. No show.
Way too early. Roster projection. Well, let's skip that story. Brian
Wando?
told you next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for your holiday weekend in Cowboys Lions with Mike McCarthy.
A Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Thank you, LA. We got Dave Campo, Cowboys head coach, coming up on the other side. Jets-Browns tonight, Thursday Night Football. Just saw the stat. Joe Flacco's got 10 touchdown passes already with the Browns. The Jets this season have 10 touchdown passes. That's not good.
Not good at all.
Not good at all. We do have an update, though. As, you know, we gave the injury report. Tyron Smith listed as questionable, as is Junior Fehoko. We know Jonathan Hankins is out and Rico Dowdle is out, but very hopeful, and it appears that Tyron Smith trending towards playing.
He's going to play. I'm going to say this. Tyron Smith will play, definitely play on Sunday for the Dallas Cowboys.
Big 77 back out there at left tackle for the Cowboys on Saturday night against the Lions when Jimmy Johnson will be inducted into the Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor. Let's go around the bases, though, here briefly before we have Dave Campo on at the top of the hour. We did get an update on Wander Franco, who is in the Dominican Republic, Rays.
Franco.
Where are
Franco.
you? Where are you?
Is there a Mr. Franco in the room?
Yeah, so he failed to appear in response to a summons issued by authorities in the Dominican Republic. The summons is related, of course, to the ongoing investigation by local authorities into Franco's alleged inappropriate relationship with a series of minors, and the head of the investigative agency confirmed that Franco did not respond by the appointed deadline. So, I mean, this is definitely an ongoing situation, and one that I do not believe he's going to be playing Major League Baseball until it is resolved, and who knows when that will be. But not a good look there for Wander Franco. We also have some latest rumors in free agency today, and it appears the former White Sox and then Angels pitcher, Lucas Giolito, is being pursued by the Mets and the Red Sox. The Mets certainly have some interest, as they were unable to land Yamamoto, who signed with the Dodgers, of course, over the weekend. Now they're turning their sights and showing interest in free agent righty Lucas Giolito. Also saw the Red Sox are interested in the 29-year-old as well. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. And how about Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, IKF, former Ranger, was traded to New York. He is now signing with the Toronto Blue Jays as he will remain.
Grow his beard back.
In the LA. Yes, and he looked good with that beard. He really, really did.
Yeah.
He was rocking the beard, looking at.
And then when he goes to the Yankees,
Has to shave it.
and he looked like a different player.
Sure did. Yeah, he actually was like hitting the ball well.
Yeah,
pretty insane.
Was he the most crotch first guy we've ever interviewed?
He might have been.
He's a confident man.
Yeah,
and if he's driving, he might be living here.
I mean, he was awesome.
Very confident.
Super nice dude.
He's super nice, but very
confident.
Very confident. Very confident. Yeah.
Early Rangers roster projections for the season.
Wait a minute, we're playing Pop-Tart Bowl right now.
Oh, did they show the Pop-Tart trophy yet?
It's
that
amazing.
Thing looks badass, bro.
It's like the Super Bowl trophy with Pop-Tarts in
the
it.
top of it. Yeah, they made like the football a toaster, and then they've got the two Pop-Tarts going out of the top there. I'm excited for this Pop-Tart Bowl. NC State, Kansas State, ranked game. This is going to be fun, as we just had Rutgers beat Miami in the previous bowl.
Greg Schiano
getting it done.
Yep.
Infielders, projection is they keep 6. Lowe, Simeon, Seager, Young, Duran, Josh Smith. Outfield, Carter, Tavares, Garcia, Wyatt Langford, and bring back Travis Jankowski. Starting pitchers, Evaldi, Gray, Heaney, Dunning, Cody Bradford. And the relievers, Jose Leclerc, Josh Sports, Kirby Yates, Brock Burke, Jake Latz, Jonathan Hernandez, Diego Castillo, whom they signed to a minor league deal, and Jacob Eunice. Is another one that maybe could end up making the club as well. So that's a way too early roster projection. Hopefully the Rangers make some more noise, add some free agents as well.
Keep hoping about Montgomery.
Jordan Montgomery.
Don't sign with anybody. Just nobody get interested, and just keep checking with him. And then maybe that's a wish, right? That's nobody's not. He's gonna sign, right?
With the Rangers.
Oh, okay. I like your attitude. I like it.
He's going to sign with the Rangers.
You're crotch first on that right now.
He's going to end up being a Texas Ranger. They're going to find a way to get that thing done. I know all reports say otherwise. I'm telling you, Jordan Montgomery.
That's what I'm saying.
Going to be here in the Lone Star State.
I just kind of want it not to be him. Any interest, and he's kind of, and then all of a sudden it's like, I just want to sign back. Maybe see why checks back with him after the holidays.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going there?
Get Mike Maddox, give him a call.
Yes.
Hey, you remember the last 2 times you were with me? You kind of played the best in your career.
Did you pick up a ball yet?
Yeah.
You throwing it, you mound to pitch off of?
Get your back to Arlington.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
This was funny. I saw MLB's weirdest injuries of 2023.
Oh. Did somebody drop a mirror on their foot?
There were several several weird ones. So Rays reliever Pete Fairbanks, who also is a former Ranger.
Yes.
He ended up trying to dunk on his 3-year-old in the pool. He pulled the pool basketball hoop down onto his face, and he ended up getting cut.
Stitches.
In the face.
Yeah.
Really bad. You also had Blue Jays starter Yusei Kikuchi in between his sleeping. Now, why did he make an early exit from a great September start against the Yankees? He cramped up. And after only getting 11 hours of sleep, as opposed to his usual 12 to 14 hours. Still, to this day, one of the weirdest stories you'll ever hear. And then there's Evan Longoria. When Diamondbacks third baseman Evan Longoria strained his back last July, he was supposed to miss only a week or so. So why did it turn into 3 weeks? Because by his account, he aggravated his back getting up off of the toilet in a hotel bathroom in San Francisco.
Wow.
You got to be a little more careful.
Yeah.
You got to watch that back, though, at a certain age. You can sneeze and be stuck in position.
I believe that.
Yeah, you can reach over, and then you're stuck.
Sneezes are violent.
Ask Tyron Smith about this.
This is true.
Yeah.
And hopefully nothing happens between now and Saturday, and he'll be good to go, and he'll be playing.
No, he's good. He's going to play.
Playing on Saturday night. Let's go, Tyron. We need you. We need you. And then another one here, Giants pitcher Anthony Descalfonte fractured his toe playing the piano with his son.
Okay. I've only seen Jerry Lee Lewis play with his foot.
That's bizarre.
Yep.
Adam Wainwright burned his finger cooking breakfast for
I
his
believe
son.
that. I burned my finger the other day with some steam. Yes.
And then Josh Donaldson sliced his thumb while assembling a toy for his daughter.
That would be Mike Bassick did that. He was trying to cut something and slice
These
the
household activities.
Yes.
Very tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very tricky. Any news on Chris Stratton? I believe Stratton is now a Kansas City Royal. So that would be your update there from a text that came.
Glad you
Chris
knew
Stratton
that.
won't be coming back to the Rangers. All right, let's step aside.
Had a ring. He helped us, though.
He did. That's a World Series champion. He always will be.
He
Shout out to
always will be.
Garv, shout out to Austin Hedges.
Yep, they all are
we
champs.
love all of you.
Come back for a parade one day. I'll get
Former
drunk with you.
Cowboys head coach Dave Campo joins us next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Russell Wilson wasn't the problem in Denver this season, but he
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hour number 4, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman running your video. And, of course, you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Hashtag Tolo. Appreciate you wherever you might be listening. We will get into the Expressway. LA Live coming up at 5:40 on the other side. But right now, we turn things over to the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline and welcome in former Dallas Cowboys head coach and NFL lifer, the great Dave Campo. Coach, how the hell you doing? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's. Thank you so much for hopping on with us. Oh, 1 second. We're waiting to get Coach on the phone. Coach is about to join us here. And he did an excellent job last night with Nate Newton.
He did. He
Kevin
really
Hagelin.
did. Yeah.
And Bobby. And Bobby hosting. I could not believe that Bobby actually held it down.
It just shows you, though, when you have really good people around you, you can host,
Absolutely.
That kind of thing.
And here he is, Coach Dave Campo. Coach, how are you? And how did you enjoy the Cowboys hour last night? Hopefully our guys Bobby Belt and Kevin Hagelin didn't embarrass themselves too much.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Appreciate you jumping on with us. This is a big weekend. Of course, we got Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor, which we'll talk to you about. But Darren Woodson, finally, one of your guys, a Hall of Fame finalist. Is this the year we finally get Woody with a gold jacket? I mean, how deserving out of all the players that you've been around, Coach, and you've coached some really, really great ones, but what set Darren Woodson apart from some of the rest?
Well, first of all, he revolutionized the safety position. You look back back in the day, the safeties were all guys around the line of scrimmage. They were thumpers, they were hitters, bunch of tackles, and all of a sudden the game became a passing league, and they're looking for safeties like Darren all over the place. He could run. He ran a 4.35 40 at 220 pounds. He covered the slot most of the time, whether he was back at the safety position in quarters or whether he was up at nickel. I think one of the things that hurt him is that he played both nickel and safety in the same game all the time. On third down, he went up to the nickel position. And, statistically, as far as the interceptions and all those things, Brian, he probably would have had more if he just stayed in one position.
Yeah.
But the guy had all the tools. And of course, he leads the Cowboys in history in tackles.
Right.
So the guy could tackle. He could do everything. Line guys up. Character. He's one of the guys you'd like to be one of your boys.
Hey, Coach. Again, thank you so much for coming on with us and Darren Woodson. I've been with Darren Woodson, with you, and then I've been with Leroy Butler from Green Bay. And I know Leroy Butler is a deserving Hall of Fame member. Leroy Butler is not as good a player as Darren Woodson was. I look at, you guys had such a vision for the player. And you're right. And where did that stem from, Dave? Where did you and Coach Johnson and Dave Wanstead and Butch, where did you guys have the vision for that kind of a player?
Well, first of all, the one thing about Coach Johnson, and I'm going to, say this, that one of the things that sticks out about him was he was a great talent evaluator.
Sure.
That's why the talent came in those early years. There's no question about it. But he also trusted the staff as far as looking at guys and knowing what we wanted the football team to look like. And, the big thing with Darren was we were looking for a strong safety type guy because of a big, strong safety type guy, because we didn't have one, and the NFC East was a power league at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I saw the combination, the other thing that Jimmy looked for was speed. And the combination of size and speed, Darren had it from the very beginning. But he also wanted guys in the building that he would like to hang around with as well, and that's Darren. He came out of the toughest area of Phoenix, Arizona. A lot of his friends are either dead or in jail. And yet this guy, character-wise, is as good as they get. And I know Leroy Butler very well.
Yeah.
Leroy He's on our show down when I do radio and TV in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
What a great character person and a really good football player. But I would take Darren Woodson every day over Leroy.
There's no question. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Dave. And I've been blessed to win a Super Bowl ring with Leroy Butler. But there's things that Leroy Butler, as you mentioned as we started this segment, Leroy Butler couldn't do all the things that Darren Woodson could do. And Leroy Butler was a corner at one time at Florida State. He's played, but he couldn't do the things that Darren Woodson did and did in the NFL. I think it's
one thing about Leroy though, and I know we're not talking Leroy here,
right.
But one thing about Leroy was instincts.
Sure.
He had all of those, and I think Darren had to really kind of, fit in with that,
right.
Because he wasn't ever back in the back end, and he did it.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, as we're with Coach Johnson going into the Ring of Honor, and you guys, such a great staff that you guys had together and all that. When was the first time that you ever met Jimmy Johnson, and what was your experience with him when he asked you to be on his staff? What was your initial thoughts with all that?
Well, first of all, the first time I met him, we played against him when I was at Iowa State. He was at Oklahoma State. And Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise, who ended up on our staff, those guys.
Sure.
They were with him. And Tony, I was with Wanstead at Pitt and initially, and Tony actually lived in my house as a young coach. So, I met him at the game. But the real time I spent any time with him, when they played in the Sugar Bowl, the National Coaches Convention was in the Sugar Bowl when he was the head coach at Miami. And I walked into the lobby, and the first guy I ran into was Tony, and he said, "Hey, I'm going up to spend the evening with Jimmy and Pat Jones, who was the head coach at Oklahoma State at the time." He said, "Do you want to come up and meet him, in case there's any openings or anything?" I said, "Sure." So I went up, and I spent the evening with him, and that's the first contact I had with him. The biggest thing was he was a stat guy. You know that.
Yes.
He was an analytical guy. He knew who had the best pass defenses and run defenses and all that in the league. And we were pretty darn good at Syracuse. I was coaching at Syracuse at the time. We were in the top 10, I think, 2 of the 3 years that I was there. So that was the initial thing. And then obviously Dave Wanstead and Tony had contacts with me, and when the job opened up, they contacted me and asked me if I had any interest, and I said absolutely. Went down and interviewed and got the job.
Coach Dave Campo with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So you were with him in Miami,
yeah,
and then you both end up coming together to the Cowboys. What was that transition like, going from Miami, where you were so successful, to now, all right, we're in the NFL with the Dallas Cowboys, and a lot of people might not have been happy with the Tom Landry change?
Well, that was a tough situation, and some of it was how it went down. Jimmy tried to tell Jerry that he didn't want to go to that restaurant that they had a photographer down there and got an early picture of it. So, but Jerry, obviously to his positiveness, Jerry didn't know the media thing when he first got there.
Right.
So, but the biggest thing was that Jimmy knew he was ready to make that move. And the one thing he was a little concerned about was the passing game in the NFL. So, I wasn't quite sure that I was going to go with him initially. But at the same time, with the guys that the loyalty and everything that was there, he knew I could learn it. And when I got there, he kept Dick Nolan. Because Dick had been with Coach Landry and knew the league, knew the NFC East, but we put our scheme in, and I put it all in. So the transition was fairly easy from the standpoint that we had, and I want to say this correctly, we had professional players at the University of Miami.
Yeah.
Not that they were getting paid, which some people think they were, but because they were NFL-type players. And so the transition to those guys were fairly easy for us. We thought we were going to be a lot more successful the first year than we were, but we knew that we had a chance to build the thing, and obviously the Herschel Walker trade and the Plan B free agency really helped us.
Coach, there was it seemed like a long time coming for Jimmy to be put in the Ring of Honor, and I kind of felt like that. That Jerry has the utmost respect for you, and you and Jimmy go way, way back with all you've been through. Was it tough being on a friend to both of these and watching this kind of unfold to where it is today? Was it like is it kind of a strain and like, gosh, you want to say the right thing and kind of pep the other guy up about the other, and like, no, man, it's not really that way. Did you find yourself kind of struggling with dealing with the friendships with both, kind of going through this?
Well, of course, I felt that he deserved it.
Sure.
Much earlier than now. But at the same time, there was a little bit of acrimony there, in how it finished. And I knew this was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. I don't know why it happened right now. Yeah. But I have a lot of respect for both Jimmy and Jerry.
Right.
I look at Jerry, he gave me an opportunity, and not only do that, he brought me back.
Yeah.
So, I was with the Cowboys twice. So I had loyalty to both of them. And I know that both of them, I felt that both of them were going to finally come together. I didn't think it was going to take 30-something years or whatever it was, but it was a little difficult because I thought that it should have been done quicker.
What was the reaction when you found out, okay, Jimmy and Jerry were parting ways? Jimmy Johnson's no longer going to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, that was tough. Obviously, I loved working for Jimmy. I had a couple of opportunities to leave Jimmy when I was at the University of Miami to coordinator jobs, which I didn't do. So, obviously, we were family. The one thing about Jimmy is, he loved his crew.
Yeah.
He loved all of us. And that was a difficult thing. Obviously I felt we could have, continued going forward, but that's the business in the NFL. Unfortunately, the owners, that's the one thing that is different than college football. You get fired in college by a committee. In the pros, you get fired by one guy. So, you knew that there's a possibility that always happening. And it was kind of tough, but at the same time, that day that was finally finished, Jerry brought us over to the organization staff room, and in walked Barry Switzer. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know what the reputation is with Barry in Dallas, but I'll guarantee you he was a heck of a football coach and a loyal guy to his guys himself. So that kind of smoothed it over a little bit when Barry became the guy.
Dave, I'm gonna ask you some questions because you're doing a good job. You have a history of playing really good defense, and I know you get to watch the Cowboys. I know you do a lot of responsibilities with Jacksonville and stuff like that as well. But when you start to talk about playing run defense, what are the things that Dave Campo? This is my checklist to play really good run defense, to play run defense in the playoffs. What do you have to be able to do?
Well, first of all, you got to make sure that you're not so diverse in what you're doing that guys are missing gaps.
Yeah.
The linebackers are extremely important in the run game. And I think that's one of the things that's hurt the Cowboys a little bit is because they losing Van Der Esch was a big deal. People don't understand. That's a small linebacker group that they have.
Right.
And so, when you're number one, you got to be simple enough to make sure guys are going to execute and be in the right spot. But it also begins with having, a couple of guys inside that can control that area of the football field. The Cowboys have playmakers. Their outside guys are playmakers. Inside, they're not as physical a lot of times as you would like.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, sometimes the playmakers make plays that other people don't make. So you can have a ball game where you have a rough day when things don't go well. But like the last ball game against the Dolphins, they played pretty good run defense.
Yeah, they did.
So, it really comes down to having a front group that can control the line of scrimmage and linebackers that can go get the ball. And I think the Achilles heel to me with the Cowboys, if there is any, because I believe they can go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I think they've got enough playmakers on both sides of the ball to do that. It would be probably the size of the linebackers and whether or not they can, in a cold day on the road, whether or not they can hold up for a ball game in a rough situation.
Well, Dave, you made it work so well with Dat Wynn and Dexter Coakley. Is it just because of instincts and ability to, like you say, to run and to finish? Is that how you could get away with playing with guys with the guys that were small like that?
Yeah, it really came down to the fact that, to be honest with you, Brian, we had 8 defensive linemen that could play.
Yeah.
And that was a big factor. And then we had the playmaker the big time playmaker in Charles Haley.
Right.
But we had some guys that could make plays, but we could control the line of scrimmage up front. We were not, in this day and age, a lot of guys, and I think Dan Quinn's a little bit like this, a lot of guys play the run on the move.
Right.
In other words, the aggressive up front
for
the passing game, and then they play the run from that. Well, that opens up some holes at times. We were not that way. We used speed, but we controlled the line of scrimmage with our front guys and let the linebackers run. And we were simple enough that we didn't bust a lot of stuff, not being in the right spots.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big part of it. And those guys, Dat Wynn and Coakley and, Dixon Edwards and some of those guys that played linebacker for us, it fit our scheme. We could run to the football. Now, when we lost, when Robert Jones left, if you remember, Robert was a middle linebacker.
Right, big
when
guy.
He left, we had to change to more of a rather than being a true 4-3, we went almost to a 3-4 with knocking down the front on the weak side.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a young man, and I'm getting old, I forget his name, that came from Green Bay, I think, at linebacker, that played the strong linebacker. But then our
Strickland, Fred Strickland? Fred Strickland?
Fred Strickland.
Yeah.
Fred Strickland. How the heck did I forget that?
Yeah. I just remembered him from Green Bay.
Yeah, he played on the strong side over the guard,
yeah.
But the other linebackers were all protected. So we were able to make that switch because Fred wasn't going to go sideline to sideline like Dat Wynn and Robert Jones.
Right.
Coach, I could listen to you talk ball all day, man. This has been absolutely amazing. We really appreciate you giving us some time. Any final thoughts about this year's Cowboys or Jimmy or anything in general before we let you out of here?
Well, in general, I would say that, as I said earlier, I think the Cowboys, if things drop right and the NFL, Brian, it's how you play that day.
That day.
Yep. There's a lot of parity in this league. And so I really think that this team, if they play to their potential, they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
And it's just a case of, whether or not they do that. On Jimmy's side, there's no question in my mind he deserves where he's at. I'm here. He's not a big fanfare guy. He had us at the Hall of Fame induction, but this one he was kind of low playing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here out of gratitude and respect for him.
Well, Coach, enjoy the game Saturday. It's going to be an amazing halftime for Jimmy there. We really appreciate you giving us some time, and have a Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to all you guys. Thanks a lot for having me on, and I look forward to talking again.
Yes,
thanks,
absolutely.
Coach. Appreciate
Anytime.
you, man.
Coach Dave Campo, one of the best, certainly a long time with the Dallas Cowboys, and came over with Jimmy Johnson from the University of Miami in Florida. And that was awesome, man. That really, really was. You did a great job last night with Nate Newton. We'll actually play some of Nate's conversation about the cadence in the offensive line with Bobby. We'll do that at 6 o'clock. But let's hit the expressway. We've got 35-ish minutes of uninterrupted radio gold coming up. We got LA Live at 5:40, but also the top sports moments of 2023. What are some of your favorite sports memories from this year? That's next.
Orange Bag Nation.